Ye Lingtian traverses the Beast Masterworld, only to awaken the weakest spirit beast in history. Fortunately, he has bound an infinite army system, allowing him to summon an endless legion as long as he has the resources. Ding! Purchase successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100,000 Undead Knights. Ding! Purchase successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100,000 Hellbone Dragons. Ding! Purchase successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100,000 Death Titans. As Ye Lingtian gestured with his hand, a million-strong army of skeletons descended, sending the entire world into a frenzy. Chapter 1. The Spirit Beast. Long Kingdom, Jianghai City. Ha ha ha, look at that. Ye Lingtian Spirit Beast is actually a tiny Kalami. A mocking voice shattered the tranquility of the awakening event at Jianghai No. 3 High School, drawing everyone's gaze. Upon seeing the diminutive skeleton soldier, approximately 1.5 meters tall, frail, and delicate, clutching a rusted bone knife beside Ye Lingtian, they could not help but burst into laughter. Wow, such a miniature spirit beast. How utterly adorable. Ha ha ha. With that tiny frame, I reckon my great white ape could shatter it with a single punch. Ye Lingtian Spirit Beast might just break the record for the smallest spirit beast. In dying of laughter, this little fellow probably struggles to swing its weapon, let alone venture into the secret realms. In the face of the crowd's unabashed ridicule, Ye Lingtian furrowed his brows. It wasn't the mockery that troubled him most, but rather, my spirit beast is utterly pathetic. Ye Lingtian felt a pang of disbelief. Looking at others, their newly awakened spirit beasts were all robust, fierce, and monstrous. Yet here he stood, burdened with such weakness, inconceivably inadequate. What in the heavens is this targeting? The most critical aspect was that this world teemed with various secret realms. These realms were rife with resources and treasures, the ideal path to wealth and prosperity. Once, someone discovered a colorful gem within a secret realm, which later fetched an astronomical price of 90 billion dragon coins. Of course, alongside resources and treasures, the secret realms were fraught with peril, teeming with ferocious beasts. These beasts surpassed human comprehension, such as towering giant apes and ferocious dinosaurs. Against these man-eating beasts, humanity had no means of resistance. It was only upon awakening their spirit beasts that humans gained the capability to confront these monsters. Thus, the significance of spirit beasts in this world is self-evident. Possessing a formidable spirit beast equates to wielding wealth and power. And with his spirit beast, he was essentially fated to remain impoverished. Sensing Ye Lingtian's despondency, his teacher, Qin Nan, found herself at a loss for words to offer comfort, primarily because she had never encountered such a diminutive spirit beast before. What a pity. Qin Nan sighed softly. Shaking her head, Ye Lingtian was an exemplary student. So how could he awaken such a spirit beast? It was as if the heavens were envious of his talent. To prevent Ye Lingtian from succumbing to despair, Qin Nan encouraged him. Don't lose heart. Ye Lingtian, perhaps this little creature is merely small in stature and harbors other latent abilities that have yet to be revealed. The most important thing for you now is to cultivate synergy with it and prepare well for the secret realm trial in 3 days. If you perform admirably, you can still gain admission to a prestigious institution. All students who awaken their spirit beast would participate in a secret realm trial 3 days hence. This trial would be the true determinant of their fates. On this day, all spirit beast academies in the Long Kingdom would select students based on their trial performance. As long as one could be chosen by these academies, having a subpar spirit beast would not be an insurmountable obstacle. A bright future still awaited. Ye Lingtian understood this. Well, he turned to Qin Nan and inquired, "Do you think I still have a chance, Teacher Qin?" Qin Nan paused momentarily, then asserted with determination, "You will have opportunities." Absolutely. Just then, an unpleasant voice cut through the air. Ye Lingtian, hurry up and get down. Why are you still up there? Are you afraid others don't know you awaken a trash spirit beast? This remark immediately provoked a chorus of laughter from the crowd. Ye Lingtian raised his gaze to the speaker. Qin Fenglin, the scion of the Qin family in Jianghai City, a notorious wealthy heir. Due to his foolishness and fortune, a throng of sycophants always surrounded him. Upon meeting Ye Lingtian's eyes, Qin Fenglin swaggered over without restraint. What are you staring at? Hurry up and get down. Don't delay this young master's awakening. Those encircling him joined in with their jeers. Ye Lingtian, get down already, don't you see it's our big shot Qin's turn? Exactly, don't embarrass yourself up there, just get down. Hearing this, Qin Nan's expression darkened immediately as she admonished, "Everyone, quiet down." As she spoke, an intangible aura emanated from Qin Nan, sweeping over the crowd. They fell silent, as if confronted by a primordial beast. With that, Qin Nan's demeanor softened. She turned to Ye Lingtian. "Ye Lingtian, Qin Fenglin isn't inherently malicious. He's just been spoiled since childhood. Don't let it bother you. Listen to your teacher and prepare well for the Secret Realm trial in 3 days." Ye Lingtian nodded appreciatively, saying, "Thank you, Teacher Qin." With that, he made his way down the platform, while Qin Fenglin ascended at that moment. Ye Lingtian, watch closely and see what a powerful spirit beast looks like. As they brushed past each other, Qin Fenglin whispered, a smug expression on his face. Ye Lingtian remained indifferent, unperturbed by the encounter. Such wealthy heirs often exuded an innate sense of superiority. It was unavoidable their family backgrounds allowed them to act this way, and even if their spirit beasts were subpar, they could still thrive. Thus, Ye Lingtian found himself contemplating the direction of his future. Qin Nan's words held some truth, but were rather limited. Why Ye Lingtian had never heard of spirit beasts possessing any special abilities. If they did, wouldn't he, as their master, be aware of it? Nevertheless, he understood that Qin Nan's intentions were well-placed. She worried he might become disheartened and fall into despair. Yet she underestimated Ye Lingtian's resolve. After all, he was a time traveler, not one to languish in mediocrity forever. Even if his spirit beast was weak, the trial in 3 days would be the true moment of destiny. As Ye Lingtian's thoughts wandered, the sycophants surrounding Qin Fenglin grew increasingly agitated. Wow. Qin Fenglin's spirit beast is enormous. This is a war mammoth. It's actually a war mammoth. Qin Fenglin is incredible. If I recall correctly, the war mammoth is a desolate tier spirit beast. Wow, desolate tier. My goodness. Jianghai City has produced a dragon. One young man widened his eyes and gulped, his excitement palpable. Upon hearing the commotion, Ye Lingtian looked up, finally grasping why they were so animated. On the awakening platform, a colossal elephant came into view. The giant stood about 5 meters tall, its limbs as thick as stone pillars, covered in a heavy shell akin to armor. More daunting still, the colossal elephant's pristine white tusks extended an impressive 3 meters, resembling 2 sharp lances that instilled an overwhelming sense of dread, as if one might be pierced by them at any moment. While grade, the school had elucidated the classifications of spirit beasts, namely fierce, savage, ancient, wild, and divine. It is said that these ranks are delineated according to the ferocious beasts documented in ancient tomes. Most students consider themselves fortunate to awaken a fierce grade spirit beast. To awaken a savage or ancient grade is indeed the mark of a prodigy. As for the wild grade, it is a selection of 1 in 100,000. Contemplating this, Ye Lingtian felt increasingly despondent that it truly is a case of a starving man becoming hungrier, while the satiated grow even more so. Here is a wealthy scion, with affluence to spare, and yet he has the audacity to awaken such an extraordinary spirit beast. Reflecting on his own situation, the little calamity he awakened likely does not even qualify as fierce. Indeed, the comparison is enough to incite envy. The ancients did not deceive me that I had thought it was an opportunity for ascendance. But it appears to be a setup for competition. Just as Ye Lingtian prepared to bemoan the unfairness of fate, an exquisite voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Chapter 2. Infinite Summoning of Soldiers. Ding. The system has detected that the host is about to unleash a cry of destiny. The infinite summoning system is currently binding. Congratulations. Host, the binding of the infinite summoning system has been successfully completed. Please await activation. The sudden voice that echoed in Ye Lingtian's mind caused his eyes to gleam with excitement. Wow, the golden finger has arrived. As a fervent enthusiast of exhilarating novels, one who would read a few chapters even at the cost of missing a meal, Ye Lingtian was keenly aware of what a system entailed. System. Please elaborate on your functions, Ye Lingtian implored eagerly in his mind. In his understanding, the quality of spirit beasts was inconsequential, as long as a system was in place. He could defy fate. The system quickly responded, Host, I understand your urgency, but please hold on. Direct your attention to the large screen. Ye Lingtian thought, do you think you're amusing? Before he could react further, his attention was diverted by the virtual screen that materialized before him. Noticing that others around him were oblivious to this sudden apparition, Ye Lingtian felt a wave of relief wash over him, and he focused intently on the content displayed. Little Skeleton Soldier, 100 can be purchased for 10,000 dragon coins. Skeleton Soldier, 100 can be purchased for 100,000 dragon coins. Prerequisite, must have 1,000 Little Skeleton Soldiers to purchase. Skeleton Warrior, 100 can be purchased for 1 million dragon coins. Prerequisite, must have 1,000 Skeleton Soldiers to purchase. Undead Knight, 100 can be purchased for 10 million dragon coins. Prerequisite, must have 1,000 Skeleton Warriors to purchase. Upon comprehending the information on the screen, Ye Lingtian exclaimed, "What on earth? Is this what you call the infinite summoning system? This is nothing but an infinite money-sucking scheme. How could the system deceive him for more money when he was already in such dire straits?" Perhaps sensing Ye Lingtian's incredulous thoughts, the system interjected, "Please do not misunderstand. Host, we are a legitimate system, and there is no intention to deceive you." Before the system could finish, Ye Lingtian interrupted, "I don't believe you unless you offer me something." Ding. The system detected that the host has bound it for the first time and is now distributing a novice gift package. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 100 Little Skeleton Soldiers. As the announcement concluded, Ye Lingtian distinctly sensed an additional 100 Little Skeleton Soldiers appearing in the otherworldly space designated for spirit beasts. They were identical to the one he had awakened, as if they were cast from the same mold. Wow, did I just trigger some mysterious switch? Ye Lingtian's heart raced with excitement, while inwardly cursing the system for being so sly. It wouldn't have mentioned the novice gift package if he hadn't taken the initiative to inquire. Fortunately, having read countless exhilarating novels, he was well versed in such matters. His mother had advised him against being too engrossed in novels, but wasn't it evident that his extensive reading had its advantages? While Ye Lingtian reveled in the joy of the system and the novice gift package, he remained oblivious to the fact that Qin Fenglin on stage wore a grim expression. Having awakened an extraordinary spirit beast, the war elephant, Qin Fenglin was meant to bask in the adoration of those around him. Indeed, most spectators gazed at him with envy and admiration, except for Ye Lingtian. He noticed that Ye Lingtian displayed neither envy nor admiration. Instead, he seemed entranced, fixated on the front, occasionally breaking into an unsettling grin. That demeanor resembled someone daydreaming about a goddess during class. How infuriating! I awakened such a formidable spirit beast. Even my father would praise me for this. Why is this brat ignoring me? Qin Fenglin seethed. He had always been the center of attention, and this was the first time someone dared ignore him. Fuming, Qin Fenglin glared at Ye Lingtian, yet the latter remained oblivious to his presence. His pent-up rage had nowhere to go. Despite having awakened an extraordinary spirit beast, he felt as if he had swallowed a fly. This is intolerable. I shall make you acknowledge my superiority. A desire for conquest ignited within Qin Fenglin. Since Ye Lingtian dared to disregard him, he would ensure that Ye Lingtian would bow to him. The opportunity would arise in 3 days. Ye Lingtian, prepare yourself to be conquered by me. Qin Fenglin thought resolutely. The trial in the secret realm 3 days hence would rely solely on spirit beasts. Once he secured the top position in the trial, he was certain Ye Lingtian could no longer ignore him. With that thought, Qin Fenglin's spirits lifted as he descended from the platform, casting a disdainful glance at Ye Lingtian, as if issuing a challenge. Yet, Ye Lingtian, still engrossed in his own world, did not even spare him a glance, leaving Qin Fenglin feeling as though he had struck a pillow with his fist. Ignored once more. How infuriating! Unbeknownst to him, Ye Lingtian remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil around him. At that moment, he was still immersed in the system. 10,000 for 100 soldiers means 100 per soldier. How incredibly affordable. No wonder they were so underwhelming. Ye Lingtian calculated carefully and realized just how lackluster his awakened spirit beast truly was. The mere worth of 100 for a spirit beast would elicit laughter from anyone who learned of it. What Ye Lingtian did not comprehend was that this pricing was due to the system. If it were a genuine purchase, he would have discovered just how subpar his spirit beast was. Cough, cough. Straying off topic, Ye Lingtian closed his eyes in contemplation. The little skeleton soldiers are simply too inadequate. In the upcoming secret realm trial, relying on quality alone will not suffice. I must triumph through sheer numbers. Since my system boasts infinite summoning, oh no, infinite summoning of soldiers, I must capitalize on it. Especially with the secret realm trial just 3 days away, where the top 10 from each city would receive generous cash rewards. Thus, it is imperative to regard this matter with utmost seriousness. 101 little skeleton soldiers feel rather insufficient. To stand out in the secret realm trial and secure a spot in the top 10, I will require at least 300 to 500. However, to amass that many would necessitate 40,000 coins. Where on earth can I find 40,000? Ye Lingtian felt utterly disheartened. Not to mention 40,000. He barely had 1,000 coins to his name. Moreover, he had only 3 days to gather it. For a boy from a financially struggling background, Scrounging together 40,000 in just 3 days was akin to climbing a mountain. Nevertheless, Ye Lingtian did not abandon hope, with 3 days remaining. Even if he had to resort to dubious loans, he would find a way to summon soldiers, not only for the cash rewards for the top 10, but also to gain entrance to the Spirit Beast Academy. Time passed swiftly, and soon half an hour had elapsed, bringing the awakening ceremony to a close. Once all had awakened, Qin Nan stood on the platform, scanning each individual before delivering a profound statement. Dear students, although you have graduated today, I must convey that your extraordinary lives are only just beginning. Regardless of whether your awakened spirit beasts are formidable or feeble, I hope you do not underestimate yourselves. The Secret Realm trial in 3 days will be the true battlefield that tests your mettle. At this moment, Qin Nan's gaze lingered on Ye Lingtian. Upon noticing that Ye Lingtian had shed his previous lethargy and was brimming with fighting spirit, he felt reassured. He knew this child would not be easily defeated, otherwise, he wouldn't have spoken so freely. A smile graced Qin Nan's lips as he continued. Finally, I wish all students a splendid journey ahead. Chapter 3, 100,000. After leaving the school, Ye Lingtian headed straight home. His residence was a modest 60-square-meter apartment located in the old district of Zhanghai City. The room was not large, yet it was tidy and clean. When Ye Lingtian arrived home, his parents were not present. For many years, in order to provide for the family, his parents have been working tirelessly, often clocking out at 8 or 9 in the evening. He has grown accustomed to this routine. As is customary, at 7 in the evening, Ye Lingtian began preparing dinner, eager for his parents to return and enjoy a meal together. However, as the clock ticked toward 10, he found himself increasingly anxious as they had yet to arrive home and his calls went unanswered. The presence of spirit beasts rendered the night far less secure than in his previous life. Many who struggled in the secret realms turned their attention to the tangible world, targeting those like his parents, workers with weak spirit beasts, who, despite their modest means, labored diligently to support their families. Though the gains were slight, the risks were manageable, allowing them to succeed time and again, for they could never bring themselves to forsake their children. Thus they complied and paid the ransom. Over time, such criminals proliferated. In response, the Dragon Kingdom established the Qianlong Guard to vigorously combat these wrongdoers. Yet, Ye Lingtian understood clearly that as long as there were profits to be seized, these miscreants would persist, driven by greed and the perilous allure of wealth. After 5 more minutes of waiting, Ye Lingtian's anxiety deepened as his parents remained absent. What if they had truly encountered trouble? Just as he resolved to venture out in search of them, the familiar sound of the door creaking open reached his ears. With a click, Yi Qingyang and Su Xiuxiu stepped inside. Yi Qingyang, of slender build, stood neither tall nor short at around 170 centimeters, slightly hunched over. With prominent bags under his eyes from countless sleepless nights, his gaunt face bore wrinkles and stubble, and his once black hair was now peppered with gray. Beside him, Su Xiuxiu had a bit more flesh on her frame, her face always illuminated by a warm smile, showing far fewer signs of aging than her husband. This was Ye Lingtian's family. Mom and Dad, why are you so late? Ye Lingtian inquired. Yi Qingyang approached the coffee table, took a hefty gulp of water, and replied, Your mother and I were handling some matters that took longer than expected. The factory is becoming increasingly difficult. Many places are laying off workers. If it weren't for the fact that your mother and I have been with the company for over a decade, we might have faced the same fate. Old Yi, why are you burdening the child with such talk? Su Xiuxiu interjected. Yi Qingyang continued. I am merely educating Lingtian. He must understand that in this society, earning money outside of the secret realms is exceptionally challenging. Therefore, he must strive to gain admission to the Spirit Beast Academy. Enough. Lingtian is already working hard. You needn't impose more pressure on him, Su Xiuxiu retorted. Turning to Ye Lingtian. Lingtian, do not mind your father's words. Regardless of the outcome, your father and I will always love and support you. You are being overly sentimental. Yi Qingyang fumed, feeling irked that every time he tried to impart wisdom, Su Xiuxiu interrupted him. He wished to ask her if she were unaware of the detrimental effects of excessive maternal kindness on a child's development, but he dared not voice it, fearing the repercussions. Instead, he simmered in silence. Su Xiuxiu paid no heed to Yi Qingyang's irritation and smiled at Ye Lingtian, saying, Lingtian, pay no mind to your father. He is just like that. I know you are a conscientious child who has always wanted us to live a happy life. We have seen everything you have done for us over the years. Lingtian, tell me, what do you plan to do next? From the moment his parents returned home, everything seemed amiss to Ye Lingtian. Yet, he understood the underlying reason for their behavior. They must have learned of his awakening of the little skeleton soldier and feared he might contemplate despair. He could vividly imagine their worried expressions upon discovering he had awakened a seemingly worthless spirit beast. However, having lived 2 lifetimes, Ye Lingtian's resolve was far stronger than they imagined. Even without a system, he would find a way to excel in the secret realm trials. Moreover, now that he had bound himself to a system, he had even less reason to succumb to despair. With this thought, Ye Lingtian's gaze sharpened as he firmly declared, "Rest assured, Mom, your son is not so easily defeated. Just wait at home for the good news." With the system at his disposal, Ye Lingtian was confident he would stand out in the trials. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Qingyang, who had been sulking moments ago, suddenly exclaimed, "Excellent. That is my son, Ye Lingtian. With that declaration, I will support you unconditionally." He hurried to Ye Lingtian, producing a bank card. "This card holds 100,000. Before the trials commence, go purchase some enhancement liquid." The enhancement liquid was concocted from the blood of formidable beasts found within the secret realms, capable of strengthening the bloodlines of spirit beasts, promoting their growth. Hence, the price of this liquid was quite substantial, at 10,000 per bottle. Now, Ye Lingtian understood why his mother had posed that earlier question. If he were to lose his fighting spirit, his parents would likely have saved this money for his future bride. But by opting to participate in the trials, they had willingly provided the funds. Even if the outcome was uncertain, they chose to support him unconditionally. This was the essence of parental love. With tears welling in his eyes, Ye Lingtian reflected on his previous life as an orphan, deprived of such affection. At this moment, he grasped the profound depth of a parent's love. Without hesitation, he accepted the card, turning to his parents and affirming, "Mom and Dad, trust me. I will present you with the best outcome." With his parents investing their all in him, he could not afford to disappoint their hopes. After dinner, Ye Lingtian swiftly retreated to his bedroom. With the greatest obstacle of funding resolved, he was prepared. All that remained was the investment. Upon seeing Ye Lingtian enter his room, Su Xiuxiu's expression shifted, fixating on Ye Qingyang. "Ye Qingyang, we agreed that our focus at home would be on comforting Lingtian. What have you done?" Hastily, Ye Qingyang fetched a washboard, confessing, "Wife, I was wrong. I was merely trying to instill some discipline in Lingtian. I assure you it won't happen again." His rapid admission of guilt and earnest demeanor rendered Su Xiuxiu momentarily speechless, leaving her without grounds for further reprimand. Acknowledging his timely apology and sincere attitude, she decided to forgive him this time, warning, "But should there be a next time, you will see how I handle it." Yes, if there's a next time, I shall submit to your judgment," Ye Qingyang replied, eager to placate her. Content: Su Xiuxiu's expression soon turned to worry again. "Old Ye, do you think Lingtian will succeed? A spirit beast of such diminutive size has never existed throughout history. That is not for us to fret over. Each individual has their own destiny. Lingtian has chosen his path, and our greatest support is to stand by him unconditionally. As for his success or failure, that is left to fate. By the way, you didn't lend money to your sister and the others, did you? They won't be angry, will they? Humph. And if they are angry, can they devour us? Besides, they borrowed money for Huzi, while we withheld funds for Lingtian. It's the same, they will understand." Chapter 4 begins. The Surge of Spirit Beasts, the Secret Realm. Ding. Purchase successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100 little skeleton soldiers. Ding. Purchase successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100 little skeleton soldiers. Ding. Purchase successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 100 little skeleton soldiers. In his bedroom, as the voice echoed repeatedly in his mind, Ye Lingtian felt an overwhelming joy. He had spent all his 100,000 dragon coins, which had yielded him 1,000 little skeleton soldiers. Now, he possessed a total of 1,101 spirit beasts. At this moment, all 1,101 little skeleton soldiers lay quietly in his spirit realm. If anyone were to discover this, their jaw would surely drop. After all, throughout history, there has never been a spirit master known to possess multiple spirit beasts. Otherwise, there would be no discernible difference between the strong and the weak in this world. Feeling the multitude of little skeleton soldiers resting in his otherworldly space, Ye Lingtian was immensely exhilarated. First of all, it was assured. Initially, he aimed for a modest 30 to 40,000, hoping to rank in the top 10 and earn a bit of reward. Little did he expect that his parents would exhaust their savings to support him. With 100,000 and over 1,000 little skeleton soldiers at his disposal, if he couldn't secure first place, it would be better for him to cease to exist. Ye Lingtian's confidence stemmed from the fact that the Secret Realm trial primarily awarded points for slaying fierce beasts, with rankings determined accordingly. In essence, whoever defeated the most beasts within the same time frame would claim victory. This perfectly aligned with Ye Lingtian's strategy. While other spirit beasts, no matter how formidable, could only be dispatched one by one, leading to rapid exhaustion, his little skeleton soldiers benefited from their numerical advantage, allowing them to vanquish multiple fierce beasts simultaneously while significantly reducing stamina depletion. In summary, in a one-on-one arena battle, Ye Lingtian might not necessarily secure first place. However, in a contest of who could kill more fierce beasts, faster and more efficiently, with his overwhelming numbers, he was guaranteed to take the lead. There was no denying that his strategy hinged on sheer numerical dominance. The more he contemplated, the more excited he became, even envisioning a future where he commanded an army of 100,000 skeletons. After indulging in his daydreams for over 10 minutes, Ye Lingtian finally calmed down. He understood that success comes one step at a time. Taking too large a leap could lead to missteps. For him, the most critical moment lay just 3 days ahead, the Secret Realm trial. Anticipating this, the 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, Su Xiuxiu rose to prepare breakfast for Ye Lingtian. She understood just how significant today was for him. Watching Ye Lingtian eat, Su Xiuxiu said, "Lingtian, don't be nervous. And don't put too much pressure on yourself. Regardless of the outcome, your father and I will always support you." I understand, Mom," Ye Lingtian replied, taking a hearty bite of his bun and nodding. After waiting for 3 days, he could hardly contain his excitement. However, he felt a bit perplexed that his father, Yi Qingyang, who usually loved to lecture him about ambitions, was uncharacteristically silent. "Mom, where's Dad?" he inquired. "He's still asleep, and once he wake up no matter how much I call. You'd better go, otherwise, when he does wake, he'll start lecturing again," Su Xiuxiu replied, somewhat disgruntled. She had her grievances with Yi Qingyang, who was usually so chatty, yet at such a crucial moment, he was sleeping like a log, impervious to all attempts to rouse him. Ye Lingtian chuckled and said, "All right, Mom, I'll return with good news." With that, he headed out the door. "Lingtian, you must give it your all. You must stand out and gain admission to the Spirit Beast Academy." Unbeknownst to them, Yi Qingyang stood at the doorway, his eyes filled with anticipation as he watched Ye Lingtian. Upon noticing his father, Ye Lingtian smiled knowingly. He had anticipated that his father would not be absent during such a pivotal moment. "Don't worry, Dad. I won't bring shame to you," he assured. Before departing from home, with a soaring spirit, he felt the exhilarating sensation of fighting alongside his family for the first time. Such a feeling was truly invigorating. As he gazed at Ye Lingtian's retreating figure, Su Xiuxiu suddenly asked, "Old Yi, do you think Lingtian will succeed?" "He will, without a doubt." The scene shifted to the Pingguan Secret Realm. The Pingguan Secret Realm was the smallest of the realms in Jianhai City, named after the first person to discover it, Zheng Pingguan. This was the very site of the Secret Realm trials. Ye Lingtian's destination was also here. Upon alighting from the taxi, Ye Lingtian stood in awe before the colossal structure. Before him loomed a towering stone gate, adorned with the 4 characters Pingguan Secret Realm intricately carved upon it. Flanking the stone gate were towering steel edifices, their material unknown, yet strikingly dark. Beyond the stone gate, it was impossible to glimpse what lay within. As Ye Lingtian remained lost in thought, other students, similarly eager to participate in the trials, began arriving in droves. Upon witnessing the grand structure, they too were filled with astonishment. "Wow, is this the Secret Realm? It truly is magnificent. It's my first time seeing something like this." "Same here. I heard the Pingguan Secret Realm is the smallest in Jianhai City. If the smallest is this grand, I wonder what the others are like. There will be opportunities. As long as we pass the Secret Realm trials and gain admission to the Spirit Beast Academy, we'll surely see the other realms." "Exactly. Let us hurry inside. I can't wait to see what the Secret Realm holds." The speaker, embracing his companion, hurried through the stone gate. Ye Lingtian, fueled by curiosity, followed suit. Inside the stone gate, there was nothing extraordinary, just a concrete floor. Continuing onward, Ye Lingtian found himself in what appeared to be a football field. A football field? How could there be a football field here? No, that's not right. It wasn't a football field, it was a beast fighting arena. Ye Lingtian quickly realized that this was not a football field at all, but a grand arena for battling beasts. In the center lay a vast expanse, surrounded by ominous black structures that resembled a cage. What sort of creature could be contained within such a large cage? Fierce beasts? But wasn't it said that the beasts in the Secret Realm couldn't escape? Ye Lingtian pondered deeply. The scene before him was hard not to let his imagination wander. Yet, no matter how much he speculated, he could not arrive at a definitive conclusion. As time passed, the open area became nearly filled with people, all of whom were youthful boys and girls, undoubtedly participants in the Secret Realm trial. They chattered excitedly among themselves, for they were all recent adults, eager to share their thoughts about this shared experience. A few attempted to strike up a conversation with Ye Lingtian, but he paid them no mind. It was not due to aloofness. He simply wished to remain silent. At that moment, all Ye Lingtian wanted was for the Secret Realm trial to commence, as he could hardly wait to witness his skeleton army's debut. However, just then, a familiar voice broke through his thoughts, causing him to furrow his brows. Ye Lingtian, you actually came. Upon seeing the newcomer, Ye Lingtian felt a wave of frustration wash over him. This insufferable rich kid was back. Ye Lingtian couldn't fathom why this well-off individual was so fixated on him. A mere impoverished soul, Qin Fenglin, however, paid no heed to Ye Lingtian's inner turmoil and strode directly towards him. Certainly, there are also his ever-loyal sycophants. Noticing that Ye Lingtian was ignoring Qin Fenglin, the sycophants began to defend their master with indignation. Ye Lingtian, what is your attitude? Did you not hear our boss Qin calling for you? Indeed, how dare you feign ignorance? It is utterly despicable. The sycophants, filled with righteous indignation, raised their voices. They seized the opportunity to pledge their loyalty in front of Qin Fenglin, eager to make a good impression. However, upon hearing the name Ye Lingtian, the expressions of those around them noticeably shifted, revealing mocking smiles. So, he is Ye Lingtian, the very one who awakened a mini-spirit beast. No wonder he was silent when asked about his spirit beast. Ha ha ha, so it is him. He truly has courage to participate in the secret realm trials. If I were him, I would have already sought a job at a factory, fearing there wouldn't be a position left for me. Just a moment ago, I considered chatting with him to make a friend, but now I feel fortunate that I didn't. The speaker shrank his neck, feigning a look of trepidation. Hearing their ridicule, Ye Lingtian's expression remained unchanged. He was well versed in the art of pretending to be a fool while hiding his true strength. The louder they barked, the harder they would be slapped in the face once the results were revealed. His calm demeanor only fueled their arrogance further. They were experts at bullying the meek, especially a few sycophants who were particularly boisterous. Just as they thought they would be able to continue their raucous taunts for several more minutes, they were abruptly silenced. You lot, that's enough. Qin Fenglin glared at them. He had come to conquer Ye Lingtian, not to bully someone, especially in such a public setting. He didn't want outsiders to perceive him as someone who relied on numbers to overpower others. That is not the style of the Qin family's young master. Under the weight of Qin Fenglin's glare, the sycophants quickly fell silent and obediently took their place behind him. They dared not defy Qin Fenglin. His status and spirit beast alone could crush them countless times over. Seeing the scene quiet down, Qin Fenglin felt quite satisfied. He relished the feeling of having everything under control. At this moment, those with keen eyes began to recognize Qin Fenglin's identity. Isn't that the young master of the Qin family? Which Qin young master? Are you foolish? In Zhanghai City. Who else could it be but the young master of the Qin family, Qin Fenglin? Qin Fenglin, the prodigy who awakened the war magic elephant. A rare beast of the wilderness? Wow, such a powerhouse is right before my eyes. I heard that this year, only 5 individuals in Zhanghai City awakened a wilderness-grade spirit beast, and he is one of them. I am in awe. How unfair life is. Not only does he come from a wealthy background, but even his awakened spirit beast is extraordinary. I am utterly envious. With the realization of Qin Fenglin's identity, the crowd's expressions shifted from mockery to reverence. This transformation was nothing short of classic. Qin Fenglin was close enough for his ears to catch every word they uttered. In the past, such praise would have delighted him. Yet at this moment, he felt no joy. Of course, had those words been spoken by Ye Lingtian, it might have stirred something different within him. Unfortunately for him, Ye Lingtian proved to be a tough nut to crack. Nevertheless, Qin Fenglin was well equipped to handle tough characters. If Ye Lingtian were any less resilient, he would lose interest. Narrowing his eyes, Qin Fenglin addressed Ye Lingtian. Ye Lingtian, you actually dared to participate in the secret realm trials. Quite commendable. You are indeed a man. If the young master of the Qin family dares to participate, what do I have to fear? Ye Lingtian replied, not even bothering to lift his gaze, maintaining a leisurely pace in his response. This indifferent attitude only served to escalate Qin Fenglin's irritation. How infuriating. This brat truly knows how to feign nonchalance. Qin Fenglin's blood pressure began to rise. Whenever he spoke, everyone ought to listen attentively. Yet this Ye Lingtian maintained a deadpan expression, igniting his frustration. It was particularly vexing that he had no means to retaliate against Ye Lingtian. Just as Qin Fenglin's temper flared, a sycophant suddenly leaned in, offering a cunning suggestion. Upon hearing the proposal, Qin Fenglin found it quite feasible and instantly transformed his fury into enthusiasm. He approached Ye Lingtian with vigor and declared, Ye Lingtian, do you dare to wager with me? No. Before he could finish, Ye Lingtian attempted to refuse outright. However, Qin Fenglin's subsequent words piqued his interest. He was in need of money, and this fellow was a rich second generation. Was this not a fortuitous encounter? What is the wager? Ye Lingtian inquired. Seeing that Ye Lingtian had indeed taken the bait, Qin Fenglin could hardly contain his smile. After a considerable pause, he finally revealed his scheme. Let us wager that you cannot pass this secret realm trial. To Qin Fenglin, this could certainly be deemed a cunning ploy. After all, It was well known that Ye Lingtian's spirit beast was quite lackluster. Getting him to bite this bait was a stroke of genius. Ye Lingtian remained expressionless, casually asking, "What are the stakes?" "The stakes are simple. If you lose, you shall be my subordinate for a year." Qin Fenglin displayed his trademark smile once more. "And if I win, you win?" "Huh, how could you possibly win?" "What if?" Ye Lingtian pressed. "If you win, I'll give you 100,000. 100,000? Didn't you just say I could never win? Is that all? Or do you think you might actually lose?" "Lose? Me? How could I possibly lose?" Qin Fenglin's eyes widened, his voice rising by an octave, resembling a child desperate to prove himself. Unfortunately, Ye Lingtian remained unfazed, merely shaking his head with a light-hearted smile. This infuriated Qin Fenglin. 500,000. "If you win, I will give you 500,000. The moment these words escaped his lips, the crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. Their eyes filled with envy. Is this what it means to be a rich second generation? Utterly extravagant. Even Ye Lingtian was taken aback by this bold proclamation. He had initially aimed for a wager of 200,000 or 300,000, not wishing to be overly greedy. Yet here was Qin Fenglin, offering a staggering 500,000. Ye Lingtian nearly burst into laughter internally, but maintained a facade of icy calm. With 500,000 on the table, surely 1,000,000 would not be unreasonable. After all, this brat was swimming in wealth. Ye Lingtian shook his head. "Not enough. How about this, 1,000,000? If I win, you owe me 1,000,000. If you win, I will serve you for life, following your every command without question." As soon as Ye Lingtian uttered these words, the crowd erupted in disbelief, chastising him for being an ignorant child, filled with greed. Demanding 1,000,000 when 500,000 was already an outrageous sum. What is the worth of servitude? Would the young master of the Qin family lack for servants? It was only because Qin Fenglin was still young that he was captivated by such notions. In a year or two, he would surely scoff at even 50,000. Did Ye Lingtian truly believe Qin Fenglin was a fool? However, Qin Fenglin's reaction caused the crowd to lose their composure. Let us wager. Chapter 6. The bet escalates. The crowd collectively wore expressions of confusion. Was this a tacit agreement? It appeared that the true fool was, in fact, himself. At this moment, the spectators fell silent, left to ponder a world they could not comprehend, the world of the wealthy second generation. That Qin Fenglin would agree was the least surprising outcome. The most unexpected was Ye Lingtian's acceptance. It has been stated that having already staked 500,000, requesting 1,000,000 is entirely reasonable. Moreover, this fellow is utterly convinced that he will not lose. 1,000,000 is merely a starting point. He would most certainly agree to a greater sum. Thus, the question arises, if 1,000,000 is on the table, would it not be justifiable to wager a few more billion? Ye Lingtian cheerfully inquired, "Young Master Qin, do you dare to raise the stakes?" Magnificent stakes. This time, it was Qin Fenglin who wore a perplexed expression. Ye Lingtian had already gambled his entire life as a subordinate. What more could he possibly wager? Surely, he wouldn't contemplate betting his next life. Qin Fenglin, despite his wealth, was no fool, having drunk the soup of oblivion. Who would recognize anyone from a past life? Nevertheless, he still posed the question, what do you mean by magnificent? Are you not also participating in the secret realm trial? Let us wager on our respective rankings in this trial. The moment Ye Lingtian uttered these words, it was as if a colossal stone had plunged into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring tumultuous waves. What? A wager on ranking against Qin Fenglin in the secret realm trial? Has he lost his mind? Did Ye Lingtian not realize that Qin Fenglin's spirit beast was a war elephant of the desolation rank? Even without a high tier, a desolation rank war elephant is an entity capable of taking on 100 foes, and in the confines of the secret realm, it should encounter few rivals. Madness. Ye Lingtian had truly lost his wits. Initially, with a bit of effort and a stroke of luck, he might have had a mere 30% chance of passing the secret realm trial and securing 1,000,000. Yet he dared to be greedy. Such delusion was simply absurd. It was evident that Ye Lingtian was utterly out of his depth, perhaps driven to madness by poverty, foolishly yearning for overnight riches. Such individuals abound. I declare that Ye Lingtian is the greatest clown of Jianhai City, without exception. At this moment, Ye Lingtian appeared to them as nothing more than a performer seeking attention. A mere jester. Qin Fenglin's spirit beast was a bona fide desolation rank. In terms of divine ranks, desolation rank was invincible. Their spirit beasts, even at their best, dared not compare with Qin Fenglin. And yet, Ye Lingtian, with his diminutive spirit beast, dared to challenge him? What else could he be but a fool? Qin Fenglin was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend. You mean to say we are not betting on whether you can pass the trial, but rather on your ranking against me? Precisely. We shall wager on our rankings in this secret realm trial. How exhilarating, is it not? Ye Lingtian nodded with a smile, entirely unperturbed by the disdainful gazes and mocking expressions of those around him. Witnessing Ye Lingtian's agreement, Qin Fenglin was filled with excitement, hastily consenting, fearful that Ye Lingtian might change his mind. Very well, this is your declaration, and you must not renege. I shall not waver, Ye Lingtian affirmed, before swiftly altering the terms of the wager. However, should we modify the stakes? Change. You may alter them as you please. Qin Fenglin replied without a moment's hesitation, as any delay would show disrespect towards the war elephant. Naturally, Ye Lingtian was particularly eager for this opportunity to fleece a wealthy opponent. Feigning contemplation, Ye Lingtian pondered for a moment before stating, if I lose, I shall serve you for a lifetime as your obedient servant. Should you lose, you will owe me 2 million. How does that sound? Ye Lingtian estimated that 2 million would likely be close to Qin Fenglin's limit. Although the Qin family was affluent, that wealth resided with the elders. Qin Fenglin himself likely had access to only a modest sum. Of course, this was merely temporary. With the awakening of his desolation-rank spirit beast, Qin Fenglin's status within the family would undoubtedly rise. After Ye Lingtian proposed the 2 million wager, Qin Fenglin nodded in agreement without a second thought. 2 million it is. I accept the bet. To put it plainly, he had no belief that Ye Lingtian could prevail. What a joke. His spirit beast was a desolation-rank war elephant. Among all the students in Jianhai City, apart from the other 4 who possessed equally formidable spirit beasts, he would crush all opposition, let alone Ye Lingtian's tiny creature. So certain was he of his victory that he would not balk at 2 million, or even 10 million. He was not some foolish son of a wealthy family with more money than sense. He was simply affluent, but not naive. It is settled then. Ye Lingtian maintained an outward calm, while inwardly he reveled in glee. 2 million. He could summon 2,000 skeleton soldiers, or perhaps 200 skeleton warriors. Regardless of the choice, he would soar to new heights. Contemplating this, Ye Lingtian could no longer contain his laughter. As he laughed, the crowd regarded him as if he were a simpleton, deriding him. Has Ye Lingtian lost his mind, laughing in such a manner? What does he think a 2 million wager signifies? Surely he does not believe he can win. Clearly, everyone held him in low regard. In their eyes, Ye Lingtian had become nothing more than a buffoon. Ye Lingtian paid no heed to their scorn, nor did he feel the need to explain. He was confident that when the final outcome was revealed, their expressions would be most entertaining. At that moment, a voice echoed from above. Greetings, students. The voice, though not loud, possessed a magical quality, resonating clearly in the ears of each individual. Ye Lingtian then noticed that during the time he had been negotiating with Qin Fenglin, a considerable number of individuals had taken their seats in the arena's viewing platform. These individuals radiated an aura of immense power, particularly the 3 seated in the center, a man and a woman, whose presence was most formidable. If Ye Lingtian's suspicions were correct, these individuals were likely the esteemed instructors from various spirit beast academies. He deduced their identities with relative ease, as they had come to scout talent for their respective institutions. Just then, the voice spoke again. It is my honor to serve as the overseer of this secret realm trial. Listening intently, Ye Lingtian finally located the speaker. The speaker was a young man clad in a long robe, with a refined appearance. At first glance, he resembled a polite scholar. Yet Ye Lingtian noticed the solid musculature concealed beneath the robe, his pectorals nearly protruding. In an instant, Ye Lingtian understood that this individual was far from simple. However, he did not dwell on this, for his primary objective was to succeed in the secret realm trial. Other considerations could be set aside for now. After delivering a lengthy introduction filled with trivialities, the young man began to present the esteemed figures behind him. As Ye Lingtian had surmised, these individuals were all instructors from various prestigious spirit beast academies. The 3 at the center were, as he expected, representatives from the top 3 academies of Longhua, Tianshu Spirit Beast Academy, Zixing Spirit Beast Academy, and Jinyang Spirit Beast Academy. The speaker was also an instructor, hailing from the Langius Spirit Beast Academy. Chapter 7, Secret Realm, Wolf Pack. Such an assembly of dignitaries, good heavens. Why did the atmosphere suddenly grow tense? It goes without saying, who wouldn't he feel anxious? The outcome of this day could determine their future glory. Heavenly fate, grant me success in the secret realm trial and acceptance into an academy. It would be even more splendid if I could gain admission to Tianshu, Zixing, or Jinyang. Gain admission to these 3 academies? What are you dreaming about? To be accepted by any of them, you must place in the top 10. That fool is lost in dreams. Someone wake him up before he gets too carried away. As the scholarly young man concluded his introductions, the students below began to murmur among themselves. Even now, some individuals have begun to pray fervently, hoping to be chosen by prestigious universities. Ye Lingtian remained impassive, silently absorbing the words of those around him. Yet his mind was already contemplating which of the three major institutions, Tianshu, Zixing, or Jinyang, he should enter. According to past experiences, the victor of the trial not only receives a substantial cash reward, but also earns the privilege of freely selecting a university. However, for Ye Lingtian, the choice of university held little significance. What mattered most was the money. With wealth, he could invest in his growth. With investment, he could enhance his strength. At this moment, Qin Fenglin's gaze was fixated on the teachers from the three major universities, his thoughts mirroring Ye Lingtian's as he pondered which school to choose. After all, in his eyes, he had already secured the title of champion. Following a lengthy preamble, the scholarly gentleman in the stands finally addressed the crux of the matter. Next, I shall elucidate the rules of this trial. This trial employs a point system. Defeating a ferocious beast will earn you 1 point. You have 6 hours to accumulate points, after which you will be automatically ejected from the secret realm. Subsequently, rankings will be determined based on the points each of you acquires. The top 3 will have the freedom to select from all universities, while the top 10 will receive generous rewards. I hereby announce the commencement of the 361st Secret Realm Trial of Jianghaking. As the countdown reached 10 seconds, all participants were to be transported into the secret realm. 10, 9. With each count from the scholarly gentleman, vibrant lights illuminated the ground beneath Ye Lingtian and his companions, creating a dazzling spectacle. When the countdown concluded, Ye Lingtian was engulfed in darkness. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in an entirely different realm. Before him lay a lush expanse, teeming with vitality. Towering trees pierced the heavens, casting shadows that obscured the sun, with trunks thick enough for several individuals to embrace. Is this the secret realm? How astonishing! These trees are simply colossal, appearing to possess at least a millennium of history. If all these trees were harvested, how much furniture and paper could be produced? You truly are lacking ambition. In a realm filled with treasures, just a trifling portion would suffice for you to harvest trees for several years. The crowd chattered excitedly, evidently captivated by the sights within the secret realm, oblivious to the fact that one figure had already detached from the throng. This individual was, of course, Ye Lingtian. Time was of the essence, and he needed to act swiftly. Moreover, he wished to keep his secrets hidden from others for the time being. Thus, he resolved to distance himself from the crowd as much as possible. After a little over 10 minutes, Ye Lingtian found himself utterly alone, enveloped in an unexpected silence. As he surveyed his surroundings, 2 crimson lights suddenly pierced through the verdant depths of the forest. Here they come. Ye Lingtian felt a surge of excitement rather than fear. After wandering for so long, he had finally encountered a ferocious beast. Come forth, my little companions. Ye Lingtian promptly opened his otherworldly space, summoning a staggering 1,101 skeleton soldiers who materialized before him with great fanfare, creating a considerable commotion. Startled by the sound, numerous crimson dots emerged from the lush greenery. Witnessing this spectacle, Ye Lingtian clapped his hands in delight. Excellent. They are indeed a pack, and my points will surely soar. Perhaps provoked by Ye Lingtian's challenge, the group of ferocious beasts leapt forth from the foliage, revealing themselves as a pack of wolves. Each wolf stood nearly 2 meters tall, with robust limbs, baring their teeth in a menacing display. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of the skeleton soldiers, they would have lunged at Ye Lingtian without hesitation. Observing that they were merely attempting to intimidate him without launching an attack, Ye Lingtian couldn't help but reflect. I must admit, these creatures are quite intelligent. It is said that wolf packs are cunning. In my past life, I found it hard to believe. Now, however, I am convinced. Were this any other ferocious beast, it would have lunged at me without a second thought, regardless of the number of skeleton soldiers. But do you think intelligence will save you? Absolutely not. Little ones, charge forth. Slay these mongrels. Naturally, Ye Lingtian would not let them escape. After all, these creatures were his ticket to points. Whether he could claim the top spot or earn Qin Fenglin's 2 million depended on these beasts. With a commanding shout, all 1,101 skeleton soldiers surged into action, creating a truly spectacular scene. It is worth noting that although everyone mocked Ye Lingtian's skeleton soldiers for their diminutive size, this was merely in comparison to their respective spirit beasts, each of which stood 2 to 3 meters tall. In contrast, the skeleton soldiers appeared quite small. However, each skeleton soldier was a height of 1.5 meters, only slightly shorter than an average human. With their sheer numbers, they exuded an imposing presence. Faced with the sudden onslaught of over 1,000 skeleton soldiers, the wolf pack had no choice but to retaliate. Their massive size provided them with an advantage. A mere collision could scatter the skeleton soldiers. Yet this was of little consequence, as each time they broke through, even more skeleton soldiers surged forward. What frustrated them most was that these skeleton soldiers showed no fear of their sharp fangs. Even if bitten, the skeletons, composed entirely of bone, felt no pain and would retaliate with a strike of their own. Moreover, the other skeleton soldiers were not idle, brandishing their weapons and attacking without a hint of mercy. At this sight, Ye Lingtian's lips curled into a smirk. Yes, just like that. Slice them up, just as Ye Lingtian had previously envisioned. A single skeleton soldier was indeed weak. If it were to engage one of these wolves in a duel, it would likely be reduced to ashes in under 5 seconds. However, when a multitude of skeleton soldiers attacked simultaneously, especially with reckless abandon, it became a terrifying spectacle. You wish to kill one, then prepare to endure several strikes in return. The question now is whether you will first eradicate all the skeleton soldiers or bleed out. At this moment, Ye Lingtian finally grasped the terror of the insectoid race. A solitary insect could be easily dispatched by a human with a firearm. Yet, when thousands of them charged heedlessly, all that remained was fear and despair, just like the current wolf pack. Chapter 8. Slice them up. Roar. The Wolf King let out a pained howl, attempting to intimidate this bizarre group of creatures with sheer ferocity. In the past, this tactic had proven effective, but today, it fell flat. This peculiar assembly exhibited no understanding of fear. Regardless of the ferocious expressions or frightening growls it displayed, they continued their reckless advance, delivering strikes without hesitation. Roar. The Wolf King, incensed, unleashed another roar, not to intimidate the skeleton soldiers, for it recognized the futility of such an effort. This time, it was a command to its pack. Flee. Indeed, it understood that if this impasse continued, it and its kin would perish here today. Thus, it issued the command to escape. Upon receiving the Wolf King's orders, all the wolves converged towards their leader, intent on shielding the Wolf King as they retreated. Within the pack, the Wolf King's command was paramount. The life of the Wolf King held greater value than their own. Therefore, even if it meant their own demise, they would protect their leader's escape. This unfolding scene did not escape Ye Lingtian's keen observation. He recognized that these cunning creatures were preparing to flee. Think you can run? Absolutely not. Ye Lingtian quickly issued a command. Little ones, increase your force. Strike hard, and do not let them escape. As soon as the words were spoken, the little skeleton soldiers exerted themselves even more fervently. They paid no heed to the possibility of being attacked, relentlessly hacking away at the massive wolves with their blades. One brave little skeleton even managed to break its bone knife in half, yet continued to swing with determination. Ye Lingtian was almost moved to tears upon witnessing such tenacity. Truly, it was heart-wrenching. However, the wolf pack was far from pleased. The little skeleton soldiers intensified their assault, eliciting anguished howls from the beasts. Attempting to flee? Each attempt was met with a flurry of strikes upon their bodies. Should they choose not to resist, the skeletons would boldly mount them and continue the onslaught. Their reckless abandon was astonishing. Were it not for their tough hides, they would have been riddled with wounds long ago. Yet, even the toughest skin could not endure such relentless strikes. Before long, one of the giant wolves bore a gash, blood streaming forth. Witnessing the effectiveness of the assault, Ye Lingtian felt a surge of joy and exclaimed, "Well done. That's it, strike them down." "Wait, where are you aiming?" "That's their bell. Why strike there?" "Goodness. It's quite effective. You truly are a talent. Little ones, heed my command. Aim for there. You know what? Strike there." As Ye Lingtian observed, one of the little skeletons audaciously launched a surprise attack on the wolf's groins. Just as he prepared to reprimand it, he realized the outcome was rather favorable, as the strike drew blood. Thus, he wholeheartedly embraced the strategy of targeting the vulnerable spots. After all, they were not his own. Following Ye Lingtian's orders, the little skeleton soldiers obediently complied. While continuing their strikes, they unexpectedly began to target the bell, causing the wolf pack even greater distress. Their expressions were laced with palpable resentment. Indeed, regardless of the species, any male would react strongly when their bell was involved. With the implementation of this strategy, the battlefield dynamics became crystal clear. The wolf pack, already beleaguered by sheer numbers, now had to fight while simultaneously protecting their vulnerable spots, compounding their woes. Yet, no matter how diligently they defended, there would always be an opportunistic strike from the little skeletons, resulting in copious amounts of bloodshed. Moreover, Ye Lingtian noted with alarm that the shells had been breached, and 2 egg-sized orbs had fallen from the air. Gasp! This sight made him instinctively cover his own groin. At this moment, the Wolf King finally realized that escape was futile. The only option was to capture the leader first. With a roar, the Wolf King issued a command, and all the giant wolves lunged toward Ye Lingtian. Observing this, he remained unperturbed, even feeling a hint of amusement. Did they truly think his little skeleton soldiers were mere pushovers? Even standing still, what could the wolf pack do? Seeing Ye Lingtian's provocation, The Wolf King was filled with rage, yearning to tear him to shreds. Yet, surrounded by the little skeletons, it was unable to break free, and could only unleash its fury upon them, ultimately receiving nothing but cold, emotionless strikes in return. After more than 10 minutes, a giant wolf finally fell. Ye Lingtian could see it was covered in wounds, patches of fur stripped away, the remaining fur soaked in crimson. At this moment, it lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, mere breaths away from death. Even so, it could not escape the fate of being struck down, until its last moment. The only company it had were the bloody bone knives of the little skeletons. Finally, it was dead. Ye Lingtian let out a long sigh of relief. One could not help but admire the tenacity of these ferocious beasts. With wounds more numerous than a porcupine's quills, they could still manage to bite. How frightening. Thankfully, his little skeleton soldiers were plentiful. With their robust vitality, a few more strikes would suffice. That must count for a point, Ye Lingtian murmured. He was unsure how the points were calculated. It was said that within the secret realm, there existed a special device that recorded points upon the slaying of beasts. However, the specifics of the recording process remained a mystery to him. Without any tangible proof, it felt rather magical. Forget it, I won't dwell on it. Unable to comprehend, Ye Lingtian decided to cast aside his thoughts and focus on the slaughter. At that moment, yet another giant wolf collapsed. Regardless of whether it was truly dead, a little skeleton would deliver the finishing blow, ensuring it was thoroughly dispatched before aiding their comrades. More little skeletons joined the fray, and the remaining giant wolves began to falter, falling one after another like dominoes. 11 down. Ye Lingtian counted the fallen wolves. 11 had been defeated thus far. Only 4 remained. 3 of the strongest giant wolves and the Wolf King. The 3 robust wolves bore numerous wounds, blood pouring forth. Some areas were already mangled, yet they refused to succumb. Instead, driven by the scent of blood, their ferocity surged, becoming increasingly relentless. The Wolf King was particularly fierce, having severed several little skeletons in half with its powerful jaws. One could not deny that the Wolf King's combat prowess far surpassed that of the other giant wolves. Nevertheless, Ye Lingtian remained untroubled. Though they appeared fierce, they were merely struggling in their final throes. Their wounds continued to bleed, and the more they fought, the more blood they lost. No matter how ferocious they were, how long could they endure? Eventually, their blood would run dry. When their bodies could no longer supply blood, that would mark their demise. Thus, Ye Lingtian felt no anxiety. He allowed the blades to fly for a while longer. After 5 minutes, the 3 massive wolves began to slow, their reactions dulled, their strength greatly diminished. Ye Lingtian recognized that the opportunity had arrived. Now, little ones, unleash your full strength upon these wolf pups. He rallied his little skeletons with fervor. As the saying goes, when the enemy advances, I retreat. When the enemy retreats, I pursue. When the enemy tires, I strike. When they are at their peak, I yield. When they are weakened, I seize the opportunity. With a command issued, the little skeletons indeed began to unleash their full might upon the giant wolves. Each strike landed with fervor, their little bony arms nearly smoking from exertion. The impact was evidently substantial, as the giant wolves, already weakened from blood loss, could no longer withstand the onslaught. With a whimper, one of the 3 robust wolves collapsed, lifeless and devoid of breath. Yet, it still could not escape the finishing blow from the little skeletons. To this, Ye Lingtian could only remark, now that's what I call professionalism. No sooner had he spoken than another giant wolf fell. At this moment, only the Wolf King and 1 stout giant wolf remained, both teetering on the brink of collapse. Ye Lingtian estimated that within a minute, these 2 would likely follow suit. Indeed, a minute later, the last 2 wolves whimpered and fell lifeless to the ground. With their targets eliminated, the little skeletons stood idly, awaiting Ye Lingtian's orders. He began to assess the battle losses. It had likely been half an hour since the skirmish began. 14 wolves had been slain, with a loss of 166 little skeletons. Ye Lingtian shared a psychic bond with the little skeletons, allowing him to sense their numbers clearly, regardless of how many there were. Thus, he could instantly grasp the situation regarding battle losses. 166 little skeletons exchanged for 14 points. Not too shabby for a victorious first battle. Ye Lingtian had initially contemplated exchanging his life for points. He had expected the losses to be much greater, yet, to his surprise, the actual losses turned out to be somewhat less than he had anticipated. Presently, he still retained 935 little skeletons. Instead of summoning them back into the alternate dimension, he allowed them to forge ahead, clearing the path. He was untroubled by the prospect of attracting fierce beasts with excessive noise. Rather, his concern lay in the possibility of making insufficient commotion to draw any beasts at all. Outside the secret realm, upon the viewing platform, a venerable elder with white hair, seated at the forefront, spoke with a calm yet commanding presence. His voice, though aged, resonated with authority, leaving no room for doubt. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a dissenting voice arose. On what grounds? You three major academies are being excessively greedy. This sentiment resonated with others, igniting a chorus of discontent. Indeed, for years, the top 6 positions have belonged to your 3 institutions, while we have settled for the remaining 4. How can you unilaterally decide to alter this, attempting to claim all 4 of those spots as well? Such gluttony is unbecoming. Be wary, lest you overreach and suffer dire consequences. It was true that the 3 major academies were the pinnacle of Long Nation's educational institutions, but that did not mean they could treat others as mere pawns. In response, the only female among the trio displayed a faint smile. Hee. Do you truly believe we are here to negotiate with you? Her words plunged the assembly into a brief silence, swiftly shattered by a surge of indignation. Xia Qingyan, what do you mean by that? Remember, our respect lies with Zixing Yuling Academy, not with you, Xia Qingyan. The crowd's fervor intensified, directed towards Xia Qingyan. At that moment, the final man among the 3 raised his gaze slowly. Anyone who dares to contest may challenge us. Jinyang Yuling Academy is always ready to welcome you. As his words echoed in the air, the atmosphere grew palpably tense, charged with an electric anticipation, as if the very air had solidified. Flames of anger ignited within the hearts of the onlookers, yet they dared not voice their fury. The reputation of the 3 major academies as the elite of Long Nation was not without merit. As for the challenges they mentioned, these were competitions between institutions, wherein each would dispatch a representative to contend for superiority. The victor would claim the loser's ranking and resources. However, if it were so effortless to topple the 3 major academies, they would have long since undergone numerous regime changes. How could they still be known as Tianshu, Zixing, and Jinyang? This very reason rendered them impotent to express their wrath. They wished to chastise the trio, but had to weigh whether their own institutions could withstand the ire of the 3 major academies. Thus, they were left with no choice but to swallow their indignation. Within the secret realm, after dispatching a pack of wolves, Ye Lingtian pressed on for over 10 minutes. During this time, he encountered a 3-meter-long venomous serpent. Concealed in the shadows, it blended seamlessly with the trees, and initially, Ye Lingtian was oblivious to its presence until it lunged, sinking its fangs into the thigh of one of his little skeleton soldiers. The outcome was predictable. It was swiftly dispatched by a flurry of blows. Ye Lingtian had thought he had effortlessly claimed a point, relishing the moment, only to soon discover that the venom had corroded the skeletal remains of the soldier into a putrid mass. The potency of the toxin was unmistakable. At that moment, Ye Lingtian realized that any beast capable of surviving in the secret realm was not to be trifled with. Fortunately, his multitude of spirit beasts allowed him to endure such losses with minimal consequence. For others, losing a spirit beast to venom would spell disaster. In the realm of spirit beasts, lacking one was akin to being rendered utterly useless. This realization sent a shiver of dread through Ye Lingtian as he recalled his earlier venture into the secret realm, where he had wandered alone for over 10 minutes to distance himself from the crowd. Had he encountered that serpent then, he would likely have met his demise, regardless of how many skeleton soldiers he had. Indeed, he would have become a mere jester. Thus, Ye Lingtian adopted a heightened sense of caution, waiting for the little skeletons to scout the underbrush before proceeding. However, from that point onward, he encountered no further serpents. As he continued on his path, he pondered. With 15 points, I should undoubtedly be in the lead, but I wonder how many points the second place holds? Although he was unaware of the specific standings of others, he was certain that his 15 points placed him at the forefront. This conviction stemmed from his first-hand experience of the ferocity of the beasts within the secret realm, such as the wolf pack that had previously granted him 14 points. At first glance, it might seem he had effortlessly dispatched a weak pack, but in reality, they were formidable adversaries. Only someone like Qin Fenglin, who possessed an awakened high-tier spirit beast, could withstand their assault and emerge victorious. Even if he could defeat the wolves, his speed would undoubtedly be inferior to that of Ye Lingtian. After all, the wolves excelled in coordinated assaults, and under the leadership of their alpha, their teamwork was exceptional. Thus, to swiftly vanquish them required either overwhelming strength, such as that of an already advanced spirit beast, or a numerical advantage to isolate them, as Ye Lingtian had done with his skeletons, preventing them from coordinating effectively. This was precisely why Ye Lingtian had dared to stake his claim for the top position before the trial even commenced. All participants were newly awakened and had yet to reach advanced tiers, resulting in a smaller disparity in strength than one might assume. Even Qin Fenglin's war magic elephant was similarly constrained. Therefore, at this moment, Ye Lingtian's numerical advantage became evident. The only variable lay in the 4 others who had awakened high-tier spirit beasts alongside Qin Fenglin. They could not afford to become complacent and needed to persist in their efforts. Chapter 10, The Ant Swarm. The revolution has yet to succeed. Comrades must continue to strive. Ye Lingtian resolved to press onward. However, just then, a rustling sound echoed around him. What could it be? Ye Lingtian heightened his vigilance, scanning his surroundings. Yet, the dense vegetation of the secret realm obscured his view, revealing only the trembling leaves and grass. The little skeleton soldiers instantly grew alert, gripping their bone blades tightly as they formed a protective circle around Ye Lingtian. This formation significantly bolstered his sense of security. At that moment, Ye Lingtian grasped the essence of Snow White and her 7 dwarfs, though his experience was magnified, for he now had 934 little companions. The rustling intensified, the frequency of the trembling leaves and grass accelerating. Ye Lingtian raised his eyes. They are drawing closer. It appears there are quite a few of them. The foliage surrounding him quivered, indicating the sheer number of beasts approaching. What manner of beast could it be? As the distance diminished, Ye Lingtian fixed his gaze intently on the nearest thicket. Soon, the creature revealed its true nature. An ant? From the underbrush emerged a ferocious beast, and Ye Lingtian discerned it clearly. It was indeed an ant. A red ant. But how could there exist an ant the size of a large dog? Its head was as large as a basketball, and its jaws resembled massive serrated pincers. Exaggeratingly, Ye Lingtian witnessed as this creature effortlessly severed a tree trunk thicker than his thigh with a single snap of its powerful pincers. If that were to clamp down on him, hiss. The thought was too terrifying to contemplate. While Ye Lingtian gasped in shock, the little skeleton soldiers had already swung their bone blades. Thud! The bone blade struck heavily against the giant ant's head, producing a dull thud. Yet, such a forceful blow only left a pale mark upon the giant ant's cranium. This showcased the extraordinary hardness of its exoskeleton. However, the little skeleton soldiers paid no heed to this. They raised their bone blades and unleashed a flurry of wild strikes. Naturally, the giant ant was not foolish enough to remain passive. It advanced a step and clamped down on the spine of one little skeleton soldier. Ye Lingtian only saw the pincers retract, while that little skeleton soldier, poised to stab with its bone blade, found its spine abruptly severed. Instant kill. How outrageous. Ye Lingtian's eyes widened in disbelief. Previously, the giant wolf had to exert considerable effort to bite through a spine. How could these giant ants snap it so effortlessly? What terrifying strength they possessed. Truly absurd. Was it 1 second per little skeleton soldier? Most crucially, this was not merely a singular giant ant. Within mere seconds, dozens had emerged. The rustling of leaves in the underbrush indicated that more were yet to come. A sense of foreboding washed over Ye Lingtian. Surely, he wouldn't meet his demise here. In his understanding, ants were social creatures, typically mobilizing in vast swarms, ranging from mere dozens to thousands, or even millions. Moreover, these ants were not the kind that could be squashed underfoot with ease. These ants not only boasted formidable defenses, but also possessed terrifying strength. Fortunately, the number was not as overwhelming as Ye Lingtian had feared. After counting, he found approximately 70 of the colossal ants, a relatively small swarm. 70 was manageable for Ye Lingtian. Moreover, he observed that although the giant ants had immense strength, their attack method was rather singular, relying solely on their pincers. After sacrificing a few comrades, the little skeleton soldiers had discerned this weakness. Thus, they made every effort to avoid having their spines clamped. Even if they were inadvertently caught, the giant ant would soon face a fierce onslaught from the other little skeleton soldiers. For a time, the situation stabilized. Ye Lingtian understood that this would inevitably be a protracted battle, so he resolved to bide his time. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Fenglin rode atop a war elephant, striding boldly through the secret realm. As he walked, he grumbled, "What the hell? Weren't we told the secret realm was fraught with dangers and ferocious beasts? Where are the threats? Where are the beasts?" His complaints arose from the fact that he had wandered through the secret realm for nearly half an hour without encountering a single ferocious beast. This was unacceptable. He aimed to be the top contender in the secret realm trial. Besides, he had a wager with Ye Lingtian. No matter whom he lost to, he could not afford to lose to Ye Lingtian. If he did, how could he maintain his reputation in Zhanghai City? Would he still be recognized as the scion of the Qin family? He couldn't help but wonder how Ye Lingtian was faring. Surely, he hadn't scored any points. Given that his spirit beast was so lacking, even if he had good fortune to encounter a ferocious beast, he likely wouldn't be able to defeat it. But where had all the ferocious beasts gone? Sitting atop the elephant, Qin Fenglin found himself lost in thought, nearly dozing off. Just as he was on the verge of slumber, he suddenly caught sight of a wild boar rooting around a tree, instantly invigorating him. "Go charge!" Qin Fenglin exclaimed excitedly, akin to a pirate who had just discovered treasure, quickly issuing commands. At long last, he had encountered a ferocious beast. Under his command, the war elephant surged forward. galloping through the secret realm. Boom, boom, boom. The noise was so thunderous it felt as if the very ground was shaking. The wild boar, previously engrossed in its foraging, was startled by the commotion. It turned to see what audacious creature dared to intrude upon its domain. Upon seeing the war elephant towering at 5 meters, the boar, already a formidable creature at nearly 3 meters tall, felt utterly dwarfed and fled in panic. What a bewildering scene for Qin Fenglin. Wasn't it said that the ferocious beasts in the secret realm were exceptionally fierce and man-eating? Why did this wild boar take flight? Had it been intimidated by his imposing aura? Just as he was about to revel in his triumph, Qin Fenglin suddenly realized that this was an opportunity for points. He could not allow it to escape. How could he let a duck he was about to feast upon fly away? He hurriedly urged the elephant. Chase, pursue it. The war elephant accelerated like a running mountain, causing the ground to tremble beneath them. The ferocious beasts hiding in the underbrush were all startled into flight. And upon witnessing the stampeding war elephant, they scattered in panic. The sight of an increasing number of ferocious beasts sent Qin Fenglin into a frenzy. His eyes gleaming with a predatory glint, reminiscent of a famished wolf. Here, here, and here. Good heavens, so many ferocious beasts. They're all mine. Chapter 11, Stalemate. What is that noise? Did you feel it, the thudding? We felt it. Is it an earthquake? An earthquake? I've never heard of earthquakes occurring in secret realms. This is bad. It seems like a beast tide. The man speaking, upon seeing a horde of ferocious beasts charging towards them, turned pale. Run, he exclaimed, his eyes wide with terror as he hurriedly mounted his spirit beast to flee. The others followed suit. Their spirit beasts were primarily horses, chickens, or pigs. None particularly adept at combat, which was why they had decided to form a party. While teamwork offered benefits, it also meant they needed to slay more ferocious beasts to pass the trial. Initially, they had only hoped for a stroke of luck. But who could have imagined they would encounter a beast tide? They lamented their misfortune. Among them, a boy whose spirit beast was a chicken was particularly distraught. While others could flee, his chicken was hardly useful for anything besides laying eggs. As the beast tide drew nearer, the boy's legs turned to jelly, and he burst into tears. We're doomed. Mom, I don't want to die. I'm still young. I haven't even married or met a woman yet. The boy collapsed onto the ground, fully aware of his impending demise. He shut his eyes, bracing for death. However, after several seconds, the gruesome fate he had envisioned did not materialize. Instead, he felt a fierce wind rush past him. He nearly toppled to the ground. Am I still alive? I can't believe I'm not dead. The young man felt around his body, confirming he was unscathed, and excitement surged within him. At that moment, he heard a voice call out. Stop them, quickly. Confused, he raised his gaze toward the source of the sound. To his astonishment, it was Qin Fenglin, riding a war mammoth, racing after a ferocious beast. What on earth is happening? The young man was bewildered. How could there be such a formidable beast in this secret realm? Was that giant elephant just speaking? Beasts can talk too? This was something not even covered in textbooks. As he stood in confusion, he suddenly noticed a head extending from the back of the massive elephant. It turned out to be a spirit beast. The young man breathed a sigh of relief. If it were a spirit beast, then he was safe. However, mere seconds later, he realized he had spoken too soon. The war mammoth thundered past him, creating a deep crater in the ground less than 10 centimeters from where he stood. The young man fell into contemplation. Am I to believe that I just hovered on the brink of death twice? Half an hour later, after a relentless chase, the war mammoth's stamina began to wane. As its master, Qin Fenglin could sense its condition and understood it could run no longer. Thus he had no choice but to bring it to a halt. Yet, he felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction. Up to that moment, he had not managed to slay a single beast. Watching the horde of ferocious creatures retreating farther away, Qin Fenglin couldn't help but curse. Damn it. This is so frustrating. He felt utterly thwarted. These creatures were far too cunning. The moment they saw him, they fled, showing no inclination to engage in battle. With not a single opportunity presented to him, what could he possibly do? Anger gnawed at Qin Fenglin, as this was not at all how he had envisioned things. He had anticipated that upon entering the secret realm, the beasts would swarm towards him. Yet it turned out to be entirely different. In truth, Qin Fenglin was correct in his assumptions. It was just that he had underestimated the overwhelming intimidation that a high-tier spirit beast exerts over lower-tier ferocious beasts. Apart from other high-tier wild beasts, any ferocious creature, even ancient ones, would feel the pressure when faced with a high-tier spirit beast, let alone these ordinary beasts. They were not fools. When confronted with the fear-inducing presence of a high-tier spirit beast, survival was their priority. Just have the war mammoth withdraw, and the ferocious beasts would promptly teach you a lesson. Meanwhile, back with Ye Lingtian, half an hour had passed, and the battle raged on with neither side gaining the upper hand. Although the little skeleton soldiers had numerical superiority, the giant ants, with their hard exoskeletons and incredible strength, were still able to hold their ground against them. The two sides were essentially locked in a stalemate. If only the little skeleton soldiers had a few more members, even just 10, they could immediately seize the advantage. Ye Lingtian murmured to himself, observing the little skeleton soldiers wielding their bone knives with great effort. The two sides were quite evenly matched. While the little skeleton soldiers were numerous, the giant ants were not few in number either, exceeding 70. On average, each giant ant was only facing about 12 or 13 little skeleton soldiers. If the little skeleton soldiers could muster just a few more, even just 10, they could prioritize eliminating one giant ant, thereby liberating 12 or 13 little skeleton soldiers to join in other battles, consequently freeing up even more of their comrades. This would enable them to swiftly gain the upper hand. Unfortunately, those extra 10 were not available. It seems prudent to keep some trump cards for the future. In that moment, Ye Lingtian recognized the significance of retaining a few aces up his sleeve. It was not that he had been unwilling to save some. It was simply that he had only awakened 3 days prior and had rushed into the secret realm trial with little time to prepare. However, Ye Lingtian was not overly anxious. Although the two sides were currently at an impasse, the giant ants were suffering continuous blows every few seconds. No matter how thick their exoskeletons, they could not withstand relentless attacks forever. Eventually, they would have to yield. Moreover, due to their singular attack pattern, the little skeleton soldiers had long since deciphered their combat strategy. Each time the giant ants prepared to charge, they would gather strength for a forward rush. Thus, whenever the skeleton soldiers saw the ants preparing to charge, they would halt their attacks and begin to evade. Once the ants' attack missed, they would be met with a flurry of bone knife strikes. Therefore, it was inevitable that the giant ants would be defeated. It was merely a matter of time. Once the little skeleton soldiers vanquished all the giant ants, he would accumulate over 70 points, coupled with the previous 15 points. Breaking through the 90-point threshold would pose no challenge whatsoever. According to Ye Lingtian's knowledge, the top-scoring performance in past Secret Realm trials rarely exceeded 20 points. Thus, accumulating over 90 points would far surpass previous records. Consequently, Ye Lingtian felt no urgency. All he needed was to wait patiently. In the old district, Su Xiuxiu was visibly anxious, her eyes filled with worry as she spoke incessantly. Old Ye, by now, Lingtian must have begun the Secret Realm trial, right? Old Ye, do you think Lingtian will be alright? Old Ye, I'm beginning to regret this. He is our only child. Seeing her distress, Yi Qingyang wrapped his arm around Su Xiuxiu's shoulders and reassured her, do not worry. Lingtian is not one to undertake reckless endeavors. If he has asked us to await his good news, it is because he is confident. Upon hearing Yi Qingyang's words, Su Xiuxiu felt a modicum of reassurance. Yet, ever since Ye Lingtian departed, she had been plagued by an unsettling sensation, her eyelids twitching incessantly. Chapter 12. An additional 2 million. Hours swiftly passed. The Secret Realm trial neared its conclusion, with only 5 minutes remaining. Hee 19. Just one more. Qin Fenglin laughed gleefully atop the war mammoth. Despite the ferocious beasts evading him, he had still managed to seize opportunities. At that moment, he had slain 19 beasts, leaving him just one short of the record 20. I wonder how that kid Ye Lingtian is faring? I hope he is clever enough not to get himself killed. If he dies, this young master will be left without a servant. Qin Fenglin muttered to himself. Just then, he spotted the wild boar that had previously escaped from him. With a grin spreading across his face, he thought, the first place is mine. Meanwhile, after several hours of fierce combat, Ye Lingtian's little skeleton soldiers emerged victorious. Albeit narrowly. All the giant ants had been slain, their heads pulverized by the bone knives. However, the condition of the little skeleton soldiers was far from ideal. Originally numbering over 900, only 66 remained, many of them missing limbs, having been caught by the giant ants. It was indeed a narrow victory, yet a victory nonetheless. He collected the over 70 points into his possession. At that moment, a beam of light appeared beneath Ye Lingtian's feet. It was over. He recalled all the remaining little skeleton soldiers back into the otherworldly space, awaiting the teleportation. Moments later, a familiar sensation enveloped him, and he felt darkness descend. The next second, Ye Lingtian found himself back in the arena, with figures appearing around him. Damn it, it's over. Finally, it's over. Thank goodness, I'm alive. I've made it through. Those ferocious beasts in the secret realm were terrifying. I almost lost my life in there. Indeed, I was pursued relentlessly by ferocious beasts, fleeing for my life, yet I failed to slay a single creature and now face elimination. Alas, it is evident that attempting to navigate the trials of the secret realm is exceedingly arduous. I witnessed several individuals devoured by a pack of wolves. Had time not run out, I too would have met my demise. Ignoring their words, Ye Lingtian had yet to notice that, compared to before, the arena was noticeably less populated. The once expansive ground, teeming with participants, now bore several empty spaces. The absence of these individuals naturally signified their demise within the secret realm. As Ye Lingtian pondered the fragility of life, a familiar voice suddenly pierced the air. So close. So very close. The voice belonged to Qin Fenglin, whose face was a picture of ire. One might mistake him for someone whose ancestral grave had been desecrated. His anger stemmed from witnessing a wild boar, on the verge of being slain, escape him as the time limit expired, resulting in a lost point. It was highly probable that this single point could cost him the top position. How could he not be furious? However, upon spotting Ye Lingtian, his anger dissipated. Feigning surprise. Oh, Ye Lingtian, you actually survived. How many did you manage to kill? He was fully aware that Ye Lingtian had undoubtedly slain not a single beast. His inquiry was merely to relish in Ye Lingtian's humiliation, as the latter often bore a disinterested demeanor, akin to that of a dead fish. In response, the previously shaken crowd, having narrowly escaped death, now adopted the role of spectators. Despite the perilous ordeal they had just survived, the stakes of 2 million loomed large in their minds, impossible to forget. All eyes turned to Ye Lingtian, eager to witness the unfolding drama. 92. Ye Lingtian replied with a smile. 14 giant wolves, 1 venomous snake, and 77 colossal ants, totaling precisely 92. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in disbelief. 92. How audacious of Ye Lingtian to claim such a feat. Why not assert he had slain 920? Initially, I thought that his pitiful beast would allow him to survive the secret realm, which was already commendable, yet here he was, shamelessly boasting of having killed 92 ferocious beasts. Laughter rippled through the crowd as they contemplated the implications of such a claim. What does it mean to slay 92 ferocious beasts? Let us be honest. I certainly could not. We are all mere mortals, after all. It must be said, Ye Lingtian has quite the knack for embellishment. Though it is regrettable that his intellect seems lacking. Historically, the top contenders in these trials have barely crossed the 20 mark. What makes him think he could achieve 92? Simply because of his diminutive beast? There's no need for such ire. Let him boast, for soon enough, when the results are announced, the jester shall reveal his true colors. Yes, indeed, the results would soon be made public, and then they could relish in his embarrassment. The atmosphere thickened with indignation as the crowd directed disdainful glares at Ye Lingtian, itching to expose his deceit and render him utterly humiliated. Yet, Ye Lingtian remained unfazed, unwilling to offer explanations. No matter how much he spoke, they would still perceive him as a braggart. After all, who would willingly acknowledge another's superiority before being proven wrong? Meanwhile, Qin Fenglin erupted in laughter. 92? Ye Lingtian, are you feverish? I managed to slay only 19. What makes you think you could possibly kill 92? Your diminutive beast. Perhaps? Qin Fenglin grinned, utterly disbelieving Ye Lingtian's words. He, with his war elephant, a formidable beast of the wilderness, couldn't he possibly believe that Ye Lingtian could achieve such a feat with his skeletal minion, which likely barely qualified as a fierce beast, at best half of one. To suggest that such a half-baked creature could slay 92 ferocious beasts was laughable. Yet, Qin Fenglin seized the opportunity to mock Ye Lingtian further. Haha, Ye Lingtian, when you say you killed 92, what do you mean? Ants perhaps? Ye Lingtian replied with a faint smile. You might be surprised, but there were indeed ants among them, albeit only 70 or so. Haha, Ye Lingtian, have you truly inflated your claims? You think the ants in the secret realm resemble those outside? 70 plus would have you reincarnating 1,000 times over. Qin Fenglin laughed even louder, now more certain than ever that Ye Lingtian was merely boasting. Before the trials, his family had thoroughly educated him about the ferocious beasts within the realm, concluding that he could navigate them with ease, except for the ant swarms, particularly those of massive numbers, which required circumnavigation. The war elephant was indeed a powerful beast, but the strength of an ant swarm lay in their sheer numbers. Should one become ensnared by them, even the Grim Reaper would find himself in peril. Thus, if he dared to avoid an ant swarm, how could Ye Lingtian claim to have slain over 70? It was pure bluster. Ye Lingtian, however, continued to refrain from explanation, smiling as he countered, what if what I said were true? Qin Fenglin was momentarily taken aback before shaking his head vehemently. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If what I said is true, would you raise the stakes by another 2 million? Ye Lingtian replied nonchalantly. He had consistently told the truth, yet faced skepticism. After being doubted for so long, asking for an additional 2 million hardly seemed unreasonable. Upon witnessing Ye Lingtian's earnest expression, Qin Fenglin found himself momentarily stunned, for reasons he could not quite fathom. He felt an inkling that Ye Lingtian might not be lying. Could it be that he truly had slain 92 ferocious beasts? Yet, as soon as this thought surfaced, he dismissed it. What on earth am I thinking? Ye Lingtian killing 92 ferocious beasts? especially over 70 giant ants? No way. I must be losing my mind. This boy is likely trying to deceive me, and I almost fell for it. How fortunate that I regained my wits. To think he could con me, no way. I'm betting now, let us see how this unfolds. After a tumultuous internal debate, Qin Fenglin's familiar grin returned as he declared, fine. If you want to raise the stakes by 2 million, then so be it. I'm in. Chapter 13, The Announcement of Results. Ye Lingtian, insatiable in his greed, was not satisfied with 2 million and had raised the stakes by yet another 2 million. Rest assured, even if the total reached 10 million, would anyone truly believe he could win? Indeed, he was merely a jester, flailing in his final moments. Compared to the esteemed Qin Fenglin, he was but a speck of dust. Why, he did not even deserve to be compared to Qin Fenglin. I am eager for the results to be announced. To witness the pain etched upon his face. With the wager increased by 2 million, the crowd's disdain for Ye Lingtian intensified. At that moment, the voice of the scholarly youth echoed once more. Congratulations to all students for successfully completing the secret realm trial. Those who did not slay any beasts and earn points may now take their leave. Upon hearing this, many sighed deeply, their faces clouded with disappointment. Their inability to slay any beasts meant they had failed the trial and would henceforth lead lives of mediocrity. Amidst the chorus of disheartened exclamations, they trudged away from the secret realm, reluctant to depart. This scene stirred a sense of reflection within Ye Lingtian. Had he not been bound to the system, he too might have found himself among them, perhaps even perishing within the realm. As Qin Fenglin observed that Ye Lingtian showed no intention of departing, he found himself quite taken aback. The fact that Ye Lingtian had not left indicated that he had indeed succeeded in the trials of the secret realm. How could this not astonish him? After all, from the very beginning, he had doubted Ye Lingtian's capability to slay even a single ferocious beast. Otherwise, he would not have wagered with Ye Lingtian on the outcome of successfully passing the trials. Yet, to his surprise, Ye Lingtian had actually managed to prevail, truly earning his respect. Nevertheless, while Qin Fenglin was surprised, his demeanor remained composed. He certainly could not allow Ye Lingtian to perceive his astonishment. After all, where would that leave the reputation of the esteemed Qin family? Fortunately, Ye Lingtian had escalated their wager. Otherwise, this young master would have faced defeat. Qin Fenglin silently congratulated himself. Then, feigning calmness, he jested, "Ah, Ye Lingtian, well done. Who would have thought that your diminutive spirit beast could vanquish a ferocious beast? Remarkable. You have surpassed many others." His words finally prompted those nearby to realize that Ye Lingtian had not exited. This revelation was utterly incomprehensible to them, and they gasped in disbelief. How could this be possible? I witnessed his spirit beast on the day of awakening. It was merely a skeletal figure about 1.5 meters tall. How could such a spirit beast possibly defeat a ferocious beast? Another chimed in, indeed. My friend's spirit beast, which is nearly 3 meters tall, failed to slay a ferocious beast. How could he have accomplished it? Someone else concluded, I understand now. This fellow must have been waiting for others to injure the beast severely before swooping in to claim the spoils. Yes, that must be it. Ye Lingtian is truly cunning. Unable to achieve success on his own, he resorts to stealing the triumphs of others, utterly shameless in his pursuit of passing the trials. A wave of indignation swept through the crowd, as they deemed Ye Lingtian's success nothing more than opportunism. In response, Ye Lingtian remained indifferent, finding their comments rather amusing. Was it truly so difficult to acknowledge another's prowess? He eagerly anticipated the moment when his results would be revealed, curious to see the expressions on their faces. Meanwhile, those who had failed to pass the trials had all departed, and the announcer spoke once more. Now, we shall commence the announcement of the results from this secret realm trial. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement. The moment of truth had arrived, and they could finally revel in the anticipated vindication. Concurrently, a colossal screen descended from above, pausing at a certain height. Moments later, a blank leaderboard appeared on the screen. Why are there no names displayed? Someone questioned upon seeing the empty board. Quickly, another responded. I heard from my brother that the leaderboard starts from the last place and reveals names one by one. As if to confirm this, a name suddenly appeared at the bottom of the leaderboard. There it is. The first name is Li Wei, ranked 11684, with a score of 1. This meant that a total of 11,684 individuals had successfully passed the trials. The crowd fixated on the leaderboard, anxious not to miss their own names. Qin Fenglin also scrutinized the board, not out of fear of missing his own name. Having slain 19 ferocious beasts, his ranking would undoubtedly be among the highest, but rather to locate Ye Lingtian's name. Since Ye Lingtian had not departed, it was clear he had indeed defeated a ferocious beast. However, Qin Fenglin understood that, at most, Ye Lingtian could only have earned a single point. Now that the list of those with 1 point was being announced, locating Ye Lingtian's name would allow him to declare victory in their wager. Observing this, Ye Lingtian chose not to interrupt, allowing Qin Fenglin to search at his leisure. Meanwhile, in the old district, Su Xiuxiu excitedly called out to Yi Qingyang, "Old Yi, come here quickly. The results of the Secret Realm trial are being announced." Each city had an official website for the trials where results could be viewed. Su Xiuxiu had eagerly seated herself at the computer, refreshing the leaderboard incessantly. Finally, just moments ago, she witnessed the results beginning to appear. Yi Qingyang, equally excited, dashed to the computer upon hearing the announcement. Let me see. Let me see." Donning his glasses, he focused intently on the screen. 11,684. So many people. This is going to take ages. Why must they reveal them one at a time? Why not just display all the results at once? Although the two complained, their eyes remained glued to the screen, unwilling to miss a single name. They knew that if their son, Ye Lingtian, had succeeded in the trials, he would undoubtedly be among those with 1 point. It was not that they doubted their son. On the contrary, they believed he was exceptional, surpassing everyone else. Yet, fate seemed unjust, having bestowed upon Ye Lingtian such an unimpressive spirit beast. No matter how outstanding he was, the limitations of his spirit beast had effectively capped his potential. As they watched the names flicker on the screen, their hearts raced with anxiety. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the Qin family residence, its members lounged comfortably on luxurious sofas, a massive screen occupying an entire wall, displaying the same leaderboard for the Secret Realm trials. However, unlike Su Xiuxiu and Yi Qingyang, they were far more relaxed, as no one among them paid attention to the leaderboard. They were fully aware that Qin Fenglin's name would undoubtedly appear within the top 5. Yet, among the many Qin family members, one individual was indeed focused on the leaderboard. If Ye Lingtian were present, he would recognize this person as their teacher, Qin Nan. As the leaderboard rapidly displayed results at a rate of approximately 1 name per second, it became evident that over 10,000 individuals had successfully passed the trials, a considerable number indeed. Even with a 1 per second announcement, it would take over 3 hours to reveal all the names. Confidently seated at the top, Ye Lingtian chose to close his eyes and meditate. Observing Ye Lingtian's demeanor, Qin Fenglin could not help but wonder whether Ye Lingtian was truly unperturbed. However, he refrained from commenting, assuming Ye Lingtian was merely feigning contemplation, attempting to appear calm. Ignoring him, he continued to scrutinize the leaderboard, fearful of missing Ye Lingtian's name. Unbeknownst to them, half an hour passed, and the leaderboard had progressed to display the 9,800th position. From the 9,799th onward, the points of the individuals had escalated to 2. This signified that all those with a score of 1 had been accounted for. Where is Ye Lingtian? Qin Fenglin pondered anxiously. He meticulously scanned the names, ensuring Ye Lingtian's absence. Could it be that he had not merely slain one ferocious beast? Qin Fenglin was once again astonished. While defeating one beast could be attributed to luck, perhaps as others suggested, Ye Lingtian had merely capitalized on the misfortunes of others. However, to have vanquished 2 ferocious beasts could not simply be dismissed as good fortune, nor could it be the result of opportunism. How could there have been so many opportunities to seize? Why had he not managed to take advantage of any? Stealing a glance at Ye Lingtian, Qin Fenglin found him in a state of serene meditation, utterly unfazed. This left Qin Fenglin in a state of disbelief. Could it be true that he had slain 2 ferocious beasts? No one could answer this question, and Qin Fenglin could only continue to gaze at the leaderboard. Meanwhile, in the old district, upon noticing that the name of their son, Ye Lingtian, was absent among those with a score of 1, Su Xiuxiu and Yi Qingyang appeared ashen-faced, their hearts gripped by anguish. Although neither of them uttered a word, they both understood the grim reality. They were likely mourning the loss of their son in the secret realm. A tear trickled down Su Xiuxiu's cheek. In that moment, she began to regret insisting that Ye Lingtian persevere. Had she not done so, perhaps their son would still be alive. Yi Qingyang, in an instant, seemed to age decades, his posture more stooped than ever. The heaviest sorrow in the world is that of a white-haired person mourning a black-haired one. Yet, even more painful than that is when the white-haired person is the one who sends the black-haired one away. Although they did not directly cause Ye Lingtian's demise, had they not encouraged him to venture into the secret realm, perhaps he would have lived. After a long silence, Su Xiuxiu's tears finally overflowed, and she broke down in sobs. Old Ye Lingtian is gone. We have lost our son. Yi Qingyang, despite being equally heartbroken, fought to contain his sorrow and comfort Su Xiuxiu. He clasped her hand tightly and reassured her. No, Lingtian promised us surprises. He will be fine. We must believe in him. You are right. Su Xiuxiu wiped her tears, hope flickering in her heart, even though she knew it was but a faint glimmer. At the Qin family estate, Qin Nan sighed quietly, murmuring to himself, indeed, a weak spirit beast can be fatal. Hearing his sigh, someone inquired, Xiao Nan, what troubles you? Why the sigh? Nothing. Just thinking about a student of mine. Half an hour passed, and the names on the leaderboard reached the 7,999th position, with the scores behind them shifting from 2 to 3. Yet, Qin Fenglin still could not find Ye Lingtian's name. Still not there. How can this be? He began to scratch his head, new thoughts forming in his mind. Could it be that he had slain 3 beasts? This caused Qin Fenglin's perception of Ye Lingtian to shift somewhat. The fact that Ye Lingtian could defeat 3 ferocious beasts with such a weak spirit beast was indeed impressive. It was no wonder the boy always wore that indifferent, disdainful expression. Truth be told, Qin Fenglin had initially harbored great disdain for Ye Lingtian's demeanor, viewing it as mere pretense. He believed that someone like himself, with a formidable spirit beast, should remain approachable, while Ye Lingtian, with his inferior spirit beast, had no right to act so aloof. Thus, he had felt an urge to conquer Ye Lingtian. However, now he found himself begrudgingly acknowledging Ye Lingtian's arrogance. After all, those who are truly remarkable are entitled to a bit of swagger, are they not? As he reflected on this, Ye Lingtian appeared significantly more appealing in Qin Fenglin's eyes. He added, however, while you may indeed be impressive, you still pale in comparison to me. Of course, all of this was merely Qin Fenglin's imagination. Ye Lingtian remained blissfully unaware. The latter continued to meditate peacefully, while those around him remained silent, absorbed in the leaderboard. The atmosphere below was tranquil, while the stands above were abuzz with excitement. As new names continued to emerge on the leaderboard, the teachers from various universities were exceedingly busy. Each one had their own key performance indicators, KPIs, to meet. This He Wenxiao is quite impressive. With a formidable spirit beast, he has slain 3 ferocious beasts. He's ours. This Gao Jiu is also commendable. His spirit beast is a white bear, and he has 2 slain 3 ferocious beasts. He's mine. That Chen Xiaojia with the unicorn spirit beast, no one seems interested. If so, I'll take him. Gao Yang with the giant ape spirit beast. I'll take him. Wait, I want Gao Yang. With the top 10 already claimed, they had to rely on quantity to make up the difference. Thus, they cast aside all semblance of decorum, seizing anyone with a viable spirit beast to bolster their universities. Initially, the atmosphere was harmonious, as most possessed merely ferocious spirit beasts and their performance in the secret realm was mediocre, barely passing the trials. However, as time progressed, the caliber of participants improved, leading to inevitable disputes. After all, everyone desired the best candidates, as this not only affected their KPIs but also the future of their institutions. Consequently, the competition grew increasingly fierce, with everyone vying for the best talents. Every few minutes, intense verbal exchanges erupted. Ultimately, only the most persuasive would secure the rights to their chosen candidates. In truth, the primary issue was the relative weakness of their universities. Had they been more formidable, there would be no need for such contentious debates. In contrast, representatives from the 3 major universities could simply declare their interest in a candidate, and that individual would instantly belong to them. No one would dare contest them. While this may sound disheartening, it is the reality. The truth resides only at the pinnacle of the sword. Sheer strength is the ultimate truth. The battle for talent continued, yet the students below remained oblivious, their focus fixated on the leaderboard. When they saw the scores climb to 4, Qin Fenglin's astonishment was palpable. What on earth? Still no sign of him. Could it be that Ye Lingtian has killed 4 beasts? Surely not. With such a pathetic spirit beast, he couldn't possibly have slain 4. His eyes widened, mouth agape in disbelief. Initially, he had thought that if Ye Lingtian were capable, 3 would be his limit. Yet, he found himself once again confronted with the unexpected. Resigned to the reality, Qin Fenglin could only mutter a frustrated remark. Damn it, this kid must have some hidden advantages. Clearly, at that moment, Qin Fenglin was still unaware of the gravity of the situation. Otherwise, he would not have made such a flippant comment. Another half hour passed, and the leaderboard reached the 4,368th position, with scores escalating from 4 to 5. What the hell, 5 already? Why is Ye Lingtian still absent? With the leaderboard now displaying a score of 5, yet still lacking Ye Lingtian's name, Qin Fenglin could no longer contain his frustration. Could it be that Ye Lingtian has indeed slain 5 ferocious beasts? Have I been proven wrong yet again? This realization ignited a fury within him. Damn it. This fellow is truly adept at concealing his capabilities. He had thought he had already raised his estimation of Ye Lingtian significantly, yet he found himself repeatedly humbled. Is he truly envisioning himself as the protagonist of a heroic tale? Minutes later, Qin Fenglin could no longer restrain himself. Is this never-ending? Damn it. Let us see what comes next. An hour elapsed, and the rankings on the leaderboard had plummeted to 1,000. The points have soared to an astonishing height of 10. 10 in total. Why is it still not appearing? Qin Fenglin was in utter dismay, having stared at the leaderboard for 3 grueling hours, meticulously scrutinizing each name. His eyes nearly bloodshot from strain. Yet, He had not once encountered Ye Lingtian's name. At that moment, Qin Fenglin was engulfed in unparalleled agony. However, the torment was even more profound for Yi Qingyang and Su Xiuxiu. Throughout the interminable 3 hours, each name that appeared on the list shattered their hearts anew. For none bore the name they longed to see. With each passing moment, their despair deepened, as the subsequent names boasted scores soaring to 10 points. Given Ye Lingtian's spirit beast, it was utterly improbable for him to have vanquished so many foes. All they could do was cling to a flicker of hope, fully aware of the bleakness of their situation, yet unwilling to concede. After another 10 minutes, the leaderboard displayed the name of the 100th contestant, with scores escalating to 14 points. At that moment, beneath the grand screen, Qin Fenglin was utterly bewildered. His incessant scratching of his head had rendered his hair a disheveled mess, yet he had no inclination to tidy it. He remained transfixed on the leaderboard, lost in thought for an eternity until a chilling notion dawned upon him. Could Ye Lingtian's claims be true? Had he truly slain 92 fearsome beasts? Had he allowed such a thought to cross his mind at the outset, he would have vehemently dismissed it, branding himself a fool. Yet now, he found himself unable to refute it, leaning towards the unsettling possibility that it was indeed reality. This was a terrifying prospect. Qin Fenglin glanced at Ye Lingtian, re-evaluating the youth he had long dismissed as a mere pretender. He observed Ye Lingtian sitting there with his eyes closed, his countenance tranquil and serene, as if he had everything under control. This further fueled his unsettling thoughts. Nevertheless, a sliver of hope lingered. His pride would not allow him to surrender so easily. After all, he was Qin Fenglin, a man born to stand atop the summit. How could he be so easily bested? Qin Fenglin fixated on the grand screen, akin to a drowning man searching for a life-saving reed in the ocean. The names on the leaderboard continued to leap forward with increasing rapidity. As he failed to locate his lifeline, anxiety consumed him, and his breaths grew more frantic. 50 positions had passed. 40, 30. Yet still, Ye Lingtian's name eluded him, causing his heart to race into his throat, even bringing on a sensation of suffocation. This was an unprecedented feeling for him. His pride was on the brink of shattering. In the blink of an eye, 10 seconds had slipped away. 11th place, by Jiahao, with a score of 17. Gulp. Qin Fenglin swallowed hard. The top 10 were nearly upon him. Time was slipping away, and he now sought only one thing, that Ye Lingtian not surpass him. It was not a matter of wealth. It was a matter of dignity. His pride would not permit it. At that moment, the gazes of those around him converged upon Ye Lingtian, their faces adorned with mocking smiles. Although 10 names remained unannounced, it was already evident that Ye Lingtian was destined to be the fool of the day. They held little belief that he would find a place among the top 10. As for the absence of Ye Lingtian's name on the list, they had concocted reasonable justifications in their minds. From the outset, they had been misled by Ye Lingtian. He had not passed the secret realm trial, but had merely lingered in the venue when others who had failed were asked to leave. While they yearned to slap Ye Lingtian's face with the truth, they hesitated, noting that Qin Fenglin remained silent. They assumed his quietude was due to the incomplete announcement of scores. Once all the results were revealed, they expected Qin Fenglin to confront Ye Lingtian, at which point they could revel in their victory over him. Although they bore no deep-seated grudge against Ye Lingtian, his pretentiousness had irked them. They could afford to wait. After all, it was merely a matter of seconds. Thus, the crowd's attention returned to the leaderboard, which was now set to unveil the name in the 10th position. 10th place, Su Hu, with a score of 17. Goodness, heartbroken. 9th place, Chen Xinyan, with a score of 17. My word, another heartbreak. With each name that appeared, Qin Fenglin felt his heart shatter once more. It seemed he was on the brink of a third heartbreak. Chapter 16, First place, Ye Lingtian. Indeed, reality was never disappointing when it came to delivering disappointment. Qin Fenglin's heart fractured anew. In mere seconds, he felt as if several years had passed. The leaderboard had now revealed the third position. Third place, Qin Fenglin, with 19 points. Seeing his name in third place brought him no joy. Instead, the surrounding crowd erupted in praise, showering him with accolades. But to his ears, it sounded like nails on a chalkboard. At that moment, the leaderboard pulsated once more. Second place, Long Xiang, with 20 points. Here, a realization struck. How peculiar. 5 from the wild grade had all emerged. Who was in first place? Hey, I hadn't noticed. But our Jiang Haking has 5 individuals awakened with wild grade spirit beasts in 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th places. Who is this first? Goodness. Could it be that there are 6 individuals in Jiang Haking with awakened wild grade spirit beasts? Uncertain, I haven't heard any such news. Yet to surpass these 5 implies the spirit beast must be at least wild grade. Incredible. We initially thought the top 5 were decided. But it seems there's a hidden powerhouse. The crowd buzzed with speculation about the identity of the first place. while Qin Fenglin quietly turned his gaze towards Ye Lingtian. Finally, the last name on the leaderboard was about to be revealed. First place, Ye Lingtian, with a staggering score of 92. In an instant, the entire realm of the secret trial erupted like a volcano. What? The first place boasted 92 points, meaning he had slain 92 fearsome beasts? Astonishing. How could anyone achieve such a feat? 92. What spirit beast did he possess? A divine one? Ye Lingtian? I've never heard of such an extraordinary figure. All I knew was that there was a Ye Lingtian in the 3rd year who awakened an abysmally weak spirit beast. Could it be that these two Ye Lingtians were one and the same? Simultaneously, while Qin Fenglin had long suspected this, the moment he beheld Ye Lingtian's name atop the leaderboard, coupled with that astonishing score of 92, he was still rooted in stunned disbelief. Those surrounding Ye Lingtian were equally dumbfounded. Their hearts were filled with nothing but shock. How could this be? He had truly slain 92 beasts. All his previous claims were genuine. He had not been boasting, nor was he a clown. The clown was indeed themselves. In that moment, they finally realized how ludicrous their previous actions had been. They have persistently spoken nothing but the truth, while I, foolishly, have indulged in self-importance, attempting to appear impressive and boastful. At this moment, they are engulfed in profound regret, wishing they had refrained from belittling themselves and making frivolous remarks. Now, their peer stands at the pinnacle of achievement, boasting an astounding score of 92 points, destined to be fiercely sought after by the 3 prestigious universities. Yet, this prodigious talent has been wronged by their thoughtless words. It is conceivable that with a mere utterance, this individual could isolate them from all institutions of higher learning. Upon contemplating this, their expressions contort as if they had consumed something foul. A tidal wave of remorse fills their minds, as they realize that after enduring the trials, their prospects of acceptance into these universities hang by a thread, threatening to obliterate their futures. Such an outcome is intolerable for both them and their families. At last, someone could no longer contain themselves and hurried before Ye Lingtian, bowing their head in apology. I apologize, classmate Ye. My earlier remarks were unthoughtful and petty. One by one, others began to express their contrition. I am sorry, classmate Ye. I was wrong to speak so thoughtlessly. In the face of their aspirations, their pride seemed utterly insignificant. Should Ye Lingtian demand they kneel for forgiveness, they would do so without hesitation, regardless of the onlookers. At that moment, Ye Lingtian slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the group before him. Their heads bowed in apology and felt a sense of reflection. This was the influence of strength. Had he not been at the top, he might have been subjected to their disdain. Ye Lingtian remained silent, just as he had previously ignored their taunts. Having lived 2 lives, he understood human nature all too well. The adage that when the wall falls, everyone pushes, and when the drum breaks, everyone strikes, holds its truth. He bypassed them and ambled towards Qin Fenglin. Observing the myriad of expressions on Qin Fenglin's face, Ye Lingtian smiled and said, Young Master Qin, it is time to settle the score. Upon hearing this, Qin Fenglin was momentarily at a loss for words. He had anticipated Ye Lingtian would come to mock him, only to realize he had come to collect a debt. This shattered the carefully constructed image of Ye Lingtian as a masterful genius in an instant. After all, which distinguished genius would be a slave to money? Yet, as thoughts of their wager resurfaced, Qin Fenglin realized he had been led by the nose by Ye Lingtian from the outset. From an initial wager of 500,000, it escalated to 1 million, then 2 million, and finally 4 million. Good heavens! Qin Fenglin's unease grew as he recognized the absurdity of his situation. However, after regaining composure, he acknowledged that he could not entirely blame Ye Lingtian. His own incessant doubts had provided Ye Lingtian the opportunity to exploit him. Though this was the reality, losing to Ye Lingtian not once, but twice, left him quite disgruntled. Nonetheless, he accepted his defeat. He, Qin Fenglin, was not in a position to lament a loss. Unfortunately, he currently lacked the cash to settle the debt, indicating he would have to defer payment. With a resigned glance, Qin Fenglin remarked, Why the rush? It's not that I want to pay you. I just don't have that much on me right now. Upon hearing this, Ye Lingtian was unperturbed. After all, a scion of wealth would hardly default on a debt. In the old district, as the list dwindled to the final 3 contestants, Su Xiuxiu had already closed her eyes, unable to accept such a harsh reality. Tears welled up, threatening to spill over, and she squeezed her eyes shut, attempting to prevent her sorrow from manifesting. Yet, despite her efforts, tears streamed down her cheeks, leaving her consumed by despair. Yi Qingyang was equally distraught, for Ye Lingtian was the embodiment of his hopes. Although he recognized the dwindling chances, he clung to the desire to witness the final results, seeking closure for himself. However, when he beheld that familiar name at the top of the list, he was rendered speechless. Lingtian, it's actually Lingtian. In disbelief, he confirmed the name once more, and a rush of elation surged through him. Lingtian is first. Darling, look. Our son Lingtian is number 1. Chapter 17. Ye Lingtian first? The crowd is stunned. At these words, Su Xiuxiu quickly opened her eyes. Even though her eyelashes clung together from tears, she paid it no mind. Her sole concern was for her son, Ye Lingtian. Upon seeing his name at the top of the list, she was momentarily stunned. And then her eyes brimmed with tears of joy. Wonderful. Old Ye Lingtian is alive. He is not only alive, but also first. First. Yi Qingyang's sorrow transformed into jubilation. The extent of his previous anguish was now matched by his overwhelming happiness. His son not only survived, but also claimed the top spot. How impressive. It was worth noting that this trial had attracted students from all over Jianghai City who had just awakened their spirit beasts, totaling in the tens of thousands. Yet his son, Ye Lingtian, had triumphed over them all to claim first place. How could that not be impressive? At that moment, it dawned on him what surprises Ye Lingtian had alluded to. I must call the relatives to share this news. Yi Qingyang, brimming with excitement, had long yearned for this moment, but had lacked the opportunity. Now that his son had triumphed, he was eager to boast to his relatives. In quick succession, Yi Qingyang pulled out his phone and began dialing. Hello, is this the Child's aunt? Oh, I just wanted to check in with you about the secret trial results. Hello, Child's second aunt. Did your child participate in the secret trial? The results are in. Hello, Child's third uncle. What? You already know? No. You know our Lingtian's spirit beast is not particularly strong. It's all from his hard work. Meanwhile, at the Qin family residence, is Xiao Feng only third? He left saying he would take first place. Third is acceptable. You were only third back in your day, right? As long as he gets into one of the 3 major universities. Indeed, the most important thing in the secret trial is to enter one of the 3 major universities. The ranking isn't as crucial since the scores are fairly similar. The order of ranks might just be a matter of luck. Exactly. I ended up lower due to bad luck, even with the same score, so the rank isn't that important. The members of the Qin family displayed no shock or surprise upon discovering that Qin Fenglin had secured third place. Overall, they felt little emotional response. This was entirely expected. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly exclaimed, "What the hell? Qin Hu? How many times have I told you to be steady and not to be so impulsive and dramatic? Indeed. Why is it such a big deal that Brother Fenglin is third? It's perfectly normal." The Qin family members began to admonish him. After all, they were a prominent family in Jianghai City, and they ought to conduct themselves with dignity. Acting dramatically was unbecoming. Realizing he had been misunderstood, Qin Hu's impatience grew as he interjected, No, it's not that Brother Fenglin is third, it's first." Hearing Qin Hu's urgent clarification, the family turned their attention towards the first place he mentioned. What about first? Isn't it just good luck? 92 points? What the hell? This is truly astonishing. 92 points? Has this shattered the highest record in our Jianghai City's secret realm trials? Indeed. If memory serves, the highest recorded score throughout the entire Dragon Nation's secret realm trials was a mere 36. This implies that Ye Lingtian not only surpassed the highest record in the entire Dragon Nation, but exceeded it by a staggering 56 points. Investigate. We must uncover who this Ye Lingtian truly is. Initially, I had advised Qin Hu to remain calm, but the usually composed members of the Qin family were now more agitated than Qin Hu himself upon witnessing Ye Lingtian's 92 points. Meanwhile, Qin Nan, who had been engrossed in his phone, instinctively looked up when he heard Ye Lingtian's name. To his astonishment, everyone was fixated on the leaderboard, their faces a canvas of shock. Upon glancing at the list, he was utterly flabbergasted. Ye Lingtian is in first place. Qin Nan could scarcely believe his eyes, rubbing them repeatedly. Yet, no matter how many times he looked, Ye Lingtian's name proudly occupied the top position, with an astonishing score of 92. A sharp intake of breath escaped Qin Nan's lips. Now he comprehended why his typically steady family members had been so taken aback. However, Qin Nan's shock was far greater than theirs. They were unaware of the nature of Ye Lingtian's spirit beast, but he, Qin Nan, was all too familiar with it. In fact, Ye Lingtian had awakened his spirit beast under his guidance. Thus, he had a vivid impression of Ye Lingtian's spirit beast, a diminutive, frail skeleton soldier. Yet, this very skeleton soldier managed to vanquish 92 ferocious beasts. It was utterly unheard of. He had felt a sense of regret for Ye Lingtian when the names of those with a score of 1 were revealed. Yet, he never anticipated that Ye Lingtian would deliver such a monumental surprise. Observing Qin Nan's reaction, the Qin family members eagerly inquired, "Qin Nan, do you know this Ye Lingtian?" In response to their queries, Qin Nan could only manage a wry smile. "He is not just someone I know. He is my student. In the same class as Xiao Feng." "What? He is your student?" Why haven't you mentioned this before? Indeed. You've never mentioned having such an extraordinary prodigy in your class. That's beside the point. What kind of spirit beast does Ye Lingtian possess? Yes. Please tell us. Is his spirit beast of divine level? Upon hearing the term divine level, the entire Qin family was filled with reverence. For it was a classification that had only ever been spoken of in legends. Meeting the expectant gazes of his family, Qin Nan sighed again. Would you believe me if I said his spirit beast might not even qualify as ferocious? As soon as Qin Nan finished speaking, they instinctively retorted, nonsense. Is there truly a spirit beast that doesn't even qualify as ferocious? Exactly. Even the weakest spirit beast, like a mere Koan chicken, is still considered ferocious. How could there be a spirit beast that doesn't even meet that standard? Qin Nan could only smile wryly. He knew they would react this way. He had the same reaction upon first encountering Ye Lingtian's spirit beast. But this was the truth, and he could only explain it by the vastness of the world and its wonders. Just then, someone suddenly recalled, I remember now. Have you all heard? Rumor has it that someone in Zhanghai City has awakened the weakest spirit beast in existence. Could it be this Ye Lingtian? Upon hearing this, Qin Nan nodded. Yes. That's him. This revelation left everyone once again in shock. If he is deemed the weakest, how is it possible for him to be first in the secret realm trials with an unprecedentedly high score? How perplexing. Chapter 18. Divine Level Spirit Beast? The three major universities compete for talent. In the secret realm of Pingguan, amidst the stands, the professors from various universities were in a state of disarray. What? The first place has 92 points? This cannot be a display error. It cannot be. The data captured during the secret realm trials is precise. There are no miscalculations or low-level display errors. If this is not an error, then Ye Lingtian truly did slay 92 ferocious beasts. But how is that possible? Historically, the best scores in these trials have barely exceeded 20, and the highest in the entire Dragon Nation's history was merely 36. Yet he achieved 92. Unquestionably, they were all left astounded. As the recruitment heads of their universities, they were well acquainted with the secret realm trials, aware of the scores throughout history. But it was precisely this knowledge that left them in utter disbelief. In their understanding, achieving over 10 points in the trials was already considered genius level. Scores of 18 were regarded as monstrous talents, typically associated with those who had awakened high-level spirit beasts. Scores above 25 were deemed exceptional, with their spirit beasts being among the elite of their category. But 92 points? To be frank, they had never even dared to imagine such a score. At that moment, a singular thought surged through their minds. Could Ye Lingtian's spirit beast be of divine level? The reasoning behind such speculation was the sheer shock of Ye Lingtian's score. Once this idea took root, it was like a spell that couldn't be shaken off. The hearts of all present began racing. Divine level. If they could recruit a divine level spirit beast to their school, who would worry about performance metrics? Who would fear being overshadowed by the three major universities? In an instant, all were stirred with desire. However, just then, a voice interjected, Ladies and gentlemen, don't blame me for not warning you. The top 10 are not within your reach. This voice was calm, yet laced with a sense of threat. Upon hearing this, the crowd hesitated. The same sentiment echoed. If they wished to compete with the three major universities for talent, they must first consider whether they could withstand the wrath of those institutions. While they might concede Ye Lingtian to the others, surely some compensation was warranted. Thus, one individual stepped forward and said, Qin Lao, this is rather ungracious of you. The significance of Ye Lingtian slaying 92 ferocious beasts is self-evident. While you feast, can't we at least have a sip of the broth? Indeed, Qin Lao, if you feast and leave us without even a taste of the broth, who would be pleased with such an arrangement? If that is the case, this matter may prove challenging. In response, Qin Wei and the others slightly furrowed their brows. With the backing of the three major universities, they were not intimidated by these threats. However, they were wary of potential reckless individuals among the crowd. After all, it was a divine-level spirit beast, worthy of taking risks. After careful consideration, Qin Wei replied coolly, The three major universities have always valued relationships. As long as we partake in the feast, you shall certainly have your share of the broth. The traditional agreement stands. The top 6 slots belong to us, and the remaining 4 you may divide amongst yourselves. Upon hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but murmur in dissent. Oh please, just a moment ago, you were singing a different tune. However, such sentiments remained unspoken, confined to their thoughts. To extract even a morsel from the three major universities was already a considerable achievement. Seeing the agreement among the crowd, Qin Wei turned to Xia Qingyan and the others, asking, What are your thoughts? Agreed. But Ye Lingtian must belong to my Zixing, Jinyang, Spirit Beast University. They both responded in unison, their sentiments perfectly aligned. Observing this, a glimmer of joy flickered in the eyes of others. They are utterly captivated by the spectacle of dogs feasting upon one another. Qin Wei's gaze flickered with a myriad of expressions, for this scenario had long been anticipated. The allure of a divine-level spirit beast is simply too powerful to resist. However, he understood that such contention could persist for a century without resolution. Hence, he spoke, "In light of this, let us adhere to the customary procedure. Each of you may present your bids, allowing him to choose for himself." With that, Qin Wei rose. Noticing that those behind him showed no inclination to rise, he slowly added, "Ladies and gentlemen, do you not wish to behold the visage of a divine-level spirit beast with your own eyes?" Upon hearing these words, everyone promptly stood up. Naturally, they were eager to discover what a divine-level spirit beast resembled. Concurrently, all the students below awaited the final admissions results from the prestigious academies. Historically, shortly after their trial results were announced, the admissions outcomes would follow. Yet, at this moment, they were astonished to see the professors from these esteemed institutions descending from the stage. What was happening? Hadn't they always announced the admissions results from above before waiting for the new semester? Why were they coming down? I have no idea. It's my first time participating in the Secret Realm trial, and I lack experience. Are you two truly dim-witted or merely pretending? The only reason they would come down is undoubtedly due to Ye Lingtian. Exactly. How could you not realize? Ye Lingtian scored 92 points, surpassing our Dragon Kingdom's highest record by over 50 points. Do you think it's not worth their while to come personally? Ye Lingtian has truly soared, and not in a trivial manner. I suspect all three major schools are scrambling to vie for him. Thus, they lamented, envy palpable in their voices. One individual thumped his chest in frustration, revealing the depth of his jealousy. Meanwhile, Ye Lingtian took note of the professors from the spirit academies approaching from the stands. A slight smile gracing his lips. Just as he had surmised, exceptional performance would surely garner their attention. In truth, Ye Lingtian had not intended to shine so brightly. For human hearts are treacherous, and envy festers like a malignant spirit, rotting to the core. However, he was bound to an infinite funding system, necessitating vast sums of wealth to realize his dream of an army of 1,000,000 skeletons. Thus, he had no choice but to unleash his full potential, letting his brilliance shine. Rather than humbly seeking others' favors, he resolved to make them seek him. This was his mindset, and he acted accordingly. Moreover, he had succeeded. As the professors approached, the students who had been nearby Ye Lingtian instinctively stepped back, save for Qin Fenglin. What scene had the esteemed young Master Qin not encountered? Besides, he was ranked third and was destined to enter one of the three major academies. At this moment, Qin Wei and his entourage had reached Ye Lingtian. Qin Wei looked at him with a warm expression and said, "Greetings, Ye Lingtian. Congratulations on achieving first place in this Secret Realm trial. I am Qin Wei, an admissions teacher from the Tianshu Spirit Academy. You may call me Teacher Qin." Before Ye Lingtian could respond, the duo beside him eagerly interjected, "Little brother Yi. I am Xia Qingyan, responsible for admissions at the Zixing Spirit Academy. If you don't mind, you may call me Sister Xia." "Hello, Ye Lingtian. I am Zhao Tianxi, a teacher at the Jinyang Spirit Academy." Chapter 19, 30 million a year. The treatment of first place. Excellent. All three major academies are here. Ye Lingtian felt a surge of joy within. Although he had orchestrated this outcome, the reality of the moment still stirred his excitement. How many people dream of attending the three major academies? Just as in his past life, Huqin, Debei were institutions coveted by many. Despite his inner exhilaration, Ye Lingtian maintained an outward composure, greeting them with dignity and respect. Observing Ye Lingtian conversing with the professors from the three major academies, the crowd could hardly conceal their envy. These figures of authority were seldom seen by them, yet Ye Lingtian was engaging with them, and they were the ones seeking him out. The disparity was staggering. At this moment, they all wished to be the ones conversing with the professors from the three major academies. To engage face-to-face with such esteemed admissions officers was a tremendous honor, one that could be boasted about for a lifetime. Even Qin Fenglin felt a tinge of envy. Throughout his life, everyone had revolved around him. This was his first experience standing in the spotlight. However, he would not belittle himself. Ye Lingtian was indeed formidable. Yet so was Qin Fenglin. One day, he would reclaim his standing. Naturally, no one could discern Qin Fenglin's internal musings, for the spotlight was solely on Ye Lingtian, with all eyes fixed upon him. At this juncture, Qin Wei spoke again. "Ye Lingtian, congratulations on securing first place in the Secret Realm trial. On behalf of the Tianshu Spirit Academy, I extend a formal invitation to you, promising that should you choose to join us, you will receive the highest level of special treatment and access to the Academy's finest resources." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted with fervor. The highest level of special treatment from the Tianshu Spirit Academy, along with the best resource allocation. Such benefits would elevate even a pig to great heights. Was this the treatment afforded to the first place? Yet the astonishment and envy did not end there. Xia Qingyan then chimed in, "Little brother Yi, do not be deceived by old Qin. What he has offered is merely the baseline. Should you join my Zixing Spirit Academy, you too would receive the highest level of special treatment and access to the best resources. Furthermore, I can secure an annual scholarship of 10 million for you." As her words settled in, the crowd erupted into uproar. Although they found the highest level of special treatment and resource allocation impressive, they had never experienced such benefits firsthand, and thus lacked a clear understanding of their magnitude. But 10 million dragon coins? They were all too familiar with that figure. Each day, they dreamt of sudden wealth. 10 million was already within the realm of opulence. Most importantly, it was not a total of 10 million, but 10 million each year. Should Ye Lingtian join the Zixing Spirit Academy, he would receive 10 million annually. That amounted to multiple 10 millions. At that moment, Zhao Tianxi also spoke. "Ye Lingtian, the Jinyang Spirit Academy is equally willing to offer you the highest level of special treatment and best resource allocation, along with an annual scholarship of 20 million. Gasp. 20 million. Some gasped in astonishment. Initially, 10 million was already substantial, yet now it had doubled. This was madness. Absolute madness. The three major academies were truly frantic in their pursuit of talent. They lamented, wishing they were in Ye Lingtian's place. Meanwhile, Qin Wei's expression darkened upon hearing Xia Qingyan and Zhao Tianxi raise their bids behind him. However, he could not voice any objections. They had agreed upon fair competition, and it was now a matter of who could offer the best terms. In terms of financial prowess, the Tianshu Spirit Academy had never been bested. Thus, Qin Wei spoke again. "Ye Lingtian, I have yet to finish outlining my conditions. Should you choose to join the Tianshu Spirit Academy, in addition to the previously mentioned terms, you will also receive an extra scholarship of 30 million each year." As Qin Wei concluded his statement, not only were the surrounding students taken aback, but even the admission officers from other universities were astounded. 30 million a year, amounting to over 100 million in 4 years. Is this the audacity of a top-tier institution? If it were them, even if they possessed such funds, they would not dare to propose such a figure. Meanwhile, Xia Qingyan and Zhao Tianxi hastily raised their scholarship offers to 30 million, fearing that Ye Lingtian might accept Qin Wei's higher bid. After this, the three of them refrained from increasing their offers further. To be frank, this was already the highest amount they could extend. It was not that their respective universities could not afford more, but rather that they had the authority to offer only this much. Any higher would necessitate reporting to superiors. All three were in a similar predicament and understood that the higher the bid, the more likely Ye Lingtian would choose that university. They held no objections to Ye Lingtian's behavior of waiting for a better offer, as they believed his talent warranted such actions. Their current task was to notify their respective colleges to increase their budgets to attract Ye Lingtian. However, before doing so, they needed to confirm whether Ye Lingtian's spirit beast was of divine rank. Otherwise, it would be challenging to garner the college's attention. If it truly was divine, then competition among the three major universities would ensue. In unison, the three inquired, "Ye Lingtian, could you please showcase your spirit beast?" At this, everyone's interest was piqued. They were eager to witness the spirit beast capable of slaying 92 fierce beasts. Qin Fenglin shared this curiosity, although he had previously seen Ye Lingtian's spirit beast. His prior encounter only heightened his intrigue. How could such a seemingly frail creature have vanquished 92 formidable beasts? There must be secrets unknown. Ye Lingtian did not decline and nodded in agreement. He understood that even if he refused, the three major universities would have no trouble discovering the nature of his spirit beast. Thus, he decided it was better to present it himself. Consequently, he began summoning the little skeleton soldier. As he did so, a palpable tension filled the air. After all, this was a divine-ranked spirit beast, and they had never witnessed one before. Although they had never seen a divine spirit beast, they could imagine its formidable appearance. Surely towering over 10 meters, fierce beyond compare, and awe-inspiring enough to induce trepidation. As these thoughts raced through their minds, the little skeleton soldier emerged from the otherworldly realm, grasping a bony blade. Its alabaster form bore traces of crimson. Ye Lingtian did not issue any commands, and it stood erect, resembling a sentinel. However, when the crowd beheld the little skeleton soldier, they were rendered speechless, the atmosphere thick with a profound silence. Chapter 20. Invalidated results. Trial not passed? Is this truly divine? At that moment, the thought echoed in everyone's mind. Some even questioned whether their eyes were deceiving them. Hadn't they been led to believe it would be over 10 meters tall, ferocious, and awe-inspiring? Why, instead of feeling a sense of dread, did they feel an urge to laugh? Qin Fenglin, too, fell into contemplation. The spirit beast Ye Lingtian possessed appeared just as weak and fragile as before, so frail that it seemed it would shatter upon contact, lacking any semblance of grandeur. He simply could not fathom how such a spirit beast could have aided Ye Lingtian in slaying 92 fierce beasts. Ye Lingtian observed the reactions of those around him, but his expression remained unchanged. He had anticipated this scene the moment he agreed to showcase his spirit beast. The reason he chose to display it was because he trusted that Qin Wei and the others were not fools. After all, his achievements spoke for themselves. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence could deduce that his spirit beast was undoubtedly more extraordinary than it appeared. As for his system, it was his most crucial trump card, and he had no intention of revealing it. The system's capabilities were far too astonishing for this world. In this realm, every individual, regardless of their strength, possessed only one spirit beast. Yet Ye Lingtian could summon countless spirit beasts as long as he had the means. If others were to discover this, they would undoubtedly conspire to eliminate him under the pretext of eradicating anomalies. Thus, he was determined to keep the existence of the system concealed. The expressions of Qin Wei and the others shifted as they pondered, and after a lengthy pause, Qin Wei finally spoke. "Is this truly your spirit beast?" Upon Ye Lingtian's nod, Qin Wei's demeanor turned icy. "Ye Lingtian, do you understand the consequences of cheating in the secret trial?" This sudden turn of events jolted the previously puzzled crowd into awareness. They were bewildered. Cheating? Had Ye Lingtian cheated? Faces that had once beamed with smiles as they invited him to join their universities now contorted with confusion. How could they so swiftly turn on him and accuse him of cheating? However, it soon dawned on them. Qin Wei must have uncovered something, which explained his anger. The onlookers regarded Ye Lingtian with an air of spectatorship, eager to see how he would respond. Yet Ye Lingtian remained more composed than they anticipated. "Elder Qin, I am uncertain from where you have drawn this conclusion, but evidence is paramount in all matters. If you possess proof, please present it. However, if this is merely speculation..." Ye Lingtian spoke calmly. To be honest, he felt disheartened. He had expected Qin Wei to be astute, yet here he was, resorting to such foolish accusations. If cheating in the secret trial were so simple, how could so many have perished? And why did numerous individuals fail to pass the trial? Yet, Ye Lingtian's words seemed to strike a nerve with Qin Wei, who retorted sharply, "Impudent. Are you implying that I am slandering you? What are you? That I would stoop to such a level? Then please, Elder Qin, present your evidence," Ye Lingtian replied, his expression impassive, yet he refused to yield. He understood that if he retreated now, it would be tantamount to admitting guilt. Subsequently, he would become a target for public scorn and condemnation. When you succeed, few will rush to applaud you, but when you falter, many will be eager to kick you while you're down, or even stab you in the back. Such is human nature. Qin Wei scoffed. "Humph, your spirit beast is the best evidence. Is this evidence sufficient?" After years of experience as an educator, if he could not discern the strength of a spirit beast, he might as well return to raising pigs. To be frank, in his eyes, Ye Lingtian's spirit beast was utterly worthless. He had never encountered a spirit beast so pathetically weak. Could such a feeble creature truly have slain 92 fierce beasts? It was nothing short of a joke. On the sidelines, Xia Qingyan and Zhao Tianxi, though silent, shared the same conviction that Ye Lingtian must have cheated. They, too, could see that Ye Lingtian's spirit beast was of the lowest caliber. Any random fierce beast encountered in the secret realm would likely dispatch it with ease. Yet Ye Lingtian not only survived the secret realm, but also managed to slay 92 fierce beasts. Was this not evidence of cheating? At this moment, both individuals cast a judgmental gaze upon Ye Lingtian. Observing this, Ye Lingtian broke into a smile. Qin Wei furrowed his brows and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Initially, he had assumed that the instructors from the 3 prestigious academies were not mere commoners, yet he was disappointed to discover they too were prone to superficial judgments, hastily forming ignorant decisions based solely on conjecture. Absurd, utterly absurd. Ye Lingtian let out a cold chuckle. However, upon hearing his words, the crowd was taken aback, stunned by the audacity of Ye Lingtian confronting the instructors of the 3 great academies directly. Incredible. More than incredible. He was truly a paragon for us all. No one expected Ye Lingtian to dare to mock the esteemed instructors of the 3 academies in such a public manner. How courageous. Truly remarkable. Yet, the expressions of Qin Wei and his companions turned exceedingly grim. Ignorant fools. How dare Ye Lingtian label them as such? For many years, since their entry into the 3 prestigious academies, no one had dared to speak to them in this manner. Qin Wei's face darkened as he coldly declared, "I hereby announce that Ye Lingtian has cheated during the trial in the secret realm, and his results will be rendered null and void. He shall be considered to have failed the trial." Upon this declaration, the instructors behind Qin Wei voiced their discontent. Nullifying a student's results required the consensus of all the instructors from the academies before a final announcement could be made. Yet, Qin Wei disregarded them entirely, making a unilateral declaration as if they were inconsequential. However, despite their dissatisfaction, none of them intended to speak out against him at that moment. The reason was simple. It was not worth it. If Ye Lingtian's spirit beast were of divine or primal grade, they might have dared to oppose him. Yet, given that Ye Lingtian's beast was not even of fearsome grade, they deemed it unworthy of offending the 3 great academies over. Thus, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. The surrounding students exchanged peculiar glances. Qin Wei was intent on blacklisting Ye Lingtian. Announcing that Ye Lingtian's trial results were void and that he had failed the trial was tantamount to declaring a death sentence upon him, effectively sealing his fate. After all, failing the trial meant Ye Lingtian would be ineligible for admission to any academy. Although this announcement stemmed solely from Qin Wei's mouth, without the deliberation of the other instructors, his position as a representative of the Tianshu Spirit Beast Academy lent his words substantial weight. The absence of any rebuttal from the audience only underscored this fact. Today, whoever dared to admit Ye Lingtian would undoubtedly face the combined wrath of the 3 academies. Such fury was something no institution could withstand. Thus, it seemed that Ye Lingtian's prospects were utterly doomed. The students' strange expressions were a reflection of this. Only moments ago, the 3 great academies had been willing to invest heavily to recruit Ye Lingtian, and now they were actively seeking to ruin him. Was this the proverbial transition from heaven to hell in an instant? The envy they had felt for Ye Lingtian moments prior was now replaced with pity. Chapter 21, Gu Yuanzhou. With the announcement of Ye Lingtian's results being voided, Qin Wei looked at him with an air of smug satisfaction. Ye Lingtian, I ask you, are you convinced? At this moment, Qin Wei reveled in his triumph, eager to make Ye Lingtian aware that with a mere utterance, he could dictate the course of his fate. He relished the thought of seeing Ye Lingtian regret his actions and beg for mercy. However, such aspirations were destined to be dashed. What accusations are without basis? Old fool, if you think this will compel me to concede, you are gravely mistaken. One day, you shall pay for the deeds you commit today. Ye Lingtian replied coldly. Qin Wei's maliciousness was evident. He had announced the cancellation of Ye Lingtian's results without proper investigation and threatened the other instructors against admitting him. Of course, the most infuriating aspect was the nullification of his results, robbing him of the reward for achieving first place in the trial. What a travesty. Fortunately, he still had the 4 million wagered with Qin Fenglin. Otherwise, he would have truly suffered a significant loss. Yet, upon hearing this, Qin Wei burst into laughter. Ha ha. Foolish child, how utterly ridiculous. With your pathetic spirit beast, do you truly believe I shall face any consequences? Perhaps in your next life. The students present believed that Ye Lingtian must have been driven mad with rage, daring to threaten Qin Wei at such a juncture. After all, who was Qin Wei? He was an esteemed instructor at the Tianshu Spirit Beast Academy. How could a figure of such stature possibly be weak? Leaving aside the fact that Ye Lingtian's spirit beast was so subpar, even if it had been of primal grade, it would not have been easy for Ye Lingtian to demand retribution from Qin Wei. At that moment, they were convinced that Ye Lingtian had lost his wits due to the cancellation of his results in the Secret Realm trial, leading him to utter such audacious words. As everyone regarded Ye Lingtian with a mixture of pity and disdain, a voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Old Qin, you truly live up to your reputation. Your actions are indeed tyrannical. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned in shock to the speaker. Ye Lingtian raised his gaze slightly, surprised. At this moment, he should have been subjected to ridicule and scorn. Yet, someone was standing up for him? It was none other than the speaker, a man resembling a scholar, who was the principal organizer of this trial in the Secret Realm. Ye Lingtian recalled that he was also an instructor at one of the academies, presumably named Langya Spirit Beast Academy. Meanwhile, Qin Wei's expression turned as frigid as ice. He had not anticipated that someone would dare to oppose him on behalf of Ye Lingtian. Qin Wei cast a cold glance at the scholarly figure, stating, Gu Yuanzhou. What do you mean by this? Nothing at all. I simply cannot stand by and watch someone act with such tyranny. Moreover, the results of the Secret Realm trial are pivotal for a student's future. It is inappropriate for you to so easily nullify the achievements of another. Gu Yuanzhou replied coolly. Qin Wei's gaze sharpened as he retorted, What? Gu Yuanzhou, are you speaking in defense of a cheat? Or do you imply that this incident of cheating involves your Langya Spirit Beast Academy? Old Qin, do not hastily assign blame. Furthermore, whether Ye Lingtian cheated or not is not yours to decide alone. With that, Gu Yuanzhou turned to Ye Lingtian and continued, I believe Ye Lingtian is correct. All matters must be substantiated by evidence. Since you are so certain of his dishonesty, Old Qin, I urge you to present your proof. Upon hearing this, Qin Wei's face darkened, yet he found himself at a loss for words. He obviously had no evidence to present. If he did, he would have nullified Ye Lingtian's results long ago, allowing no room for the latter to publicly threaten him. Nevertheless, even in the absence of evidence, he did not believe he was falsely accusing Ye Lingtian. With Ye Lingtian's spirit beast being so inadequate, What other explanation could there be for him defeating 92 ferocious beasts in the trial? The crowd anticipated that Qin Wei's silence might lead to a reversal of the situation, but then Xia Qingyan spoke up. Since Teacher Gu believes that old Qin is acting tyrannically, let us adhere to the old custom. All instructors shall deliberate together. Those who believe Ye Lingtian has cheated, and thus his results should be nullified, please stand with old Qin. Those who believe he did not cheat, and that his results should not be nullified, please stand with Teacher Gu. Upon Xia Qingyan's words, not a single instructor moved to align themselves behind Gu Yuanzhou, thus indicating their stance. The sentiment remained unchanged. It was simply not worth it. Ye Lingtian is not someone the three major universities should offend. Moreover, the first to step forward to assist Ye Lingtian was Gu Yuanzhou. Even if they were to support him now, it would merely be a matter of embellishment rather than a timely assist. Thus, it is even less worth their effort. Observing the situation, Xia Qingyan approached Gu Yuanzhou with a smile, saying, what do you say, Professor Gu? Is it time to make an announcement? Gu Yuanzhou had intended to say something further, but he realized that the situation had already been determined. He could only cast a supportive glance towards Ye Lingtian. Ye Lingtian nodded in gratitude. Regardless of the outcome, it was commendable for Gu Yuanzhou to stand up for him at this moment. Simultaneously, Xia Qingyan shot a glance at Ye Lingtian and declared, after discussion, it has been determined that Ye Lingtian indeed cheated, and his results in the Secret Realm trial are hereby annulled, deeming him to have failed the trial. With that, Xia Qingyan cast a contemptuous look at Gu Yuanzhou. From the moment Ye Lingtian dared to label the three of them as ignorant, whether he had cheated or not became irrelevant. As long as they claimed it to be so, then that was the reality. How could a mere teacher from Gu Yuanzhou's small university obstruct them? It was akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. However, Gu Yuanzhou paid her disdain no mind, and instead addressed Ye Lingtian, saying, Classmate Ye Lingtian, on behalf of the Langyus Spirit Academy, I extend an invitation to you. Would you be willing to join our institution? As soon as Gu Yuanzhou's words fell, the previously smug Xia Qingyan's expression changed dramatically, and she questioned, Gu Yuanzhou, what do you mean? Ye Lingtian's results have already been annulled. He has failed the trial. The expressions of Qin Wei and Zhao Tianci mirrored her displeasure. They had made their intentions abundantly clear, and it was one thing for Gu Yuanzhou to speak up for Ye Lingtian. It was another altogether for him to dare to recruit Ye Lingtian as a student. It was as if he had utterly disregarded the three major universities. The other university instructors were equally astonished. They had not anticipated Gu Yuanzhou to display such audacity. At this critical juncture, he had the gall to recruit Ye Lingtian? Was he not aware that this was tantamount to challenging the bottom line of Qin Wei and his associates? Nevertheless, they could not help but admire Gu Yuanzhou's courage. If they were in his position, they would not possess such audacity. And the shock was not limited to the teachers. All the surrounding students were equally taken aback. They had not expected that aside from Ye Lingtian, there existed another individual bold enough to confront the three major universities head-on. Ye Lingtian was somewhat surprised as well. It was already a feat for Gu Yuanzhou to speak up for him, and now he was inviting him right in front of Qin Wei, who had just declared a ban on him. This was surely a path to enmity with the three major universities. However, he found it rather appealing. Chapter 22, Joining the Langyus Spirit Academy. Before Ye Lingtian could respond, Qin Wei interjected coldly, Gu Yuanzhou, this individual has had his trial results annulled. Your invitation at this juncture is surely against the rules. Gu Yuanzhou, undeterred, retorted, what do I care? Rules? Since when have I been aware of any rule that states I cannot recruit students? Is this rule set by you? Qin Wei, infuriated, exhaled sharply through his nostrils. He had not anticipated that Gu Yuanzhou would be so ungrateful. This was utterly outrageous. At that moment, Zhao Tianci, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up, Gu Yuanzhou, if I recall correctly, I advise you to consider the welfare of your own academy carefully. Not long ago, a new secret realm emerged within the territory of your Langyus Spirit Academy, known as the Yuanyang Secret Realm, if I'm not mistaken. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuanzhou's countenance darkened instantly. He was acutely aware of the implications of Zhao Tianxi's words. The Yuanyang Secret Realm was a newly discovered realm within the grounds of Langyus Spirit Academy, and according to the agreements of the Academy Alliance, all major universities were entitled to vie for its ownership. However, after centuries of development, a tacit understanding had formed among the universities, generally. The ownership belonged to the university where the secret realm appeared. Thus, during the competition for ownership, other universities would typically show leniency. This approach ensured mutual benefit, as no one could predict when a secret realm might emerge within their own territory. If one had previously targeted others, they would likely face retaliation when their turn came. It was a matter of weighing the gains against the losses. Thus, It had been a long-standing practice to adhere to this unspoken rule. Now, however, Zhao Tianxi was invoking the Yuanyang secret realm as a threat. Should Gu Yuanzhou recruit Ye Lingtian, it was likely that Langya Spirit Academy would face united opposition from the three major universities during the competition for the Yuanyang secret realm. At that time, the ownership of the Yuanyang secret realm would surely be out of reach. Was it worth forfeiting the Yuanyang secret realm for the sake of recruiting Ye Lingtian? Gu Yuanzhou believed it was. He recognized the immense potential within Ye Lingtian. While others believed Ye Lingtian had cheated to slay 92 ferocious beasts, he did not share that conviction. As for Ye Lingtian's spirit beast, he suspected it was not as simple as it appeared. In truth, he was also taking a gamble, betting on the accuracy of his judgment and on Ye Lingtian's ability to elevate Langya Spirit Academy to greater heights. For this reason, he deemed it worthwhile to relinquish certain assets, even a secret realm, in pursuit of a greater goal. With this thought in mind, Gu Yuanzhou's conviction solidified as he stated, "This matter concerns Langya Spirit Academy alone, and there is no need for you, Zhao Tianxi, to concern yourself with it." The moment these words escaped his lips, the faculty from the various universities were nearly left gasping in shock. While others might not grasp the significance of Gu Yuanzhou's statement, they understood very well. By uttering those words, Gu Yuanzhou was prepared to forsake the secret realm. However, they struggled to comprehend why Gu Yuanzhou would willingly abandon a secret realm merely to recruit Ye Lingtian. After all, secret realms were the very foundation of a university's existence. A single secret realm could yield countless resources and sustain numerous individuals. Yet, Gu Yuanzhou was prepared to sacrifice a brand new secret realm for the sake of one Ye Lingtian. This was astonishing and led them to speculate wildly. Did Gu Yuanzhou possess knowledge that others did not? They glanced between Gu Yuanzhou and Ye Lingtian, but could discern nothing from their expressions. At that moment, Zhao Tianxi's demeanor also turned icy. He could hardly believe that Gu Yuanzhou would choose to forsake a secret realm in defiance of them. Zhao Tianxi coldly remarked, "If that is the case, Professor Gu, then we shall see you at the Yuanyang secret realm." With that, he stormed away in a fit of anger. He would ensure Gu Yuanzhou understood the cost of crossing him. As Qin Wei and Xia Yin prepared to leave, suddenly, Qin Wei paused, a thought striking him. He surveyed the surrounding students and proclaimed, "Everyone, do not blame me for not warning you. Some universities are worth attending, while others, well, you should know your own worth." Upon hearing this, the students instinctively recoiled, taking a step back as they clearly sought to distance themselves from Gu Yuanzhou. The threat in Qin Wei's words was unmistakable. Anyone who dared to join Langya Spirit Academy would be irrevocably at odds with the three major universities. At that moment, all the students began to retreat. They had no desire to offend the three major universities. They were mere students, lacking the ambition and courage of Ye Lingtian and Gu Yuanzhou. Nonetheless, Gu Yuanzhou was unperturbed. In his eyes, Ye Lingtian alone was worth more than 1,000. However, to his surprise, one person remained at his side, neither departing nor retreating. He recognized this individual. It was Qin Fenglin, the third-place holder in the recent Secret Realm trial. At this moment, Qin Fenglin's small face was flushed with embarrassment. His fists clenched tightly as he finally exclaimed, "Damn it, how can they be so oppressive?" Hearing this, both Ye Lingtian and Gu Yuanzhou were momentarily taken aback, pondering, what has gotten into this kid? He isn't the one being bullied. Just as they were trying to make sense of the situation, Qin Fenglin suddenly declared, "This is utterly intolerable. I cannot abide such behavior. How dare they threaten me? I fear them not." Then turning to Gu Yuanzhou, he stated, "Teacher Gu, I wish to enroll in your esteemed institution." Upon hearing this, Gu Yuanzhou was initially taken aback, but soon elated. After all, Qin Fenglin was the third-ranked participant in the recent Secret Realm trial, a true prodigy. What a boon, what a stroke of fortune. Gu Yuanzhou's heart swelled with joy. At that moment, Ye Lingtian chimed in, "Count me in as well." Gu Yuanzhou had offended the top 3 academies for his sake, and Ye Lingtian felt compelled to contribute something in return. Moreover, he was in dire need of a platform to showcase his abilities. Upon hearing Ye Lingtian's words, Gu Yuanzhou's excitement intensified, and he eagerly responded, "Welcome, classmates Ye Lingtian and Qin Fenglin, to the Langya Spirit Academy." Shortly thereafter, the trio departed from the Pingguan Secret Realm. On their journey, Ye Lingtian inquired, "Teacher Gu, what exactly is this Yuanyang secret realm they spoke of?" This question had lingered in Ye Lingtian's mind for quite some time. The expressions of the teachers earlier had indicated that the Yuanyang secret realm was far from ordinary. To this, Gu Yuanzhou did not hesitate to elaborate, revealing the entire nature of the Yuanyang secret realm. It was then that Ye Lingtian realized Gu Yuanzhou had sacrificed a secret realm opportunity for his sake. No wonder the other academy's instructors had been so astonished at the time. Upon hearing this, Qin Fenglin exclaimed, "Does that mean we are losing a secret realm opportunity for nothing? That simply won't do." Gu Yuanzhou chuckled softly, "With your participation, it is hardly a loss. That cannot be. Why should we relinquish our resources to others?" Despite having just joined the Langya Spirit Academy, Qin Fenglin already felt a strong sense of belonging. How could they simply hand over their secret realm to others, especially to those insufferable top 3 academies? At that moment, Ye Lingtian asked, "Teacher Gu, how will the competition for the Yuan Yang secret realm be conducted? Is it similar to the secret realm trial?" "Quite so. It is also based on accumulated points, which determine the rankings. The sole distinction is that the competition for the secret realm is conducted by teams rather than individuals. Each academy will send 5 participants, and the final score will be the sum of their individual scores. The team with the highest score will claim ownership of the secret realm," Gu Yuanzhou explained. However, upon hearing this, Ye Lingtian felt a surge of excitement. This competition format seemed tailor-made for him. This was not mere boasting, whether it be individual performance or team score, as long as it involved a point-based system. He held a distinct advantage. Ye Lingtian continued, "Teacher Gu, may I participate in the upcoming competition for the Yuan Yang secret realm?" "And I as well," Qin Fenglin interjected. "You both wish to join?" Gu Yuanzhou asked. Ye Lingtian nodded. "This situation arose because of me. Additionally, they have unjustly labeled me as a cheater. I must clear my name, and the secret realm competition presents the perfect opportunity." "I feel the same," Qin Fenglin declared, his fists clenched. "Very well. Since you both have this intention, I shall recommend you to the school once we return," Gu Yuanzhou said with a smile. He distinctly remembered Ye Lingtian's remarkable performance in the secret realm trial. If Ye Lingtian were to participate in the competition for the secret realm, there might indeed be a turning point. Chapter 23, The Pride of the Yi Family. After departing from the Pingguan secret realm, Gu Yuanzhou briefed them on some basic matters regarding the upcoming school term before taking his leave. There was not much of significance to convey. In a week's time, they would report to the academy, marking the official start of the academic year. This was much sooner than Ye Lingtian had anticipated. Reflecting on his previous life, he recalled that high school seniors enjoyed a lengthy 3-month break following the college entrance examination. Nonetheless, Ye Lingtian was indifferent to this. Arriving at school earlier meant he could start earning money sooner, amass resources, and subsequently accumulate even more wealth. The cycle would continue infinitely. He believed it would not be long before commanding an army of 1,000,000 skeletons would no longer be a mere fantasy. As Ye Lingtian sat in the car on his way home, he contemplated the events following the secret realm trial. Initially, he had assumed that as long as he achieved outstanding results in the trial, dazzling everyone with his performance, he would attract numerous admirers. Indeed, the reality unfolded as he had envisioned, with each subsequent step aligning perfectly with his expectations. However, he had underestimated the weight of prejudice. Prejudice is indeed a mountain that looms large in the hearts of men, and this adage proved true. Fortunately, not everyone was blinded by bias. At least Gu Yuanzhou was not. In summary, while the secret realm trial had its unexpected moments, the overall outcome was not detrimental. As long as he could gain admission to an academy, he would not consider it a failure. The next matter to ponder was the impending competition for the Yuan Yang secret realm. He would ensure that Qin Wei, Xia Qinyan, and others would come to realize just how foolish their actions had been today. After a little over 10 minutes, Ye Lingtian arrived home. Yi Qingyang and Su Xiuxiu had been waiting for quite some time. The moment they laid eyes on Ye Lingtian, their emotions swelled with excitement and nostalgia. Their son had grown up and achieved something remarkable, bringing immense pride to the family. Numerous relatives, long out of touch, had called to congratulate them. Neighbors even claimed they would introduce their daughters to Ye Lingtian. Even their employer promised them a raise. Today had been incredibly gratifying for him. Of course, they understood that all of this was a result of their son Ye Lingtian's stellar performance in the secret realm trial. Yi Qingyang joyfully proclaimed, "Lingtian, my wonderful son. You truly are the pride of your father. You've brought great honor to our Yi family." Su Xiuxiu added, "Indeed, Lingtian, the surprise you've given your parents is beyond measure. You cannot imagine how overjoyed your father is today." Initially, they had merely hoped that Ye Lingtian would pass the secret realm trial and gain admission to a school, even if it was not particularly prestigious. They never anticipated that he would emerge victorious. Seeing his parents so elated, Ye Lingtian refrained from revealing the later developments. Knowing that if they were to learn of what transpired afterward, they would undoubtedly worry excessively. It was better to keep it from them, allowing them to relish this happiness for a while longer. "Lingtian, come and sit down. Dinner will be ready shortly. Today, your mother has prepared all your favorite dishes." Old Yi called as he entered to help. Su Xiuxiu ushered Ye Lingtian to sit, and then pulled Yi Qingyang into the kitchen. Witnessing his parents' joy, Ye Lingtian felt his previous gloom dissipate, his spirits lifting. Yet, when he noticed his mother occasionally rubbing her waist in the kitchen and his father's back appearing even more hunched, a heaviness settled upon him. His parents had labored tirelessly for his well-being throughout their lives, imparting a sense of familial love he had never experienced in his previous life. Now, he understood that this love bore a heavy weight. Parents always gave unconditionally, even to the extent of exhausting their very essence to provide him with a better life. In the past, he lacked the ability to afford his parents a life of ease, but now, as he gazed at the seven-figure balance on his phone, confidence surged within him. This substantial amount was, after all, the 4 million lost by Qin Fenglin. Initially, Ye Lingtian had planned to use the entire sum to indulge in acquiring resources. However, he decided to alter his course. He would first allocate a portion of it to improve his parents' living conditions. He was aware that many might argue he should prioritize his own advancement before enhancing his parents' lives. How could he not have contemplated this issue? Indeed, he had previously held such thoughts. First, he would enhance his own abilities, earn a greater fortune in the future, and thereby improve his parents' lives. Yet Ye Lingtian pondered, how long would in the future take? He had no desire to wait until his parents were burdened with ailments before experiencing regret. What he yearned for was to provide his parents with a good life, right now. There was no alternative, after all. He had never felt familial affection in his past life. Thus, he cherished it all the more in this one. Even the slightest mishap was something he wished to avoid. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Lingtian resolved to start by changing their residence. Although the small house was indeed cozy, the overall conditions were rather inadequate. Not only was there frequent disruption of water and electricity, but the security was also poor. Incidents of criminal assaults, as previously mentioned, mostly occurred in such dilapidated neighborhoods. Hence, acquiring a larger home was imperative. After enduring hardships for a lifetime, he was determined to allow his parents to relish the pleasures of life, and he wanted them to enjoy it sooner rather than later. The notion of waiting until old age to enjoy life was mere nonsense. At that moment, Su Xiuxiu emerged from the kitchen, carrying dishes, and soon the dining table was laden with delicious food. Midway through the meal, Ye Lingtian looked at his parents and declared, "Dad, Mom, I intend to buy us a new house." Cough. Upon hearing this, Su Xiuxiu nearly choked, and after gulping down a large glass of water, she managed to recover. "What? Lingtian, what did you say? You want to change houses?" Su Xiuxiu observed Ye Lingtian, realizing he did not appear to be jesting. Ye Lingtian poured a glass of water and handed it to Su Xiuxiu, continuing, "You both know that I ranked first in the secret realm trial this time, and I received a substantial reward, so I plan to buy you a larger house." "Foolish child, why do you want to change houses? This one is quite nice. Save your money for your future marriage and other expenses," Su Xiuxiu replied. Ye Lingtian had anticipated she would say this, so he turned to his father, Ye Qingyang. Ye Qingyang understood immediately and quickly interjected, "Dear, our Lingtian is being filial. Having earned money, he wants to buy us a bigger house to live in. If it were someone else, they wouldn't even consider their parents. Moreover, given Lingtian's talents, he would undoubtedly earn even more in the future." As Ye Qingyang, he understood the importance of supporting his son when it was time to strive, and now that Lingtian had earned money, he was more than willing to accept his son's generosity. At that moment, Ye Lingtian spoke up again, "Exactly. Dad is right. With my talents, I will certainly earn even more in the secret realm in the future, so Mom, you needn't worry." Before Su Xiuxiu could impart her wisdom about the difficulties of earning money, Ye Lingtian continued, "Regardless, I have made up my mind. I will buy the house tomorrow. If necessary, I can let it sit idle." "Oh dear, my child, you truly are relentless," Su Xiuxiu sighed helplessly, knowing full well that no matter what she said, Ye Lingtian would proceed with his purchase, so she reluctantly agreed. However, she couldn't help but remind him, "Just don't buy something too large. It would be a waste of money." Upon hearing this, Ye Lingtian's spirits lifted immediately. The following day, after a hearty breakfast, Ye Lingtian took his parents to the new district. It must be said that the new district was superior in terms of environment, transportation, population flow, architecture, and a host of other factors compared to the old district. Yet upon seeing it, Su Xiuxiu began to regret agreeing to the house purchase, reasoning that properties in the new district would surely be exorbitantly priced. Nonetheless, no matter what she said, it could not sway Ye Lingtian's resolve to buy a house. Shortly thereafter, he led them to a sales office for a property development. Upon their arrival, a young woman clad in a black professional outfit promptly approached them with a smile and said, "Hello, please come in." Her demeanor was pleasant, leaving Ye Lingtian with a favorable impression, unlike the disdainful individuals he had encountered in his previous life. "Hello, uncle and aunt. Are you here to buy a house for your child?" The young woman quickly served tea to Ye Qingyang and Su Xiuxiu, then brought a cup for Ye Lingtian. Having worked in sales for several years, She was accustomed to parents purchasing homes for their children and instinctively thought this was the case with Ye Lingtian and his family. In response to the young woman's inquiry, Ye Qingyang shook his head. No, it's not us buying a house for our child. At his words, the young woman paused momentarily but maintained her friendly demeanor and smiled. Then you must be here to take a look at the houses, right? Ye Qingyang shook his head again, proudly stating, our child is buying us a house. As a father, he was proud to have such a filial son. What? The young woman was taken aback. Ye Lingtian appeared much younger than her, seemingly just of age, yet he was capable of buying a house for his parents? However, she quickly reasoned it out, her eyes reflecting a hint of envy. Although it had been a considerable time since her awakening of spirit beasts, she was aware that yesterday was the day of the secret realm trial. This young man before her must have achieved remarkable results in the trial, thus earning substantial rewards. She herself had participated in the secret realm trial before, but had not only failed to pass, but had also suffered a significant injury to her spirit beast, which soon perished. This unfortunate fate had sealed her to a life of mediocrity. Therefore, when she realized that Ye Lingtian had undoubtedly succeeded in the trial and achieved commendable results, her expression turned envious. Of course, having been in the workforce for several years, she had grown accustomed to such feelings and was more surprised than anything. As far as she knew, most students who received rewards in the secret realm trial typically used their prizes to purchase items that would enhance their abilities or assist them in their development. Yet here was a young man thinking of buying a house for his parents, truly a dutiful child. Just as the young woman was lost in thought, Ye Lingtian's voice snapped her back to reality. Could you introduce me to some available properties? Oh, certainly. The young woman quickly regained her composure and apologized. I'm sorry, I got a bit distracted just now. That's all right. Please let me know what good houses you have available. Ye Lingtian replied, unperturbed. Having been a worker in his past life, he understood the challenges faced by those in the workforce. The young woman cast him a grateful glance and then produced a catalog of available properties, saying, currently, we have several excellent options for sale. You may take a look at them. With that, she began to detail the various properties to Ye Lingtian. He occasionally sought his parents' opinions, as they would be residing there most of the time while he attended school, making their input vital. After more than an hour of discussion and viewings, Ye Lingtian ultimately chose a spacious 200 square meter flat. The environment was pleasant, the amenities were comprehensive, it offered a view of the river, and the price was only a bit over 2 million, making it highly cost-effective. Without any hesitation, Ye Lingtian swiped his card and purchased it outright. As he caught sight of the envious and admiring gazes from the saleswomen, Ye Lingtian finally experienced the joy of being affluent. However, this happiness was not overwhelming. In comparison, he found greater pleasure in vanquishing ferocious beasts. With the card transaction completed, the contract was officially in effect. Returning home to tidy up their belongings, they were ready to move into their new residence. As they approached their new abode, both Ye Lingtian and Ye Qingyang were filled with joy. Yet, only Su Xiuxiu felt a pang of regret throughout the journey home, lamenting the considerable sum Ye Lingtian had spent. For her, the mere functionality of the house sufficed. What truly mattered was that Ye Lingtian led a prosperous life, which was her heartfelt wish. However, after relentless persuasion from Ye Lingtian and Ye Qingyang, Su Xiuxiu finally acquiesced. Upon returning home, the trio organized their things and enlisted a moving company, promptly settling into the spacious flat. Naturally, Ye Qingyang could not resist sharing a post on social media. What puzzled him, however, was the lack of likes from relatives and friends. As time flew by, night fell swiftly. Ye Lingtian reclined comfortably on the soft bed, acknowledging that there was indeed a reason for the high price of quality items. His mother, Su Xiuxiu, would surely find some relief for her back. Before long, Ye Lingtian began to ponder his financial situation. The house had cost over 2 million, and miscellaneous expenses had totaled nearly 200,000, bringing the grand total to approximately 5 million. With 5 million remaining, he decided to reserve 500,000 for his parents, ensuring they would no longer need to work. However, this could not be done immediately. If he were to transfer the money to them now, Su Xiuxiu would undoubtedly refuse. She had already been reluctant to buy the house, and she would certainly object to receiving additional funds. Thus, he resolved to transfer the money to another account and leave it in their bedroom on the day of departure. After completing these arrangements, Ye Lingtian turned his thoughts to himself. System, can you create a data panel to present my current information? He inquired. He noticed that protagonists in other novels typically had their attribute panels. If he lacked one, others might assume he was financially incapable. Thus, after much contemplation, he decided to request one from the system. Upon receiving Ye Lingtian's request, the system promptly responded, Host, I am currently customizing the data panel according to your specifications. Please hold on. Ding. The data panel has been successfully customized. The host may choose to add or remove elements according to preference. As the system's voice faded, a virtual panel materialized before Ye Lingtian. Now this feels right. He smiled slightly as he gazed at the panel. Host: Ye Lingtian, gender, male, height, 183 cm, weight, 70 kg, beauty, 99, Kuan brother, 20 cm, spirit beast, little skeleton soldier, common, quantity, 66, level, not ranked, 3050. Observing the contents of the panel, Ye Lingtian felt quite satisfied, particularly with the beauty metric, which accurately reflected his appearance. However, as he looked further down, he was taken aback. Goodness, system, do you dare to write anything? He thought. Is it truly possible to display such information? This could incite envy. Yet, he had to admit, it was rather accurate. At this moment, the system clarified. This panel is based on the host's data. If you are dissatisfied, modifications can be made. Never mind, let it be as is. I prefer to avoid any hassle, Ye Lingtian replied, shaking his head. So be it. Although he did not wish to flaunt, modifying the panel seemed tedious. And he was not one to relish complications. Chapter 25, An exciting life is about to begin. After reviewing the data panel, Ye Lingtian prepared to invest. Having emerged from the Penguin secret realm, he now possessed only 66 little skeleton soldiers, far from adequate. Fortunately, he was now relatively affluent and eager to spend. 1 million would afford him a substantial number of soldiers. He opened the investment panel and began to contemplate. Little skeleton soldier, 10,000 dragon coins to purchase 100. Skeleton soldier, 100,000 dragon coins to purchase 100. Prerequisite: own 1,000 little skeleton soldiers to purchase. Skeleton warrior, 1,000 dragon coins to purchase 100. Prerequisite: own 1,000 skeleton soldiers to purchase. Undead knight, 10,000 dragon coins to purchase 100. Prerequisite: own 1,000 skeleton warriors to purchase. The latter options were not worth considering, as he only had 1 million and could not afford them. He focused solely on the first three options. 1 million would allow him to buy 100 skeleton warriors, but he did not meet the prerequisite. Thus, he turned his attention to the little skeleton soldiers and skeleton soldiers. Having already encountered the little skeleton soldiers, Ye Lingtian was eager to see what the skeleton soldiers were like. However, to purchase skeleton soldiers, he needed to fulfill the prerequisite of owning 1,000 little skeleton soldiers. Without hesitation, he decided to buy 1,000 little skeleton soldiers in one go. Ding. Purchase successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 little skeleton soldiers. Now he possessed 1,066 little skeleton soldiers, meeting the prerequisite to purchase skeleton soldiers. Ye Lingtian promptly spent 100,000 to acquire skeleton soldiers. Ding. Purchase successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 skeleton soldiers. Hearing the system's notification, Ye Lingtian's lips curled into a slight smile as he eagerly began to summon the skeleton soldiers. With a thought, the otherworldly space opened, and Ye Lingtian commanded one skeleton soldier to step forth. He then scrutinized the skeleton soldier before him. Towering nearly 2.5 meters, its bones appeared exceptionally robust. Particularly, the bone dagger it wielded glimmered with a chilling white light, instilling a sense of dread. Strangely, this skeleton soldier bore an uncanny resemblance to the little skeleton soldiers. It was merely a larger version. Yet, Ye Lingtian sensed an intimidating aura emanating from the skeleton soldier, suggesting it was far more formidable than its smaller counterpart. However, the exact extent of its superiority eluded him. Regardless, it mattered little. After all, the system was at hand. When in doubt, consulting the system was the way to go. Thus, Ye Lingtian inquired, "System, could you provide a power comparison between the skeleton soldier and the little skeleton soldier? If he could have a comparative analysis of their strength, it would clarify the differences between the two." Soon, the system responded, "Host, I am currently preparing a power comparison panel based on your request. Please wait a moment." Ding. The power comparison panel has been successfully customized. The host may choose to add or remove elements as desired. Just as before, as the voice faded, a new panel appeared. Little skeleton soldier, common, vs skeleton soldier, fierce, strength, 2,483, agility, 1214, defense, 1880, comprehensive power assessment, 2181. The disparity of 60 points was indeed surprising. After reviewing the power comparison panel, Ye Lingtian felt astonished. While he had anticipated that the skeleton soldier would be significantly more powerful than the little skeleton soldier, he had not expected the power assessment to exceed by a full 60 points. To put things in perspective, the little skeleton soldier's power assessment was merely 21 points. The magnitude of this difference was evident. Had he possessed skeleton soldiers during the Secret Realm trials, he likely would have slain far more ferocious beasts. However, this was futile speculation. There were no opportunities for do-overs in life. At this moment, Ye Lingtian was most concerned about the fact that the skeletal warriors far surpassed the little skeletal soldiers in combat prowess. How formidable must the spirit beasts listed after the payment options be? The thought of this sent a thrill of excitement coursing through him. Yet, when he contemplated the exorbitant prices of the spirit beasts listed, his expression transformed into one of agony. Money, money, money. Life and fortune are intertwined. I must earn money. I must amass great wealth. Only with sufficient funds can he purchase more and more powerful spirit beasts. In that instant, Ye Lingtian wished fervently to rush to school and delve into the secret realm to start accumulating wealth. An hour later, Ye Lingtian regained his composure. He understood that haste would not yield results. He needed to proceed step by step. At the very least, he had to wait for 6 days until he could enter the Langius Spirit Beast Academy. With this realization, he no longer felt anxious and lay back on his bed, silently accessing his personal information panel. Host: Ye Lingtian. Gender: male. Height: 183 centimeters. Weight: 70 kilograms. Appearance: 99. Kuan brother: 20 centimeters. Spirit beasts: skeletal warrior, fierce. Little skeletal soldier, common. Quantity: 1166. Level: unranked, 3050. He could see that he currently possessed 1166 spirit beasts, of which 100 were skeletal warriors and the remaining 1066 were little skeletal soldiers. Additionally, he had a remaining sum of 800,000 dragon coins. After some contemplation, Ye Lingtian decided to purchase more skeletal warriors. Consequently, he spent 700,000 coins to acquire 700 additional skeletal warriors, leaving him with 100,000 for living expenses. Now, he had 800 skeletal warriors and 1066 little skeletal soldiers. To be frank, at this moment, Ye Lingtian felt a slight sense of inflated pride. With 1066 little skeletal soldiers already formidable in their own right, the addition of 800 more powerful skeletal warriors was nothing short of exhilarating. If he were to encounter an ant swarm now, those 800 skeletal warriors would likely obliterate them in an instant. With this thought, Ye Lingtian's spirits soared. During the subsequent 6 days, Ye Lingtian was far from idle. He immersed himself in the library, diligently researching various ferocious beasts and valuable items found within secret realms. After all, he would frequently engage with secret realms in the future, and the last thing he wanted was to miss out on valuable treasures due to ignorance. Therefore, he devoted himself to acquiring knowledge in this area with unprecedented seriousness. By the end of the 6 days, he had familiarized himself with most of the recorded valuable items, feeling confident that he would not overlook any treasures. Time flew by, and soon the day of departure arrived. Su Xiuxiu and Yi Qingyang were not without their farewells and words of caution. Yi Qingyang, as always, reminded him not to slacken on his journey to strength. Su Xiuxiu echoed those sentiments, urging him to take care of his health and to call them if anything arose. After enjoying a sumptuous meal prepared by his mother, Ye Lingtian seized the moment while she washed the dishes to leave his bank card in their bedroom along with a note containing the password. Subsequently, the two sent him off to the car, their tears finally dried by the wind. However, upon returning to the bedroom and discovering the card and note, tears flowed anew, this time, a blend of pride and emotion. This was their son, their lifelong pride. Meanwhile, on the train, as he gazed at the increasingly distant hometown, Ye Lingtian felt a mixture of reluctance and exhilaration. The reluctance stemmed from his parents, while the exhilaration was fueled by the knowledge that his extraordinary life was about to commence. Chapter 26. The Terrifying Beasts. Sunflower seeds, drinks, mineral water, peanuts, and beer. Ah. Lift your legs. On the train, the familiar cries of vendors transported Ye Lingtian back to his previous life. This also made him realize that, in fact, there were many ordinary people in this world. Some, like his parents, possessed spirit beasts ill-suited for battle, while others, like Xiaoqing, had spirit beasts that were injured or even perished. Such individuals lacked the means to earn money in the secret realms and thus led ordinary lives. Yet it was precisely because there were so many such individuals that the current stable situation was maintained. This world did have airplanes, but Ye Lingtian deemed them unsafe, as massive birds occasionally soared through the skies, presenting a significant risk. Even if the planes flew at great altitudes, what if something went awry? It was this uncertainty that made him wary. Thus, he preferred to travel by train, while it might be slower. It felt more grounded and provided a substantial sense of security. As for Qin Fenglin, he was a wealthy heir and naturally would not take the train. Instead, he had hired a high-priced escort who had awakened a flying spirit beast. Perhaps among the massive birds soaring above him was Qin Fenglin himself. This method was indeed safe and comfortable, but the cost was exorbitant, several times that of a plane ticket. With that kind of money, he'd rather invest in purchasing more powerful spirit beasts. As the journey continued, Ye Lingtian found that the train was quite pleasant. It allowed him to experience the local culture and appreciate the surrounding scenery. He turned his gaze to the window, where distant mountains stretched endlessly, and nearby were quaint rivers and rice fields. The view was delightful in its own right. However, at that moment, a tremendous sound erupted ahead. Boom. The noise was so deafening it resembled the collapse of a building, instantly capturing the attention of everyone on the train. What was happening? Was there a landslide? No. It sounded more like a building crumbling. Could it be an earthquake? Impossible. If it were an earthquake, we would have felt it. Look, my water cup hasn't even toppled over. How strange. What could it be? Everyone wore expressions of bewilderment, their eyes glued to the window, searching for the source of the commotion. Suddenly, someone spoke up. I know. There must be a fight happening up ahead. Boom. Just as this person finished speaking, another deafening crash resonated, even louder than before. Some people had already covered their ears. Quickly, those in front pointed out the window, exclaiming, "Look over there. You all must see." Everyone turned to look, their faces paling in unison. Oh no, there really is a fight happening. If it comes our way, we're doomed. With that, worry washed over the crowd. If such a battle were to reach them, they would likely suffer greatly. At this moment, Ye Lingtian also stared out the window. Yet he could see nothing. However, as the train advanced, it wasn't long before he beheld the fight they had spoken of. It was a spectacle involving three colossal beasts, a brown giant ape wielding a thick, pure black iron rod, a massive bear clad in heavy silver armor, and an enormous lion. Each of these beasts towered over Qin Fenglin's war elephant. Ye Lingtian estimated that each stood at least 10 meters tall. They appeared as monstrous entities straight from a screen, exuding an overwhelming aura. The earlier thunderous noise had been the sound of the brown giant ape's iron rod striking the ground. These were spirit beasts. What level were they? A question surged into Ye Lingtian's mind. Ye Lingtian hurriedly inquired of the system. System, is it possible to acquire information about those three spirit beasts? He mused that if the system could customize a data panel, it should also be capable of tailoring a combat power comparison panel. Thus, he expected it could provide insights into the spirit beasts. However, the system's response left him disheartened. I apologize, host, but your current level is too low to access information on high-grade spirit beasts. Yet, Ye Lingtian was not entirely despondent, at the very least. He had ascertained that the three spirit beasts before him were indeed high-grade. Boom. Just as Ye Lingtian was lost in thought, another thunderous sound erupted. He witnessed the brown giant ape swinging a massive club towards the colossal lion, only for the lion to leap aside in evasion. The thick iron rod struck a boulder, shattering it instantly into dust. Previously, the onlookers could only hear the sounds without witnessing the spectacle, and although they were anxious, they clung to a sliver of hope. But now, upon witnessing this terrifying scene, their faces turned ashen. They thought to themselves that should such a blow land upon them, it could easily reduce them to a mere pulp. In that moment, all held their breath, fearing that even the slightest sound might provoke the three fearsome beasts. Ye Lingtian's expression mirrored their gravity, yet within his mind, he contemplated how he might survive an assault from those monstrous creatures. At that instant, the train's intercom crackled to life, announcing, "Dear passengers, please remain calm and do not leave your seats. The commotion ahead is merely a combat drill." Curse it. Why not say so earlier? I nearly jumped off the train in fright. Thank goodness it's just a drill. I thought I might meet my end here today. Damn it. I wonder which fools are conducting drills here. It's utterly terrifying. Indeed, many echoed his sentiments, expressing their disbelief at the absurdity of such exercises in their vicinity. Upon hearing the announcement, everyone wore expressions of relief, albeit still grumbling. Nevertheless, Ye Lingtian remained pensive. Surely, this could not be a drill. Had they not seen how the brown giant ape had repeatedly attempted to approach their train, only to be thwarted by the other two beasts, which incited its fury to attack the massive lion and the enormous bear? It was precisely this interference that had kept them safe thus far. As for the intercom's assurances of a drill, they were clearly meant to soothe frayed nerves. Fortunately, the train was moving at a swift pace, quickly distancing itself from the three beasts. Although the creatures had vanished from sight, a lingering dread held the passengers in its grip. Ye Lingtian closed his eyes, not in slumber, but to replay the earlier battle in his mind. This was his first encounter with such colossal beasts. At that moment, he could not help but ponder how many skeletal soldiers it would take to triumph over such formidable foes. Yet, no matter how he envisioned or simulated scenarios, the conclusion remained the same. No number of skeletal minions would suffice. The disparity between them was insurmountable through mere quantity. Reflecting on this, Ye Lingtian, who had initially reveled in his possession of 1866 skeletal troops, suddenly felt a wave of humility wash over him. Faced with these terrifying giants, no amount of skeletal soldiers would grant him any semblance of victory. It was prudent to remain low-key and develop cautiously, he resolved. Just then, a thought struck him. It seemed that each of the three beasts bore some form of equipment. For instance, the brown giant ape wielded a black club, the massive bear donned silver armor. And although the giant lion lacked visible gear, Ye Lingtian had noted the golden fangs protruding from its mouth. This realization sparked a curiosity within him. Could one craft equipment for spirit beasts? Although no one provided him with an answer, he had already formed a hypothesis. Truth be told, he had always assumed that spirit beasts remained unchanged upon awakening. He had never considered the possibility of equipping them. It appeared he could indeed provide his skeletal warriors with sharper blades in the future. Chapter 27. It's you again, young Master Qin. After the startling encounter with the monstrous beasts, the journey continued without further incident. Several hours later, Ye Lingtian finally arrived at his destination, Langia Spirit Beast Academy. Gazing at the imposing gates, an inexplicable thrill coursed through him. His extraordinary life was about to commence. Regaining his composure, Ye Lingtian stepped towards the entrance. As today marked the beginning of the school year, numerous students of similar age gathered for registration. Perhaps it was the majesty of the gates or the shared anticipation of a bright future that rendered them either astonished or exhilarated. Ye Lingtian flowed with the crowd, smoothly completing his enrollment. Under the guidance of a staff member, he was soon escorted to his dormitory. Speaking of the dormitory, one must acknowledge the opulence of this spirit academy. No wonder everyone strives to gain admission to such a prestigious institution. Upon arriving at his dorm, Ye Lingtian was astounded to discover that his accommodation was nothing short of a villa, a sprawling and luxurious one at that. Such lavishness would have been inconceivable in his previous life, where even the best schools might offer a single or double room, while others relegated students to cramped 6- or 8-person dormitories. The most infuriating aspect was the utter lack of basic amenities such as a bed and desk configuration. In stark contrast, Langia Spirit Beast Academy was undeniably extravagant, allowing students to reside in villas, each student having their own. For Ye Lingtian, the distinction of living in a villa was secondary. As long as he had a place to stay and sleep, he was content. After swimming a few laps in the expansive pool, he collapsed onto the bed. After a day spent traveling and swimming, he felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. It wasn't long before Ye Lingtian succumbed to slumber on the ultra-soft bed. A night passed in silence, and dawn arrived swiftly. Having retired early the previous night, Ye Lingtian awoke feeling invigorated. After a brief freshening up, he unlocked his phone to discover an overwhelming 99 notifications. Most were from the freshman group and class group. The students had been assigned to their classes and added to a group chat the day prior, but Ye Lingtian had been too fatigued to engage in any discussions. After a night's worth of messages, 99 seemed quite reasonable. Ye Lingtian opened the freshman group chat, which encompassed all students of his cohort, totaling over 2,000 members, and the messages had long surpassed 999. Thus, he dismissed the idea of scrolling through them. Instead, he turned to the class group. This group was notably smaller, consisting of just over 40 members, with only around 200 messages, manageable enough to peruse. Ye Lingtian quickly scanned through the chat. Zhou Kai, hello classmates. My name is Zhou Kai, and we will be classmates from now on. Please take care of me. Salute. Wang Yu. Let us look out for one another. Salute. Guo Ming. 1. Initially, the conversation consisted primarily of pleasantries exchanged among classmates, which was fairly typical. Ye Lingtian scrolled rapidly until a distinct message caught his attention, breaking the monotony of the chat. Rest assured, since we are classmates, this young master will look out for you all. The tone was so familiar. He glanced at the name once more. Indeed, it was none other than the familiar figure of Qin Fenglin, the esteemed young master. It was evident that upon receiving his message, a profound silence enveloped the group. As the next notification did not appear until an hour had elapsed, Ye Lingtian surmised that during that hour, they were likely pondering the audacity of such a bold statement, questioning where the gallant individual had emerged from, and whether his modesty was genuine or merely a guise for his audacious claims. Ye Lingtian continued to scroll down the messages. Li Wei, brothers, you won't believe this, but we can actually reside in villas. Zhou Kai, what? Villas? Those gigantic, opulent villas? Li Wei, yes. The very villas in the area right in front of our dormitory. At first, I thought they were for the teachers, but upon inquiry, I discovered they are actually student accommodations. At this revelation, Ye Lingtian found himself somewhat bewildered. What? Why are they so astonished? Isn't everyone living in villas? He continued to scroll. Xinzhuang. Goodness, those villas are actually student dorms. But why are our accommodations single rooms? Images, 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 Zhou Kai. My dormitory is the same. Overwhelmed, on the verge of tears, after perusing the images they had sent, Ye Lingtian realized that their dorms appeared to be large single rooms. While they seemed decent in appearance and were indeed single occupancy, they paled in comparison to the grandeur of the villas. This piqued Ye Lingtian's curiosity. Why was his dormitory a villa? He had assumed all student accommodations were uniform. He continued to scroll, eager to discover how many others shared his villa residence. However, after a considerable amount of time, he found no one else living in villas. It seemed he was the sole occupant. He scrolled further. Li Wei, guys, stop joking around. I just inquired with a senior, and it turns out everyone can live in villas. They simply require an additional fee. Ming, no wonder. The nefarious nature of capitalism. Just tell me the price, so I can resign myself to fate. Xinzhuang, right? How much more do we need to pay? Let me extinguish this hope. Li Wei, it seems to be 200,000. Zhou Kai, goodness, 200,000. Is anyone actually living there? Curious, Xinzhuang. Only the wealthy can afford that, right? By the way, do we have any rich folks in our class? Humorous, Ming. I have no idea. I just want to see what a villa looks like. I've never lived in one. Zhou Kai, damn it. When I finally earn some money, I must experience living in a villa. Upon hearing the term wealthy, Ye Lingtian instantly thought of Qin Fenglin. Surely, this young master must be residing in a villa, right? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed a message from Qin Fenglin below. Qin Fenglin, to be honest, I find it rather average. Images, 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 Qin Fenglin. It pales in comparison to my home. Just look. Images, images, images. At this, Ye Lingtian couldn't help but smile faintly. Ah, it truly is Qin Fenglin. How quintessentially him. While Ye Lingtian understood that Qin Fenglin had no intention of boasting, the disdain for ostentation was inherent in the wealthy, who simply believed their own abode was superior. However, such behavior invariably invites resentment, a fact evidenced by the silence that had lingered throughout the night and into this moment. Ye Lingtian chuckled softly, preparing to turn off his phone when suddenly, a new message popped up. Gu Yuanzhou, attention all members, everyone, gather at Teaching Building 3028. Zhou Kai received. Xinzhuang, received. Ming, received. Chapter 28. Ye Lingtian in person. Upon reading the message, Ye Lingtian powered down his phone and made his way to the teaching building. He had a recollection of the building from yesterday's passage. Just as he stepped out of the villa and had taken but a few strides, he heard a familiar voice. Ye Lingtian. Hearing this voice, Ye Lingtian found himself both amused and exasperated. What a coincidence. Did they have some sort of bond that led them to encounter each other at every turn? The owner of the voice was none other than Qin Fenglin. Apart from him, it was unlikely anyone else at the school could call out his name. At this moment, Qin Fenglin had approached, exclaiming, Ye Lingtian, it really is you. His voice boomed, attracting the attention of those nearby, yet he remained unfazed, even daring to retort, what are you looking at? Feeling a sense of embarrassment, Ye Lingtian quickened his pace to leave. Observing this, Qin Fenglin hurriedly chased after him. Wait up, young master. After several minutes, Ye Lingtian finally arrived at room 3028. It was a tiered classroom, and approximately 20 to 30 individuals were already present. He casually selected a seat. Initially, apart from attracting the attention of a few girls due to his looks, the others merely glanced at him. But then, Qin Fenglin's loud voice pierced through the air. Ye Lingtian, why are you rushing? I told you to wait for me. This outburst instantly drew the gaze of everyone in the room towards them, primarily focusing on Ye Lingtian. The classmates were unfamiliar with Qin Fenglin, but they were quite acquainted with the term young master. Yet, it was Ye Lingtian's name that captured their attention. Ye Lingtian. Over the past few days, this name had become exceedingly renowned. It was practically a household name. His fame stemmed from 3 significant points. 1. Achieving a staggering 92 points in the Secret Realm trial, breaking the record for the highest score in the history of Longhua. And not by a small margin. 2. The 3 major universities hastily released statements accusing Ye Lingtian of cheating in the Secret Realm trial, claiming that Langye Yuling Academy was harboring a rogue with ulterior motives. 3. In the face of accusations from the teachers of the 3 major universities, Ye Lingtian boldly confronted them, vowing that they would pay the price. Each of these points alone could catapult an individual to instantaneous fame, let alone Ye Lingtian's trifecta of notoriety. How could they remain oblivious? In fact, they had discovered last night that Ye Lingtian was in their class group. However, since he had not spoken up, they refrained from mentioning him. After all, they would be classmates going forward, encountering each other daily. How could they bring it up? Furthermore, since Ye Lingtian had remained silent, should they tag him and ask, did you cheat or not? That would be absurd. Besides, they would eventually see Ye Lingtian in person, just as they were now. Thus, they were not overly anxious. Yet, they had not anticipated encountering Ye Lingtian so soon, and without a doubt, the young man was quite handsome. They were left wondering which rumors were true. Did they believe Ye Lingtian had not cheated and had genuinely defeated 92 ferocious beasts through skill? That seemed a bit exaggerated, especially since the highest record in Longwa's history had only been 36. However, if they suspected Ye Lingtian had cheated, it was perplexing that Gu Yuanzhou would go so far as to offend the 3 major universities to recruit him, which made them hesitant to conclude. After all, Gu Yuanzhou was no fool. Thus, they were left in a state of indecision. Nevertheless, they were no longer in a hurry, as they would be classmates from now on, inevitably interacting daily. Whether Ye Lingtian had cheated or not would eventually become clear. Just then, a voice rang out, "Fellow students." This unexpected announcement diverted everyone's attention away from Ye Lingtian. The voice belonged, of course, to Gu Yuanzhou. Standing before the podium, he surveyed the crowd and proclaimed, "I am Gu Yuanzhou, and from this day forth, I shall be your teacher." Upon hearing this, all present sat up straight, their attention captured. Gu Yuanzhou was a name they knew well. He had bravely confronted the 3 major universities for Ye Lingtian and had even recruited him in their presence. He was indeed a formidable figure. Noticing the gazes of the students, Gu Yuanzhou offered a faint smile before delving into the history of Langye Yuling Academy, recounting its illustrious moments. The students, however, found themselves growing dizzy and even contemplated a brief slumber. Qin Fenglin inwardly scoffed, wondering how someone so impressive could now be so tedious. Gu Yuanzhou, feeling equally exasperated, had no desire to regale them with such cliché details. Alas, it was a school requirement. The first lesson of the semester was to foster a sense of belonging among the students. After an hour of monotonous discourse, Gu Yuanzhou finally concluded, but the students were now in a state of near lethargy. Reluctantly, he raised his voice an octave. "Now, I shall speak of the secret realms." At the mere mention of the secret realms, the previously drowsy students immediately perked up. Their participation in the secret realm trials and their admission to the academy hinged upon this very topic. Ye Lingtian too regained his vigor, at last. The subject of secret realms had arrived. Observing their enthusiasm, Gu Yuanzhou smiled knowingly and continued, "Currently, Langye Yuling Academy boasts a total of 8 secret realms: Taiqing, Shanzi, Lingyuan, Qianye, Wuling, Shangyu, Qingyun, and Yunxiu. Among these, Taiqing is of the celestial grade, Shanzi and Lingyuan are of the earth grade, while Qianye and Wuling belong to the profound grade, and Shangyu, Qingyun, and Yunxiu fall under the yellow grade." Ye Lingtian had previously been oblivious to the grading of the secret realms, having only discovered this classification after spending 6 days poring over books in the library. The specific levels were categorized into 4 grades: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. The celestial grade represents the highest and largest of the secret realms, where, according to ancient texts, the lowest grade of ferocious beasts is at least of the 6th tier, with resources being most abundant. The earth grade follows, then the profound, and lastly, the yellow grade. Yet, even the most modest yellow grade secret realm should not be underestimated, for it too possesses a wealth of resources. In that moment, Ye Lingtian grasped why the major academies held such dominion over various cities in Dragon Country. Take, for instance, Langye Yuling Academy, which alone harbored 8 secret realms. Not to mention, it included 1 celestial grade and 2 earth grades. One could scarcely fathom the wealth of resources contained within. Furthermore, the students admitted to the academy had undergone rigorous selection processes. Those chosen were not merely prodigies or geniuses, but at the very least, stood out amongst the ordinary populace. An academy blessed with both resources and talent could naturally maintain its supremacy. Gu Yuanzhou continued, "I understand that you are all eager to enter the secret realms. But allow me to temper your enthusiasm. Given your current abilities, even the yellow grade secret realm would likely be a futile endeavor. A mere meat bun thrown to a wolf, with no returns. Bear in mind that even in the yellow grade realms, most ferocious beasts are at least of the 1st tier, and some may even reach the 2nd tier. This is not akin to your trials in the secret realms. Thus, before venturing into the secret realms, you must first pass through a certain place." Chapter 29, the Qianlong Tower. What place? The students in the classroom were all keenly attentive. Gu Yuanzhou did not keep them in suspense, promptly revealing, "The Qianlong Tower." "The Qianlong Tower? I've never heard of it," Ye Lingtian queried, perplexed. The rest of the students shared his confusion, evidently unaware of this Qianlong Tower. At that moment, Qin Fenglin spoke up, "This young master is aware of it. The Qianlong Tower, like the secret realm trials, is a man-made construct. However, it is considerably more challenging than the secret realm trials. It is said that the Qianlong Tower consists of 9 levels, with each level exponentially increasing in difficulty." As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Yuanzhou's voice resonated once more. What Qin Fenglin has stated is indeed correct. The Qianlong Tower is a man-made structure comprising 9 levels, and its challenges surpass those of the Secret Realm trials. However, it is not on par with the yellow-grade Secret Realms, as it is specifically designed for you new students. Henceforth, your task will be to conquer the Qianlong Tower. Only when you succeed will you be permitted to apply for entry into the yellow-grade Secret Realms. Upon hearing this, the students were disheartened. They had anticipated a direct entry into the Secret Realms, only to discover the existence of the Qianlong Tower. Just then, Gu Yuanzhou added, I almost forgot to mention, by conquering the Qianlong Tower, you will be rewarded with 100,000. Upon hearing of the reward, all the students perked up. Ye Lingtian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Some could hardly contain their eagerness, hastily inquiring, Teacher Gu, when can we challenge the Qianlong Tower? 100,000. The prospect of such a sum was enough to stir their impatience. Right now? Gu Yuanzhou replied. With his affirmation, all the students in the classroom prepared to embark on their challenge. Ye Lingtian was no exception. Witnessing their enthusiasm, Gu Yuanzhou offered a slight smile, indicating his understanding. Yet, as he watched Ye Lingtian depart, his expression grew complex. Before long, Ye Lingtian consulted the school map to locate the Qianlong Tower. Towering over 20 meters, the Qianlong Tower shone black, exuding an aura of majesty and solemnity. This was the Qianlong Tower. Ye Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he gazed upon it. The reward of 100,000 was equivalent to 100 skeleton soldiers. This thought thrilled him, causing him to rub his hands together in excitement. He was not alone. The others shared his fervor, with the exception of Qin Fenglin, whose gaze was filled with a desire for conquest. As Ye Lingtian prepared to enter the Qianlong Tower, 2 youths emerged from within. One was bandaged and appeared injured, muttering, This Qianlong Tower is impossibly difficult. I nearly met my end on the 2nd level. Indeed. It seems the teacher was not exaggerating, claiming that 10,000 was no easy feat. The other lamented while supporting him. The 2 quickly departed the Qianlong Tower, leaving Zhou Kai and the others exchanging glances, pondering, is it really that challenging? Unfazed, Ye Lingtian strode confidently into the tower. Inside, a radiant glow appeared beneath their feet, reminiscent of the Secret Realm trials. They had grown accustomed to it, and thus were not surprised. In the next moment, they were teleported to the 1st level of the Qianlong Tower. Once they regained their footing, Ye Lingtian noticed he was utterly alone. It must be to prevent teamwork. He mused. This was preferable, as it would keep his secret safe and spare him the trouble of shaking off the others. At that moment, he heard hurried footsteps. Before he could react, 2 colossal wolves, nearly 3 meters tall, had surrounded him, one in front and one behind. Is this the trial of the 1st level? Ye Lingtian murmured to himself. As he spoke, he summoned 10 skeleton soldiers. 2 giant wolves? The skeleton soldiers would suffice. There was no need to summon more. The 10 skeletons formed a protective circle around him. However, even upon seeing the 10 skeletons, the 2 wolves displayed no fear, snarling as they lunged forward. Of course, the skeleton soldiers were no pushovers. They swung their blades with ferocity. In an instant, the 10 skeleton soldiers encircled the 2 wolves, their 2-meter-long bone blades raining down mercilessly upon them. It wasn't long before the 2 towering wolves lay lifeless on the ground. Upon reaching this juncture, Ye Lingtian couldn't help but acknowledge that the combat prowess of these skeletal warriors surpassed that of the lesser skeletons by a considerable margin. This was indeed fortuitous for him. Simultaneously, a resplendent light enveloped his feet once more, swiftly transporting him to the 2nd layer. As the scene shifted, we found ourselves in the council hall of the Langia Spirit Academy. Gu Yuanzhou, what is the meaning of this? You have offended the 3 major academies by forcibly enrolling Ye Lingtian into our institution, and we have chosen to overlook it. Now, you audaciously wish to procure resources for him? Absolutely not. Another voice chimed in. Do you think your status as the principal's brother grants you the privilege to engage in nepotism? Let me be clear, that is out of the question. The decline of our Langia Spirit Academy's integrity is precisely due to individuals like you who exploit connections and circumvent rules. We will not provide anything, not a single point. If you believe he is so formidable, let him earn it on his own. Within the council hall, a cluster of senior officials from the Langia Spirit Academy pounded their fists upon the mahogany round table, brimming with indignation. Just moments prior, Gu Yuanzhou had audaciously requested funding and resources for Ye Lingtian, a proposition they found intolerable. Their dissatisfaction had already been palpable due to Gu Yuanzhou's previous transgressions against the 3 major academies for Ye Lingtian's sake. Learning that he was even prepared to forsake the Yuanyang secret realm for the sake of Ye Lingtian only compounded their disbelief. They regarded him as utterly deranged. Were it not for his connection to the principal, they would have long since dragged Gu Yuanzhou out to demand an apology. As it stood, both he and Ye Lingtian remained at the academy merely due to this familial tie. Yet now, Gu Yuanzhou audaciously sought to have the academy allocate funds and resources for Ye Lingtian, a notion that was nothing short of preposterous. They were resolutely against it. Gu Yuanzhou was well aware of this sentiment, yet he awaited their retort about him having to strive for it himself. With a calm demeanor, he responded, "Very well. If it's a matter of self-reliance, then let it be so. Breaking the record for the fastest completion of the Qianlong Tower should suffice, would it not? For others, achieving the fastest completion of the Qianlong Tower might be adequate, but for Ye Lingtian, it fell woefully short of expectations. To offend the three major academies and even consider sacrificing the Yuanyang secret realm, was this truly the extent of the demands placed upon him? Within a month, should he manage to acquire 3,000 points from any yellow-level secret realm, that would be sufficient. An elderly man spoke, his eyes never lifting as he uttered this demand. Upon hearing it, Gu Yuanzhou nearly erupted in outrage. 3,000 points within a month. In a yellow-level secret realm. How is that even feasible? To think Ye Lingtian has only recently awakened. It has barely been 10 days. He hasn't even entered the realm of ranking. To expect him to gather 3,000 points in a yellow-level secret realm teeming with first and even second-grade fierce beasts is downright absurd. Gu Yuanzhou found it utterly incomprehensible how the elder could state such a demand with a straight face. Old Huang, do you not perceive the excessiveness of your condition? Gu Yuanzhou retorted darkly. Despite his unwavering belief in Ye Lingtian's potential, he could not shake the conviction that this task was utterly insurmountable. Acquiring 3,000 points in a month meant Ye Lingtian would need to secure at least 100 points daily. The yellow-level secret realm was not a controlled environment. Even in a modified realm, Ye Lingtian had achieved a remarkable 92 points, yet had not surpassed the 100 mark. Thus, such a task was impossible for anyone to accomplish. Gu Yuanzhou believed that even if they summoned a second-grade spirit master from their academy, they would still find it unattainable. To proclaim self-reliance while imposing an unachievable task was not merely targeting. It was blatant harassment. This was why he was so incensed. The senior officials erupted in laughter at Gu Yuanzhou's words. Excessive? Huh. Is this demand excessive? I think not at all. Your willingness to offend the three major academies and abandon the Yuanyang secret realm is what I deem excessive. If you hold such high expectations for him, he should bear the consequences of your actions, and therefore, this is not unreasonable in the least. Indeed, in short, if he can accomplish this task, we old fellows will certainly keep our word. Faced with their obstinacy, Gu Yuanzhou realized that extracting any concessions from these aged bureaucrats was akin to pulling teeth from a tiger. He would have to devise another approach. In a fit of indignation, he warned them, "You old fossils, just wait. You will certainly regret this." With that, he departed, leaving no opportunity for them to hurl insults. In the second layer of the Qianlong Tower, Ye Lingtian surveyed the 4 colossal wolves surrounding him, shaking his head in mild disappointment. He then calmly summoned another 10 skeletal warriors. Mirroring the earlier strategy, 5 skeletal warriors engaged one giant wolf, striking mercilessly. 5 bone blades cleaved into the beast, instantly leaving it battered and bloodied. These skeletal warriors were not mere lesser skeletons. Their strength and combat capabilities were significantly elevated. They were formidable foes. And in a fair fight, 5 against 1 would undoubtedly result in a slaughter. Approximately 1 minute later, the giant wolves had met their demise. Once more, a radiant light enveloped Ye Lingtian's feet, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself on the 3rd layer. Now, however, he was confronted not by 4 wolves, but 8. At this moment, Ye Lingtian began to grasp why Qin Fenglin had claimed that the Qianlong Tower posed a greater challenge than the secret realm trials. The mere presence of 8 giant wolves on this 3rd layer was sufficient to deter most individuals. Prior to entering the ranks, only those with the talent to command wild-grade spirit beasts, like Qin Fenglin, could hope to prevail. Yet, for Ye Lingtian, this was not a cause for concern. 8. Let us augment that with another 20 skeletal warriors. He summoned forth 20 more skeletal warriors, employing the same method as before. A minute later, the light once again shone beneath his feet, and he ascended to the 4th layer. Initially, Ye Lingtian anticipated that the fierce beasts here would number 16 giant wolves. Instead, he was met with 4 gigantic wild boars, each nearing 4 meters in height. These creatures must be on the verge of entering the ranks, he mused. Observing their immense size, the realization dawned upon him. They were indeed the largest ferocious beasts he had encountered, second only to the 3 terrifying creatures he had seen on the train. At that moment, Ye Lingtian recalled the system and inquired, "System, can you scan them?" "Scanning in progress. Please hold." The system responded promptly. Within a heartbeat, it continued, "Scan complete. Please review the results. Name, Fat Wild Boar. Level, Fierce Beast. Rank, Not Yet Ranked, 4850. Strength, 102. Agility, 146. Defense, 110. Comprehensive combat power evaluation. 108. Status. Excellent, indeed. They are on the cusp of ranking, Ye Lingtian murmured to himself. The 4 fat wild boars were merely 2 points shy of entering the ranks. No wonder they were so formidable in size. Recognizing their nearing rank, Ye Lingtian felt it prudent to extend a modicum of respect. Thus, with a mere glance, he summoned an additional 40 skeletal warriors, forming an impenetrable wall of 80 skeletal warriors surrounding him. As the specter of war loomed ominously, an unexpected scene unfolded. Amidst a horde of 80 skeletal soldiers, for corpulent wild boars exhibited no inclination to flee. Instead, they charged forward, eager to pierce the skeletal warriors with their protruding tusks. However, the skeletal soldiers were far from foolish. They swiftly surrounded one boar, unleashing a flurry of strikes with their bone blades. Although these wild boars possessed greater individual combat prowess than the skeletal soldiers, they were overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Before they could mount a counterattack, 20 bone blades rained down upon them mercilessly. No matter how thick their hides, they could not withstand such a relentless assault. Moreover, the skeletal soldiers wielded remarkably sharp weapons, and with each strike, the boars sustained numerous wounds, their blood spilling profusely, eliciting agonizing cries. Yet, the skeletal soldiers paid no heed to their suffering, instead redoubling their efforts, embodying the principle of seizing the opportunity to take a life when one is vulnerable. Minutes later, all 4 corpulent wild boars lay defeated. Ye Lingtian's countenance remained devoid of expression. The outcome of this skirmish was utterly predictable. Even the lesser skeletal soldiers could have managed the task, albeit at the cost of some casualties. Moments later, Ye Lingtian was teleported once more. Concurrently, in the class group chat, Guomingming. Oh my, this subterranean dragon tower is impossibly difficult. We simply cannot prevail. Xinzhuang. Guomingming, how many levels have you reached? The first 2 were manageable, but I couldn't get past the third. Guomingming, I'm stuck on the 3rd level as well. It's utterly insurmountable. 8 colossal wolves. Ferocious beyond belief. If I hadn't fled swiftly, I might have been injured. Wang Yu, enough already. I am injured. I doubt I can return to the subterranean dragon tower for several days. Xinzhuang. Sigh. I knew it would be difficult to earn that 100,000. It's excruciating. Li Wei, this subterranean dragon tower is simply beyond human capability. I reckon we will be trapped here for months. As for the secret realm, we might as well forget about it. At that moment, they felt profoundly wounded. They had initially anticipated swiftly earning 100,000, only to find themselves stalled at the 3rd level. The subterranean dragon tower was far more challenging than they had imagined. Chapter 31. The Fierce Beast, Li Huomanyo. In the subterranean dragon tower, on the 5th level, facing the ferocious onslaught of 8 corpulent wild boars, Ye Lingtian calmly summoned more skeletal soldiers. In the face of overwhelming numbers, the boars stood no chance and fell victim to the skeletal soldiers' bone blades. Ye Lingtian noted with satisfaction that these skeletal soldiers proved far more effective than their lesser counterparts, further fueling his anticipation for the strength of the summoned spirit beasts to come. At that moment, a radiant light flickered beneath his feet. The next instant, Ye Lingtian found himself on the 6th level. As before, the beasts on this level posed no resistance, quickly being felled by the skeletal soldiers. Only 3 levels remained. Gazing at the light beneath his feet, Ye Lingtian spoke softly, aware that the coveted prize of 100,000 was tantalizingly close. Soon, he arrived at the 7th level. Upon steadying himself, he noticed the beasts had once again transformed. No longer were there merely more wild boars. Instead, a massive bull, towering over 4 meters, stood before him. Its limbs were robust, muscles rippling, and atop its head were a pair of grand horns, resembling a magnificent work of art. Yet, its temper was fierce, as it lowered its head to glare at Ye Lingtian, stamping its feet and expelling thick plumes of smoke from its nostrils. Simultaneously, the Li Huomanyo charged into the throng of skeletal soldiers, akin to a tiger descending from the mountains, wreaking havoc among them. So formidable, Ye Lingtian was taken aback, and with a flicker of thought, he commanded, "System, scan it." The system responded promptly, and within moments, the bull's information materialized before Ye Lingtian's eyes. Name, Li Huomanyo. Level, Fierce Beast. Grade, 1st rank, 1100. Strength, 201. Agility, 176. Defense, 204. Comprehensive combat power assessment, 202. Status, enraged. Such statistics elucidated its ferocity. Ye Lingtian marveled, realizing that the bull's might rendered it a veritable force amidst the skeletal soldiers. Its strength, defense, and overall combat capability were more than double that of the skeletal warriors. No wonder it was so fierce. Was this the distinction between 1st rank and non-1st rank? Both the skeletal soldiers and the Li Huomanyo were classified as fierce beasts, The only difference lay in their rank. Initially, Ye Lingtian had believed that the gap between ranks would not be substantial. However, the reality exceeded his expectations, revealing a vast disparity. Clearly, achieving first rank was of utmost importance. Ye Lingtian mused, contemplating how to elevate his skeletal soldiers to this esteemed status. Previously, he had examined his status panel and noted that he was merely 20 points shy of first rank, yet he was uncertain how he had accrued the initial 30 points. Nevertheless, he had retained the good habit of consulting the system when faced with uncertainty. Thus, he inquired inwardly, "System, how can one achieve first rank?" In response, the system explained, "Host, defeating fierce beasts will yield experience points. The more fierce beasts you vanquish, the quicker your ascent to first rank." Defeating fierce beasts, of course. Ye Lingtian had an epiphany. He should have anticipated this. After all, he had only realized he possessed 30 points after emerging from the trial in the secret realm. Thus, it was indeed connected to slaying fierce beasts. With this revelation, Ye Lingtian felt a surge of excitement. Logically, having just defeated over 10 fierce beasts, including some on the brink of first rank, he ought to have gained a considerable amount of experience. Filled with anticipation, he eagerly checked his data panel. Host, Ye Lingtian, gender, male, height, 183 cm, weight, 70 kg, appearance, 99, Kung Go, 20 cm, spirit beast, skeletal soldier, fierce, lesser skeletal soldier, common. Quantity, 1866, level, not yet first rank, 3050. This cannot be right. Why does it still reflect 30 points? Ye Lingtian voiced his confusion, given that he had just vanquished over 10 fierce beasts. It seemed implausible that his experience had not increased at all. System? Ye Lingtian directly inquired. The system promptly responded, Host. The fierce beasts within the subterranean dragon tower are constructed from virtual elements and do not constitute true fierce beasts. Thus, defeating them yields no experience. Virtual? How could that be? He gazed incredulously at the Li Huaman Nyo, which moved through the ranks of skeletal soldiers with the prowess of a war god. It was unfathomable that such a formidable creature was merely a fabrication. This was utterly nonsensical. It seemed imperative to hasten his pace. He must reach the secret realm as soon as possible. Ye Lingtian resolved internally, whether for the sake of earning money or elevating the rank of his spirit beasts. Reaching the secret realm was essential. After all, the contest for the Yuanyang secret realm could commence at any moment, so he must seize the time to develop. With this thought in mind, Ye Lingtian resolved to no longer squander precious moments and unleashed his full might. 800 skeletal soldiers were summoned in an instant, surrounding him in a dense mass. With their sheer numbers, the movements of the Li Huaman Nyo were swiftly curtailed, its previous arrogance diminished. Wounds began to appear on its body, all inflicted by bone blades. Naturally, the skeletal soldiers also suffered casualties, with a dozen or so meeting their demise beneath the creature's horns, while many others endured significant impacts. However, the true strength of the skeletal soldiers lay in their fearlessness of death. If one perished, another would rise to continue the fight. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. A chaotic flurry can fell even the master. No matter how formidable one's martial prowess, a kitchen knife can still bring fear. After a mere 10 minutes, the head of the Li Huaman Nyo was cleaved open. The skeletal soldiers raised their arms in triumphant cheer. Ye Lingtian wore a slight smile. What did it matter if it was a first-grade fierce beast? With an abundance of soldiers at his command, he could still vanquish it. As the light of teleportation flickered, Ye Lingtian found himself on the 8th level. Awaiting him were 2 Li Huaman Nyo. Mu. Without a moment's hesitation, the 2 charged forward. Fortunately, the multitude of skeletal soldiers at Ye Lingtian's side intercepted them. Observing the battle between his skeletal soldiers and the 2 Li Huaman Nyo, Ye Lingtian fell into contemplation. The difficulty of this challenge surpassed that of the secret realm trials by leaps and bounds. One first-grade fierce beast was already daunting. Now there were 2. The most outrageous part was that this was not even the final trial. Ye Lingtian surmised that the 9th level would likely feature an even greater number of first-grade fierce beasts. At this stage, it seemed that no one but him could hope to succeed, not even Qin Fenglin, who possessed a war elephant of the wild level. Perhaps he could defeat one due to his level advantage, but facing more than one would pose a considerable challenge. Furthermore, he felt that his awakening had occurred too recently for him to fully harness the true power of a wild-level spirit beast. The higher the grade of a wild-level spirit beast, the more terrifying its potential. Chapter 32, The Final Challenge, the 9th level. In the brief moment of Ye Lingtian's contemplation, the 2 Li Huaman Nyo collapsed with a resounding thud. After an arduous struggle, the skeletal soldiers finally brought down these colossal beasts. Of course, their sacrifices were substantial. 36 skeletal soldiers fell, adding to the 16 lost earlier, totaling 52. It was likely that even greater sacrifices awaited during the final trial, but Ye Lingtian was unfazed. His sole desire was to clear the challenge swiftly and claim his rewards, and then delve into the secret manual. He was in a great hurry. Simultaneously, darkness enveloped Ye Lingtian, and the next moment, he found himself on the 9th level. In this final trial, 3 Lihuaman Nyo stood poised for battle. Gu Yuan Zhou was correct. One must first conquer the Qianlong Tower before entering the secret realm. Successfully passing through the Qianlong Tower indicated that one possessed the capability to slay 3 first-grade fierce beasts. Even upon reaching the yellow-level secret realm, survival would not be so easily guaranteed. Of course, this was only true for others. For Ye Lingtian, such concerns were non-existent. The strength of an ant swarm lies in its overwhelming numbers, and how many spirit beasts did Ye Lingtian command? As long as his numbers were sufficient, he would dare to confront even deities. Naturally, that was a topic for another day. The most pressing matter at hand was to enter the secret realm as soon as possible. The skeletal soldiers were already engaged with the 3 Lihuaman Nyo. The strategy remained the same, sacrifice for sacrifice. The scene shifted to the backstage of the Qianlong Tower. After leaving the council chamber, Gu Yuanzhou proceeded directly to the Qianlong Tower, eager to observe the progress of his students in the tower. His primary concern was Ye Lingtian. Based on his estimations, Ye Lingtian should have reached the 7th level by now. To be frank, the 7th level would present the challenge of a first-grade fierce beast, marking a significant increase in difficulty. Nevertheless, he believed that Ye Lingtian's strength would allow him to conquer the 7th level without issue. It was the 8th level that might prove troublesome. After all, the 8th level featured 2 first-grade fierce beasts, exponentially increasing the challenge. Upon arriving at the backstage of the Qianlong Tower, Gu Yuanzhou was about to inquire about the day's tower challenges when he noticed several staff members gathered around, fixated on the large screen before them, their mouths agape and eyes wide. One might mistake them for spectators at an extraordinary spectacle. As he approached, Gu Yuanzhou overheard their conversation. What on earth is happening? This person has cleared 8 levels in one go, and it hasn't even been half an hour. I have never witnessed such a phenomenon in all my years at the Qianlong Tower. Goodness gracious, is there really such a remarkable newcomer? Could this be a student from last year, come to show off? It was indeed a possibility. Damn it. These kids have been warned countless times against showing off in front of newcomers. As they spoke, their astonishment turned to irritation. At that moment, Gu Yuanzhou interjected. What are you all so engrossed in? His sudden appearance startled them. Each of them exhibited a look of terror, exclaiming, Oh dear, it's Teacher Gu. You gave us quite a fright. What are you all so focused on that you didn't even notice my arrival? Gu Yuanzhou chuckled lightly. Once they regained their composure, he gestured towards the screen, saying, Take a look for yourself. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuanzhou turned his gaze to the screen. Displayed was a model of the Qianlong Tower, consisting of 9 levels. Gu Yuanzhou understood that this represented the 9 trials of the tower. The small red dots indicated the number of participants at each level. The lowest 3 levels had the most red dots, signifying the greatest number of participants, while the dots diminished significantly from the 4th level onward, leaving only a scant few. Gu Yuanzhou knew that these few were primarily his own students, as they were regarded as the most talented cohort at Langya's Spirit Beast Academy. Ye Lingtian and Qin Fenglin were particularly noteworthy. One was suspected of possessing godlike abilities, while the other was of the wild level, naturally placing them at the forefront of talent. Apart from these two, the other students also displayed commendable talent and performance in the Secret Realm trials, with even the least among them having awakened wild-level spirit beasts and achieving scores exceeding 8. Thus, it was not surprising that they managed to reach the 4th level. However, to clear the Qianlong Tower, more time would be required. Gu Yuanzhou was not there merely to observe these students. He raised his gaze to see what lay above. At the 5th level, there were only 2 red dots. Ascending further, at the 6th level, there was but a single red dot. Gu Yuanzhou knew immediately who the solitary dot belonged to. Without a doubt, it was Qin Fenglin. He felt quite pleased with this unexpectedly acquired wild-level student. With the 3 major academies present, no other institution in any city could hope to attract students who had awakened wild-level spirit beasts. Qin Fenglin was indeed an anomaly. Had it not been for the pressure from the 3 major academies, he would likely never have come to Langya's Spirit Beast Academy. While he held Qin Fenglin in high regard, his current focus was on Ye Lingtian, so he continued to look upward. The 7th level. Nothing. So soon? Gu Yuanzhou speculated that Ye Lingtian was certainly on the 7th level at that moment, but upon inspection, he found it empty. Confounded, he continued his ascent. The 8th level yielded no results either. How could this be? Had Ye Lingtian already failed? That seemed implausible. With Ye Lingtian's prowess, he should have breezed through the 7th level without a hitch. Doubt clouded Gu Yuanzhou's mind. Just then, a staff member interjected, Teacher Gu, look. The ninth level. The ninth level? At this revelation, Gu Yuanzhou paused momentarily, but quickly regained his composure and lifted his gaze towards the ninth level. There, a distinct red dot appeared. It was Ye Lingtian. He had actually advanced to the ninth level. Gu Yuanzhou's eyes widened in astonishment, barely able to process the reality before him. Yet, in an instant, his shock transformed into immense joy. Initially, he had thought Ye Lingtian would be stuck at the 8th level, but now, Ye Lingtian had once again surprised him. He had reached the 9th level. It was nothing short of a miracle. He had never witnessed anyone reach the 9th level on their first attempt at the Qianlong Tower. Seeing Gu Yuanzhou so exhilarated, several staff members chimed in. Teacher Gu, please don't get too excited. I suspect it's just some student from last year trying to show off. Indeed, newly awakened students rarely manage to clear the tower on their first try, let alone reach the 9th level. It was undoubtedly a prank from a previous cohort. To be honest, they were reluctant to dampen Gu Yuanzhou's excitement. But they feared that once he discovered the truth, that it was merely a student from last year messing around, his disappointment would be monumental. The greater his initial joy, the more profound his eventual despair. Thus, they felt it prudent to issue a warning. However, Gu Yuanzhou dismissed their concerns, completely unfazed by their words. Did they think he was unaware? The red dot on the 9th level was undoubtedly Ye Lingtian. Chapter 33, Level Cleared, Record Broken. Ding. At that moment, a deep, resonant sound echoed in the ears of those present, akin to the tolling of a bell. The sound signified that someone had successfully cleared the Qianlong Tower, and the gathered crowd was already well aware of its implications. Under ordinary circumstances, they would have rejoiced, for it indicated a student had triumphed over the Qianlong Tower, a commendable feat yet, now that they had learned it was a student from the previous year causing the commotion. Their elation was significantly muted. Unexpectedly, Gu Yuanzhou was overwhelmed with excitement, dancing with joy. Teacher Gu, wait. This is fake, it's fake. Others cautioned. Yes, Teacher Gu. It's clearly a prank from last year's students. Don't be deceived. They had feared that Gu Yuanzhou's premature excitement would lead to a crushing disappointment when he learned the truth. Yet, to their astonishment, Gu Yuanzhou seemed to genuinely believe the announcement. Concerned glances were exchanged among the staff, but Gu Yuanzhou paid them no heed, instead laughing as he departed. Nonsense. I know my own student. How could I not recognize if someone were playing tricks? Just check the records of completion. With that, he hurried off, leaving the others bewildered in the wind. What was going on with Gu Yuanzhou? They struggled to comprehend his reaction. They had clearly stated that it was a prank by last year's students. After all, who could possibly clear the Qianlong Tower on the very first day of school? The fastest recorded completion time still stood at 1 month and 3 days. That record had remained unbroken for years. The notion that a freshman could clear the tower on the first day of school was simply unbelievable. Nevertheless, they decided to heed Gu Yuanzhou's words and pulled up the completion records of the Qianlong Tower. Mere seconds later, their eyes widened in disbelief. Meanwhile, on the 9th level of the Qianlong Tower, as 3 flame bull beasts collapsed, a melodious voice echoed in Ye Lingtian's ears. Congratulations. You have successfully cleared the Qianlong Tower. The completion rewards have been credited to your student account. No sooner had the voice faded than Ye Lingtian's phone chimed with a notification. To his delight, his linked student account had indeed received a deposit of 100,000 yuan. A smile crept across Ye Lingtian's lips. He could now purchase 100 skeleton soldiers. What bliss! Yet, just then, the melodious voice returned. Congratulations. You have successfully broken the record for clearing the Qianlong Tower. The record-breaking reward has been credited to your student account. A reward for breaking the record? Gu Yuanzhou hadn't mentioned this, but Ye Lingtian pulled out his phone to check. Ding. 500,000 yuan has been deposited into your account ending in 9282, with a remaining balance of 701,213. The record-breaking reward was a staggering 500,000. Ye Lingtian was taken aback. He had presumed that the record-breaking reward would also be a mere 100,000. Instead, it had turned out to be 5 times that. What a delightful surprise. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Ye Lingtian's mind. He wondered if there would be more rewards for further record-breaking attempts. Contemplating this, he felt an irresistible urge to test the waters. Thus, after exiting the Qianlong Tower, Ye Lingtian re-entered the tower once more. As Ye Lingtian prepared to enact his daring plan, he remained blissfully unaware that the entire school was in an uproar. Class group. Announcement. Student Ye Lingtian from the 361st cohort has successfully cleared the Qianlong Tower and set a new record for the fastest completion time. The current fastest time is 48 minutes. This is hereby announced. Zhou Kai, what? Ye Lingtian has cleared it already? Guomingming, no way. Xinzhuang, what? At that moment, every student in the class was taken aback. They had struggled endlessly through the tower, only to be dismissed at the 4th level, suffering various degrees of injuries. Their wounds hadn't even healed, And now an announcement declared that Ye Lingtian had cleared the Qianlong Tower and set a new record? How could they not be stunned? Compared to Ye Lingtian, they felt like complete failures. The new students group was even more boisterous. In the new students group, announcements continued to flood in. The moment everyone saw the announcement, they could hardly contain themselves. They had barely managed to reach the first, second, and third levels, only to be told that someone had already cleared the tower. Within a minute, the new students group was inundated with messages, all filled with exclamations of disbelief and admiration for the Great One. In the council hall, several elders had just finished scolding Gu Yuanzhou and were preparing to leave when one of them suddenly exclaimed, "The record for the fastest completion of the Qianlong Tower has been broken." At this, the others halted in their tracks. "What did you say? The fastest completion record has been broken? Who did it? What is the new time?" The elders hurriedly turned to inquire. The individual promptly pulled out his phone and displayed the announcement to the group. Ye Lingtian, 48 minutes? The elders plopped down onto their seats, momentarily at a loss for words. After a long pause, one of them finally stammered, "Does anyone remember what the previous fastest clearance time was? If my memory serves me right, I believe it was 1 month and 3 days. 1 month and 3 days versus 48 minutes. The stark contrast between the two times left everyone gasping in shock. They have ascended from humble beginnings to their current stature, having weathered countless storms. Generally speaking, they remain unfazed by fame or disgrace, like a tranquil ancient well. Yet, at this moment, they could not suppress their astonishment and excitement. After what felt like an eternity, someone finally reacted and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, given the circumstances, should we reconsider our previous conditions? There is no rush. This matter is of great significance and must be approached with utmost caution. His current performance does not yet warrant our all-in commitment." Meanwhile, outside the Qianlong Tower, Gu Yuanzhou was scanning the crowd in search of Ye Lingtian's figure. However, after searching for a considerable time, he could not find him, which left him perplexed. Strange. Shouldn't Ye Lingtian have emerged by now? Has he already returned? Gu Yuanzhou murmured to himself. Little did he know that the person he was desperately seeking was still inside the Qianlong Tower. Inside the Qianlong Tower, on the first floor, Ye Lingtian took out his phone and began timing, noting that it had been 48 minutes. To maximize his gains, he needed to have precise control over the time for each subsequent attempt. Ideally, the timing should not differ by more than 10 seconds. For instance, if the previous time was 48 minutes, he aimed to complete this round in 47 minutes and 50 seconds. This way, he could secure the rewards for breaking the record while also leaving ample room for further optimization. With this in mind, Ye Lingtian commenced his battle for precise timing. In the blink of an eye, over 40 minutes had passed, and he had swiftly reached the 9th level of the Qianlong Tower. The three Lihumanius were on their last breath. Ye Lingtian focused on the timer on his phone, and, upon seeing the time reach 47 minutes and 45 seconds, commanded his skeleton soldiers to deliver the fatal blow. At exactly 50 seconds, perfectly timed, all three Lihumanius perished at 47 minutes and 50 seconds, showcasing true precision. As he waited, a melodious voice rang in his ears, and a smile graced his face. "Congratulations. You have successfully refreshed the record for clearing the Qianlong Tower, and the reward has been credited to your student account." It was indeed possible. Ye Lingtian was ecstatic. If this continued, he could keep raking in the rewards, amassing 5 million after 10 attempts, and 50 million after 100. With that thought, he promptly exited the Qianlong Tower, eager to try again. After all, who could resist such a lucrative opportunity? Simultaneously, in the freshman group, the announcement of the refreshed record for clearing the Qianlong Tower was released once more. Seeing the announcement, they initially assumed that some formidable individual had shattered Ye Lingtian's record. However, upon seeing the name, they were bewildered to find it was still Ye Lingtian. Confusion reigned among the crowd. It wasn't he until someone mentioned that there was a 500,000 reward for refreshing the record that they truly lost their composure, cursing Ye Lingtian for ruining their chances. Originally, they believed they had a shot at breaking the record of 1 month and 3 days to claim the 500,000 reward. But now, with a time of 47 minutes, who could possibly surpass that? This meant that the 500,000 reward was practically out of reach for them. Having done nothing, they lamented the loss of such a fortune, their frustration boiling over. As Gu Yuanzhou prepared to leave, he noticed the message in the group and suddenly understood. No wonder he hadn't seen Ye Lingtian. He had gone back into the Qianlong Tower. Upon seeing Ye Lingtian's new record time, a thought struck him. Could this lad be exploiting the school's rewards? Realizing this, Gu Yuanzhou's expression shifted. Meanwhile, on the 8th level of the Qianlong Tower, Qin Fenglin, who had already slain one Lihumanius, wore a grave expression. His war magic elephant had fought its way up without sustaining injuries, but the exhaustion was mounting. The battle against the Lihua Manius on the 7th level had depleted a significant amount of its stamina. Yet, before he could celebrate, he discovered that there were still 2 Lihua Manius on the 8th level. Qin Fenglin understood that his journey was likely ending here. While the war magic elephant could still hold on, victory was not in sight, rendering this battle pointless. Resolutely, Qin Fenglin withdrew from the Qianlong Tower. How far could Ye Lingtian have progressed? Surely, he must have reached at least the 9th level. Upon exiting, Qin Fenglin thought to himself that while he acknowledged Ye Lingtian's slight superiority, the presence of 2 first-tier ferocious beasts on the 8th level indicated a greater challenge awaited on the 9th. He believed Ye Lingtian's strength would likely only allow him to reach that level. Just as he was about to verify his assumptions, Qin Fenglin opened his phone's chat group and was met with a flood of astonished messages. What was happening? Why was everyone in a frenzy? Did they discover that he had advanced to the 8th level? With that thought, he scrolled through the chat history. After a lengthy search, he finally saw the announcement. What? Ye Lingtian had cleared the Qianlong Tower and even refreshed the record? Stunned, Qin Fenglin felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. He had exerted 200 of his strength and was stuck on the 8th level, while Ye Lingtian had already cleared it. How absurd that he had thought Ye Lingtian would be trapped alongside him at the 9th level. Feeling a crushing blow to his ego, Qin Fenglin struggled to comprehend how Ye Lingtian had achieved this. His awakened spirit beast was inferior to others, yet his strength surpassed all. It was utterly unreasonable. Just as he was about to shut his phone to avoid further frustration, he noticed that above the announcement, the messages were filled with astonishment and admiration. What was going on? Curiosity piqued. Qin Fenglin continued to scroll upward. Before long, he stumbled upon another familiar announcement. Why was there yet another notice? Hadn't he just seen one? To confirm, Qin Fenglin scrolled down again. It was only when he noticed that the 2 records were not the same that he realized it wasn't a repeat. Instead, Ye Lingtian had cleared the tower twice and refreshed the record both times. Initially, he had thought it was impressive enough that Ye Lingtian had cleared the Qianlong Tower. Now, he was astounded to learn that Ye Lingtian had accomplished this feat consecutively, while he remained stuck at the 8th level. At that moment, Qin Fenglin erupted in anger, cursing. Damn it! How is it fair that I, Qin Fenglin, must share the world with Ye Lingtian? He howled at the sky. Just as his phone chimed with another message notification, Qin Fenglin opened his phone and entered the class group. Announcement. Student Ye Lingtian from the class of 361 has successfully cleared the Qianlong Tower and refreshed the fastest record for clearing the tower. The current fastest record stands at 47 minutes and 40 seconds. This is hereby announced. With this announcement, it was clear that Ye Lingtian had once again cleared the tower and set a new record. This also signifies that during the same period, Ye Lingtian has attempted the Qianlong Tower 3 times, yet he has not succeeded even once, finding himself ensnared at the 8th level. How exasperating. Qin Fenglin was driven to the brink of insanity. Clearly, he is a genius with an awakened wild-level spirit beast, yet why does he seem like a mere failure? This was utterly unacceptable to him. Little did Qin Fenglin know that Ye Lingtian had deliberately been controlling the passage of time. Otherwise, he could have progressed even faster. Of course, he would remain oblivious to this fact. Meanwhile, Gu Yuanzhou, upon witnessing the announcement, couldn't help but display an amused expression. Once, twice, one could chalk it up to coincidence. But 3 consecutive times, with each attempt missing the mark by a mere 10 seconds. Wasn't that akin to milking a cash cow? If Gu Yuanzhou failed to recognize this, he might as well resign from his teaching position. However, he held no objections. On the contrary, he found it rather commendable. After all, those old-timers were stingy with funds and resources, so why not seize what he could? With this thought in mind, Gu Yuanzhou could no longer contain his amusement. Ye Lingtian was indeed the first to dare to milk the resources of the Langius Spirit Beast Academy. Chapter 35. The Skeleton Warrior's Power Surge. Another 500,000 gained. Blissfully delightful. Glancing at the incoming funds on his phone, Ye Lingtian was already overjoyed. At this moment, his savings had soared to an impressive 1.7 million, enabling him to unlock new spirit beasts. Ye Lingtian opened his personal data panel. Host, Ye Lingtian. Gender, male. Height, 183 cm. Weight, 70 kg. Appearance, 99. Kuan brother, 20 cm. Spirit beasts, skeleton soldier, fierce, little skeleton soldier, common. Quantity, 1564. Level, unranked, 3050. In the recent 3 rounds of clearing the Qianlong Tower, he had lost a total of 302 skeleton soldiers, with the majority of the losses occurring at the 9th level. However, it was of little concern. He had the funds now. 1.7 million could procure a significant number of soldiers. Thus, Ye Lingtian proceeded to the soldier procurement panel. Little skeleton soldier, 10,000 dragon coins for 100 units. Skeleton Soldier, 100,000 dragon coins for 100 units. Prerequisite: must own 1,000 little skeleton soldiers to purchase. Skeleton Warrior, 1,000,000 dragon coins for 100 units. Prerequisite: must own 1,000 skeleton soldiers to purchase. Undead Knight, 10,000 dragon coins for 100 units. Prerequisite: must own 1,000 skeleton warriors to purchase. With only 498 skeleton soldiers, he needed an additional 602 to meet the prerequisite for obtaining skeleton warriors. Without hesitation, Ye Lingtian spent 600,000 to purchase 600 skeleton soldiers. Soon, the system notification chimed. Ding. Purchase successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 600 skeleton soldiers. With 1 million remaining, Ye Lingtian's gaze shifted towards the skeleton warrior, priced at 1 million. He gritted his teeth and made the purchase. Ding. Purchase successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 skeleton warriors. As the notification sounded, Ye Lingtian could hardly contain his excitement. With a mere thought, he began summoning the skeleton warriors. Whoosh, 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 the otherworldly space opened, ushering in a chilling breeze. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footsteps echoed as the skeleton warriors emerged. Upon seeing them for the first time, Ye Lingtian felt a slight tremor of awe. Each stood approximately 3.5 meters tall, adorned not in the emptiness of the skeleton soldiers and little skeleton soldiers, but clad in formidable armor that exuded an imposing presence. Their weapons were no longer mere bone knives, but long spears that were nearly as tall as they were. Their combat prowess was surely no trifling matter, Ye Lingtian mused, prompting the system to commence a power comparison. Before long, the power comparison panel appeared. Skeleton Soldier versus Skeleton Warrior. Strength, 83,145. Agility, 1417. Defense, 80,148. Comprehensive Combat Power Assessment, 81,147. Indeed, Ye Lingtian wore an expression of knowing anticipation. With the addition of the skeleton warriors, his strength had surged dramatically. Why not take advantage of this newfound power to earn more? Onward, onward. At this moment, Ye Lingtian was almost lost in the thrill of it all. The speed at which he was earning was astonishing, leaving him no choice but to continue. With this resolve, he exited the Qianlong Tower and embarked on yet another round of resource acquisition. Meanwhile, within the back end of the Qianlong Tower, what on earth? How has this student named Ye Lingtian broken the record for the fastest clears of the Qianlong Tower 3 times in a row? 3 consecutive attempts. What exactly is this Ye Lingtian up to? The few individuals monitoring the back end had already heard the bell toll thrice. This indicated that Ye Lingtian had successfully cleared the tower 3 times, leaving them utterly perplexed. Such an occurrence had never happened before. Just then, one individual suddenly had a realization, his expression turning somewhat peculiar as he spoke. Do you think there is a possibility that Ye Lingtian is simply here to make money? Make money? The others were momentarily taken aback. What does clearing levels have to do with making money? But they quickly connected the dots, slapping their foreheads and exclaiming, "Oh dear, I almost forgot. There's a 500,000 reward for breaking the Qianlong Tower clear record. Yes, especially since this record hadn't been broken in ages. I had nearly forgotten. This Ye Lingtian is indeed quite cunning, having cleared the record 3 times in a row, meaning he has already made 1.5 million in just a short span. This lad truly treats the Qianlong Tower as a mere dungeon." Their expressions turned bizarre. They had never anticipated that someone would dare to exploit their resources. Quickly, amend the rules, limiting each individual to a maximum of 3 clear record rewards. We cannot allow this lad to continue breaking records. We want to have enough funds to cover his earnings. With that, they hurriedly set to work, modifying the rewards for breaking the clear records to a maximum of 3 per individual. Once the changes were made, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. If the higher-ups discovered that someone was exploiting the Academy as resources, they would certainly face a pay cut. In the class group chat, Jokai, everyone, did you see? Ye Lingtian has broken the record once again. Wang Yu, I saw it. It's simply terrifying. Chen Zhuang, the most amusing part is, have you checked the new student group? They're saying that breaking the Qianlong Tower clear record grants a reward of 500,000. Gu Mingming, 500,000. So Ye Lingtian has broken the record 3 times in a row. Doesn't that mean he has made 1.5 million? As Gu Mingming shared this news, the class group fell into a stunned silence. 1.5 million. How many people would struggle their entire lives to earn that sum? Yet Ye Lingtian managed to amass it in less than a day. At that moment, they held no doubts regarding Ye Lingtian's capabilities. Anyone who dared to suggest in their presence that Ye Lingtian had cheated during the secret realm trial would certainly receive a resounding slap. And upon seeing the chat content in the group, Qin Fenglin finally understood why Ye Lingtian had cleared the Qianlong Tower 3 times in succession. Initially, he had thought Ye Lingtian was simply showing off, only to realize that this fellow was merely driven by a greed for wealth. Little did he expect that Ye Lingtian's imaginative approach to generating revenue would be so remarkably innovative. He truly was a talent in his own right. Indeed, he was a financial prodigy. However, Qin Fenglin's thoughts remained unknown to Ye Lingtian. Were he aware, he would undoubtedly rebuke. A well-fed man cannot comprehend the plight of the hungry. How could a rich second-generation heir understand the agony of financial scarcity? Of course, such musings were moot. At this moment, with the skeletal warrior by his side, Ye Lingtian found traversing the Qianlong Tower to be significantly easier. He dispatched the giant wolves with a single shot each. Even the corpulent wild boars fell as effortlessly as if they were mere poultry. This experience allowed Ye Lingtian to recognize the vast disparities between levels. The difference was indeed extraordinary. As a robust spirit beast, the skeletal warrior could effortlessly crush ferocious beasts. Just as Ye Lingtian was about to be transported to the 7th level, the melodious voice re-emerged. Patch update. The fastest completion record reward for the Qianlong Tower can only be claimed a maximum of 3 times per individual. What the heck, a patch update? Do you think this is a game? Ye Lingtian, preparing to slay monsters, was utterly taken aback by this announcement. What did it mean? A patch update? Was this a targeted action? After he had painstakingly discovered a lucrative opportunity, they introduced a patch update. Was this unplayable? Realizing that he could no longer profit from breaking records, Ye Lingtian promptly exited the Qianlong Tower. If there was no potential for profit, the Qianlong Tower had lost its significance. Upon exiting, Ye Lingtian overheard the chatter of other students around him. Did you all just hear that? The Qianlong Tower patch update restricts the fastest completion record rewards to a maximum of 3 times per person. Haha, I heard. That is hilarious. With a patch update like this, one might think we were playing a game. I suspect this patch was specifically designed to target Ye Lingtian. Is there any need for speculation? It's blatantly obvious. There were no restrictions before, yet after Ye Lingtian completed it 3 times, they suddenly imposed limitations. It's quite clear. The school is probably worried that if they let Ye Lingtian continue, he'll drain them dry, huh? One cannot help but admit. Ye Lingtian is indeed a remarkable individual, ingeniously finding a way to exploit the school as resources, truly a model for our generation. Listening to the discussions around him, Ye Lingtian's expression darkened further. What a joke. Are you all so pleased that I am being targeted? After breaking away from the crowd, Ye Lingtian spotted Gu Yuanzhou. Gu Yuanzhou, of course, noticed Ye Lingtian's grim demeanor. With a smile, he inquired, "What's wrong? Why the long face? How can there even be a patch update? Isn't that the height of shamelessness?" Ye Lingtian lamented. In response, Gu Yuanzhou shook his head and chuckled, "There's nothing to be done. The academy is run by a bunch of antiquated minds. You know how those old-timers are. But perhaps it's for the best. You can't linger in the Qianlong Tower forever. While it may be profitable, you still have commitments to fulfill with those old codgers. Don't let small gains overshadow larger opportunities." Gu Yuanzhou continued, "Come, I'll take you to the secret realm." The mention of the secret realm brightened Ye Lingtian's expression, though he felt a twinge of regret. If only he could have 1 or 2 more attempts. However, he chose not to dwell on it too much. The 150,000 he had already acquired was an unexpected windfall. His focus must now shift to the secret realm. After several minutes, the two arrived at the Yunxiu secret realm. Ye Lingtian gazed at the name inscribed upon the entrance. Gu Yuanzhou had mentioned that the 3 secret realms, Shangyu, Qingyun, and Yunxiu, were all of the yellow grade. The appearance of the Yunxiu secret realm was quite reminiscent of the Pingguan secret realm at first glance. It resembled a bunker or perhaps a cage. Intrigued, Ye Lingtian turned to Gu Yuanzhou and asked, "Teacher Gu, why do all the secret realms appear this way? Are you implying they look like cages?" Gu Yuanzhou guessed Ye Lingtian's thoughts and then elucidated. It is said that when the secret realms first emerged, ferocious beasts accompanied them, emerging from the realms and claiming numerous lives. Hence, a cage was constructed around each realm to prevent these beasts from wreaking havoc upon the world. Although it has been quite some time since any beasts have escaped, the habit of building these cages persists as a precaution. Upon hearing Gu Yuanzhou's explanation, Ye Lingtian finally understood. No wonder these secret realms resembled massive cages. Yet, he hadn't anticipated that the ferocious beasts had once ventured forth. He had always thought of these secret realms as mere instances awaiting human conquest. At that moment, an unsettling thought crossed Ye Lingtian's mind. With the increasing emergence of secret realms, would there come a day when all the beasts would emerge en masse? Would humanity be able to withstand such a relentless assault? As this thought lingered, an intangible sense of crisis enveloped him. Ye Lingtian furrowed his brow. He found this feeling quite distasteful. Is something wrong? Are you unwell? Gu Yuanzhou noticed Ye Lingtian's unease and inquired. Ye Lingtian shook his head. I'm fine. Teacher Gu, may I enter now? He felt an invisible pressure urging him to quickly enhance his abilities. Not sensing any further concern for Ye Lingtian, Gu Yuanzhou nodded. You may. Then, recalling the tasks assigned by the old-timers, Gu Yuanzhou added, remember to earn as many points as possible in the secret realm. Is there a point system in the secret realm? Ye Lingtian queried, somewhat perplexed. Isn't that something reserved for the trials within the realm? Gu Yuanzhou explained. The upcoming Yuanyang secret realm competition will indeed utilize a point system, so it's best to familiarize yourself with it now. He chose not to disclose the specifics of the task to avoid adding unnecessary pressure to Ye Lingtian. A month to accumulate 3,000 points was indeed a daunting expectation. Ye Lingtian felt that familiarizing himself in advance was not a bad idea, so he asked, Teacher Gu, how are points calculated in the secret realm competition? Is it 1 point for each beast slain? Gu Yuanzhou shook his head. The secret realm competition primarily occurs within yellow grade realms, where you will encounter beasts of varying ranks, unranked, first grade, and second grade. The points awarded for defeating them differ significantly. Unranked beasts yield 1 point. First grade beasts grant 4 points, while second grade beasts bestow 20 points upon defeat. Although second grade beasts offer greater rewards, they are also considerably stronger. Even if one possesses the strength to defeat them, it often requires substantial time and energy, making such endeavors somewhat unrewarding. Thus, participants in the secret realm competition typically focus on slaying first-grade beasts, which, while yielding fewer points, are more stable in terms of success. Hearing this, Ye Lingtian nodded, committing the information to memory. Just as he prepared to enter the Yunsu secret realm, Gu Yuanzhou cautioned, exercise utmost caution. Ye Lingtian nodded in acknowledgement, and then stepped into the Yunsu secret realm. Much like the Pingwan secret realm, the interior of the Yunsu secret realm resembled a colossal arena. Ye Lingtian swiftly made his way to the platform, and as the light beneath his feet illuminated, his figure vanished from sight. The next moment, Ye Lingtian found himself within the Yunsu secret realm. Before him lay a lush, verdant forest, with towering trees stretching toward the heavens. The air was filled with the roars of various ferocious beasts. A subtle smile graced Ye Lingtian's lips. The hunt was about to commence. As Ye Lingtian's thoughts stirred, a chilling aura enveloped him, and over 2,000 skeletal warriors emerged in a grand procession from the otherworldly realm. Their sheer numbers were daunting, particularly the 100 towering skeletal warriors at the forefront, exuding an aura of terror that could easily be mistaken for a cinematic spectacle. With the skeletal legion at his command, Ye Lingtian commenced his sweep through the secret realm. Chapter 37, Blood Lotus Demon Flower. A piercing wolf howl shattered the tranquil stillness of the dense forest, and the air was thick with the scent of blood. Observing a pack of ferocious wolves feasting ahead, Ye Lingtian waved his hand decisively. Attack. No sooner had he spoken than the skeletal army surged forth, encircling the ravenous wolves. The pack consisted of over 10 wolves, including 3 formidable first-grade beasts, with the remainder being lesser creatures yet to attain their rank. This force was substantial enough that most individuals would think twice before confronting them. Upon hearing the commotion, the wolves immediately became alert. The imposing wolf king raised its head warily, sensing an inexplicable chill, as if a chilling wind were sweeping through. Instinctively, it wished to flee with its pack, but the skeletal army had already surrounded them completely. The overwhelming numbers left it feeling the weight of impending doom. In response, the wolf king glared fiercely, baring its teeth and emitting low growls as a form of intimidation. While such tactics might deter lesser beings or animals, they held no power over Ye Lingtian and his skeletal legion. Kill! Ye Lingtian commanded, and with that decree, the skeletal warriors led the charge against the wolf pack. The wolf king's roars grew more desperate, and the other wolves joined in a cacophony of growls. Nevertheless, the skeletal army remained undeterred, tightening their grip and compressing the wolves' living space. The encroaching pressure left the wolf pack with nowhere to retreat. Realizing escape was futile, the wolf king took the initiative to attack, lunging towards the skeletal warriors, who posed the greatest threat. However, the skeletal warriors were not singular in number. At the wolf king's advance, 100 skeletal warriors brandished their formidable spears, each extending over 3 meters in length. Before the wolf king could close the distance, numerous spears found their mark, piercing its body. Other wolves also bore the weight of several spears. With a final howl, the pack was decimated, falling with such swiftness that the skeletal soldiers and lesser skeletons hadn't even drawn their blades. This rapid extermination surprised Ye Lingtian, who realized that the skeletal warriors were far more formidable than he had anticipated. Had he charged into the potential dragon tower with 100 skeletal warriors, he could have likely cleared it in just over a minute. Such was their fearsome prowess. After the demise of the wolf pack, Ye Lingtian collected the corpses of the 3 first-grade wolves, placing them into the otherworldly space. He had consulted the records, and each first-grade beast could fetch between 10 to 20,000. It was a fortune not to be squandered. Once he had finished gathering the bodies, he calculated that with the 3 first-grade beasts and the lesser wolves, he had amassed 25 points. If others were to witness his rate of accumulation, they would surely be astounded. Yet, Ye Lingtian felt dissatisfaction. The reason was simple. He believed he could achieve even greater speed. After all, the skeletal soldiers and lesser skeletons had yet to engage before the wolf pack was annihilated. In his legion, the skeletal soldiers and lesser skeletons numbered over 1,000. But with the skeletal warriors present, they had become mere bystanders. Thus, Ye Lingtian decided to divide 100 skeletal soldiers and 100 lesser skeletons into 5 groups, allowing them to operate independently, primarily to hunt ferocious beasts and seek valuable treasures. Once he had given his orders, only 100 skeletal warriors remained by Ye Lingtian's side. Although this number was reduced, he felt no apprehension. The 100 skeletal warriors were not to be underestimated. They could potentially contend even with second-grade beasts. With this mindset, Ye Lingtian pressed onward. Soon, he encountered numerous ferocious beasts, yet with the skeletal warriors at his side, he felt no fear as he dispatched them one by one. His points surged beyond 50, and he had accumulated 4 additional first-grade beast corpses, bringing his potential earnings to a staggering 14,000. This was merely the harvest from the 100 skeletal warriors, not accounting for the contributions of the skeletal soldiers and lesser skeletons. Including their efforts, he would likely yield even more. This pace rivaled that of the potential Dragon Tower. A smile crept upon Ye Lingtian's face. Indeed, the secret realm was the best place for profit, akin to picking up money from the ground. At that moment, a peculiar fragrance wafted into his nostrils. What was this delightful aroma? Ye Lingtian scanned the surrounding forest, seeking the source of the scent. Yet, aside from towering trees and vibrant wild grasses, there was nothing that matched the fragrance. After a few minutes of pursuit, he finally beheld the true form of the scent. It was a cluster of bizarre flowers, their petals of vivid crimson, exuding an enchanting allure. Ye Lingtian rifled through his memories, recalling that he had indeed seen this flower in literature before, though its name had momentarily eluded him. After careful scrutiny, he finally remembered. It was the blood lotus demon flower, valued between 90 to 100,000. In his haste, Ye Lingtian only noted the flower's appearance and its worth, neglecting its effects or properties. In truth, for him, remembering these particulars sufficed. There were 1, 2, 3, 30 of them. Ye Lingtian counted the blood lotus demon flowers, totaling 1 million. What a tremendous windfall. His excitement was palpable. These 10 flowers equated to the worth of 100 skeletal warriors, and he could hardly contain his exhilaration. Thus, Ye Lingtian hurried towards the blood lotus demon flowers. Just as he prepared to pluck a flower, a thunderous roar reverberated in his ears. The sound was deafening, echoing through the forest. Was that a tiger? Ye Lingtian had heard a tiger's roar in a zoo in his past life, but this was far more powerful. A soul-stirring bellow that set his heart racing and made the hair on his body stand on end. Even with 100 skeletal warriors at his back, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He understood that something formidable was approaching. The roar erupted once more, closer this time. As if it were right behind him, Ye Lingtian quickly turned, only to find the skeletal warriors behind him, with no other beasts in sight. Allowing him a moment of relief, he exhaled, realizing he needed to vacate the area promptly. As he prepared to pluck a flower, a foul, warm gust suddenly assaulted him. Instinctively, Ye Lingtian looked up, only to be met with the gaze of an enormous tiger head, fixated on him. Chapter 38. The 7 Absolute Snow Lin Tiger. Promotion to first rank. Heavens! Upon beholding the colossal visage of the tiger, Ye Lingtian was taken aback, his body instantly prickling with goosebumps, and his heart racing with fervor. A palpable sense of death loomed over him, as if lingering for just another second would seal his fate. In that moment, a singular thought consumed his mind: avoid confrontation at all costs. Even against 100 skeletal warriors, Ye Lingtian felt precarious. Even if he were to ultimately vanquish the beast, the majority of his skeletal warriors would likely perish in the process. It was prudent to retreat. Resolutely, Ye Lingtian made his decision, swiftly tearing a blood lotus demon flower from the ground before making his escape. Having come this far, he felt compelled to take something with him, did he not? However, unbeknownst to him, the act of plucking the blood lotus demon flower incited the wrath of the immense beast. Roar! The thunderous sound nearly caused Ye Lingtian to stumble and fall. Fortunately, he managed to steady himself. Simultaneously, he could distinctly sense the great tiger pursuing him, albeit hindered by the skeletal warriors. Yet, The imminent threat of death left him no room to glance back, compelling him to allow the system to scan the formidable creature. In the next instant, the tiger's profile materialized before Ye Lingtian's eyes. Name, 7 Absolute Snow Lin Tiger. Type, Ferocious Beast. Rank, 2nd Tier, 10, 300. Strength, 326. Agility, 184. Defense, 319. Comprehensive Combat Power Assessment, 324. Status, Infuriated. By the heavens, a 2nd Tier beast, is this formidable? Upon observing the data of the 7 Absolute Snow Lin Tiger, Ye Lingtian could not restrain himself from exclaiming in disbelief. The statistics were simply outrageous. It vastly surpassed that of the skeletal warriors. At this moment, Ye Lingtian finally comprehended why 1st Tier ferocious beasts were merely worth 4 points, whereas this creature commanded a staggering 20 points. This beast was truly terrifying. After running for over 10 minutes, Ye Lingtian felt as though his legs might collapse. Fortunately, the 7 Absolute Snow Lin Tiger did not continue its pursuit. He speculated that the beast was likely deterred by the Blood Lotus Demon Flower. After all, being a 2nd Tier entity, it had long since developed sentience. The tactic of luring it away should not work on it. Thankfully, it had not caught up, or Ye Lingtian feared he would not have made it out alive. This was not the Hidden Dragon Tower. Here, one could only exit the secret realm by returning to the origin point. Once free from the tiger's pursuit, Ye Lingtian collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Truth be told, since awakening his spirit beast and gaining the system, this was undoubtedly his most harrowing moment. Even during his encounter with those 3 terrifying beasts on the train, he had not felt this vulnerable. As he caught his breath, Ye Lingtian began to assess his losses. To protect him, 16 of his skeletal warriors had been slain by the 7 Absolute Snow Lin Tiger. This loss pained him immensely. It must be noted that he had expended 1 million to acquire 100 warriors. The Tiger's actions had effectively rendered 16,000 worth of his investment worthless in an instant. How could he not be infuriated? Damn it. The anguish was palpable on Ye Lingtian's face. 16,000. The previous efforts to slay a 1st Tier ferocious beast were utterly in vain. Yet, he had managed to pluck a Blood Lotus Demon Flower. Ye Lingtian retrieved the flower, and its enchanting fragrance wafted through the air. Thank goodness he had taken one before fleeing, he thought with a sense of relief. This flower was worth 100,000, somewhat compensating for his losses. However, it was evidently insufficient, as there were still 9 more to account for. Such a precious flower offered to a tiger beast would clearly be a waste. Nevertheless, Ye Lingtian recognized that with his current strength, he was no match for the 7 Absolute Snow Lin Tiger. He needed to ascend to at least 1st rank. Ye Lingtian murmured to himself, judging by the tiger's statistics, to slay it, he would need to elevate himself to 1st rank. With this in mind, he opened his own profile. Host, Ye Lingtian. Gender, male. Height, 183 centimeters. Weight, 70 kilograms. Appearance, 99. Penis length, 20 centimeters. Spirit beasts, skeletal warrior, brute. Skeletal soldier, fierce. Little skeletal soldier, common. Quantity, 2,248. Rank, not yet ranked, 4850. Only 2 points remaining. Upon seeing that he was merely 2 points away from 1st rank, Ye Lingtian was elated. However, the nearby ferocious beasts were about to suffer. To acquire those last 2 points of experience, Ye Lingtian commenced a frenzied slaughter. At last, after claiming 3 corpses of 1st Tier ferocious beasts, the final 2 points of experience were gathered. Buzz. An exquisitely pleasant sensation coursed through Ye Lingtian's body. Subsequently, he felt a surge of energy pulsating within him. It felt as if something was reshaping his very being. Ye Lingtian hastily inquired of the system. System, what is happening? Host, as the rank of your spirit beast increases, it will also reciprocate its power to you. The system elucidated. Now he understood. Ye Lingtian had a moment of clarity and chose to let the energy transform his body uninterrupted. Simultaneously, he noticed that the skeletal warriors were visibly growing taller. Their bony limbs became more robust, and even the long spears they wielded lengthened and thickened. After this transformation, the height of the skeletal warriors escalated from approximately 3.5 meters to a full meter more, their physiques expanding significantly. In astonishment, Ye Lingtian once again scrutinized the data of the skeletal warriors. Name, skeletal warrior. Type, brute spirit beast. Rank, 1st Tier, 1100. Strength, 286. Agility, 179. Defense, 289. Comprehensive Combat Power Assessment, 288. Status, excellent. Hiss, they have improved so remarkably? Upon observing the new data of the skeletal warriors, Ye Lingtian was astounded. The combat power assessment of the unranked skeletal warriors was merely 147, while the first-tier skeletal warriors had soared to 288 points. It must be noted that even the second-tier ferocious beast, the 7 absolute snow Lin tiger, had a combat power assessment of only 324. This was due to the tiger's inherently fierce combat prowess, which provided a combat power boost. Even so, the assessment of the second-tier tiger was merely 36 points higher than that of the first-tier skeletal warrior. This disparity was less pronounced than that between the skeletal soldier and the little skeletal soldier, nearly negligible. This exemplified the concept of tier suppression. As Ye Lingtian had mentioned previously, whether it be spirit beasts or ferocious beasts, the disparity in ranks was not immediately apparent at the outset. However, as one progressed, the differences would become increasingly stark. The skeletal warrior and the 7 absolute snow Lin tiger served as the finest examples of this phenomenon. However, at this moment, Ye Lingtian was not preoccupied with these thoughts. Rather, he was consumed with the desire for vengeance. The 7 absolute snow Lin tiger had slaughtered 16 of his skeletal warriors. It was only fitting that it pay the price, was it not? Moreover, he still had 9 blood lotus demon flowers to reckon with. As the thought of the 9 blood lotus demonic flowers awaiting his rescue, suffering from degradation, crossed Ye Lingtian's mind, he was instantly invigorated. With his skeletal soldiers in tow, he resolutely retraced his steps. Chapter 39. A glimmer of cold light approaches. Followed by the chrysanthemum. Boom, boom, boom. The skeletal warriors, whose powers had surged dramatically, marched in unison like a disciplined army, each step reverberating like an earthquake. Ye Lingtian perched upon the shoulder of one skeletal warrior, his mind already devising plans for vengeance. The 7 absolute snow spirit tiger had slain 16 of his skeletal soldiers, resulting in a loss of 160,000. It was indeed deserving of punishment. The skeletal warriors advanced rapidly, and Ye Lingtian soon caught a whiff of the fragrant blood lotus demonic flowers. Roar! Simultaneously, the tiger's roar echoed once more. It sensed his presence so swiftly. Indeed, it was a second-tier ferocious beast. Ye Lingtian murmured to himself. He had previously revealed himself before the 7 absolute snow spirit tiger, allowing it to become familiar with his scent. Thus, upon detecting his presence, the tiger was aware of his return, and the recent roar was clearly a warning directed at him. However, times had changed. All his skeletal warriors had attained first-tier status, their combat prowess soaring. Did he still fear a mere tiger? Ye Lingtian commanded them to advance. And soon he beheld the blood lotus demonic flowers and the 7 absolute snow spirit tiger once more. At that moment, the 7 absolute snow spirit tiger stood before the blood lotus demonic flowers, its enormous eyes glaring fiercely at Ye Lingtian, yet it hesitated to attack. The reason was simple. As a second-tier ferocious beast, it had developed intelligence and could clearly sense the threat posed by the multitude of skeletal warriors surrounding it. Hence its reluctance to act rashly. Ye Lingtian finally caught a full glimpse of the 7 absolute snow spirit tiger, towering at approximately 5 meters. It was indeed taller than Ye Lingtian seated upon the skeletal warrior's shoulder. Its fur was not the ordinary yellow and black, but rather a striking white and black. Its limbs were robust and solid, far thicker than the bones of the skeletal warriors, and its mouth boasted razor-sharp yellow fangs. Most alarming, however, were its emerald green eyes, which instilled a sense of dread that made one reluctant to meet its gaze. Those with faint hearts might even find themselves frightened to the point of losing control. Yet, Ye Lingtian felt no fear whatsoever. If one were to inquire who had bestowed upon him such courage, it was undoubtedly his 84 first-tier skeletal warriors. This became evident from the tiger's continued hesitance to attack, resorting instead to low growls in an attempt to intimidate. If it had the means to attack, it would have lunged at him just as it had before. Why linger in confrontation with Ye Lingtian? Fully aware of this, Ye Lingtian smirked and said, "You wretched creature. Did you ever imagine I would return for revenge so swiftly?" With a mere thought, he commanded the skeletal warriors to charge. The skeletal warriors brandished their long spears and marched toward the 7 absolute snow spirit tiger. With each step, the tiger emitted a furious roar, attempting to halt their advance. But how could that be possible? Skeletal warriors, as undead beings, feared not death itself. Would they be intimidated by the roar of a tiger? Preposterous. The skeletal warriors pressed forward, their momentum fierce. Even the 7 absolute snow spirit tiger found itself shaken by their imposing presence, revealing a flicker of trepidation in its eyes, its thoughts drifting toward retreat. Just as it contemplated fleeing, it cast a glance at the 9 blood lotus demonic flowers, reluctance etched upon its visage. The reason it had risen to second-tier status was not solely due to consuming other beasts and humans, but also because of the blood lotus demonic flowers. If it waited for these flowers to mature before consuming them, its strength would undoubtedly surge. Hence, its deep-seated reluctance to depart. However, in the brief moments of hesitation, it found itself encircled by the skeletal warriors, their spears locking it in place. Roar! The 7 absolute snow spirit tiger let out a furious roar upon realizing its predicament. How could it be surrounded after merely hesitating for a moment? Ye Lingtian was unperturbed, since greed had taken hold of it. It must now pay the price for its avarice. With a swift motion of his arm, he commanded, "Kill." At his command, the skeletal warriors thrust their spears forward. Enraged, the 7 absolute snow spirit tiger struck down upon the spearheads with its powerful claws. This single blow caused several skeletal warriors to falter, their spears driven into the ground. Yet, this was but a handful. The remaining skeletal warriors maintained their positions, their spears firmly embedded within the tiger's flesh, with dozens of spears piercing its body. No matter how resilient the tiger's skin, it could not escape the numerous wounds inflicted, blood oozing forth and staining its contrasting fur a vivid crimson. In pain, the 7 absolute snow spirit tiger became a whirlwind of fury, charging directly at the skeletal warriors before it. Everyone knew the tiger had 3 primary attacks: a lunge, a swipe, and a pounce. This was the moment of its pounce. The tiger, like a starving beast, sought to leverage its strength and size to topple the skeletal warriors before it, intending to tear through their ranks and escape. However, the first-tier skeletal warriors would not grant it this opportunity. The 10 or so skeletal warriors directly ahead thrust their spears in unison, their speed remarkable. Should the 7 absolute snow spirit tiger attempt to pounce, it would surely be impaled first. Realizing this, the tiger was compelled to swat away the spears with its claws. Yet, with that action, it had expended much of its strength, and its plan to topple the skeletal warriors and carve a path to freedom was dashed, leaving it to concoct an alternative strategy. Witnessing this scene, Ye Lingtian felt a wave of relief wash over him. The 7 absolute snow spirit tiger was utterly helpless against the encirclement of the skeletal warriors. However, at that moment, Ye Lingtian suddenly heard the tiger emit a pained howl, which immediately drew his attention. He turned to see that a spear had impaled the tiger in its most sensitive region, not just a mere prick, but the entire spearhead was lodged within. The sensation must have been excruciatingly intense. Ye Lingtian himself felt a tightening in his own core. Truly, a glimmer of cold light arrived first, followed by the arrival of the chrysanthemum. What talent! Ye Lingtian gazed at the skeletal warrior in his midst, now devoid of a spear. Clearly, this absurdly fortuitous thrust had been delivered by this very warrior. This strike could rival even that of the notorious little skeleton soldier from before. Concurrently, the 7 absolute snow spirit tiger, having suffered such a grievous injury, descended into a frenzy. This was unprecedented agony, a pain that tore at the very soul. In a blind rage, it turned to confront the skeletal warrior that had inflicted the injury, baring its fangs and lunging forth. Yet, how could the other skeletal warriors allow it to have its way? They all raised their spears and thrust. Under the relentless barrage of over a dozen spears, the 7 absolute snow spirit tiger was once again forced backward. No matter how fiercely it struggled, the skeletal warriors repelled its every attempt. The reality was, the combat prowess of the first-tier skeletal warriors was only slightly inferior to that of the 7 absolute snow spirit tiger. Coupled with their overwhelming numbers, the tiger found itself utterly cornered, reduced to a desperate struggle. Yet, with each futile attempt to escape, the injury to its sensitive area worsened, blood flowing freely, signaling that death was not far off. Chapter 40. Assessing the Gains, the Treasure Pavilion. After more than 10 minutes, the 7 absolute snow spirit tiger lay on the ground, gasping for breath, its body riddled with wounds, teetering on the brink of death. As the skeletal warrior approached, its weapon still embedded in the unfortunate creature, the 7 absolute snow spirit tiger could only cast a pitiful gaze towards it, eyes filled with a desperate plea for mercy. The skeletal warrior, devoid of expression, moved behind the 7 absolute snow spirit tiger and forcefully extracted the spear that had so cruelly pierced its form. With a sickening sound, blood erupted from the wound like a gushing spring. The face of the 7 absolute snow spirit tiger contorted in agony, yet it lacked the strength to resist, ultimately succumbing to its suffering. Upon witnessing the demise of the 7 absolute snow spirit tiger, Ye Lingtian grinned as he approached the lifeless body. Having dispatched 16 skeletal warriors, he relished the fact that this detestable creature had finally met its end. In his elation, Ye Lingtian did not forget to transport the corpse to the realm of the extraordinary. The carcass of this beast was valuable. A first-grade ferocious beast could fetch up to 20,000, but this one would undoubtedly be worth at least 200,000. Primarily, it was merely a ferocious beast. Had it been of a higher tier, its worth would have soared even further. Nevertheless, Ye Lingtian felt satisfied. Over 200,000 would at least compensate for his previous losses. Yet, the true prize lay not in the corpse, but in the blood lotus demon flowers it had fought so fiercely to protect. 9 of them, totaling an astonishing 900,000. Once he had secured the body of the 7 absolute snow spirit tiger, Ye Lingtian hurried to the 9 blood lotus demon flowers and harvested them all. "I've struck it rich," he exclaimed joyfully. However, he soon recalled a critical issue. The texts warned that once these plants were harvested, their longevity would be fleeting. They required special preservation devices. Otherwise, their medicinal properties would dissipate, leading to a decline in value. He realized he needed to sell the blood lotus demon flowers immediately to avoid significant losses. He was determined not to let the effectiveness wane, especially since he had risked his life for them. Thus, Ye Lingtian hastily summoned back his 5 teams of skeletal warriors. After a brief wait of about 10 minutes, the teams returned just in time. At that moment, he noticed that both the skeletal soldiers and the little skeletal soldiers had undergone remarkable transformations. The once diminutive skeletal soldiers, standing at 1.5 meters, had grown to over 2 meters, while the originally 2.5 meter tall skeletal warriors had now reached a height of 3.5 meters. Seeing this change, Ye Lingtian instinctively commanded the system to conduct a scan. Name: Skeletal Soldier. Level: Ferocious Grade Spirit Beast. Rank: First Grade 1100. Strength: 146. Agility: 159. Defense: 147. Comprehensive Combat Power Assessment: 146. Status: Excellent. Name: Little Skeletal Soldier. Level: Common Grade Spirit Beast. Rank: First Grade 1100. Strength: 66. Agility: 139. Defense: 61. Comprehensive Combat Power Assessment: 63. Status: Excellent indeed. Their combat abilities had significantly improved. Ye Lingtian felt a wave of satisfaction. Initially, he had pondered whether he would need to upgrade each spirit beast individually or if they could be elevated all at once. Fortunately, it turned out to be the latter, which pleased him greatly. The thought of upgrading them one by one would have been a monumental headache. Amidst his joy, he suddenly noticed that his 5 teams of skeletal soldiers were carrying the corpses of ferocious beasts. Counting them, he realized there were a total of 16. He couldn't help but admire the power of numbers. While he had only managed to collect 11 corpses himself, his skeletal warriors had been tirelessly hunting ferocious beasts. At that moment, Ye Lingtian felt grateful for his earlier decision to disperse his forces. Otherwise, he would have missed out on these unexpected gains. With excitement, Ye Lingtian placed the 16 first-grade ferocious beast corpses into the realm of the extraordinary, leaving only 1 skeletal warrior as a mount as he set off towards the initial teleportation point. With so many treasures in his possession, it was essential to convert them into currency. Moreover, the blood lotus demon flowers could not wait too long. Half an hour later, upon exiting the secret realm, Ye Lingtian realized it was already evening. Without further contemplation, he hailed a taxi and headed straight to the nearest Wanbao Tower. Wanbao Tower, an official establishment of the Dragon Kingdom, served as the largest marketplace for secret realm resources. He needed to sell everything he had obtained within the secret realm, and Wanbao Tower was an excellent choice. Upon entering Wanbao Tower, Ye Lingtian was greeted by a dazzling array of treasures, weapons crafted from ferocious beast bones, various odd-shaped yet radiant stones, and much more, overwhelming his senses. There was an abundance of items he desired, and even those he had not anticipated. However, after a brief exploration, Ye Lingtian soon discerned an issue. While the selection was vast and impressive, the prices were exorbitantly high. Even the simplest weapon exceeded 10,000, with no reasonably priced items in sight. In stark contrast, his premium system felt like a breath of fresh air. After a moment of astonishment and mild criticism, Ye Lingtian regained his composure. He was there to sell, not to buy, so the prices of others were of no concern to him. With this thought, his spirits lifted considerably. At that moment, a voice broke the silence. "Hey there, young man. Have you found something you fancy? Our goods are of exceptional quality at reasonable prices, and I guarantee your satisfaction." Turning towards the source of the voice, Ye Lingtian saw a chubby man with a fair complexion. Ye Lingtian shook his head. "I am here to sell." "Sell?" The man appraised Ye Lingtian from head to toe. "You must be a student from Langia Spirit Academy." Ye Lingtian remained noncommittal. "You must be a fresh face, a new student, right?" The man smiled and continued. "I've worked here for many years, and I've met many students from Langia Spirit Academy. You're a newcomer." After a lengthy preamble, the man finally inquired, "What do you wish to sell?" "Corpses of ferocious beasts and spirit herbs," Ye Lingtian stated plainly. Upon hearing this, the man appeared unimpressed. What could a newly arrived student possibly have of value? However, Wanbao Tower prided itself on excellent customer service, so he maintained a friendly demeanor as he replied, "Very well. Young man, please follow me." As he spoke, he led Ye Lingtian towards a back room. Just as Ye Lingtian prepared to follow, a voice interrupted. Wait. Hearing the call, both men halted. Ye Lingtian turned to see a middle-aged man entering. The middle-aged man's gaze passed over Ye Lingtian and settled on the chubby man, smiling as he said, Lin, I'm in a hurry to get something done. Let me go first. With that, he stepped past Ye Lingtian, clearly dismissing him. Brotherly, I'm afraid that's not possible. You know that Wanbao Tower values its rules above all else. This young man arrived first, even if you're in a rush. You must wait unless he agrees to let you go ahead. Lin Fei, the chubby man, replied with a smile. In response, Li Chong turned to Ye Lingtian and said, Young brother, my name is Li Chong. I'm in quite a hurry. Please allow me to go first. If you ever find yourself in need, just mention my name. I'm sorry, but I haven't heard of you, and I'm also pressed for time. Ye Lingtian replied flatly, directly rejecting him. Not to mention the fact that the effectiveness of the Blood Lotus Demon flowers would diminish if he waited any longer, inevitably leading to a drop in their value. It was evident that Ye Lingtian would not acquiesce to Li Chong's earlier disregard. Upon hearing Ye Lingtian's refusal, Li Chong's expression transformed into one of disbelief. What? He never imagined that a mere child, still reeking of youth, would dare to defy him. As the color drained from his face, he declared, Little brother, allow me to reiterate, I am in a hurry. Let me go first. As he spoke, a menacing glint flickered in Li Chong's eyes, his intentions unmistakably threatening. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes, his gaze turning somewhat frigid. This Li Chong truly lacked decorum, daring to intimidate someone in his presence. Just as Lin Fei was about to admonish Li Chong to temper his demeanor, Ye Lingtian interjected. Coincidentally, I too am pressed for time. Ignoring Li Chong entirely, Ye Lingtian stepped beside Lin Fei. Observing this, Lin Fei maintained his cheerful demeanor and remarked, Let's go. Following his lead, Ye Lingtian ascended the staircase. Watching Ye Lingtian and Lin Fei retreat upstairs, Li Chong's eyes blazed with fury as he gritted his teeth, muttering, Damn it, truly damnable. You will pay for this, brat. With that, Lin Fei vanished into the night. On the second floor of Wanbao Tower, Lin Fei ushered Ye Lingtian into a room. Once the door was closed, Lin Fei smiled and said, Young man, please present the items you wish to sell. Certainly. Ye Lingtian nodded and promptly produced 10 Blood Lotus Demon flowers. The moment the flowers were unveiled, their fragrance wafted through the air, instantly captivating Lin Fei. Blood Lotus Demon flowers. Upon seeing the exquisite blooms in Lin Fei's hands, his eyes widened in astonishment. It was not that he lacked experience. As the steward of Wanbao Tower, he had encountered countless treasures and was well aware of their uses and values. Thus, his surprise was warranted. These Blood Lotus Demon flowers were typically products of a yellow-grade secret realm, possessing remarkable efficacy for the breakthrough of spirit beasts, and their value was generally around 100,000. In a yellow-grade secret realm, they were considered a fine spiritual herb. However, it was customary for such herbs to be guarded by formidable beasts. After all, they were beneficial not only to spirit beasts but also to ferocious creatures. Hence, where these flowers thrived, powerful beasts were invariably present, usually being the mightiest in the area. Weaker beasts would either be driven away or consumed. This was the crux of Lin Fei's astonishment. How could a mere student, freshly admitted to the academy, procure such items from a location safeguarded by the strongest of beasts? Though curious, Lin Fei refrained from probing further due to professional ethics. Instead, he feigned confusion and inquired, Are you selling all of these? Yes, all of them. Ye Lingtian affirmed. Keeping these flowers served no purpose. It was far more pragmatic to convert them into currency to bolster his resources. Upon receiving Ye Lingtian's response, Lin Fei contemplated for a moment before declaring, Very well, I shall take them all. At 100,000 each, that totals 1 million. Does that sound acceptable? Ye Lingtian slightly nodded in agreement. He had observed this price in books before. While market conditions fluctuated, the general value remained consistent. Others needed to earn a profit. They would not simply take his items for free. Excellent, your agreement suffices. Let us proceed to the transaction, Lin Fei said with a smile. He had initially assumed Ye Lingtian was a destitute student who would present little of value, but was taken aback when the young man revealed items worth 1 million. A pleasant surprise that would count towards his own achievements. At that moment, Lin Fei suddenly noticed Ye Lingtian lagging behind and turned to ask, Come on. Time to settle the bill. I haven't finished selling my items yet, Ye Lingtian replied slowly. Upon hearing this, Lin Fei smacked his forehead, looking enlightened. Oh, I forgot you still have ferocious beasts to sell. My memory fails me. Not a problem, Ye Lingtian replied nonchalantly. He then opened his dimensional space, releasing 27 corpses of ferocious beasts. Lin Fei silently counted 1, 2, 3. By the time he reached 5, his expression shifted dramatically. Initially, he had thought Ye Lingtian might produce 1 or 2 beast corpses, which would already be impressive. After all, These were first-grade ferocious beasts. To Lin Fei, they were not particularly formidable, but for a newcomer to the Langius Spirit Beast Academy, it should have been a daunting feat. After all, it had only been a day or two since the academy opened, and the awakening of spirit beasts had occurred just over 10 days ago. For a student to have slain so many first-grade ferocious beasts in such a short time was nearly unheard of. Yet Ye Lingtian continued to pour out the corpses. Lin Fei counted on 10, 11, 12. With each number, Lin Fei's shock grew, his small eyes widened further. Upon reaching 20, Lin Fei's eyes resembled saucers. His face a mask of disbelief. 20 already? Is there more? Soon, he found out the answer was yes. 21, 22, 23. The more he counted, the more astonished he became. Throughout his years at Wanbao Tower, he had encountered many students from the Langius Spirit Beast Academy. Yet he had never seen anyone capable of slaying so many first-grade beasts right after the start of their studies. This was utterly absurd. Finally, when he counted to the 26th corpse, he felt a slight relief. Just as he was about to approach, he heard Ye Lingtian's voice. Wait, there's one more. It's rather large. Lin Fei froze. Had he truly just counted 26 first-grade beasts, and there was still another? He gazed intently at the dimensional space before Ye Lingtian. And soon a massive paw emerged. Is this a second-grade beast? Lin Fei's expression turned incredulous. However, he could not be certain. He had only seen a paw thus far. In that moment, with Ye Lingtian's effort, the entire form of the 7 absolute snow spirit tiger emerged. Its corpse lying still upon the ground. Lin Fei's pupils constricted in shock. Indeed, it was a second-grade ferocious beast. After a lengthy pause, Lin Fei finally managed to ask Ye Lingtian, young man, did you truly slay all of these? To be candid, he typically focused solely on business and should not have pride, but he could no longer contain his curiosity. This was beyond his comprehension. He needed to hear that it was not as it seemed. Ye Lingtian, without a second thought, nodded and replied, I just killed them. The blood should still be warm. Unbelievable, Lin Fei exclaimed. He reached out to touch the 7 absolute snow spirit tiger, noting that it indeed still bore warmth, indicating it had not been dead long. This meant Ye Lingtian had genuinely slain all of these beasts. Chapter 42, Encountering an Ambush, Fury. At that moment, Lin Fei was at a loss for words, utterly astonished. How could a student who had only awakened their spirit beast a mere 10 days prior manage to slay 26 first-grade ferocious beasts, alongside a second-grade beast? Who would believe such a tale? Seeing Lin Fei remain silent, Ye Lingtian prompted, is that all? Yes, that's all. Lin Fei snapped back to reality, his heart racing with anxiety. He feared Ye Lingtian might produce yet another second-grade beast. If that happened, his worldview would undoubtedly shatter. Thankfully, it seemed they were finally finished. Although utterly shocked, Lin Fei endeavored to maintain his composure. After all, he was a dignified manager at the Wanbao building, yet repeatedly astounded by a mere student. Should this come to light, he would likely become the subject of ridicule. Fortunately, his psychological resilience was commendable, allowing him to avoid losing face in front of Ye Lingtian. Ahem. Lin Fei cleared his throat twice to mask his embarrassment and then stated, 26 first-grade ferocious beasts, priced at 20,000 each, amounting to a total of 520,000. As for a second-grade ferocious beast, we can settle on 200,000. Is that agreeable? Quite agreeable. The price was somewhat higher than he had anticipated, but Ye Lingtian readily acquiesced. Lin Fei nodded. Very well, the Blood Lotus Demon Flower is priced at 1 million. And with these beast corpses totaling 720,000, the grand total comes to 172 million. Please provide me with your bank card number. Half a minute later, the 172 million was credited. After expressing his gratitude, Ye Lingtian prepared to depart. At that moment, Lin Fei suddenly interjected, be cautious on your way, young man. That Li Chong is rather petty. Since you refused to let him go first, he is likely harboring resentment. Although Li Chong had a small mind, his strength was not to be underestimated. His spirit beast was presumably of the second grade. Thank you. Ye Lingtian nodded in acknowledgement. He did not believe such a trivial matter warranted significant concern, so he brushed it off. Of course, should Li Chong dare to provoke him, he would not hesitate to send him to his demise. What if he was a second-grade beast? He had slain such creatures before. Upon exiting the Wanbao building, Ye Lingtian took only a few steps before sensing that someone was watching him. After advancing to the first grade, his senses had significantly sharpened. He could feel the presence of an observer. Indeed, the owner was correct. Without needing to ponder, Ye Lingtian already knew who was spying on him. It could only be Li Chong. He had not expected this fellow to be so petty as to hold a grudge. Nevertheless, Ye Lingtian made no reaction and prepared to hail a taxi back to school. Ever since learning that higher-grade ferocious beasts became increasingly formidable as they grew, Ye Lingtian was solely focused on earning more money to acquire even more powerful spirit beasts, leaving little time for trivial matters. Thus, Ye Lingtian promptly took a taxi back to school. The driver, a talkative gentleman in his 40s, struck up a conversation as soon as Ye Lingtian entered the vehicle. Through their casual exchange, Ye Lingtian learned that the driver, surnamed Yang, had awakened a formidable spirit beast years ago and had once been quite spirited. However, not long after, he had suffered a grievous defeat in a secret realm, resulting in his own serious injuries and the sacrifice of his spirit beast. To support his family, he had to toil at driving. Fortunately, fortune seemed to favor him. His son had awakened a formidable spirit beast a few years prior and was now attending a prestigious spirit beast academy. Perhaps due to the trauma of his past experiences, he harbored a deep fear that his son might also meet a tragic fate in a secret realm, which is why he had long wished to purchase equipment for his son at the Wanbao building. Although the equipment there was notoriously expensive, he had been diligently saving and was close to gathering enough funds to buy it for his son. Hearing Master Yang's story resonated with Ye Lingtian, prompting thoughts of his own parents. The 10,000 his parents had given him paralleled Master Yang's sacrifices for his son. It can only be said that the hearts of parents are full of compassion. Boom. At that moment, the vehicle seemed to collide with something, producing a resounding crash. The airbag deployed instantly, and Master Yang was knocked unconscious, blood streaming from his forehead. However, Ye Lingtian had no time to attend to this, as he sensed danger approaching. Without hesitation, he swiftly opened the car door and rolled out. Indeed, shortly after he exited, a massive fist smashed down onto the car. Boom. The sturdy vehicle crumpled under the impact. Had he not acted quickly, he might have been crushed to death. Filled with rage, Ye Lingtian thought, how dare they? Just then, a figure emerged from the shadows. Not bad. Kid, your reflexes are quite impressive. In the faint light of the vehicle, Ye Lingtian recognized the newcomer, Li Chong. Flanked by a towering 5-meter-tall gorilla, Li Chong's eyes glinted menacingly as he declared, however, having offended me, no matter how quick your reflexes, you shall still meet your end. I warned you, I am in a hurry. You dared to disregard me. Now you must die. With that, Li Chong prepared to command the gorilla to attack. Seeking death. Ye Lingtian's voice was frosty, a profound murderous intent surging within him. He opened the otherworldly space, summoning forth a skeleton warrior. Upon seeing Ye Lingtian's skeleton warrior, Li Chong sneered derisively. Humph, kid, it seems you have yet to grasp reality. What of your formidable spirit beast? Mine is of the 2nd grade. You are still destined to perish. He immediately discerned that Ye Lingtian's spirit beast was of the formidable grade. Yet, what did that matter? A 1st-grade formidable beast was still no match for his 2nd-grade ferocious beast. Ye Lingtian had no intention of engaging in futile banter or comparing strengths. He summoned all 84 skeleton warriors. With danger encroaching upon his life, he was resolute. At that moment, a chilling wind swept through. The 84 skeleton warriors materialized around Ye Lingtian, encircling Li Chong. Witnessing this sudden turn of events, the previously arrogant Li Chong's expression froze in shock. What was happening? Wasn't each person supposed to have only one spirit beast? How could he possess so many? And each of them was formidable. Am I seeing things? Li Chong rubbed his eyes repeatedly, rendered speechless by astonishment. He desperately wished it were merely an illusion, but no matter how much he rubbed, the scene before him remained unchanged. The skeletal warriors, inherently eerie in appearance, became even more terrifying in such overwhelming numbers. Li Chong's scalp prickled, and he felt a chilling dread wash over him, rendering him paralyzed in place. It was only when a scream pierced the air that he snapped back to reality. Chapter 43, Slaying Li Chong. Li Chong turned to see his spirit beast impaled by several long spears, blood quickly oozing from its wounds. No. He frantically shook his head, terror filling his eyes. He could not bear to imagine a life without his spirit beast. Yet, he was powerless to intervene. Forced to watch helplessly as his spirit beast was mercilessly besieged by a horde of skeleton warriors, spears slicing through its flesh, blood gushing forth. No, please no. Li Chong thrashed his head in a frenzy, tears streaming down his face. With a thud, he fell to his knees before Ye Lingtian. He knew that the only way to survive now was to plead for mercy. Kneeling on the ground, Li Chong repeatedly bowed his head. I was wrong. I beg you. Please stop. I truly made a mistake. I implore you, spare me this once. Despite his fervent pleas, Ye Lingtian remained unmoved. Had he not reacted swiftly moments ago, it would have been him lying dead. Now, he sought to take his life, only to plead for mercy? Impossible. He was no saint. Seeing that Ye Lingtian was utterly unyielding, Li Chong's pleas grew more desperate. What a predicament. With the old above and the young below, all the troubles have arrived. He does not lack the desire to fight with Ye Lingtian, but the issue lies in the overwhelming number of his spirit beasts, all of which are of formidable caliber. Did he not witness how his 2nd-tier spirit beast was utterly powerless against them? What means does he have to resist? He can only desperately plead for mercy, hoping that Ye Lingtian, seeing how pitifully he has concocted his tale, might spare his life. Yet, how could Ye Lingtian, who was nearly killed by this very individual, show him any mercy? As Li Chang pondered how to further embellish his own plight, a skeletal warrior thrust its spear through his skull. After Li Chang's demise, his spirit beast erupted in fury. However, it was merely a dying struggle, as even the 7 absolute snow lin tiger was overwhelmed and beaten to death by the skeletal warriors. What hope did a mere gorilla have to resist? Following the slaughter of a few more gorillas, Ye Lingtian collected them into his otherworldly space. This creature held some value. It would be a shame to let it go to waste, would it not? Having completed this task, Ye Lingtian turned his attention to Master Yang in the car. His fortune was relatively favorable. Although the gorilla's punch had dented the vehicle, he had been seated on the side that bore the brunt of the impact, leaving the driver's seat largely unscathed. This fortunate circumstance prevented him from being reduced to a mere pulp from a single blow. Nonetheless, he still bore multiple injuries and had fainted. After calling for emergency assistance, Ye Lingtian prepared to return to school for a meal. He had been busy all day without a bite to eat. Half an hour later, Ye Lingtian returned to his dormitory. After freshening up, he reclined on his bed, reflecting on the day's gains. He had earned 1.6 million from the Qianlong Tower, 1.76 million from the Yunxiu Secret Realm, and still possessed a second-tier spirit beast that he had yet to sell, which could be valued at an additional 200,000. In total, that amounted to a staggering 3.56 million for the day. Wow, what an astonishing sum. Ye Lingtian could not help but exclaim in surprise. While he had not felt such awe when tallying the individual gains, the cumulative total revealed the terrifying magnitude of his earnings. Earning 3.56 million in a single day? It felt akin to a dream, something he would have never dared to imagine in the past. Yet, here he was, having accomplished it. Moreover, Ye Lingtian firmly believed that as he continued to invest and summon more troops, his future earnings would only increase exponentially. After a moment of exhilaration, Ye Lingtian calmed himself and prepared to make further investments. He had already spent the money he earned from the Qianlong Tower, and he had yet to sell Li Chang's spirit beast, leaving him with a substantial reserve of 1.86 million. First, he resolved to acquire 100 skeletal warriors. Ye Lingtian mused. Though the skeletal warriors were costly, their formidable power was evident. Without them, he would never have been able to defeat the 7 absolute snow lin tiger, nor would he have had the opportunity to contend with the blood lotus demon flower. Thus, acquiring such potent forces was essential, and the more he had, the better. He was merely uncertain whether the current investment would yield unranked or first-tier warriors. With this uncertainty in mind, Ye Lingtian chose to invest directly. Overthinking would not yield results as swiftly as action. Ding. Purchase successful. Congratulations, the host has acquired 100 skeletal warriors, the system announced, and the otherworldly space now brimmed with an additional 100 skeletal warriors. At that moment, his earlier doubts were dispelled. Indeed, the spirit beasts summoned after his ranking were all first tier, negating the need for further experience to ascend. This was both user-friendly and reasonable, significantly saving him development time. However, just as he basked in his satisfaction, Ye Lingtian encountered a new dilemma. With 860,000 remaining, should he directly purchase 800 skeletal soldiers, or wait until he amassed 1 million to buy 100 skeletal warriors? This conundrum left him in a state of indecision. Ye Lingtian fell into deep contemplation. Minutes later, clarity dawned upon him. Prioritize immediate combat power. Thus, he resolved to summon 800 skeletal soldiers directly. The competition for the Yuanyang secret realm could commence at any moment, and he needed to develop as swiftly as possible within the limited time frame. Therefore, immediate combat capability was of utmost importance. While skeletal soldiers lacked the might of skeletal warriors, their sheer numbers would prove advantageous. Furthermore, as the Yunxiu secret realm was merely a yellow-tier domain, the majority of its first-tier beasts would not pose an insurmountable challenge. The efficiency of 800 skeletal soldiers would undoubtedly be higher. In summary, all decisions were to be measured by their profitability. Thus, Ye Lingtian made his investment. Ding. Purchase successful. Congratulations, the host has acquired 800 skeletal soldiers. As the system declared, the otherworldly space once again expanded with an additional 800 skeletal soldiers. Now his skeletal army totaled 148, comprising 1066 small skeletal soldiers, 898 skeletal soldiers, and 184 skeletal warriors. Such numbers could indeed be deemed an army, though he still harbored ambitions of a force numbering in the hundreds of thousands. But everything must progress gradually. Ye Lingtian was not in a hurry. At that moment, he lay in bed, already contemplating how much he would earn in the Yunxiu secret realm the following day. Soon after, Ye Lingtian drifted into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, on the 8th floor of the Qianlong Tower, Qin Fenglin finally vanquished these two loathsome bulls. He remained seated atop the war magic elephant, observing the two Lihua barbarians lying in pools of blood. Upon learning that Ye Lingtian had successfully cleared the Qianlong Tower multiple times, he felt an overwhelming compulsion to push forward, charging recklessly through the tower. After numerous failures, he became enraged. In a fit of fury, Qin Fenglin placed a call to Wanbao Building, spending lavishly to customize a set of equipment for his war magic elephant. Although he had initially hesitated to invest, he could no longer endure the humiliation. In contrast to Ye Lingtian, he felt utterly inadequate. How could this proud young man bear such a reality? Ultimately, it was proven that spending did yield results. Once donned, the equipment transformed the war magic elephant into an unstoppable force. It breezed through the 8th level, a challenge that had long plagued him. Just one more level remained for him to clear the Qianlong Tower. Chapter 44, Luck Overflows, 2 second-tier beasts. The following day, before the alarm even rang, Ye Lingtian sprang from his bed. The desire to earn was simply too overpowering. After a quick wash, he readied himself to return to the Yunxiu secret realm. At that moment, he unexpectedly spotted Qin Fenglin. Is this young master also up at such an early hour? Ye Lingtian wondered. In his mind, the stereotypical rich second generation should still be sleeping soundly, oblivious to the sun's rays. Although curious, Ye Lingtian refrained from inquiring. Conversely, upon seeing Ye Lingtian, Qin Fenglin initially lit up with joy but quickly regained his composure. As they approached each other, he declared, Ye Lingtian, this young master has also cleared the Qianlong Tower. After a night spent striving for success, he finally achieved it. The reason for sharing this with Ye Lingtian was to convey that if Ye Lingtian could accomplish it, so too could Qin Fenglin. Oh, congratulations, Ye Lingtian replied nonchalantly. It was at that moment that Ye Lingtian fully grasped the truth. This young master had spent the night awake to conquer the Qianlong Tower. No wonder he had risen so early. He had not slept a wink. It was no surprise that this usually image-conscious individual now sported a disheveled appearance, his eyes resembling those of someone who had been in a brawl, surrounded by dark circles. From this perspective, it appears that this young master is quite commendable. At the very least, his unwavering spirit of not resting until he achieves his goals is worthy of admiration. However, Ye Lingtian's indifferent response left Qin Fenglin utterly infuriated. He had sacrificed an entire night without sleep to conquer the Qianlong Tower, only to receive a mere casual "oh" and a rather perfunctory congratulations in return. Such arrogance. It was infuriating. Qin Fenglin's teeth ground in frustration, yet he felt utterly powerless. After all, Ye Lingtian had completed the challenge before him. His impressive prowess warranted his haughty demeanor. With his temper flaring, Qin Fenglin stormed off, vowing silently that one day he would surpass Ye Lingtian, and at that moment, he would flaunt his superiority before him. As Qin Fenglin abruptly departed, Ye Lingtian was left in a state of bewilderment. Why did he leave so suddenly? This was not characteristic of him. Ye Lingtian dismissed the thought, assuming that Qin Fenglin was simply fatigued from his sleepless night. After all, he himself was eager to venture into the Yunxiu secret realm. Minutes later, Ye Lingtian was transported into the Yunxiu secret realm. Alongside him were several others, but everyone was preoccupied with amassing wealth and slaying monsters, paying no heed to one another as they dispersed. This was precisely what Ye Lingtian desired. Otherwise, he would have had to waste time extricating himself from the crowd. Once the figures of the others vanished, Ye Lingtian summoned his army of skeletons. As he had done the previous day, he organized them into groups. The 898 skeleton soldiers were divided into 19 groups, each accompanied by a few smaller skeletons. The 184 skeleton warriors were categorized into 2 groups, one consisting of 92 warriors. Thus, he had a total of 21 groups. He was not overly ambitious. 3 or 4 first-tier beasts per group seemed reasonable. As for the skeleton warriors, having 1 second-tier beast per group was not excessive. Once the grouping was complete, Ye Lingtian plunged headlong into the depths of the realm, following closely behind the skeleton warriors for safety. With 92 skeleton warriors at his side, he felt confident in facing even second-tier beasts. Not long after, Ye Lingtian encountered his first beast of the day, a brownish-gray monkey, a first-tier creature. Initially intending to flee upon spotting Ye Lingtian, it was swiftly dispatched by the skeleton warriors. Ye Lingtian skillfully collected its carcass, marking the commencement of his hunt. As he continued onward, he encountered numerous beasts, all of which met their demise at the hands of the skeleton warriors' pikes. Before long, his otherworldly space was filled with the remains of over 10 first-tier beasts. While this brought him joy, he found himself pondering the vastness of the Yunxiu secret realm and the sheer number of beasts it harbored. Initially, as a yellow-level secret realm, Ye Lingtian had not expected it to be extensive or teeming with beasts. However, Traversing through it made it evident that the Yunsu secret realm was far larger than he had anticipated, and the population of beasts exceeded his expectations. This was fortuitous, as he had initially worried that there would not be enough beasts for him to hunt. Hours passed in the blink of an eye. Ye Lingtian had lost count of how many beasts he had slain. The remains of first-tier creatures were nearly piled into a small mountain within his otherworldly space, certainly numbering in the dozens. The only source of his dissatisfaction was that, thus far, he had yet to encounter a single second-tier beast. Although he had slain many first-tier beasts, they held little value. 10 of them were worth no more than one second-tier beast. Thus, he preferred to hunt the latter. Unfortunately, luck seemed to be against him, as he had not laid eyes on a single second-tier beast. Unbeknownst to Ye Lingtian, within the secret realm, beasts had territorial claims. Typically, beasts would not venture into the territories of others. This particular territory was governed by the 7 absolute Snow Lin Tiger, which would not permit the presence of any other second-tier beasts unless he entered their domain. After an hour of relentless slaughter, Ye Lingtian finally heard a roar that sent a shiver down his spine. Yet, rather than feeling fear, a smile crept upon his lips. A second-tier beast. At last, I have found you. 200,000. Ye Lingtian rubbed his hands together in excitement, hastening his pace alongside the skeleton warriors. Thud. Boom. As Ye Lingtian drew nearer, he heard a series of thunderous sounds. Could it be that 2 second-tier beasts were locked in combat? He mused, for the commotion was too immense. Only 2 second-tier beasts could create such a ruckus. With this thought in mind, Ye Lingtian felt a surge of exhilaration. 2 second-tier beasts meant a reward of 400,000, equivalent to slaying 20 first-tier beasts. How could he not be thrilled? Ye Lingtian quickened his pace, racing toward the source of the noise. It did not take long for him to arrive. The skeleton warriors were swift. Upon reaching the scene, he found that his assumption was indeed correct. 2 second-tier beasts were engaged in a fierce battle. One was a massive lizard nearly 6 meters long, while the other was an oddly shaped, corpulent insect. The ferocity of their clash was so intense that they failed to notice Ye Lingtian and his 92 skeleton warriors approaching. This is it. A wave of elation washed over Ye Lingtian. Just moments ago, he had lamented the absence of any second-tier beasts, and now he had stumbled upon 2. Truly, fortune favored him. Ye Lingtian did not rush to issue the command to attack. Instead, he instructed the skeleton warriors to encircle the beasts, awaiting his signal. Chapter 45. Mutual Demise. System, scan the beasts. Although these 2 beasts were already trapped, Ye Lingtian decided to have the system conduct a scan. It was a prudent habit. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall never be defeated. He would not allow anyone to deceive him under the guise of weakness. Soon, the information regarding the 2 beasts unfolded before Ye Lingtian's eyes. Name, Steel-boned lizard. Level, beast. Rank, second tier, 15, 300. Strength, 313. Agility, 181. Defense, 320. Comprehensive combat power assessment, 317. Condition, slightly injured. Name, Fanged Thousand Ridge insect. Level, beast. Rank, second tier, 23, 300. Strength, 318. Agility, 184. Defense, 326. Comprehensive combat power assessment, 322. Condition, slightly injured. Having gathered the information on the 2 beasts, Ye Lingtian felt no hesitation. Attack, he commanded suddenly. Upon hearing the command, both second-tier beasts ceased their skirmish and turned to face Ye Lingtian. In that instant, as both beasts fixed their gaze upon him, Ye Lingtian felt a chill run down his spine, akin to being targeted by a ferocious tiger. Crack, crack. The 2 beasts emitted strange sounds, especially the Fanged Thousand Ridge insect, which opened its massive maw to reveal rows of serrated teeth, resembling a colossal meat grinder. If anyone were to be devoured by it, they would likely be torn to shreds within moments. The steel-boned lizard, equally ferocious, kept its greedy gaze fixed on Ye Lingtian. The 2 beasts ceased their quarrel and instead rushed towards Ye Lingtian, clearly perceiving him as their prey, while also wary of the others snatching away their meal. Yet, Ye Lingtian remained utterly composed. They regarded him as food, but was he not viewing them as quarry in return? A subtle smile graced his lips as he calmly retreated, summoning 92 skeletal warriors who promptly positioned themselves before him. The sudden appearance of these skeletal sentinels caused the 2 ferocious beasts to halt abruptly. They scrutinized the armed skeletons before them and quickly discerned that these spear-wielding entities were formidable adversaries. Just as they contemplated retreat, they realized that skeletal warriors also surrounded them. The 2 beasts exchanged a glance, emitting peculiar sounds, and then, in perfect synchrony, launched their assault on the skeletal warriors. The steel-boned lizard swung its tail with astonishing speed, sending leaves, earth, and stones spiraling into the air. A hit from that tail would likely result in severe injury, if not death. Meanwhile, the ferocious 2,000 Lu bug rolled towards the skeletal warriors in a ball, appearing less threatening due to its corpulence. However, with a combat power exceeding 300, it was not to be underestimated. It remained to be seen how the skeletal warriors would respond. With a resounding thud, several skeletal warriors drove their spears forcefully into the ground, bracing themselves against them to form a triangle. Ye Lingtian could not help but exclaim in amazement. He had initially thought his skeletons would merely flounder, with only a select few capable of such tactics. To his astonishment, they had grasped the principle of the triangle's stability. Simply remarkable. Silently, he gave them a thumbs up. Proving their choice to be wise, the steel-boned lizard's powerful tail was easily thwarted by the spears. As for the 2,000 Lu bug, it was impaled by the skeletal warriors' long spears. Once their attacks were neutralized, the skeletal warriors unleashed a relentless barrage upon them. The steel-boned lizard, with its armor-like, earth-toned skin, managed to withstand several spear strikes, while the 2,000 Lu bug, due to its excessive fat, suffered no real damage despite the spears creating depressions upon impact, akin to striking a mound of flesh. Fortunately, the sheer number of skeletal warriors allowed them to maintain a ceaseless assault, overwhelming their adversaries. After a prolonged battle lasting several minutes, a spear pierced through the 2,000 Lu bug's mouth, instantly traversing its body and spilling green ichor onto the ground. The other skeletal warriors seized this opportunity, thrusting additional spears into its maw and subsequently through its body. Fully perforated, the 2,000 Lu bug, no matter how resilient, succumbed to its injuries and soon exhibited no signs of life. With the 2,000 Lu bug dealt with, the remaining steel-boned lizard became a simpler task. Though its hide was as tough as armor, it could not withstand the relentless onslaught of 92 skeletal warriors. Even if the spears could not penetrate its shell, each strike reverberated through its insides. Over the course of several minutes, it endured multiple spear assaults each second, leaving it dazed and disoriented. Its insides were likely crushed by this relentless barrage. To make matters worse, while only half of the skeletal warriors had previously attacked, now the entire battalion was upon it. The strikes came without pause, one after another. Ultimately, after a significant blow to its head resulted in a large blood blister, the steel-boned lizard could no longer withstand the assault. Blood poured from its mouth as it collapsed to the ground. Thus, both second-tier ferocious beasts met their demise. After the skeletal warriors delivered the finishing blows, Ye Lingtian cheerfully stowed the remains of the two second-tier beasts into his otherworldly space. This amounted to a staggering 400,000. Ye Lingtian's enthusiasm surged, propelling him into a frenzied rampage of destruction. By the time he emerged from the Cloud Melody secret realm, night had already fallen. Around him, students began to prepare for their return to the dormitories, while Ye Lingtian exited the school gates. After a day of toil, it was now time to reap the rewards. He hailed a taxi and made his way to the Wanbao building, where he was greeted once more by Lin Fei from the previous night. Upon seeing Ye Lingtian, Lin Fei's face lit up with a broad smile. The items Ye Lingtian had sold him the day before had yielded a tidy profit, leading to a more cordial demeanor towards Ye Lingtian. "Brother, back so soon. What treasures do you bring this time?" Lin Fei inquired cheerfully, ushering him inside. A subtle smile played on Ye Lingtian's lips. This time, he had a considerable amount to sell. Lin Fei's eyes gleamed with understanding as he led Ye Lingtian upstairs. In the same room as before, Lin Fei grinned. "Now we can talk. Can we perhaps switch to a larger room?" Ye Lingtian asked. This question left Lin Fei momentarily bewildered. "A larger room? Is this one not big enough?" He replied. The room was specifically designed for acquiring beast corpses, capable of accommodating 30 to 40 at once. While he acknowledged that Ye Lingtian had indeed surprised him yesterday with 27 beasts, including a second-tier one, he found it hard to justify needing a larger space. "Not sufficient," Ye Lingtian asserted decisively. Upon hearing this, Lin Fei ceased to argue. "Follow me." Despite his skepticism, an inexplicable feeling led him to believe Ye Lingtian would once again astonish him. Before long, Lin Fei had guided Ye Lingtian to a slightly larger room. "This should suffice," Lin Fei declared confidently. The room could hold 40 to 50 beasts, and he was convinced it would be adequate. Yet, just as he felt assured, Ye Lingtian shook his head once more. "Not enough," he reiterated. This was not an act of bravado. It was the truth. Today, his team alone had dispatched 43 first-tier beasts and 2 second-tier beasts. The combined efforts of the other 20 teams had also yielded significant results, totaling over 100 beasts. Clearly, this room could not accommodate them all. As for the previous day's meager haul, it was primarily due to the time wasted and the inefficiency of being divided into only 5 teams. However, today was different. He had spent the entire day within the secret realm and dispatched 20 teams, resulting in increased efficiency and a greater bounty. Yet, Lin Fei found it hard to comprehend. What? Still not enough? He exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Had it not been for Ye Lingtian's previous surprises, he might have suspected Ye Lingtian was merely boasting. After all, in his impression, Ye Lingtian was merely a student who had just awakened his spirit beast. Ye Lingtian was acutely aware of the thoughts swirling in Lin Fei's mind. It was not just Lin Fei. Anyone hearing his words would likely react in the same manner. After all, his actions truly surpassed the understanding of all present. To be honest, he too wished to cultivate discreetly, but circumstances were pressing, and he found himself in dire need of funds, leaving him no choice but to act as he did. Seeing Ye Lingtian nod, Lin Fei, though utterly astonished, refrained from questioning him and chose to trust him instead. After all, even if Ye Lingtian were merely boasting, Lin Fei stood to lose nothing. I understand, follow me, Lin Fei declared. After walking for a while, the two entered a secret chamber, where Lin Fei spoke again. This should suffice, right? Ye Lingtian glanced around and confirmed that the room was indeed spacious enough to accommodate 200 beast corpses without issue. It's sufficient, Ye Lingtian affirmed. Upon hearing this, Lin Fei let out a sigh of relief. He had dreaded Ye Lingtian might declare it insufficient. He remained silent, awaiting Ye Lingtian's demonstration. As Ye Lingtian opened the interdimensional space, corpses began tumbling out. Naturally, Lin Fei reverted to his old profession and began counting. However, to maintain his composure, he opted to count silently in his mind. 1, 2, 3. The speed at which the beast corpses fell was rapid, and Lin Fei's counting matched that pace. In the blink of an eye, he reached 25. Compared to yesterday, he was far more composed today, evidently well prepared. Nevertheless, the stream of corpses did not cease, and Lin Fei continued his counting. However, when he reached 50, the calmness in his heart evaporated. It was at this moment he comprehended the true weight of Ye Lingtian's earlier assertion. 98, 99, 100. By the time he reached 100, sweat was already beading on Lin Fei's forehead. Yet, he noticed Ye Lingtian showed no signs of stopping, compelling him to continue his mental tally, with each count causing his heart to race. Upon reaching 150, his heart was akin to a revving motor. Sweat poured down his face like rain. Yet, Ye Lingtian still did not pause. Is there more? Lin Fei silently cried out. Just then, 2 more corpses dropped. Upon seeing these 2 bodies, Lin Fei was nearly stunned to the point of bleeding, his eyes nearly popping out. They were indeed second-grade beasts. 2 of them, even though he had mentally prepared himself. At this moment he was still so shocked that he questioned the very fabric of his existence. All right, that's all, Ye Lingtian finally declared, having released all the beast corpses. Turning to Lin Fei, he noticed the beads of sweat on his forehead and inquired, "Oh, why are you sweating so much? Are you feeling hot?" No, it's nothing." Lin Fei wiped the sweat from his brow, somewhat disgruntled. To avoid revealing his embarrassment, he quickly changed the subject. "Is that all? Nothing more?" "No." Ye Lingtian was about to reply when he suddenly recalled Li Chang's spirit beast and added, "I almost forgot, there is still one more." With that, Ye Lingtian tossed out Li Chang's gorilla. "Here it is, will you accept this?" Upon seeing the gorilla, Lin Fei immediately thought of Li Chang. Previously, Li Chang had showcased his spirit beast before him, so he recognized it. Now, with Li Chang's gorilla placed here, Lin Fei could infer Li Chang's fate. However, he had no intention of sympathizing with Li Chang. After all, Li Chang was inherently a scoundrel, and this situation was a result of his own folly. Thus, Lin Fei laughed heartily. "Of course, we will accept it." With that, Lin Fei began calculating the transactions. 150 first-grade beasts at 20,000 each amounted to 3 million. 3 second-grade beasts at 200,000 each totaled 600,000. Adding both figures together, that made 360,000. At this point, Lin Fei was filled with astonishment. 153 beast corpses, including 3 second-grade ones. A prodigy. Truly a prodigy. He even felt compelled to ask Ye Lingtian how he had managed to slay so many beasts. Yet ultimately, he refrained. He understood that everyone harbored their own secrets, and it was best not to pry into them. With 360,000 deposited, Ye Lingtian returned to the school dormitory. Without a moment's hesitation, he spent the entirety of this sum on in-game purchases. Consequently, his skeleton army swelled significantly, reaching a total of 4,048. Among them were 1,066 little skeletons, 2,498 skeleton soldiers, and 484 skeleton warriors. The addition of 300 skeleton warriors further amplified his strength. The speed of his earnings would surely undergo a qualitative leap. Meanwhile, in another part of the villa, Gu Yuanzhou gazed dreamily at the moon above. As he contemplated the bright moon, myriad thoughts swirled in his mind. What could Ye Lingtian be up to now? How many points has he accrued? 3,000 points a month is rather excessive. Perhaps I should negotiate with those old geezers to reduce it? No. Those old geezers would never agree. Ye Lingtian should be capable, right? He managed to earn 92 points during the Secret Realm trial. Surely he can handle it? Time passed. And half a month later, in the Cloud Melody Secret Realm, the main hall was bustling. I wonder why there seemed to be fewer beasts in the Cloud Melody Secret Realm? One student remarked. Indeed. I spent half a day in the Secret Realm without spotting a single beast, as if they've gone extinct, another replied. I've been keeping records. The number of beasts within several dozen miles of the initial teleportation point has significantly dwindled, with some areas devoid of any beasts at all. What could be the reason behind this? I was hoping to earn some money to purchase equipment, but now, with no beasts, what can I do? In the hall, a large group of students gathered, discussing the recent peculiar occurrences. The Secret Realm had been functioning normally until just a few days prior when they discovered a drastic reduction in the number of beasts, as though they had vanished entirely. Previously, one could encounter 1 or 2 beasts every 10 minutes. Now, even after an hour, they might not see a single beast. This left them in a state of distress. Without beasts, how could they earn money? And without money, how could they purchase equipment? Consequently, the hall was filled with complaints. Among the crowd, Ye Lingtian, who had just teleported out of the Cloud Melody Secret Realm, quickly exited the hall. Reflecting, it seems I can no longer remain in the Cloud Melody Secret Realm. Over the past half-month, he had maintained a rigorous routine of cycling between the Secret Realm, the Treasure Pavilion, and the dormitory. This intense grind had led to unparalleled development, and the size of his skeleton army had already surpassed 10,000. However, his relentless cultivation had also resulted in a significant reduction in beasts within the Cloud Melody Secret Realm. Simply searching for beasts demanded an excessive amount of time. Thus, he resolved to switch to a different secret realm the following day. Otherwise, his growth would be adversely affected. Before that, he needed to head to the Treasure Pavilion to dispose of today's beast corpses. Ye Lingtian made his way to the Treasure Pavilion, having long since become familiar with the route. Upon seeing Ye Lingtian, Lin Fei greeted him with a broad smile. Ever since Ye Lingtian's arrival, his commissions over the past 10 days had equaled half a year's salary. Thus, he had long considered Ye Lingtian his personal god of fortune. Brother Ye, please come in quickly, Lin Fei exclaimed with great enthusiasm. Ye Lingtian was equally exhilarated, for after selling this batch of ferocious beast corpses today, he would be able to invest in a Death Knight. A Death Knight, an ancient grade spirit beast. Just the thought sent shivers of excitement through him. Half an hour later, after selling all the ferocious beast corpses, Ye Lingtian returned to his dormitory. At this moment, he opened his mobile phone to find a balance of 11,680,000. Unable to contain his exhilaration, Ye Lingtian eagerly chose to make his purchase. Ding. Purchase successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Death Knight, 100. In an instant, 10 million had vanished, yet Ye Lingtian felt no pang of regret. On the contrary, he was overwhelmed with excitement. He had acquired a Death Knight, an ancient grade spirit beast. With his heart racing, Ye Lingtian summoned it forth. As the rift to another dimension opened, a chilling wind swept through, causing the temperature around him to drop several degrees. Thud, thud, thud. A towering figure emerged from the otherworldly space. Ye Lingtian was momentarily awestruck. The Death Knight was clad in gleaming silver armor, riding a robust skeletal horse, with an enormous spiked club slung over its shoulder, crafted from an unknown material. Fortunately, he resided in a villa with a lofty ceiling of at least 6 meters, preventing this formidable being from breaking through the roof. Nonetheless, its head was perilously close to the ceiling. Overwhelmed with astonishment, Ye Lingtian hastily summoned the data panel for the Death Knight. Name, Death Knight. Level, Ancient Grade Spirit Beast. Rank, First Class, 1100. Strength, 388. Agility, 184. Defense, 386. Comprehensive Combat Power Assessment, 387. Status, Excellent. Oh my goodness. These stats. The moment Ye Lingtian beheld the data of the Death Knight, he was left dumbfounded. Its statistics surpassed those of a first-class skeleton warrior by over 100 points. Even the data of a second-class ferocious beast paled in comparison. The key point was that he possessed 100 of such Death Knights. What a worthwhile investment. Ye Lingtian was overjoyed, dancing with glee. The scene shifted to the council hall of the Langius Spirit Beast Academy. Within the hall, several elderly gentlemen sat solemnly around a mahogany round table, their expressions far from pleasant. Suddenly, the doors to the hall swung open, and Gu Yuanzhou hurriedly entered, his countenance equally grim. Damn it. These 3 major academies are becoming increasingly outrageous. The Academy Alliance had transformed into a dictatorial entity dominated by the 3 major academies. The format for the Mystic Realm competition had already been set. How could they change it on a whim? Just moments ago, they had received notice from the Academy Alliance. The Mystic Realm competition was now to include a new team deathmatch alongside the team points battle. Only those who emerged victorious in both would claim ownership of the Mystic Realm. Was this not a blatant attack against their Langia Spirit Beast Academy? Why change it now? Just days before the competition for the Yuanyang Mystic Realm? Initially, he held a glimmer of hope for the Yuanyang Mystic Realm. With Ye Lingtian, victory was within reach. Even if they lost, their students, including Ye Lingtian, would not be in mortal danger. But now, with the introduction of the team deathmatch, it was evident they were targeting the lives of their students, or worse, Ye Lingtian. This was the reason for his furious anger. Listening to Gu Yuanzhou's words, the elderly gentlemen in the council hall wore equally grave expressions. They had initially accepted the Yuanyang Mystic Realm, yet the three major academies continued to tighten their grip. Now, introducing a deathmatch was tantamount to sending their students to their doom. If this were to happen, who would dare to join the Langia Spirit Beast Academy in the future? Yet, despite their rage, they found themselves powerless. This was a decision from the Academy Alliance, representing the consensus of the majority of academies. They could not oppose all of them. With deep sighs, several elders spoke. After much deliberation, we have decided to forfeit this year's Mystic Realm competition. What? Forfeit? Gu Yuanzhou exclaimed, instantly losing his composure. He fixed his gaze on the elders, shouting, "You old fools have truly lost your minds. Are you not aware of the cost of forfeiting?" The Yuanyang Mystic Realm was located within the territory of their Langia Spirit Beast Academy. If they chose to forfeit, they would be permanently branded with shame, becoming a laughingstock in the entire Dragon Kingdom's academic community. Not to mention, by choosing to forfeit, they would be barred from participating in any Mystic Realm competition for the next 5 years. This meant that if their Langia Spirit Beast Academy were to produce another Mystic Realm in that time, they would similarly be unable to compete. Gu Yuanzhou's outburst ignited the tempers of the already furious elders. They retorted angrily, "Old fool? You dare to call us old fools, Gu Yuanzhou? Pray tell, who do you intend to send to their death? Yourself? Or perhaps your precious Ye Lingtian? Aside from the two of you, what right do you have to demand others pay with their lives for your reckless actions? Reflect on who has caused this predicament." Chapter 48 is truly lengthy. No wonder it is mine. Did I truly make a mistake? After the elders departed, Gu Yuanzhou fell into a deep state of self-doubt. They were right. What right did he have to decide whether students should risk their lives? Moreover, had he not offended the three major academies for Ye Lingtian, perhaps this situation would not have arisen. With his head bowed, he was consumed by regret, realizing he somewhat regretted his initial decision, plunging into an endless struggle. After a long while, Gu Yuanzhou suddenly raised his head, a glint of determination shining in his eyes. What a fool I've been. Regret is for fools. He had just come to a realization. His choice of Ye Lingtian had always been a gamble. With gambling comes both victory and defeat. Since he had chosen to believe in Ye Lingtian, he ought to exert every effort to support him until they emerged victorious. He should not wallow in sorrow and lament his past choices. Furthermore, when he made that decision, he had already chosen to forsake the Yuanyang Mystic Realm. What was there to regret? This was far from over. Gu Yuanzhou regained his earlier confidence. What he sought was not merely a mystic realm. Of course, before contemplating surrender, Gu Yuanzhou felt it necessary to inform Ye Lingtian. Thus, even as night fell, he made his way to Ye Lingtian's villa. At this moment, Ye Lingtian lay in bed, admiring his statistics. Host: Ye Lingtian, gender, male, height, 183 cm, weight, 70 kg, attractiveness, 99, constitution, 20 cm, spirit beasts, death knight, ancient, skeleton warrior, mighty, skeleton soldier, fierce, little skeleton soldier, ordinary, quantity, 12, 460, rank, first class, 86, 100, how lengthy, he mused, grinning with satisfaction. Just as he was about to drift off to sleep, the doorbell of the villa rang out suddenly. Ye Lingtian put away his panel, puzzled. Who could it be at such a late hour? In the first moment of contemplation, Ye Lingtian's thoughts immediately turned to Qin Fenglin, the only individual he knew from the dormitory. However, it had been nearly half a month since he last laid eyes on Qin Fenglin. Pondering the reason for this visit, Ye Lingtian opened the door, only to be surprised to find it was Gu Yuanzhou. "Teacher Gu?" Ye Lingtian expressed his astonishment, yet promptly welcomed Gu Yuanzhou into the room. Gu Yuanzhou settled onto the sofa and began to speak. "I have some matters to discuss with you. Is there an issue at the school?" Ye Lingtian inquired, sensing urgency. "There has been an unexpected development in the competition for the secret realm. The school has decided to withdraw from participating." "Withdraw?" Ye Lingtian was taken aback. The distinction between being unable to compete and voluntarily withdrawing was significant, especially since the Yuanyang secret realm was located within the boundaries of the Langia Spirit Academy. This secret realm ought to belong to the Langius Spirit Academy. However, due to unforeseen circumstances involving him, things had taken a turn. Yet, as long as he could participate, he could rectify this situation. Now, Gu Yuanzhou's announcement of their withdrawal left him bewildered. Gu Yuanzhou elucidated. The three major academies have applied pressure on the Academy Alliance to alter the rules of the competition for the Secret Realm. To gain ownership of the Secret Realm, it is no longer solely dependent on team points. A life-and-death battle among teams is now required. A life-and-death battle? Ye Lingtian's eyes widened in disbelief. All teams vying for ownership of the Secret Realm would enter a specially designed Secret Realm to engage in a deadly struggle, with only the last surviving team deemed victorious. Such a system exists? Does that mean everyone who enters is destined to perish until only one team remains? Not entirely. Generally, other teams can concede, and the match concludes. However, our team cannot afford such a luxury. Once our Academy's team enters, it is a fight to the death. That is the harsh reality. Other academies may survive the life and death battle, but students from the Langius Spirit Academy will undoubtedly not make it out alive. The three major academies are not so idle as to whimsically change the competition rules. Upon hearing this, Ye Lingtian's expression turned peculiar. As a thought crossed his mind, were the three major academies so eager to eliminate him, having just offended them? The alteration of the competition rules to include such a lethal format seemed too coincidental to be merely a coincidence. Yet, who would ultimately eliminate whom remained uncertain. Ye Lingtian pursed his lips slightly, a fierce battle intent gleaming in his eyes. Teacher Gu, I still wish to participate in the competition for the Secret Realm. A hint of excitement infused his voice. His relentless efforts over the past few days were aimed precisely at striking a blow against the three major academies during the competition. How could he simply concede? To his surprise, Gu Yuanzhou reacted with alarm. You still want to participate? Are you not afraid of dying in the life and death battle? As far as I know, all participating students from the three major academies have awakened formidable grade spirit beasts, with several even reaching the second tier. He understood that while the three major academies were indeed tyrannical in their approach, their strength was indisputable. After all, they recruited students who had awakened formidable grade spirit beasts each year, a feat unmatched by other academies. I'm unafraid. If I were to perish within, I could only blame my own inadequacies. But please trust me, Teacher Gu, I have confidence. Ye Lingtian replied with a smile. In truth, before he had summoned the undead warriors, facing a second-tier formidable great spirit beast would have posed a significant challenge. However, the emergence of the undead warriors instilled immense confidence in him. Moreover, his skeletal army had now surpassed 10,000 in number. While he might struggle in one-on-one encounters, he thrived on sheer numerical superiority. Furthermore, once his skeletal army achieved second-tier status, their power would escalate to an entirely new level. He had no cause for concern. Yet, upon mentioning the second tier, Ye Lingtian's brow furrowed slightly. I've slain so many fierce beasts over the past half-month. Logically, I should have reached the second tier by now. Why haven't I? He had indeed dispatched a considerable number of fierce beasts, averaging around 200 each day. Yet, despite such relentless slaughter, he remained at the first tier, a fact that seemed utterly ludicrous. Just as Ye Lingtian grappled with this perplexity, the system's voice chimed in. Due to the excessive number of spirit beasts in your possession, you must slay a greater quantity of fierce beasts to elevate your tier. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Ye Lingtian experienced a moment of clarity. So that was the reason. If this were the case, he could understand it. With over 10,000 spirit beasts at his command, it would indeed be unfair for him to level up at the same rate as other spirit masters who possessed only a single spirit beast. With this realization, Ye Lingtian found peace. From a different perspective, although the difficulty of his tier advancement had increased, the sheer number of his spirit beasts allowed for greater efficiency in slaying fierce beasts. Overall, his rate of advancement was still likely to surpass that of others. It was worth noting that many from the previous cohort remained stuck at the first tier, with students still lingering in the yellow-grade secret realm. Currently, he was only 14 experience points away from achieving the second tier, and within a few days, he should be able to level up. Thus, the differences were negligible. After hearing Ye Lingtian's words, Gu Yuanzhou fell into deep contemplation. After a long pause, he finally raised his head and asked, Do you truly have confidence? Rest assured, Teacher Gu, this matter has arisen because of me, and naturally, I shall resolve it. Ye Lingtian cast a reassuring glance at Gu Yuanzhou, then shifted the conversation, stating, Furthermore, if they seek my life, I doubt they possess the capability to do so. Although Ye Lingtian appeared confident, Gu Yuanzhou still harbored concerns. It was not a matter of distrust. On the contrary, he was willing to stand against the three major academies for Ye Lingtian, firmly believing in his potential. However, The issue lay in the fact that this particular competition for the secret realm was a veritable deadlock. He could not conceive of any means to break this impasse. As long as the Langya Spirit Academy chose to participate, regardless of who it was, death would be inescapable. If not for this, why would he question himself? Why would he agree to withdraw from the competition? He feared that Ye Lingtian might act impulsively, unaware of the gravity of the situation. Thus, he laid the stakes bare. You may not fully comprehend the severity of the situation. Once you enter the life and death battle, you will face far more than just 5 formidable grade spirit masters. The 3 major academies united possess at least 15 formidable grade spirit masters. Moreover, there are other affiliated academies that will also send students to participate in the life and death battle. Therefore, you will not only face 15 formidable grade spirit masters, but also numerous ancient grade spirit masters. Do you still feel assured? Gu Yuanzhou gazed intently at Ye Lingtian. In that moment, Gu Yuanzhou felt a tumult of emotions. He hoped fervently that Ye Lingtian would assert his confidence, yet simultaneously feared that he might do so. This inner conflict left him utterly perturbed. Upon hearing Gu Yuanzhou's concerns, Ye Lingtian understood his apprehensions and recognized why the academy had opted for withdrawal. As Gu Yuanzhou had articulated, should the Langya Spirit Academy choose to compete, regardless of whether they succeeded in the team points competition, once they entered the life and death battle, they would confront 15 formidable grade spirit masters alongside an onslaught of ancient grade spirit masters. Faced with such an extravagant assembly, even if the Langya Spirit Master Academy dispatched 5 Qin Finglins, they would still be unable to escape the grim fate of being besieged to death. Not to mention that, in this cohort, Qin Fenglin is the sole master of the desolate realm, which would only hasten their demise. At that point, the Langya Spirit Master Academy would not only lose access to the secret realm, but also suffer the loss of students, rendering them bereft of both human and material resources. Thus, it would be wiser to concede from the outset. Although such a retreat might invite ridicule, it would at least safeguard the lives of the students. Contemplating this, Ye Lingtian could not help but admire the ruthlessness of the 3 major academies. To kill and strike at the heart. Yet, how unfortunate for them to encounter him. They wish to play the game of numbers? Ironically, he excels at overpowering through sheer quantity. With this thought, a smirk graced Ye Lingtian's lips, his heart scoffing. Competing with me in numbers? Are they even worthy? Little did Ye Lingtian know that once he summoned his army of 10,000 skeletons, they would be at a loss for how to respond. With this realization, he nodded firmly at Gu Yuanzhou, affirming, "Rest assured, Teacher Gu, I am confident." Perhaps moved by Ye Lingtian's resolute gaze, Gu Yuanzhou felt a surge of fervor within. "All right, since you are confident, I shall wager alongside you. To hell with the 3 major academies. I have long found them intolerable," Gu Yuanzhou declared, his muscles taut, nearly straining against the confines of his scholar's robe. With only 10 days until the contest for the Yuanyang secret realm begins, he needed to hasten his efforts to persuade those old geezers. Gu Yuanzhou muttered to himself, knowing full well that convincing them would not be a simple task. To sway them, he would need to present irrefutable evidence. Gu Yuanzhou then inquired of Ye Lingtian, "By the way, how did it go in the Yunsu secret realm? Have you kept track of how many points you accumulated? The Yunsu secret realm? I should have over 1,000 points," Ye Lingtian replied, somewhat sheepishly. He admitted that over the past half-month, his relentless pursuit of profit had indeed been rather aggressive. However, he justified it by stating that he was striving for the contest of the Yuanyang secret realm. Surely, the academy wouldn't mind, would they? Upon hearing this, Gu Yuanzhou contemplated. Over 1,000 points should suffice. Although that group of old geezers had set a target of 3,000 points for a month, achieving over 1,000 points in just half a month is indeed impressive. Even if the previous cohort were to challenge him, many would likely fall short. Thus, Gu Yuanzhou believed this achievement would be enough to persuade the old geezers. However, mere words would not suffice. He needed to present Ye Lingtian's data from the Yunsu secret realm directly to their faces. "All right, you should rest. I won't disturb you any longer." With that, Gu Yuanzhou made his way towards the Yunsu secret realm. Watching Gu Yuanzhou's hurried departure, Ye Lingtian felt a slight unease. Could Teacher Gu be going to check how many points I've earned? If he finds out that I nearly cleared the secret realm of its ferocious beasts, won't my secret be out? It doesn't matter. After all, I am doing this for the academy. Yes, for the academy. 10 minutes later, at the Yunsu secret realm. Since there was a point system in place, there must also be a means to record these points. Gu Yuanzhou entered Ye Lingtian's name into the terminal device of the Yunsu secret realm. After a brief wait, information regarding Ye Lingtian's activities in the secret realm appeared. There were 16 pages of data, clearly documenting when Ye Lingtian entered and exited the secret realm each day, how many ferocious beasts he had slain, and the total points accumulated. At that moment, he gazed upon the first page, which detailed the first day. It was the day he had accompanied Ye Lingtian to the Yunsu secret realm, so he skipped the entry time and directly looked at the number of beasts slain. 65 unranked beasts, 26 first-rank beasts, and 1 second-rank beast. At first glance, it seemed unremarkable, but upon a second scrutiny, Gu Yuanzhou was taken aback. What? Ye Lingtian had slain a second-rank beast on the very first day? His astonishment stemmed from his awareness of how terrifying second-rank beasts truly are. In the presence of a second-rank beast, first-rank beasts are mere children. Even first-rank martial artists pale in comparison to second-rank beasts. Only by reaching the first rank could one hope to defeat or kill them. Prior to entering the Yunsu secret realm, Gu Yuanzhou had even advised Ye Lingtian to flee upon encountering a second-rank beast. Yet, here was Ye Lingtian, having dispatched one outright. While he knew Ye Lingtian was formidable, he had not anticipated him to be this formidable. Subsequently, Gu Yuanzhou glanced at the points accrued beneath the number of beasts slain. 189. Gasp. Although Gu Yuanzhou was already aware of Ye Lingtian's impressive tally of slain beasts, seeing the points made his heart race. Since the establishment of the Langius Spirit Master Academy, no, since the founding of all academies in the Dragon Country, there had never been a student who could achieve such a high score on the very first day in a secret realm. How ironic that he had previously fretted over whether Ye Lingtian could even earn 100 points a day. Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. Chapter 50, a modest shock for the old geeks. After the initial surprise, Gu Yuanzhou turned to the second page. Upon seeing Ye Lingtian enter the Yunsu secret realm at 6 o'clock, a pleased smile spread across his face. It was one thing for Ye Lingtian to be powerful, but to be so diligent and hardworking as well. Such a person is destined for success. With a smile, Gu Yuanzhou continued to read on. However, when he saw the number of beasts slain, his smile froze instantly. After a long pause, he finally regained his composure. Even so, Gu Yuanzhou was still exceptionally shocked. 53 unranked beasts, 150 first-rank beasts, and 2 second-rank beasts. Points, 693. Gasp. Gu Yuanzhou couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Goodness, is this even human? He could not fathom that a newly enrolled student could obtain 693 points in just one day within a yellow-level secret realm. Who would believe such a tale? After the shock, Gu Yuanzhou continued to flip through. On the third day, 701 points. Holy cow. On the fourth day, 712 points. Holy cow cow. On the fifth day, 719 points. Holy cow cow cow. By the time he reached the 15th page, Gu Yuanzhou was utterly dazed, completely stunned. He had lost count of how many times he had exclaimed in disbelief. His mouth felt dry at this point. Gu Yuanzhou numbly turned to the 16th page, and upon seeing the total points of 7,359, he couldn't help but take a deep breath, his lips twitching uncontrollably. After a prolonged silence, Gu Yuanzhou finally voiced his thoughts. Truly monstrous. At this moment, Gu Yuanzhou was at a loss for words to describe Ye Lingtian. If there were any term that fit, it would be a prodigy beyond compare. This simply could not be kept to himself. Those old geezers must also experience this shock. The following day, after leaving the dormitory, Ye Lingtian made his way to the Shangyu secret realm. The ferocious beasts in the Yunsu secret realm had been decimated by him, and he had hardly encountered any in half a day. Continuing there would undoubtedly be a waste of time. Thus, he had no choice but to switch realms. Upon entering the secret realm, Ye Lingtian adeptly organized his forces, separating out 90 groups of skeletal knights, leaving only 10 by his side. In truth, retaining 10 of the undead knights is already excessive. With their formidable prowess, each could dominate the yellow-level secret realms. The decision to keep 10 primarily underscores the virtue of stability. Perched upon the skeletal steed, Ye Lingtian's thoughts meandered. There remained 10 days until the contest for the Yuanyang secret realm, and within this span, he must ascend to the second tier. Or even better, summon another 100 undead knights. The greatest threat to him in the team deathmatch comes from those 15 savage-level spirit tamers. Particularly if they were to elevate to the second tier, their might would undoubtedly be terrifying. This can be inferred from the contrast between the undead knights and the skeletal warriors. Though both are first-tier spirit beasts, the combat capabilities of the undead knights far surpass those of the skeletal warriors. Similarly, the combat strength of savage-level spirit beasts will also exceed that of the undead knights. Moreover, as the tiers increase, the disparity becomes even more pronounced. This is why many assert that levels represent an insurmountable chasm. Of course, if the numbers are sufficient. Lower-tier spirit beasts can indeed topple higher-tier ones, provided they exist within the same level. Hence, it is imperative for Ye Lingtian to ascend to the second tier within 10 days. 100 second-tier undead knights could very well prevail against 15 savage-level spirit beasts. Nevertheless, to be prudent, Ye Lingtian resolved to summon another 100 undead knights. After all, having a hidden card remains crucial. Thus, his objective for these 10 days is to elevate to the second tier and earn an additional 10 million, or even more. Roar. Just as Ye Lingtian was lost in thought, a roar jolted him back to reality. Upon focusing, he discerned a spotted leopard, unmistakably a second-tier ferocious beast, trembling in fear. Shortly thereafter, he witnessed an undead knight swing its weapon, striking down the leopard with a single blow, extinguishing its breath and leaving multiple gaping wounds in its wake. Ye Lingtian was not surprised. The combat prowess of the undead knights far exceeds that of these second-tier ferocious beasts. Moreover, the spotted leopard had already been paralyzed by fear, unable to evade its fate. Thus its demise was entirely reasonable. Ye Lingtian collected the corpse and resumed his journey, encountering numerous first-tier ferocious beasts along the way, all dispatched with a single strike. He leisurely gathered their remains, reveling in the process. Meanwhile, in the council chamber, a heavy atmosphere prevailed, and several elders appeared distinctly displeased. They had only just chastised Gu Yuanzhou yesterday, yet he remained obstinate, summoning them for another meeting after a mere night. Did he truly believe they had no temper? Upon Gu Yuanzhou's arrival, the elders wasted no time in voicing their grievances. Gu Yuanzhou, we showed you consideration yesterday, yet you remain ungrateful. Since you refuse to heed our counsel, we shall no longer extend you any courtesy. Our hard-earned foundation cannot be jeopardized by you any further. Your blatant defiance of the 3 major academies over a mere Ye Lingtian has resulted in the loss of a secret realm for the school. Consequently, the faculty council has resolved to dismiss you from all positions within the academy. The elders were resolute, offering Gu Yuanzhou no opportunity for rebuttal. In response, Gu Yuanzhou had no intention of arguing. Instead, he distributed a stack of documents to each elder. These documents contained comprehensive records of Ye Lingtian's activities in the Yunsu secret realm over the past month and a half. Gu Yuanzhou, what is your aim? Your position has already been revoked. Not even the King of Heaven could restore it, one elder exclaimed, visibly agitated. Yet upon reviewing the information within the documents, he fell into stunned silence. Not just him, but the other elders were equally taken aback. Flipping through the pages, their eyes widened with every turn. Astonishment etched across their faces. Observing this, Gu Yuanzhou couldn't suppress a triumphant smile. Witnessing such expressions on the faces of these elders was a rare delight. After perusing the 16 pages, the elders sank into the plush seats, their gazes towards Gu Yuanzhou softening, their voices turning gentle. Teacher Gu, is this truly Ye Lingtian? One elder inquired. Gu Yuanzhou replied nonchalantly, Teacher Gu, have I not been stripped of all my positions by you? Oh, what nonsense. Teacher Gu is an outstanding educator of our Langya Spirit Taming Academy. How could he be dismissed? Several elders chimed in. Hearing this, Gu Yuanzhou grinned inwardly, thinking, you think I can't handle you? Teacher Gu, is it truly Ye Lingtian? The elders pressed again. Gu Yuanzhou responded calmly, it is written in black and white. How could it be false? With that, the elders descended into a frenzy. Teacher, is Ye Lingtian truly a divine-level spirit beast? Teacher, does Ye Lingtian lack any resources? Teacher, regarding your previous mention of funding Ye Lingtian, I believe it is entirely feasible. Chapter 51, Aiming at Langya Spirit Taming Academy. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuanzhou marveled at how astute these elders were. Their ability to shift their demeanor was beyond what ordinary individuals could fathom. However, there was a silver lining. Persuading them to agree to participate in the secret realm competition would now be considerably easier. Indeed, after their initial shock, their attitudes underwent a complete turnaround. Not only agreeing to participate in the contest for the Yuanyang secret realm, but also generously pledging 50 million in funding. Gu Yuanzhou was naturally elated. Leaving the council chamber, he felt invigorated. Having dealt with those elders, it was now time to select team members. Gu Yuanzhou murmured to himself. To participate in the secret realm contest, each school must send 5 students to compete. Thus, having only Ye Lingtian was insufficient. He needed to find 4 more. Gu Yuanzhou already had candidates in mind. Meanwhile, at the Tianshu Spirit Taming Academy, in the director's office, Qin Wei sat comfortably in a leather armchair, sipping a strong brew while his gaze fell upon the 5 individuals before him. These 5 were the most exceptional students recruited by Tianshu Spirit Taming Academy this year. Each possessed savage-level spirit beasts, and during the secret realm trial, they had collectively slain no fewer than 22 ferocious beasts. They were key candidates for cultivation at Tianshu Spirit Taming Academy. For the upcoming contest for the Yuanyang secret realm, Qin Wei intended to send them into battle. Qin Wei spoke calmly. You 5 are the pillars of our Tianshu Spirit Taming Academy, true talents. I trust you will handle this secret realm contest without issue. No sooner had Qin Wei finished speaking than one of the students eagerly responded, "Rest assured, Teacher Qin. The academy has provided us with ample resources. We will certainly repay the school well." The others echoed, "Yes, you can count on us, Teacher Qin. We will not disappoint you or the academy. Indeed, if that Ye Lingtian dares to participate in the secret realm contest, we shall ensure he learns the consequences of disrespecting his teachers." Upon hearing this, Qin Wei's face beamed with satisfaction. This is how a good student ought to behave. How dare someone like Ye Lingtian openly criticize and question him in front of others, utterly disregarding authority. Qin Wei surveyed the 5 students, smiling as he said, "Excellent. If you can secure the Yuanyang secret realm, I shall petition the academy on your behalf for commendation. Whoever can personally slay Ye Lingtian, I shall reward them with 10 million. Upon uttering these words, the eyes of the 5 individuals instantly sparkled with excitement, akin to Zhu Beiji witnessing Chang'e dance. 10 million. What a sum. It would suffice for them to hunt numerous ferocious beasts and purchase ample supplies. The 5 hurriedly exclaimed, "Thank you, Teacher Qin. We pledge to accomplish the task." A cheater daring to challenge Teacher Qin deserved to perish long ago. A wave of exhilaration surged within them. They even began to eagerly anticipate the imminent secret realm contest, as it would present them with the opportunity to eliminate Ye Lingtian and claim that 10 million. This scene was similarly unfolding at the prestigious institutions of Zixing and Jinyang. Xia Qingyan and Zhao Tianxi had also summoned the 5 most talented individuals from their school, delivering a pre-competition exhortation akin to Qin Wei's. The essence of their message was largely the same: seize the secret realm and eliminate Ye Lingtian. The initial agreement to make Ye Lingtian and Gu Yuanzhou pay a price was not mere rhetoric. Although their own means were limited, the 3 major academies must not be dishonored. Otherwise, who would dare to trample upon the 3 esteemed institutions in the future? What prestige would remain for them? The 3 academies were in dire need of a display of authority to deter others and to exact personal vengeance. Thus, they seized the opportunity to undertake this task, aiming squarely at the Ling Academy. Ultimately, whether for the sake of establishing prestige or for personal retribution, this secret realm contest represented the perfect opportunity. Otherwise, they would not waste time orchestrating a life-and-death team battle. In the Qingyin secret realm, a resounding trumpet echoed through the dense jungle. The ground trembled beneath the colossal footsteps of a 5-meter-tall fat pig that burst forth from the thicket, careening wildly as branches snapped in its wake. As a second-tier ferocious beast, it was the sovereign of this region. Yet, at this moment, its eyes were filled with terror, as if it had encountered a ghost. Just then, an even larger elephant charged out from the foliage behind it, its ivory tusks stained with blood. The creature's dazzling golden armor glimmered, exuding an aura of majesty and nobility. At that moment, a head emerged from atop the giant elephant, cursing vehemently, "Damn it! Why is this second-tier ferocious beast so cowardly? Why run? Come at me." If Ye Lingtian were present, he would recognize this individual as Qin Fenglin. After being provoked by Ye Lingtian, Qin Fenglin had immersed himself in the secret realm for the past half-month, ruthlessly slaughtering ferocious beasts, and had already ascended to the 1st tier. However, he had noticed that since his promotion, these beasts had become even more timid. They generally fled at the sight of him, including the 2nd-tier beasts. This fat pig was a prime example. Nevertheless, Qin Fenglin was acutely aware that once he had ascended to the 1st tier, the terrifying power of the war demon elephant could truly be unleashed, making it exceedingly difficult for these 2nd-tier beasts to escape. Suddenly, the war demon elephant accelerated, its trunk striking the fat pig's leg with tremendous force, leaving a bloodied imprint. With its hind leg injured, the fat pig's speed drastically diminished. Within moments, it was overtaken by the war demon elephant. With a thunderous roar, the war demon elephant plunged its sharp tusks into the pig's body, impaling it completely. The intense agony caused the fat pig to writhe in torment, yet it was helplessly pinned by the tusks, its struggles proving futile as it emitted a series of heart-wrenching cries. This exceedingly brutal scene sent nearby weaker ferocious beasts fleeing in terror. Observing this, Qin Fenglin, perched atop the elephant, couldn't help but scoff. What a pathetic beast. It runs at the sight of me. How utterly dull. Ding dong. At that moment, Qin Fenglin's pocket vibrated. He swiftly reached into his pocket, rummaging around before pulling out a large smartphone. Upon closer inspection, he found a message from Gu Yuanzhou. "Gu Yuanzhou, are you interested in participating in the Secret Realm contest?" Qin Fenglin recalled the Secret Realm contest and the fact that he had been present at the time. Gu Yuanzhou had also mentioned how Zhao Tianxi had threatened him using the Yuanyang Secret Realm. Instead of responding immediately, Qin Fenglin countered, "Is Ye Lingtian participating?" Chapter 52. The Glory of Ling Academy. Our duty is unquestionable. Qin Fenglin was not alone in receiving this message. Zhou Kai and others also received Gu Yuanzhou's text. They quickly began discussing it in their newly established group, which did not include Gu Yuanzhou. Zhou Kai, fellow classmates. Did you receive Teacher Gu's message? Wang Yu, I did. Are any of you signing up for the Secret Realm contest? Guo Mingming, I want to sign up, after all. It's about securing the Secret Realm for our school. I believe it also benefits us since we will be the ones utilizing the Secret Realm. After Guo Mingming's message, many expressed their agreement. They felt a sense of collective honor as members of the school and recognized that winning the Secret Realm would benefit them as well. Naturally, they all wished to contribute. Just then, a message was sent that plunged them into silence. Qianyu, are you all out of your minds? You want to sign up for the Yuanyang Secret Realm contest? Don't you know that the 3 major academies specifically targeted our school during that contest? Qianyu, who knows what tricks they might pull against us? I am not going to sign up, and I advise you all not to either, lest we offend the 3 major academies. Upon reading Qianyu's message, the group exhibited a range of reactions. Some were apprehensive of the 3 major academies. Some despised Qianyu's lack of courage, while others felt relieved they had signed up. After all, reputation matters. The 3 major academies were not entities that mere mortals like them could afford to offend. Yet, there were also those who resolutely chose to sign up. Minutes later, those who had registered were added to a group chat named Yuanyang Secret Realm Contest Team. In the academy, aside from the first day when everyone gathered, they mostly pursued their individual endeavors thereafter. For example, while Ye Lingtian and Qin Fenglin were in the Secret Realm, others were primarily at the Qianlong Tower. Thus, most communications were conducted through group chats for convenience. The new group chat quickly became lively. Zhou Kai, wow, is there really this many people? Chen Zhuang, I'm a bit surprised. I thought there would be very few sign-ups. Guo Mingming, indeed, I didn't expect there to be 12 like-minded brothers. Upon seeing the number of participants in the group, they were slightly astonished. They had initially thought that after Li Wei's message, few would dare to sign up. After all, there were not many warriors left who dared to confront authority. To their surprise, there were still 12, which exceeded their expectations. Just then, Gu Yuanzhou sent a message. Gu Yuanzhou, I am very grateful to each of you for choosing to fight alongside the school at this moment. Zhou Kai, of course, once a Ling person. Always a Ling person. Wang Yu, how magnificent is our Langius Spirit Academy. We, the students, bear an unyielding responsibility. Guo Mingming, dear brothers, may I suggest we refrain from such juvenile theatrics? Wang Yu, ahem, this is not juvenile folly. It is undeniably fervent spirit. From the moment they chose to enter this group, an invisible bond had quietly drawn them closer together, instilling a sense of camaraderie among kindred spirits. At this juncture, Gu Yuanzhou sent another message. Gu Yuanzhou, esteemed classmates, there is no need to rush your decisions. Please allow me to finish speaking before you make your choices. Upon reading this message, silence enveloped the group as they awaited Gu Yuanzhou's discourse. Gu Yuanzhou, the rules for this upcoming contest in the Yuanyang Secret Realm have undergone changes. It will no longer be determined solely through team point competitions. Instead, we shall introduce a team life and death battle in addition to the team point contest. Shortly after this announcement, inquiries began to surface. Guo Mingming, Teacher Gu, what does this team life and death battle entail? Gu Yuanzhou, as the name suggests, all participating students will engage in combat as teams until a victor is determined. Guo Mingming, does that not imply that the participating students may very well face death? As the gravity of potential mortality dawned upon them, the group hesitated, clutching their phones in uncertainty. The chat quickly fell into a profound silence. Gu Yuanzhou was not surprised by this reaction. The terror of life and death was indeed daunting, and he too feared mortality, let alone these youths just beginning to explore a new world. Thus, he encouraged them to wait until he finished speaking before making their decisions. After all, their lives were theirs alone to govern. In this moment, the group, engrossed in their phones, found themselves ensnared in a web of conflict. They realized that when confronted with the specter of death, notions of bravery seemed less significant. Gu Yuanzhou sent another message. Gu Yuanzhou, students, please take your time to contemplate. If you still wish to sign up, do not hesitate to contact me. After sending this message, Gu Yuanzhou ceased further communication. However, it was not long before he received several messages of apology from those intending to withdraw. He responded to each one, expressing no resentment towards their decisions. This endeavor should not require them to stake their lives, and thus, he respected their choices. Gu Yuanzhou remained unhurried. The team competition required 5 members, and with 2 already confirmed, he only needed 3 more. With over 2,000 students in their cohort, he found it hard to believe he could not recruit 3 participants. His initial inquiries within his own class were tinged with selfish intent. The school had allocated a substantial sum of 50 million for this contest in the Yuanyang Secret Realm. and he naturally wished for his students to benefit from this funding. As for whether his desires would come to fruition, that would depend on the fortunes of his students. Observing the steady stream of apologies and withdrawals, Gu Yuanzhou sighed softly. It seemed his students were not destined for this opportunity. Yet, just as he was about to disseminate information about the secret realm competition in the freshman group, 3 messages suddenly appeared. Zhou Kai. Teacher Gu, I have made my decision. I am willing to contribute to the school. Wang Yu. Teacher Gu, I vow to uphold the honor of Langius Spirit Academy. Guo Mingming. Teacher Gu, is the team full? If not, count me in. Upon receiving these 3 messages, a smile finally graced Gu Yuanzhou's face. Evidently, his selfish hopes had not been in vain. After replying to their messages, he promptly added them to the final participant group for the Yuanyang Secret Realm contest. Noticing the activity in the group chat, Qin Fenglin sent a message. Qin Fenglin. New recruits. Let this young master see which 3 valiant souls are unafraid of death. Zhou Kai, Wang Yu, Wu Mingming. The 3 were left speechless. Their entrance into the group was marred by the presence of a second-generation scion, which they found rather unfortunate. Unbeknownst to Qin Fenglin, he continued, Qin Fenglin. Splendid. You 3 have my approval. Chapter 53. A surprise awaits. After some playful banter, Gu Yuanzhou addressed the group. Gu Yuanzhou, with only 10 days remaining until the secret realm trial, as your teacher, I must take responsibility for you. Therefore, I shall conduct a short-term intensive training over the next 10 days. All of you are to gather at the Shangyu secret realm tomorrow. Once this message was sent, Gu Yuanzhou sought out the profiles of Qin Fenglin and the others. He planned to procure some equipment for them at the Wanbao building. For enhancing their combat capabilities was crucial with the impending contest. Moreover, with the school's generous funding of 50 million, he was not short on resources. Upon hearing about the secret realm and the training, Zhou Kai and the others were invigorated, their enthusiasm surging. They recognized this could be their chance for a transformative experience, akin to a caterpillar emerging from its chrysalis. Consequently, they were filled with excitement, eagerly anticipating the start of the training, to the extent that they might find it difficult to sleep that night. When Ye Lingtian saw the messages in the group, it was already evening. He had to admit that Gu Yuanzhou's efficiency was indeed remarkable. In less than a day, he had not only persuaded the school to reverse its decision to withdraw from the contest, but had also finalized the participants, showcasing his effectiveness. Of course, Ye Lingtian understood that this was not solely due to Gu Yuanzhou's efficiency. It was also because of the immense trust Gu Yuanzhou placed in him. Just as he had once defied opposition and resisted pressure from 3 major academies to recruit him into Langius Spirit Academy, that trust remained unwavering. Thus, regardless of whether it was for his own sake or for the faith his teacher had in him, Ye Lingtian's singular goal for the contest 10 days hence was victory. The good news was that everything was progressing according to his plans. In just a few days, he would ascend to the 2nd rank, and he could also summon 100 more undead knights. At that time, with 200 undead knights alongside a skeletal army composed of over 10,000 skeleton warriors, skeleton soldiers, and little skeletons, who could possibly stand in his way? After a night of silence, dawn broke the following day. Ye Lingtian awoke as usual, early and refreshed. After a brief morning routine, he received a message from Gu Yuanzhou. Gu Yuanzhou, do not forget to attend the training. There will be a surprise. Upon reading this message, Ye Lingtian hesitated slightly. With the system at his disposal, he felt he did not require any special training. All he needed was to gather resources and level up. Given sufficient time, he could amass a formidable skeletal army. His hesitation stemmed from the belief that since their team had just been formed, familiarizing themselves with one another would be beneficial. Otherwise, he might appear aloof. It was certainly not because of Gu Yuanzhou's mention of a surprise. Ye Lingtian replied with an okay, and then proceeded to make his way to the Shangyu secret realm. By the time he arrived, Gu Yuanzhou and the others were already present. Upon seeing Ye Lingtian, a smile broke across Gu Yuanzhou's face, while Qin Fenglin wore a look of resentment. He vividly recalled the late nights he spent to conquer the hidden dragon tower, only to receive Ye Lingtian's indifference in return, which had left him quite hurt. Meanwhile, Zhou Kai and the others regarded Ye Lingtian with expressions filled with awe and admiration. On his first day, he had cleared the hidden dragon tower 3 times in a row. At the time, they had merely thought him impressive. However, after struggling for half a month without success, they finally grasped the true extent of Ye Lingtian's prowess and experienced firsthand the vast chasm that lay between them. At this moment, the sight of Ye Lingtian was akin to that of a struggling student encountering a prodigy, and their astonished expressions were entirely understandable. Ye Lingtian, however, paid little heed to such matters as he swiftly approached the group and remarked, I apologize for keeping you waiting. No worries, we just arrived ourselves. Zhou Kai responded with a smile, shaking his head. Meanwhile, Qin Fenglin muttered quietly, It's impressive, isn't it? Even I haven't arrived late. Upon hearing Qin Fenglin's words, Gu Yuanzhou could only chuckle in disbelief. He truly could not fathom the relationship between Qin Fenglin and Ye Lingtian. Initially, he had assumed they were brothers, especially given that Qin Fenglin had offended the 3 major universities just to join Ye Lingtian at the Langya Yuling Academy. It was only after learning that Ye Lingtian intended to participate in the Secret Realm competition that he decided to enlist as well. His willingness to face danger alongside Ye Lingtian, even at the cost of his own life, was the hallmark of brotherhood. Yet, the resentful tone in Qin Fenglin's voice left Gu Yuanzhou perplexed. However, with time being of the essence, he chose not to dwell on it. Stepping forward, Gu Yuanzhou declared, "Now that everyone is here, I shall not waste any more time. To be brief, this Secret Realm competition holds immense significance for our school. Thus, I am honored that you will fight for the honor of our institution. The school shall never forget your contributions. From this moment onward, I will conduct specialized training for you until the conclusion of the competition." With that, Gu Yuanzhou led them into the Secret Realm. Upon entering, Gu Yuanzhou continued, "From this point onward, regardless of what transpires, remember this. You are teammates, comrades whose lives you can entrust to one another. Before the specialized training begins, you must first familiarize yourselves with your teammates, so it is essential that you each present your spirit beasts and current conditions. This step is crucial, as mutual understanding fosters synergy and trust." As Gu Yuanzhou finished speaking, Zhou Kai was the first to step forward. "Allow me to go first. My name is Zhou Kai, and my spirit beast is an ancient level, Crimson Blood Fierce Tiger, which has yet to reach its rank." Zhou Kai's skin was slightly tanned, but what left the deepest impression on Ye Lingtian was his glossy, spiky hair, undoubtedly well treated with styling products. As Zhou Kai spoke, a magnificent tiger materialized before him. Towering over 4 meters in height, its entire body of vivid crimson adorned with patterns reminiscent of swirling flames, exuding an imposing presence that elicited awestruck gasps from Wang Yu and Guo Mingming. "Impressive," Gu Yuanzhou praised without reservation. Ye Lingtian's gaze was fixed on the Crimson Blood Fierce Tiger as he instinctively activated his scanning ability. Name: Crimson Blood Fierce Tiger. Level: Ancient Level Spirit Beast. Rank: Unranked, 4550. Power: 206. Agility: 174. Defense: 208. Overall Combat Power Assessment: 207. Condition: Excellent. The data was indeed commendable. Ye Lingtian mused. At that moment, Gu Yuanzhou's tone shifted suddenly. Unfortunately, it lacks equipment. Hearing this, Zhou Kai's expression dimmed. He longed to equip his Crimson Blood Fierce Tiger. Yet his funds had been depleted in purchasing upgrade potions. He was eager to conquer the potential Dragon Tower swiftly and earn money by slaying ferocious beasts within the Secret Realm. Just then, Gu Yuanzhou casually flicked his wrist, and a remarkably exquisite set of armor landed before Zhou Kai. "Teacher Gu, what is this?" Zhou Kai exclaimed. His face flushed with excitement as he gazed at the armor that seemed tailor-made for his Crimson Blood Fierce Tiger. Not only him, but Wang Yu and Guo Mingming also gazed enviously. Although the Crimson Blood Fierce Tiger was not their spirit beast, it was evident that the armor was crafted specifically for it. Gu Yuanzhou addressed Zhou Kai. "As you are willing to fight for the school, the institution shall not treat you unjustly. This is a reward from the school. Is this truly for me?" Zhou Kai rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The insignia of the Wanbao Tower emblazoned on the armor only heightened his astonishment, as everyone knew that Wanbao Tower's equipment was notoriously expensive. The fact that Gu Yuanzhou had commissioned a set specifically for his Crimson Blood Fierce Tiger was a shocking stroke of fortune. Overcome with emotion, Zhou Kai felt tears welling in his eyes as he silently vowed to defend the school's honor at all costs. Seeing this, Wang Yu and Guo Mingming were equally stirred. If Zhou Kai received such a reward, surely they would as well. At that moment, Gu Yuanzhou's gaze shifted to the two of them. Who will go next? Upon hearing this, both of their cheeks flushed. "I will go second." Wang Yu eagerly stepped forward. "My name is Wang Yu, and my spirit beast is a secret spirit python, which is also yet to reach its rank." Wang Yu was not particularly striking in appearance, yet he possessed expressive, large eyes that left a lasting impression on Ye Lingtian. As he spoke, a massive python coiled behind him, flicking its tongue, its emerald green eyes instilling a sense of unease. As before, Gu Yuanzhou stepped forward and presented Wang Yu with a set of soft-scale armor that suited the giant python perfectly. "Thank you, Teacher Gu." Wang Yu expressed his gratitude, lovingly caressing the soft-scale armor. Gu Yuanzhou smiled gently and then turned his attention to Guo Mingming. True to her name, Guo Mingming was a petite girl, exceedingly cute, with large, round eyes and high pigtails. When her turn finally arrived, she exclaimed, "My name is Guo Mingming, and my spirit beast is an ancient level, Xinxing Bone Bear, which has also yet to reach its rank." As she spoke, a massive blue-hued bear descended. The bear was colossal, resembling a small mountain. The group was momentarily taken aback by the incongruity of such a fierce beast accompanying such a sweet girl. However, they quickly regained their composure. Recognizing that the awakening of spirit beasts was beyond their control, Gu Yuanzhou, clearly prepared, produced a set of formidable battle armor and tossed it before the bear. Upon receiving the equipment, Guo Mingming adorably expressed her thanks. Gu Yuanzhou smiled and shook his head, indicating that it was unnecessary to fuss over it. This was rightfully theirs, a reward for their efforts. At this point, Ye Lingtian took the opportunity to scan the spirit beasts of both individuals, noting that their data was comparable to Zhou Kai's Crimson Blood Fierce Tiger. In truth, Ye Lingtian was most eager to scan Qin Fenglin's War Magic Elephant, having never encountered a ruin-level spirit beast before. In the team battles for survival, the greatest threat to him had been those 15 ruin-level spirit beasts. Understanding the data of the War Magic Elephant would provide valuable insight into the capabilities of the individuals from the three major universities. Gu Yuanzhou then turned his gaze to Qin Fenglin. Understanding the cue, Qin Fenglin stepped forward and declared, "I am Qin Fenglin, and you may call me Brother Qin or Big Brother Qin. My spirit beast is a ruin-level War Magic Elephant, currently at first rank." The moment Qin Fenglin finished speaking, a thunderous trumpet of an elephant echoed through the air. The sound was so loud that it felt as though it could rupture eardrums. Guo Mingming and the others instinctively covered their ears, only to be met with a blinding flash that left them momentarily dazzled. "So bright, I can barely see." Zhou Kai and Wang Yu spoke in unison, their eyes nearly blinded by the dazzling golden light. Gu Yuanzhou paused momentarily. Compared to the resplendent golden armor of the War Magic Elephant, the armor he had prepared appeared woefully inadequate. His gesture to dismiss the situation hung in the air, but he reacted swiftly, raising his right hand to adjust his hairstyle, forcing a strained smile onto his face. It was evident that despite the cheerful facade, his inner thoughts were far less pleasant. Fortunately, the trio's attention was fixated on the War Magic Elephant, sparing him from further embarrassment, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Simultaneously, Ye Lingtian squinted slightly as the golden radiance pierced his eyes. As the brilliance faded, he discerned that the War Magic Elephant was entirely adorned in golden armor. This revelation caused his lips to twitch. No wonder it was so blinding. Subsequently, Ye Lingtian initiated a scan of the War Magic Elephant. Name, War Magic Elephant. Level, Wilderness Grade Spirit Beast. Rank, First Grade, 56100. Strength, 496. Agility, 191. Defense, 498. Comprehensive Battle Power Assessment, 497. Status, excellent. Though this creature was somewhat detestable, one could not deny its formidable strength. Ye Lingtian mused. The rarity of wilderness-grade fierce beasts was indeed justified. The Undead Knight was already impressive. Capable of rampaging through the yellow-grade secret realm, it could effortlessly dispatch second-grade fierce beasts with a single blow. Yet, in the presence of the War Magic Elephant, such data seemed insufficient. Most crucially, this was merely a first-grade beast. Gu Yuanzhou had mentioned that during the secret realm competition, each of the 5 teams from the 3 major academies comprised second-grade wilderness-grade spirit masters. Thus, he would be contending against 15 second-grade wilderness-grade spirit beasts, far more formidable than the current War Magic Elephant. Reflecting on this, Ye Lingtian furrowed his brow, a flicker of unease rising within him. I must advance to second grade without delay. Moreover, if possible, I should acquire more Undead Knights. Without a wilderness-grade spirit beast, my only recourse is to rely on sheer numbers. As the saying goes, with enough quantity, even deities can be vanquished. At that moment, Qin Fenglin discreetly glanced at Ye Lingtian and noted the rare expression of slight astonishment and furrowed brows on his face, which greatly pleased him. Finally, Ye Lingtian was beginning to regard him with caution. With this thought, Qin Fenglin's spirit soared, and he smiled, saying, "Hee, rest assured, just call me Big Brother Qin. And in the secret realm competition, I'll have your backs." With that, the War Magic Elephant emitted a resounding trumpet. Startled, a tiger, a python, and a bear stumbled backward. Despite being rather formidable spirit beasts themselves, they were still overshadowed by the War Magic Elephant. There was simply no contest when it came to their respective levels and ranks. Zhou Kai and the others quickly caught on, enthusiastically calling out, "Big Brother Qin." Upon hearing this, Qin Fenglin's expression instantly relaxed. The familiar sensation of being revered had returned. Ahem. Gu Yuanzhou lightly cleared his throat, interrupting them. "This is school. Let us refrain from titles like Big Brother." He then turned to Ye Lingtian. Noticing this, Zhou Kai and the others also directed their attention toward Ye Lingtian. They had long been curious about his spirit beast. They wished to know what kind of entity could compel Gu Yuanzhou to offend the 3 major academies and achieve consecutive victories in the Hidden Dragon Tower on the first day. Exploiting the academy's resources, Was it truly the legendary divine level? Chapter 55. Purchase successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 300 undead knights. Is it my turn now? Ye Lingtian stepped forward. Observing this, Zhou Kai and the others focused intently on Ye Lingtian, not daring to blink an eye. Ye Lingtian cleared his throat and spoke in a deep, captivating voice. My name is Ye Lingtian, and my spirit beast is of the common grade, a little skeleton soldier. First grade. As his words fell, Zhou Kai and the others were left bewildered. Common grade? Wasn't there only the 5 grades of fierce, barbaric, ancient, wilderness, and divine? When did a common grade emerge? Gu Yuanzhou also appeared puzzled. Common grade? Isn't it's supposed to be divine grade? He had always believed that Ye Lingtian's spirit beast was of the divine level. It had to be divine. After all, he could not fathom any spirit beast. Aside from the divine, capable of slaying 92 fierce beasts during the secret realm trials. It had continuously completed the hidden dragon tower thrice within 10 days of awakening, compelling the academy to hastily patch its systems. It had amassed over 7,000 points in just half a month from the yellow grade secret realm. Such a series of outrageous feats could not be accomplished even by a wilderness grade beast. Thus, he had always assumed Ye Lingtian's spirit beast was divine. Until just now. When Ye Lingtian claimed it was of the common grade, he realized that Ye Lingtian's spirit beast was not divine. However, this revelation did little to tarnish Ye Lingtian's image in his eyes. He remained the unparalleled genius. Even if the common grade sounded inferior to the fierce grade, he still believed that this common grade was far from ordinary. In fact, he had already concocted an explanation in his mind. Ye Lingtian's common grade must be an extraordinary kind of common. Extraordinary implied transcending the mundane. With this realization, Gu Yuanzhou instantly comprehended. A spirit beast transcending the mundane was surely more formidable than a wilderness-grade spirit beast, which was perfectly reasonable. Meanwhile, Ye Lingtian's little skeleton soldier emerged from the otherworldly space. Standing over 2 meters tall, wielding a rusted bone sword, it starkly contrasted with the 4 other massive spirit beasts, including the war magic elephant. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhou Kai and the others exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting confusion, disbelief, and disappointment. To be frank, the appearance of this creature was unsettling enough, but it hardly resembled a divine beast. Though perplexed, none of them dared to voice their thoughts. After all, Ye Lingtian's track record spoke volumes. In reality, it was Qin Fenglin who was the most incensed at that moment. He had encountered Ye Lingtian's little skeleton soldier 3 times, and each time it left him feeling unimpressed, deeming it a worthless entity. Yet, inexplicably, this seemingly worthless creature had consistently bested him. He could not fathom why this was the case, feeling utterly perplexed, scratching his head in frustration. Ye Lingtian observed the reactions of his companions, smiling quietly without offering any explanation. They would learn the truth in due time. After a brief pause, Gu Yuanzhou regained his composure and approached the 5 of them. Now that you are all acquainted with each other's circumstances, your next task is to elevate your ranks and gain practical experience. Ye Lingtian and Qin Fenglin, you may act freely. Zhou Kai, Wang Yu, and Guo Mengmeng, you will follow me. Gu Yuanzhou's thoughts were clear. Ye Lingtian's uniqueness warranted a different approach, making him unsuitable for standard training alongside others. As for Qin Fenglin, he did not require specialized training. He merely needed to advance to 2nd grade in the coming days. Thus, only Zhou Kai and his companions required focused training. Thank you, Teacher Gu. Zhou Kai and his companions chorused in unison. Naturally, they had no objections. In fact, they were eager to undergo specialized training with Gu Yuanzhou. Otherwise, they would still be struggling to navigate the hidden dragon tower. You 3, come with me, Gu Yuanzhou instructed the trio, preparing to commence their specialized training. As he was about to depart, he smiled at Ye Lingtian and remarked, the surprise should have arrived by now. Do remember to check. No sooner had he spoken than Ye Lingtian felt his phone vibrate. As he reached for his phone, Qin Fenglin suddenly leaned in. What surprise? Feeling the warm breath against his face, Ye Lingtian instinctively pushed Qin Fenglin away. Qin Fenglin staggered backward, nearly falling to the ground. What are you doing? Ye Lingtian, he exclaimed, clearly agitated, almost landing in an embarrassing position had he not reacted swiftly. Ye Lingtian maintained his composure. Who told you to lean in like that? We're 2 grown men. Upon reflection, Qin Fenglin recognized his own fault, his cheeks flushing red. Stingy. This young master doesn't he even care. With that, Qin Fenglin stormed off, riding his war elephant, leaving a trail of destruction among the trees and beasts along the way. Ye Lingtian paid no mind to this. He picked up his phone, eager to discover the nature of the surprise mentioned by Gu Yuanzhou. As he opened the device, a text message appeared on the screen. Dear user, greetings. Your account ending in 9282 has received a transfer of 3,000. Upon reading the message, Even Ye Lingtian, who prided himself on his emotional maturity, couldn't help but take a deep breath, for he noticed that there were numerous zeros following the 3. Ye Lingtian clutched his phone and began counting. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million. The more he counted, the more exhilarated he became. Finally, upon reaching the last digit, he gasped in astonishment. This amounts to 30 million. Initially, he had thought that the surprise from Guyuan Zhou would be akin to the equipment received by Zhou Kai and the others. Instead, it turned out to be 30 million dragon coins. What a true surprise. 30 million dragon coins could equate to 300 undead knights. After the initial excitement, Ye Lingtian opened the troop panel. He chose to skip the previous information. Undead knight. 10 million dragon coins can purchase 100. Prerequisite. Must possess 1,000 skeleton warriors to purchase. Hellbone dragon. 100 million dragon coins can purchase 100. Prerequisite. Must possess 1,000 undead knights to purchase. Grim Reaper Titan. 1 billion dragon coins can purchase 100. Prerequisite. Must possess 1,000 Hellbone dragons to purchase. Gazing at the last two options, Ye Lingtian couldn't suppress his eagerness. Following the previous calculations, the Hellbone dragon must indeed be of the Desolate grade. The might of the Desolate grade is well acknowledged by the world. As for the final entry, the Grim Reaper Titan, without a doubt, Ye Lingtian understood that this entity is the legendary God grade. God grade. At one time, the 3 prestigious academies mistakenly believed he was of God grade and even offered a staggering 30 million annually to recruit him. The terror of a God grade is beyond imagination. Alas, its price is equally formidable. At least for Ye Lingtian's current state, it is indeed quite daunting. However, Ye Lingtian remained undeterred, convinced that one day he would bring forth the God grade. With this thought, he shook his head and said, "The road ahead is long and arduous." With that, he cleared his mind of distractions and began to invest. Ding. Purchase successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 100 undead knights. Ding. Purchase successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 100 undead knights. Ding. Purchase successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 100 undead knights. Chapter 56. Are Desolate Grade Spirit Beasts resilient? Host, Ye Lingtian. Gender, male. Height, 183 centimeters. Weight, 70 kilograms. Attractiveness, 99. Kuan brother, 20 centimeters. Spirit beasts, undead knight, ancient. Skeleton warrior, brutal. Skeleton soldier, fierce. Little skeleton soldier, ordinary. Quantity, 12, 760. Level, first rank, 86, 100. 300 more. With the arrival of the 300 undead knights, Ye Lingtian felt as though he had unearthed a treasure, overwhelmed with excitement. Initially, he had planned to earn an additional 10 million within the final 10 days to summon 100 undead knights as a trump card. However, with Guyuan Zhou's surprise gift of 30 million, his wallet had instantly swelled. This also meant he now possessed 400 undead knights. With 400 undead knights at his disposal, Ye Lingtian wondered how they could possibly lose in a team life and death battle. In such battles, the greatest threat to him came from the 15 desolate grade spirit masters of the 3 prestigious academies. Once they joined forces, it would amount to 15 desolate grade spirit beasts. Desolate grade spirit beasts are inherently terrifying, and the combined force of 15 would be even more formidable. For any other individual, hearing of 15 desolate grade spirit beasts would likely send them trembling with fear. Yet Ye Lingtian was different. Although the notion of 15 desolate grade spirit beasts sounded intimidating, in the presence of his 400 undead knights, they paled in comparison. In a battle of the same tier, 400 undead knights would easily overwhelm and defeat the 15 desolate grade spirit beasts. He even contemplated asking, "Are desolate grade spirit beasts resilient?" Once those 15 desolate grade spirit beasts were defeated, the remaining opponents would merely be a bunch of rotten potatoes and spoiled eggs. Easily manageable for him. With this thought in mind, Ye Lingtian murmured to himself, "Next, I merely need to advance to second rank before the secret realm competition begins. And that will suffice." Within the Tianshu Spirit Academy territory, the sun blazed overhead, a gentle breeze wafting through, creating a scene of tranquility. Suddenly, a massive surge of energy cascaded down from the sky. A powerful shockwave, akin to a meteor's descent, instantly stirred the air, raising clouds of dust. This extraordinary phenomenon quickly drew attention, and some recognized what it signified. A secret realm. A secret realm has descended. This commotion must be at least of the mystic grade. Quick, hurry to report. Perhaps there is a reward in it for us. Those witnessing the secret realm were instantly electrified with excitement. Reporting the discovery of a secret realm to their respective academies would yield corresponding rewards. The higher the secret realm's grade, the greater the rewards. Just as they hurriedly pulled out their phones to make calls, a voice rang out beside them. Hello, Zixing Spirit Academy? I've discovered a secret realm. Its location is. Upon hearing this, the surrounding individuals were momentarily stunned. What the heck? This old six is so quick. At that moment, everyone felt a mix of indignation and regret. Such a lucrative opportunity wasted on this old six. However, it was too late to lament. Just then, a giant bird appeared in the distance. The enormous bird flew at remarkable speed, reaching the secret realm in the blink of an eye. Gazing at the great bird above, the crowd was enveloped in envy. With a powerful flap of its wings, the giant bird stirred up a fierce wind before landing gracefully. A man dismounted from the bird's back, briefly inquiring about the reporting individual, rewarding him, and then dispersing the crowd. Naturally, the rewarded individual left with joy, while the others looked on with envious eyes, some even discreetly following behind. Meanwhile, within the Tianshu Spirit Academy, in the council hall, at this moment, the high-ranking officials of the Tianshu Spirit Academy had all gathered, primarily to discuss the newly emerged secret realm. Esteemed colleagues, after 2 years, our Tianshu Spirit Academy has once again encountered a new secret realm. What a joyous occasion. The elder seated at the center proclaimed with a smile. The elder's words elicited smiles from the others present. Indeed, moreover, the mystical realm that has emerged this time is said to be of the Xian level. Blessed is our institution, eternal and indomitable. The appearance of a mystical realm within our territory is undoubtedly a momentous boon for them. The more mystical realms they possess, the greater the resources they can acquire. They will also be able to cultivate a larger number of students, thereby solidifying the institution's status further. In essence, mystical realms offer them nothing but benefits, devoid of any drawbacks. However, just as everyone was reveling in this joyous news, a person seated at the edge suddenly spoke up. Ladies and gentlemen, with the emergence of a mystical realm in our school, should we not reconsider our strategy regarding the contest for the Yuan Yang mystical realm against the Langya Spirit Academy? If we target the Langya Spirit Academy, they may retaliate when it comes time for us to contest the mystical realm. As soon as this individual finished speaking, Qinwei sprang to his feet. What a ridiculous notion. What right does the Langya Spirit Academy have to compare with our institution? Do they even dare to target us? Moreover, Gu Yuanzhou publicly insulted our school. If we fail to respond with decisive measures, we risk inviting further disrespect from all. Qinwei's vehement reaction stemmed from his fear that others might genuinely be swayed by that individual's words, leading to an unwillingness to confront the Langya Spirit Academy. This simply could not be tolerated. Gu Yuanzhou disregarded him in front of a crowd, and Ye Lingtian even brazenly threatened him. How could such affronts be so easily overlooked? To offend Qinwei, what good could possibly come of it? Following Qinwei's declaration, others voiced their agreement. Teacher Qin is absolutely right. Such brazen individuals should be met with thunderous retribution, serving as a deterrent to those who overstep their bounds. It had indeed been quite some time since Tianshua Spirit Academy had engaged in any physical confrontations, allowing even second-rate academies to challenge them. They certainly need a lesson. Brother Wang Cheng, you are overthinking it. What chaos could a second-rate academy possibly stir up through retaliation? Being one of the 3 great academies, the Tianshua Spirit Academy had long grown accustomed to their elevated status, naturally dismissing the Langya Spirit Academy and Gu Yuanzhou. As for Ye Lingtian, he had long been forgotten. Seeing this, Qinwei's face finally broke into a smug smile. At that moment, the elder seated centrally declared, "We can forego the contest for the Yuan Yang mystical realm and concede it to the other 2 schools. However, the Langya Spirit Academy must still be taught a lesson, lest everyone believe that we, the elders, have lost our vigor." Upon hearing this, Wang Cheng realized the course of events had been set and that the outcome was unchangeable. So he ceased his objections. Yet, he could not shake off an ominous premonition. Nonetheless, he could not voice this fear, lest he be met with ridicule. Chapter 57. Ye Lingtian is indeed impressive. Time flows like a river, never to return. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Within the Shanyu mystical realm. Damn it, Ye Lingtian is truly formidable. Gu Yuanzhou mused as he gazed at Ye Lingtian's data over the past week in the Shanyu mystical realm terminal. For 7 consecutive days, after completing specialized training with Zhou Kai and the others, it was already late into the night. Yet, no matter how late it was, he would always check Ye Lingtian's progress at the Shanyu mystical realm terminal. However, each time he looked, he was met with astonishment. There was simply no other explanation. Ye Lingtian was astonishingly vigorous, earning over 1,000 points daily. In stark contrast, Qin Fenglin appeared utterly inconsequential, racking up only a few dozen points each day, occasionally surpassing 100, but such instances were rare, compared to Ye Lingtian's daily achievements of over 1,000. How could that not seem trivial? Yet, Gu Yuanzhou understood that Qin Fenglin's data was, in fact, the norm, and it was largely due to Qin Fenglin being of the first-grade Huang level. If he were not of the first grade, or if his spirit beasts were not of the Huang level, attaining over 100 points would not be easy. After all, ferocious beasts are not fools. They do not stand idly by to have their heads severed. They are quite intelligent, especially when their lives are at stake. In essence, it is a classic case of the strong preying on the weak. When they sense your weakness, they attack. When they sense your strength, they flee. Thus, slaying ferocious beasts is no simple task. As for Ye Lingtian's extraordinary and abnormal data, Gu Yuanzhou could only attribute it to the undeniable prowess of the ordinary level. As dawn broke, Ye Lingtian awoke promptly, embarking on his morning routine. With only 2 days remaining until the Mystical Realm contest, he felt no anxiety whatsoever. Over the past week, he had not only accrued over 10 million in points, but had also reached 99 experience points. Just one step away from advancing to the second grade. This achievement was imminent. Perhaps today, once he finished his morning ritual, Ye Lingtian departed his dormitory and made his way to the Shanyu Mystical Realm. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the Langya Spirit Academy was abuzz with activity. As the contest for the Yuanyang Mystical Realm approached, participants from various academies began to make their appearances, the 3 great academies included. This led to an abundance of students from other schools within the Langya Spirit Academy. At that moment, outside the Qianlong Tower, a group of students had gathered. Among them were students from the Langya Spirit Academy, as well as those from other institutions. Just then, a male student pointed at the Qianlong Tower and remarked to those beside him, "There's also a trial tower here." Upon hearing the student misname the Qianlong Tower, someone quickly corrected him. "This is our school's Qianlong Tower." Initially, this person intended to offer a friendly reminder, but it was met with ridicule. "Uft, Qianlong Tower? A bunch of worthless trash dares to call themselves dragons? I see no dragons here, only a bunch of worthless trash," laughed the group in unison. Hearing this, the students of the Langya Spirit Academy were incensed. These individuals were utterly unreasonable. They had meant well in their correction, yet were met with derision. Being labeled as worthless trash, they had fought tooth and nail to rise above countless others to gain admission to the Langya Spirit Academy, and certainly did not deserve to be insulted in such a manner. The more they pondered, the angrier they became, prompting one to exclaim, "You lot! Is it not too arrogant of you? We offered our advice, yet you responded with such vile words. This is beyond arrogance. You must apologize to us." As he spoke, others echoed his sentiments, demanding, "Apologize to us." Yes, an apology is mandatory, otherwise, you shall not leave here in peace. As they voiced their demands, the students of the Langya Spirit Academy were fervent, quickly surrounding the group, determined to teach these individuals the consequences of their reckless words. However, faced with the encirclement and outrage of the crowd, the group displayed no fear, instead sneering dismissively. "Apologize? Do you even deserve that?" At this declaration, the crowd's fury ignited instantly. Did they truly consider themselves above reproach? Someone coldly retorted, "If you refuse to apologize, then you shall not leave here today." All were young, and who among them was without a hint of bloodlust? To be bullied in their own territory was intolerable. With that, spirit beasts were summoned, forming a formidable wall of beasts, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Witnessing this, the encircled group's expressions turned cold. "A bunch of rubbish dares to threaten us?" As the words fell, 5 enormous spirit beasts materialized, their sheer size dwarfing the wall of hundreds of spirit beasts assembled by the students. Indeed, some of the spirit beasts trembled in fear. This was the oppressive weight of rank and level. As they beheld the 5 imposing and formidable spirit beasts, realization dawned upon everyone. These were of the archaic grade. Archaic grade spirit beasts, beings they could only look up to, had unexpectedly materialized in a quintet. They hailed from the 3 prestigious academies. Everyone grasped the situation, although they were unfamiliar with these individuals. The mere presence of 5 archaic grade spirit beasts had already led them to deduce their identities. Aside from the 3 great academies, no other institution possessed such profound heritage. Upon learning that these individuals were students of the 3 prestigious academies, a sense of trepidation replaced their initial anger. There was simply no contest. The 3 great academies wielded an overwhelming aura of intimidation. Furthermore, the 5 archaic grade spirit beasts instilled a palpable fear that rendered them motionless. Most of their own spirit beasts were merely of the fierce and barbaric grades, and even the few ancient grade ones they possessed were devoid of rank. In stark contrast, not only were these 5 spirit beasts all archaic grade, but their sizes also suggested that they had all achieved rank, and quite possibly rank 2. Even with a numerical advantage, it would be exceedingly difficult to triumph over these 5 archaic grade spirit beasts. Only if they too boasted rank 2 spirits could they hope for a confrontation. Moreover, The lack of unity among them posed a significant risk. Should one take action, others might betray them from behind, leading to an embarrassing predicament. Thus, in order to avoid a futile demise, they could only concede in silence. Witnessing the crowd bowing their heads, the 5 individuals surrounded in the center reveled in their arrogance. TSK, weren't they just threatening us a moment ago? How is it that they have all cowered at this crucial moment, rendered mute? Huh. What pitiful creatures. How dare they attempt to speak boldly? Do they even have the right? Were I in their shoes, I would have long since sought refuge in a hole. Ha ha. Faced with such derision, the crowd could only seethe in silence, gritting their teeth and clenching their fists, desperately suppressing their rising anger. This scene greatly pleased the 5 individuals. Yet soon, they found the amusement waning, their gazes shifting towards the Qianlong Tower above. One of them mockingly remarked, "The Qianlong Tower? Let me see just how formidable these lurking dragons truly are." With that, he strode towards the Qianlong Tower. Chapter 58. It's time for the skeletal army to deliver a jolt to this world. Is he planning to challenge the Qianlong Tower? What could he possibly seek there? If he is not a student of our academy, there surely can be no reward for clearing it. Observing the figure retreating, the students of the Langya Spirit Academy were taken aback and perplexed. Soon, someone clenched their fists and declared, "Indeed, there is no reward. But he merely seeks to insult us and our institution." Just imagine, the fastest record for clearing our own Qianlong Tower is held by a student from another academy. How utterly ridiculous. It indirectly reflects how inept we are. Upon hearing this explanation, everyone experienced an epiphany, their hearts sinking. If what he said were true, then all students of their cohort would be forever branded on the pillar of shame. At that moment, someone interjected. The fastest record for the Qianlong Tower was set by Ye Lingtian, at over 40 minutes. Surely it cannot be so easily broken? Hearing this, a flicker of hope arose among them. Indeed, Ye Lingtian had shattered the record for clearing the Qianlong Tower 3 times. How impressive. Though he had faced their scorn at the time, now they all fervently hoped that Ye Lingtian's record would remain unbroken, for it was their final bastion of dignity. However, reality often defies expectations. Mere minutes later, news of the record being shattered appeared on their phones. As they beheld the announcement, a sinking feeling gripped their hearts. It was as though they had lost something of immense value. What they once took pride in had been effortlessly surpassed by another. Concurrently, the man who had challenged the tower emerged, disdainfully sneering. "Qianlong, is this all you have?" Those for seemingly weightless words caused the faces of the crowd to flush crimson. Anger surged within them, yet they had no outlet for their frustration. It was stifling, exceedingly stifling. In that moment, they could only resent their own inadequacies. Meanwhile, within the class group chat, following the announcement of the Qianlong Tower's record being broken, the chat quickly became abuzz. Wang Fong, someone has actually shattered the fastest record for the Qianlong Tower. 3 minutes and 30 seconds. How is that even possible? Chen Zhuang, holy cow. 3 minutes and 30 seconds. More impressive than Ye Lingtian? Who is this Bai Yi, so formidable that I've never heard of him? Li Wei, Bai Yi. The first from the mystic trials of Songling City, a student of the Tianshu Spirit Academy. Chen Zhuang, what is going on? Why is a student from the Tianshu Spirit Academy attempting to challenge the Qianlong Tower? Wang Fong, don't you get it? He's doing it to deliberately vex us. It's utterly infuriating. If he had the capability, he should have come to challenge the tower back when he first enrolled. What is the merit in doing so now? I truly hope Ye Lingtian can come forth and break his record, delivering a slap to his face. Upon this realization, everyone gazing at their phones clenched their fists tightly. Such an act was tantamount to a challenge, yet regrettably, they lacked the strength to retaliate. They could only hope that Ye Lingtian would rise to the occasion and deliver a resounding blow to them. Meanwhile, the very Ye Lingtian they anticipated was leisurely slaughtering ferocious beasts. Bang! A skeletal knight's mace struck down upon a second-rank ferocious beast, instantly slaying it. In that moment, a warm current surged into Ye Lingtian's body. Ye Lingtian felt an immense sense of comfort. This familiar sensation signified his ascension to the second rank. Immediately thereafter, a familiar power began to transform his body. Ye Lingtian allowed this force to course through him, focusing intently on the changes of the skeletal knight. The skeletal knight was his trump card against the archaic grade, thus deserving of utmost attention. Ye Lingtian observed that, upon ascending to the second rank, the skeletal knight, be it its form, the bone steed it rode, or even the mace it wielded, was rapidly expanding. Ye Lingtian could not precisely articulate the principle behind it, but it was undeniably marvelous. This transformation persisted for several minutes before the skeletal knight finally ceased its growth. However, upon closer inspection, Ye Lingtian discovered that the changes in the skeletal knight were not as significant as he had initially imagined. He had expected the skeletal knight to grow at least 2 or 3 meters taller upon reaching the second rank. In reality, It had only increased in height by about a meter. Fortunately, Ye Lingtian was not greedy. More importantly, it was not the size that mattered, but rather the combat prowess. Thus, Ye Lingtian promptly examined the Skeletal Knight's data. Name, Skeletal Knight. Grade, Ancient Grade Spirit Beast. Rank, 2nd rank, 1300. Strength, 568. Agility, 184. Defense, 562. Comprehensive Combat Power Assessment, 565. Status, excellent. A 2nd rank Skeletal Knight, indeed formidable. Ye Lingtian's eyes sparkled with excitement upon viewing the panel. Truth be told, this was the first time he had witnessed a combat power exceeding 500. And most crucially, he possessed 500 of such terrifyingly powerful Skeletal Knights. 500 Skeletal Knights should be more than sufficient to trample everything in their path. At that moment, Ye Lingtian felt an unprecedented sense of elation. Of course, his exhilaration was not without justification. Currently, he not only commanded 500 Skeletal Knights with astonishing combat power, but also thousands of skeletal warriors, thousands of skeletal soldiers, and thousands of small skeletal minions. All these spirit beasts combined amounted to a staggering total of over 10,000. With such formidable strength, how could he not feel inflated with pride? In just 2 days, it remains uncertain how they will react upon encountering the skeletal army. Surely, they will be astonished. A faint smile graced Ye Lingtian's lips as he pondered. After such extensive development, it is indeed time for the skeletal army to deliver a jolt to this world. As night fell and he washed away the fatigue of the day, Ye Lingtian noticed that his physique seemed to have attained an even more perfect form, resembling a masterpiece of art. This transformation must be attributed to his recent upgrade. The surge of power had significantly fortified his body, filling him with a sense of vigor and sharpening his senses. Ye Lingtian could surmise the reason behind the existence of such feedback. Although battles in this world predominantly occur between spirit beasts and ferocious creatures, a master with inadequate physical prowess could easily succumb to the aftermath of combat. Hence, this feedback mechanism exists to enhance the master, thereby circumventing peril. However, truth be told, Ye Lingtian felt no pressing need for such reinforcement. With a mere gesture, he could summon tens of thousands of spirit beasts. Unless they were all annihilated, who could dare approach him? Nonetheless, Ye Lingtian embraced the notion of feedback. After all, who does not relish the prospect of becoming stronger, particularly in terms of endurance? After refreshing himself, Ye Lingtian reclined comfortably on his bed. As he concluded a delightful day, it was his custom to peruse his phone before drifting into slumber. Ever since awakening his spirit beast and activating the system, he had not indulged in idleness for quite some time. Upon unlocking his phone, he was greeted by a multitude of private messages. After reading through them several times, he murmured, "By E is it? I shall remember you." Chapter 59. The battle for the secret realm commences. In the blink of an eye, time has quietly slipped away. The long-awaited battle for the Yuanyang secret realm has finally arrived. At this moment, on the viewing platform of the Yuanyang secret realm, all the instructors from 120 institutions have gathered. Unlike in the past, their enthusiasm is palpable today. Everyone understands that this day will not merely be a formality. The 3 major academies have set their sights firmly on the Langius Spirit Beast Academy. This also serves as a warning to intimidate them. Thus, this battle holds immense significance for both the Langius Spirit Beast Academy and the others. Their gaze shifts between Qin Wei, Xia Qingyan, and Zhao Tianxi, where they perceive an unmistakable aura of aggression. This does not come as a surprise to them. The events surrounding the Jiang Heiking secret realm trial had once trended on social media. Although they did not witness it firsthand, they are well versed in the details. Gu Yuanzhou confronted the 3 of them publicly, which, for the privileged trio of Qin Wei, was an unforgivable offense. Therefore, their fierce demeanor today is entirely justifiable. What astonishes them is that Gu Yuanzhou can still afford a smile at this moment. It must be noted that the 3 major academies have come well prepared, with an impressive contingent of 15 second-tier wilderness-level spirit masters. It is even questionable whether the remaining 117 academies combined can muster as many as 15 wilderness-level students. Such a lavish assembly underscores the determination of the 3 major academies. Yet, Gu Yuanzhou's ability to smile in the face of potential ruin is a testament to his character. Boom. At that moment, a sound resonated, signaling the imminent commencement of the secret realm battle. Concurrently, 600 participating students began to enter the arena, ready to venture into the secret realm. The instructors seated on the platform maintained a poised demeanor, yet their eyes rapidly scanned the array of students, ultimately resting on Ye Lingtian. They had long been acquainted with his name, having heard it so often that it had become almost commonplace. After all, he is the audacious individual who dared to criticize the instructors of the 3 major academies. He is also the first to have slain 92 ferocious beasts during the Secret Realm trial, although later deemed to have cheated and subsequently disqualified. This did not diminish Ye Lingtian's notoriety. They had even scrutinized his photograph multiple times. Surprisingly, he appeared even more charming in person. Yet, charm holds little value here. The battle for the Secret Realm is not a contest of attractiveness. Moreover, they are acutely aware that Ye Lingtian's decision to participate in this battle has sealed his fate. His demise here seems preordained. 15 second-tier wilderness-level spirit beasts are no trifling matter, regardless of how many ferocious creatures he dispatched during the trial. Before the onslaught of 15 wilderness-level beasts, he is but an insect. At this moment, Qin Wei and his companions are also searching for Ye Lingtian among the crowd. They had prepared a lavish surprise for him. Without his participation, the occasion would lose its allure. Fortunately, it was not long before they spotted him amidst the throng. Instantly, the three bore expressions of cold amusement. Returning to Ye Lingtian, as he entered, he felt the weight of dozens of gazes from the platform upon him. He raised his head slightly and first noticed Gu Yuanzhou. After offering a faint smile in his direction, Ye Lingtian met the eyes of the others. From their expressions, he discerned a myriad of emotions: surprise, regret, mockery, and disdain, among others. Yet, Ye Lingtian paid them little mind, merely glancing past them. Soon, he spotted three familiar faces: Qin Wei, Xia Qingyan, and Zhao Tianxi. As expected, they had arrived. A smile tugged at his lips upon seeing them. After all his efforts to develop, it would have deprived him of much enjoyment had these three rascals chosen to stay away. At that moment, a radiant light enveloped Ye Lingtian's feet. In the blink of an eye, all present vanished from the location. When they reopened their eyes, they found themselves within the Yuanyang Secret Realm. Similar to other secret realms, the Yuanyang Secret Realm was filled with towering trees and lush vegetation, with the roars of various ferocious beasts echoing in the air. A fragrant aroma wafted towards him, invigorating his senses. Yet, Ye Lingtian soon realized that he was utterly alone. Strange, did they not transport together? Ye Lingtian murmured. It was rather absurd that they had not been teleported as a team. However, he did not dwell on the matter. Some things are inexplicable, and it is best to let them be. Existence implies reason. This method of transport must have its rationale. Besides, although it is nominally a team scoring competition, it is evident that separating the five will yield the maximum points. After all, slaying a ferocious beast alone yields the same points as doing so in a group of five. Thus, it is more advantageous to operate independently. With this thought, Ye Lingtian ceased to ponder further and summoned his entire skeletal army. In a team scoring competition, the objective is to accumulate points, which hinges upon who can slay the most. Ye Lingtian excels in this regard. Moreover, after more than half a month of practice, he has become quite adept. In mere moments, a vast multitude of skeletal warriors surged forth, a tide of thousands manifesting before him. Instantly, an ominous wind swept through the air. Should anyone be present at that moment, their scalp would surely prickle with fear. Yet, Ye Lingtian gazed upon the multitude of skeletal soldiers with immense satisfaction. The sheer magnitude of the skeletal army was staggering. Even if each one were to slay a single ferocious beast, the accumulated points would soar into the thousands. At such an astonishing pace, who could possibly rival him? With this thought in mind, Ye Lingtian flashed a grin and declared, "All right, my little ones. It's time to get to work." As was his custom, he divided the formidable skeletal legion into several hundred groups, each led by a death knight, and set them forth to scour the surroundings in a sweeping hunt. The Yuanyang Secret Realm was a newly unearthed domain, its resources untouched. If fortune favored him, it could lead to a windfall. Of course, Ye Lingtian was not the sort to risk life for wealth. In fact, he held his own existence in high regard. After all, he had traversed realms, acquired a system, and undergone extensive development. Dying now would be a grievous waste. Thus, he prudently retained 10 death knights for himself. Life was precious, and in the event of unforeseen circumstances, being short on death knights could lead to troublesome scenarios, albeit the odds were slim. With 10 death knights at his disposal, he felt confident in his ability to conquer anything within this secret realm. With his concerns alleviated, Ye Lingtian set forth on his journey. Chapter 60. The New Elixir, the Purple Enchanting Buddha Flower. Outside the Yuanyang Secret Realm, a throng of over 1,000 students awaited. Although they did not partake in this contest for the Yuanyang Secret Realm, they understood its significance for all. Should the realm be secured, they would all reap the benefits. Thus, to cheer on those fighting on their behalf, they cast aside thoughts of the Dragon Tower and other matters. At this juncture, they must have commenced their endeavors. Indeed, let us rally for them, for they are fighting for us too. While we may lack the strength to join the fray, our prayers still contribute to the cause. With hands clasped in fervent supplication, they began to pray for Ye Lingtian and his companions. In this moment, their unity was palpable. Perhaps it was the emotion or the atmosphere, but a surge of fervor ignited within their hearts. Yet, at that moment, a sudden voice shattered their resolve. Do you think we might be jinxing them? Upon utterance of those words, the speaker was met with a chorus of incredulous glances. Are you foolish? If you can't say anything sensible, just remain silent. No one will mistake you for a mute. The chorus of insults swiftly enveloped him, and he instinctively shielded his head, unwilling to utter a word in rebuttal. After unleashing their frustrations upon him, the crowd felt a release, yet they soon realized that their prayers had faltered. It was akin to discovering a worm in one's meal. Even if untouched, the food lost its appeal. Meanwhile, within the council hall of the Langus Spirit Academy, the atmosphere was laden with tension. The school's upper echelons had gathered, yet none bore a countenance of ease. Their expressions were grave and somber. The competition for the secret realm had commenced, and should Ye Lingtian falter, they would not only forfeit the Yuanyang secret realm, but also become the only institution among 120 to have failed to safeguard its own territory. They would be eternally marked with shame, a target for ridicule whenever a new secret realm emerged. This dire prospect cast a long shadow over the seasoned leaders, illuminating their troubled faces. Transitioning back to the Yuanyang secret realm, Ye Lingtian could hardly contain his astonishment as he collected the carcass of a first-tier beast. Is this truly the new secret realm? Unexplored territory is indeed exhilarating. Accompanied by his death knights, he had amassed over a dozen beast carcasses in mere minutes, an experience he had never encountered in the Yunk and Shangyu realms. Truly, this was a new domain. Just as he prepared to continue his slaughter, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. Could it be another elixir? Ye Lingtian mused, inhaling the fragrance that reminded him of the blood lotus flower. However, this scent, richer and more alluring than that of the blood lotus, beckoned him irresistibly. He couldn't simply ignore it. That would be a travesty. Whatever it was, he needed to acquire it. After all, it could be sold for a fortune. The skeletal steed seemed to comprehend Ye Lingtian's intentions and bolted ahead at full speed. Its large frame propelled forward with such force that it felt as though the very ground trembled, sending the surrounding beasts scattering in terror. Yet, Ye Lingtian's focus remained on the source of the scent, undeterred by the fleeing creatures. In mere moments, the galloping steed led him to the origin of the fragrance. Beside an ancient, massive tree, he beheld over a dozen flourishing purple flowers. The petals were remarkably large, nearly the size of basketballs, adorned with numerous pale yellow speckles. Indeed, these were elixirs. Let me think. This appears to be the purple enchanting Buddha flower, valued at around 200 to 300,000. Ye Lingtian quickly recalled the information about the purple blossoms from his mind. The unusual size of the petals had left a lasting impression on him when he first encountered them in literature, never expecting to find them in reality. The significance of the purple enchanting Buddha flower was undeniable, with each specimen worth a small fortune. Just as Ye Lingtian prepared to approach and gather the flowers, he suddenly realized there should be second-tier beasts guarding this area as well. If the blood lotus flower had such guardians, the purple enchanting Buddha flower surely had its protectors. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, none had appeared. How could that be? Having come this far, Ye Lingtian was determined to claim both the beasts and the elixirs. Thus, with a single thought, he urged his steed to stomp its hooves with vigor. The thunderous sound of hooves echoed through the air, sending dirt flying and stones scattering. Ye Lingtian felt a surge of satisfaction at the commotion. Such a ruckus could hardly go unnoticed by any lurking beasts. Roar. As expected, a resonant roar pierced through the air moments later, and Ye Lingtian sensed it was alarmingly close. Strangely, however, he could only hear the sound and not see its source. Was the noise not loud enough? The skeletal steed increased its stomping frequency, sending leaves cascading down like raindrops. Roar. The roar resounded again, unmistakably filled with fury. This time, Ye Lingtian discerned the direction from whence the sound originated. It was coming from within the ancient tree. Fixing his gaze on the colossal trunk beside the purple enchanting Buddha flowers, he noted its immense girth, estimated to exceed 6 to 7 meters in diameter. The roar echoed clearly from within the ancient tree. Just as he was pondering this mystery, a tremor rippled through the ground. Something was emerging. Ye Lingtian realized that a creature from within the ancient tree was about to make its entrance. Boom. Almost as if on cue, the ground beside the ancient tree erupted, and a heavily armored beast burst forth from the earth. The Death Knight swept aside the rubble before him with a mighty blow, allowing Ye Lingtian to finally discern the nature of the creature before him. Is that a pangolin? Indeed, it was a colossal pangolin, its body enveloped in hard scales, with foreclaws resembling long, thick, and sharp spikes. The pangolin's tiny eyes glowed a furious red, visibly brimming with rage. As Ye Lingtian recognized it, The creature had already raised its forelimbs, charging at him like a war chariot bristling with spears. Chapter 61. Tier 3 Savage Beast, the Reinforced Stone Armored Beast. One must admit, the pangolin's sharp claws were indeed formidable, exuding a tremendous momentum as it charged forth. Yet, Ye Lingtian remained utterly unfazed. He had encountered too many ferocious beasts rushing to their demise, none of which could withstand even a single strike from the Death Knight. Without a hint of emotion, the Death Knight raised its wolf-fang mace and delivered a crushing blow to the oncoming pangolin. Boom. The impact was tremendous. With half of the pangolin's body driven into the earth, it was over. Ye Lingtian remarked with indifference. In the yellow-level secret realm, no beast had yet withstood a blow from the Death Knight. Just as he prepared to collect the corpse, he was taken aback to discover that the pangolin, embedded in the soil, was still writhing. It was not dead? Ye Lingtian was astonished. This pangolin possessed an exceedingly tenacious vitality. At that moment, witnessing the creature's resilience, the Death Knight struck again. Boom. This time, the pangolin's entire body was driven into the ground. This time, it must be dead, Ye Lingtian murmured. However, to his astonishment, the pangolin, completely buried, was still thrashing about. In disbelief, Ye Lingtian thought, still alive? How is that possible? His astonishment stemmed from the fact that since acquiring the Death Knight, he had rarely encountered a beast capable of surviving a blow from it, let alone one that could withstand two. Not to mention that the Death Knight was now a Tier 2 entity. This creature is not ordinary. At that moment, Ye Lingtian realized that this pangolin was undoubtedly exceptional. He immediately commanded the system to conduct a scan. Soon, the results appeared. Name, Reinforced Stone Armored Beast. Tier, Savage Beast. Level, Tier 3, 48,800. Strength, 573. Agility, 186. Defense, 589. Overall combat power assessment, 583. Status, angry what the hell. Tier 3. A savage beast? Upon seeing the data of the Reinforced Stone Armored Beast, Ye Lingtian was momentarily dumbfounded. This data surpassed even that of the Death Knight. Could it truly be this formidable? Hadn't Teacher Gu said that the most powerful beast in the yellow-level secret realm was only Tier 2? How could a Tier 3 savage beast appear here? Before entering the Yunsu secret realm, Gu Yuanzhou had informed him that the mightiest creatures in the yellow-level secret realm were Tier 2 beasts. And throughout his experiences in both the Yunsu and Shangyu secret realms, he had not encountered anything beyond Tier 2, let alone a savage beast. Yet now, the Reinforced Stone Armored Beast lay before him. In that instant, Ye Lingtian comprehended why this creature could endure 2 strikes from the Death Knight without perishing. It was, in fact, not a Tier 2 beast, but a Tier 3 savage beast. With a staggering defense of 589 points, it surpassed the Death Knight's attack power by 21 points. Such terrifying defensive capabilities could undoubtedly withstand the Death Knight's assaults. Just as Ye Lingtian was reeling from the revelation, the Reinforced Stone Armored Beast vanished. Where did it go? Ye Lingtian blinked in astonishment. Initially, he thought he had misperceived. How could such a large pangolin simply disappear? Yet, he was not mistaken. All that remained was a deep pit in the ground. Before he could process this, the skeletal horse suddenly leaped several meters away. In the next moment, the ground where he had just stood caved in, and the Reinforced Stone Armored Beast burst forth, its claws piercing skyward. Ye Lingtian finally realized, had the skeletal horse not reacted swiftly, it might have been gutted by this creature. Although the skeletal horse had neither a belly nor a chest, the implication was clear. At that moment, the Reinforced Stone Armored Beast burrowed back into the earth, disappearing from sight. Ye Lingtian kept a vigilant watch on the ground, noticing it bulging once more. Just as he was about to shout a warning, the skeletal horse leaped away again, clearly demonstrating its remarkable reflexes. Though they narrowly evaded the Reinforced Stone Armored Beast's assault, Ye Lingtian felt an unsettling foreboding. The beast might make countless mistakes, but he could afford no errors. This could not continue. Ye Lingtian pondered. They must all emerge. In the midst of his thoughts, he summoned the remaining 9 Death Knights. The reason these 9 had been stored in a different dimensional space was that deploying all 10 simultaneously would create too much commotion, often scaring off the beasts before they even appeared. Thus, he had only brought one along, while the others remained in the alternate space. Simultaneously, the skeletal horse jumped again, as the Reinforced Stone Armored Beast emerged once more. However, this time, it was met with less fortune. As it broke through the surface, a wolf-fang mace came crashing down upon it. Boom. The force was so great that the ground trembled. The Reinforced Stone Armored Beast, having just emerged, was once again driven back into the soil. Witnessing this spectacle, Ye Lingtian couldn't help but wonder, surprised, amazed. He hadn't expected his Death Knights to number more than 1. Yet, clearly, the creature had not yet grasped the situation. Before long, the reinforced stone-armored beast erupted from the ground once more. However, the skeletal horse, its target, leapt away again, and another strike awaited the beast. Boom. It was once more driven into the earth. Ye Lingtian couldn't help but scoff. Are you all playing whack-a-mole here? Despite his sarcasm, Ye Lingtian longed to eliminate this Tier 3 savage beast swiftly. A single one could fetch over 1,000,000. Moreover, considering that it was a pangolin, which had medicinal properties, it might be even more valuable than an ordinary Tier 3 savage beast. With this thought, Ye Lingtian's spirits soared. Small fortunes, all mere trifles. However, at that moment, he noticed that the reinforced stone-armored beast had not resurfaced for an unusually long time. Had it been frightened into hiding? Ye Lingtian frowned in contemplation, shaking his head. That shouldn't be the case. With its high defense, how could it be deterred by just a few blows? The reinforced stone-armored beast, blissfully unaware of Ye Lingtian's musings, would likely be furious if it could comprehend. How dare he say it could not withstand just a few strikes? Of course, it would never know. After several more minutes passed without any sign of the beast, Ye Lingtian grew increasingly restless. Damn it, why hasn't it come out yet? He muttered a curse under his breath. The reinforced stone-armored beast's value was too substantial. Allowing it to escape was simply intolerable. No, he had to force it out. Ye Lingtian focused intently on the ground, and soon, an idea struck him. Ye Lingtian's brows suddenly unfurled. Chapter 62, Slaying. Thud, thud, thud. Thud, thud, thud. Thud, thud, thud. Under Ye Lingtian's signal, all 10 skeletal steeds stomped fiercely upon the ground, their resounding thuds reverberating like an earthquake. The nearby trees swayed violently, their leaves shaken loose. Yet, Ye Lingtian remained utterly unconcerned, continuing to command the skeletal steeds to trample. It was by this very method that he had previously compelled the heavy forged stone-armored beast to emerge. Now, as it remained hidden beneath the earth, Ye Lingtian resolved to employ the same tactic to draw it forth. With 10 skeletal steeds working in unison, he was confident that this time it would surely yield. Ultimately, through the relentless efforts of the skeletal steeds, Ye Lingtian once again heard the beast's furious roar. Just from the sound alone, Ye Lingtian could sense the creature's seething rage. Effective. A grin spread across Ye Lingtian's face, his heart swelling with delight. However, after waiting for several seconds, he found that the heavy forged stone-armored beast still did not emerge, and his smile immediately froze. It seemed he would have to intensify his efforts. Ye Lingtian remarked nonchalantly. Having already exerted himself to this extent, it was utterly disrespectful for the beast to remain hidden. Thus, at Ye Lingtian's command, the 10 skeletal steeds employed all 4 limbs, pounding the earth with an even greater ferocity, their force magnified several-fold. Ye Lingtian could hardly believe that this would not compel it to surface. Mere moments later, the familiar sensation of the earth quaking returned. Instantly, Ye Lingtian understood that the bait had been taken. Before he could revel in his triumph, the heavy forged stone-armored beast erupted from the ground, charging towards the skeletal steeds and him. However, the skeletal steeds were well prepared and deftly evaded the creature's ambush. This time, the undead knights had also learned from experience. They did not strike vertically but unleashed a sweeping assault. Bang! With a dull thud, Ye Lingtian witnessed the heavy forged stone-armored beast flying backwards, crashing violently into an ancient tree. Boom! The ancient tree, besieged by tremendous force, began to shake violently, its leaves raining down in greater numbers, nearly stripped bare. Yet, Ye Lingtian's attention was not on the ancient tree, nor did he concern himself with how many leaves remained. His focus was solely on the heavy forged stone-armored beast. Ye Lingtian swiftly prompted the system to conduct a scan. After scanning, he could scarcely believe his eyes. How could it possibly remain unscathed? Were it not for the fact that the beast's status still indicated rage, he might have suspected a flaw in his vision. How many blows had the undead knights dealt it? The fact that it remained uninjured was nothing short of astonishing. This was utterly preposterous. I wield a cheat. And so do you, it seems. Ye Lingtian exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, the heavy forged stone-armored beast shook its head and charged rapidly towards Ye Lingtian, only to be intercepted by the 9 undead knights who swiftly surrounded it. However, this time, remarkably, it did not burrow underground. Perhaps it recognized that even if it did, it would merely be forced out again, so it chose to remain above ground. Yet, the undead knights showed no mercy, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes. After enduring a prolonged onslaught from the 9 undead knights, Ye Lingtian observed that the heavy forged stone-armored beast consistently shielded itself against their attacks with its back. Its armored scales were indeed resilient enough to withstand numerous blows from the undead knights without sustaining any damage. But this also suggested that the creature's weakness likely lay in its front. However, knowing this weakness proved inconsequential. Although some undead knights had attempted to attack its frontal area, each effort was deftly evaded by the beast. It either curled its body defensively, perfectly shielding its vulnerable spot, or maneuvered with remarkable agility. It appeared that capturing it would not be feasible in the short term. Ye Lingtian understood that unless he could strike its weak point, slaying it would prove to be quite challenging. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to concede defeat, having invested so much time in battling the heavy forged stone-armored beast. It would be immensely unsatisfying not to transform it into treasure. Hence, Ye Lingtian resolved to persist in this contest against the armored creature. Approximately half an hour later, amidst the relentless barrage from the 9 undead knights, the scales of the heavy forged stone-armored beast finally began to ooze blood. And as Ye Lingtian kept a watchful eye on the beast's status bar, he finally noted a change. Its status shifted from furious to injured. At last, it had sustained an injury. Ye Lingtian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Since acquiring the undead knights, he had not encountered such a fiercely contested battle in quite some time. Of course, this was also due to the fact that he had only brought 10 undead knights. Had he summoned all 500, the heavy forged stone-armored beast would likely have perished long ago. However, the ability of this beast to endure for so long at the hands of 9 undead knights was a testament to its formidable nature. Another 10 minutes passed. The status bar of the heavy forged stone-armored beast finally shifted from severely injured to dead. Upon witnessing this, Ye Lingtian's expression relaxed, at long last. It was slain. What a challenge it had been. Without hesitation, he dispatched its corpse into the otherworldly space. However, with over 1 million in his grasp, Ye Lingtian felt it was well worth the effort. After all, this marked his first kill of a third-tier savage beast. After securing the carcass, Ye Lingtian also collected all 17 purple mist Buddha flowers growing beside the ancient tree. If sold at peak price, they could fetch a total of 1 million. However, given that the secret realm contest lasted for 10 hours, by the time it concluded, much of their potency would undoubtedly have diminished. Even so, Ye Lingtian opted to pluck them. He could not possibly linger to preserve their efficacy until the end. If some potency was lost, so be it. Perhaps there were other spiritual herbs ahead that would be more valuable than waiting for these. Thus, Ye Lingtian proceeded to gather all 17 purple mist Buddha flowers. 1 million, plus over 1 million from the heavy forged stone-armored beast, along with the corpse of a first-tier ferocious beast, would surely amount to nearly 10 million. Was this the new secret realm? Truly delightful. The thought of his bounty made Ye Lingtian feel euphoric. His nearly hour-long haul equated to what he had collected in a whole day within the Yunchu and Shanyu secret realms. Moreover, this was just from his team. The squads he had dispatched numbered in the hundreds. If each one were to achieve similar gains. Oh, how unfathomable. However, Ye Lingtian was also aware that such probabilities were minimal. After all, it was improbable that every squad would be fortunate enough to encounter 17 purple mist Buddha flowers. Nor would every squad come across a third-tier savage beast. Thus, the likelihood was exceedingly low. Yet, Ye Lingtian was content. Moreover, only an hour had passed. With 9 more hours remaining, he could still amass considerable wealth. With this thought in mind, Ye Lingtian continued on his path. As before, to prevent scaring off any savage beasts before he even laid eyes on them, he recalled the remaining 9 undead knights, leaving only one to accompany him. However, just after Ye Lingtian had taken a few steps, a voice echoed from behind him. Are you Ye Lingtian? Chapter 63. Then prepare to pay with your life. Ye Lingtian turned around to behold a fox exceeding 6 meters in height. This fox was a striking crimson, its fur immaculate, and its appearance was undeniably charming, evoking an irresistible urge to pet it. Perched atop the fox's head was a bespectacled man, who had evidently been the one to call out to him. Ye Lingtian remained silent, his gaze shifting from the man to the crimson fox beneath him. Name: Crimson Flame Extreme Fox. Rank: Ancient Grade Spirit Beast. Level: 2nd rank, 3300. Strength: 567. Agility: 188. Defense: 563. Comprehensive Combat Power Assessment: 564. Status: Excellent. I am Chunjing Yuan, a student of the Wuji Spirit Beast Academy. Seeing that Ye Lingtian did not respond, Chunjing Yuan introduced himself. Still, Ye Lingtian said nothing, merely regarding him with a calm demeanor. Noticing this, Chunjing Yuan grinned, resembling the harmless Crimson Flame Extreme fox beneath him. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely admire you after hearing of your exploits. You cannot imagine how many at our school have been discussing your secret realm trials. I find you extraordinarily impressive, Chunjing Yuan explained. Before he could finish, Ye Lingtian turned to leave. We shall talk after the secret realm competition concludes. Time is of the essence, and I have no time for idle chatter. Besides, this individual's motives were unclear. Did he truly believe Ye Lingtian would fall for mere words, mistaking him for an inexperienced fool? Hey, don't go. I genuinely admire you. Chen Jingyuan hurriedly pursued, trailing behind Ye Lingtian. Is this your spirit beast? But didn't they say your spirit beast was a skeletal minion? You killed 92 ferocious beasts with it? How peculiar. Your spirit beast is also ancient grade. Yet I cannot seem to match your prowess. Or do you possess other secrets? At these words, the skeletal horse halted, and Ye Lingtian turned back. His voice cold. Get lost. Huh. You wouldn't want your secrets to be known by everyone, now would you? Chen Jingyuan adjusted his glasses, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Ye Lingtian's eyes turned frigid as he inquired, did you see something? Guess what? I've been watching for quite a while. Do you think I didn't see? Chen Jingyuan grinned, as he noticed Ye Lingtian's expression darken. His smile widened. Here's the deal. Hand over the elixir, and I will keep your secret locked away in my heart. Otherwise, don't blame me for being loose-lipped. You desire the elixir? Ye Lingtian regarded him with a frigid stare. Yet, Chen Jingyuan remained unfazed, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Humph, I want the elixir. And I also want the corpses of the ferocious beasts you've slain. I trust you are intelligent enough to recognize what is more valuable. I advise you not to entertain any notions of deceiving me. I witnessed everything clearly. If you withhold even a fraction, I can assure you that within a day, everyone will know your secret. Ye Lingtian's voice remained icy as he queried, knowing my secret, you still dare to threaten me? Are you not afraid I shall kill you? Upon hearing this, Chen Jingyuan burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, kill me? Your spirit beast is also a second-rank ancient grade. Just like my Crimson Flame Extreme Fox. What do you intend to use to kill me? At this point, Chen Jingyuan's face contorted in disdain as he continued. I thought you were clever, but it turns out you are just another fool. Make your decision quickly. Don't waste my time. In response, Ye Lingtian let out a cold laugh. He truly believed Chen Jingyuan had seen something, but the reality was that he was merely a fool flaunting his ignorance. With a chilling smile, Ye Lingtian approached Chen Jingyuan. Thinking Ye Lingtian was coming to deliver resources, Chen Jingyuan felt a surge of joy. Initially, he had only followed the fragrant scent of the purple mist Buddha flower, having heard the sounds of battle along the way. However, as he drew near, he realized Ye Lingtian was preparing to leave. He surmised that the elixir must have been taken by Ye Lingtian and initially considered a forcible seizure. But both were second-rank ancient grade. Victory would be hard to determine in a short time, hence he devised this scheme. The objective, of course, was to reclaim the elixir Ye Lingtian had taken. Naturally, the ferocious beast corpses were also an enticing prospect. He had expected a bit of negotiation, but he did not anticipate that Ye Lingtian would be so easily deceived, falling for his ruse so readily. What a fortunate turn of events. Chen Jingyuan mused inwardly. However, at that moment, he suddenly sensed his Crimson Flame Extreme Fox growing restless. Yet, he paid it no heed, attributing its agitation to Ye Lingtian's spirit beast being too close. He dared to let Ye Lingtian approach because he had his own advantages. He was not afraid of an unexpected attack from Ye Lingtian. After all, they were both second-rank ancient-grade spirit beasts. The outcome of a confrontation was uncertain. Thus, he still believed Ye Lingtian was approaching to deliver the elixir and the corpses of the ferocious beasts. Seeing Ye Lingtian remain motionless, Chen Jingyuan impatiently remarked, Ye Lingtian, have you not made up your mind yet? My patience is limited. I have made my decision. Ye Lingtian replied indifferently. Chen Jingyuan shot Ye Lingtian an exasperated glance and retorted, if you have made your decision, why aren't you handing it over? Then you may offer your life. Ye Lingtian's eyes turned exceedingly cold. Upon hearing this, Chen Jingyuan's expression changed dramatically. What do you mean? Just as he finished speaking, he felt a chilling wind sweep over him, making him feel as though he were in a freezing hell. An ominous premonition surged in his mind, and he sensed the fur of the Crimson Flame Extreme Fox bristling as if it had encountered a natural enemy. This unsettling feeling compelled Chen Jingyuan to prepare to flee with the Crimson Flame Extreme Fox, only to discover they were surrounded by skeletal knights. He counted them, and including the one beneath Ye Lingtian, there were 10 in total. How is this possible? Chen Jingyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. 10 identical spirit beasts? How could that be? Spirit beasts are a divine gift from the heavens to humanity. Having one is already an immense stroke of luck. Yet Ye Lingtian possessed 10. This was utterly unheard of. I understand now. This is your secret, isn't it? No wonder you could slay 92 ferocious beasts in the secret realm trials. It all makes sense. Chen Jingyuan wore a look of sudden enlightenment. To this, Ye Lingtian let out a cold laugh. You guessed correctly, but unfortunately, there is no reward. With that, Ye Lingtian's killing intent erupted. Those who dared to threaten him faced certain death. Those who tried to rob him of his wealth, certain death. And now that he had revealed his secret, he was even more assured of a fatal outcome. The 9 skeletal knights moved in unison, causing Chun Jingyuan's face to drain of color as he immediately begged for mercy. Please don't kill me. I won't tell anyone. I promise to keep your secret safe. Only the dead can truly keep secrets, Ye Lingtian replied, his expression devoid of warmth. Compared to the living, he believed the dead were far more capable of safeguarding secrets. At these words, Chun Jingyuan truly panicked, gripping the fur of the Crimson Flame Extreme Fox tightly as he cried out, I was wrong. Give me a chance. I'll do anything. Yet, before he could finish, the 9 skeletal knights launched their collective attack, forcing the Crimson Flame Extreme Fox to scramble for cover. Surrounded by the skeletal knights, the space for the Crimson Flame Extreme Fox to maneuver grew perilously small, and soon it was struck by a heavy mace. Bang! The Crimson Flame Extreme Fox was violently slammed to the ground, its hind legs punctured, blood splattering everywhere. Chun Jingyuan tumbled off its back. In that moment, his heart raced to an extreme, the dread of death looming over him like a relentless nightmare, refusing to dissipate. Please, grant me just one more chance, Chun Jingyuan pleaded. Kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down his face, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Regret. An incessant tide of regret. He lamented that he had allowed avarice to blind him. He should never have set his sights on Ye Lingtian. Alas, there exists no remedy for regret in this world, nor a second chance. And Ye Lingtian would not extend such an opportunity to him. His desperate cries for mercy stirred not a ripple, met only by the grim thud of the Death Knight's spiked mace. Boom. With a single strike, Chun Jingyuan was reduced to a pulp, flesh and blood mingling with the soil. Observing this, the Crimson Flame Extreme Fox yearned to avenge him, but after enduring another blow, it too succumbed, ultimately joining Ye Lingtian in his otherworldly domain. As Ye Lingtian collected the Crimson Flame Extreme Fox's lifeless form, his spirits lifted. Although Chun Jingyuan was no paragon of virtue, the Crimson Flame Extreme Fox was indeed a treasure. The value of an ancient-grade spiritual beast's carcass far surpassed that of a mere ferocious beast. While Ye Lingtian was uncertain of the exact worth, he could ascertain with a mere thought that it was at least dozens, if not hundreds, of times greater than that of a typical ferocious beast. Most importantly, this was a gift willingly presented by Chun Jingyuan himself. A faint smile graced Ye Lingtian's lips as he gazed into the distance. How delightful it would be if such harbingers of fortune were to appear more frequently. Meanwhile, in a dense thicket, a wild deer was nibbling on the tender leaves of an ancient tree, its vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings. At the slightest rustle, it would dart away in a flash. Just as the deer tugged at a leaf, yet to savor its flavor, the nearby bushes trembled violently, prompting it to flee, disappearing in an instant. The next moment, a gigantic bear clad in pink armor burst forth from the foliage. It was evident that the bear was in dire straits. A deep claw mark marred its chest, the gory flesh visibly inverted, aptly described as skin-torn and flesh-laid bare. The once pink armor was now stained a deep crimson. Behind the colossal bear stood a young woman. Had Ye Lingtian been present, he would have recognized her as Guomingming. At that moment, tears streamed down her face like pearls, each drop a testament to her sorrow. If not for her, her Xinqing bone bear would never have suffered such grievous injuries. Just then, a mocking voice echoed from the dense forest behind her. Little girl, run away quickly. You mustn't let me catch you, or you'll face dire consequences. Upon hearing the voice, the Xinqing bone bear hastened its escape. Yet, the more it exerted itself, the more difficult it became for its chest wound to heal, and the blood flowed ever more freely. It was only a matter of time before it would bleed out. Nevertheless, it refused to cease its flight, knowing that if it did, its master would perish. Thus, it pressed on, even as its lifeblood drained away. They, the spiritual beasts, existed solely to protect their masters. As the blood continued to pour from the Xinqing bone bear, Guomingming's eyes brimmed with tears, her heart heavy with guilt. It was all her fault. Had she not sought to slay a second-tier ferocious beast, she would not have encountered the people from Tianshu Academy, and her Xinqing bone bear would not have sustained such severe injuries. At that moment, she cursed her own inadequacy, lamenting her inability to safeguard her beloved bear. As time passed, the wound on the Xinqing bone bear's chest gaped wider, blood flowing like a stream. Wounded and losing copious amounts of blood, the bear's speed diminished, and its reactions grew sluggish, occasionally crashing into trees. Guomingming's eyes were reddened, bloodshot, with tear trails marking her cheeks. She understood that if this continued, her Xinqing bone bear would perish from blood loss. Therefore, she made a bold decision to withdraw the bear into the otherworldly space. The bear had always protected her. Now it was her turn to shield her beloved companion. Thud! Guo Mingming fell from a height, rolling several times before managing to rise. The Xinqing Bone Bear had done enough. Now it was up to her. However, how could her speed possibly match that of the towering beast? Before long, she heard the thunderous footsteps behind her. Before she could turn, a voice called out from behind. "Huh, I found you." In the next instant, a claw thicker than her arm blocked her path. Following that, a massive leopard head loomed closer, atop which sat a man. Observing the disheveled Guo Mingming, he grinned wickedly. "Little girl, where's your spiritual beast? Has it perished so soon? How dull." Realizing her escape was futile, Guo Mingming chose to stand her ground. If death was to come, let it come. There was no need for further words. She glared at the man, the very one responsible for her Xinqing Bone Bear's grievous injuries. Had she the power to slay him, she would have done so countless times already. With blood debts unavenged, she had no desire for dialogue. The man's expression darkened, his brow furrowing in displeasure. "Little girl, your defiance irks me." For reasons unbeknownst to him, ever since he awakened his primal-grade spiritual beast, he had grown increasingly fond of witnessing the fear and reverence of others. To him, fear was the most exquisite expression of humanity, a source of immense gratification. This was why he had yet to strike Guo Mingming despite having the means to do so. He wished to savor her terror and relish the despair in her eyes. He had anticipated that in her final moments, she would plead for mercy, allowing him to revel in his last banquet. Yet, to his surprise, Guo Mingming exhibited not an ounce of fear. This displeased him greatly. "If you vex me, I shall have no choice but to torment you until death." Ha. A sickly smile crept across the man's face. "What are you compared to me? Such a lovely visage, how tragic it would be if it were marred. Yet, it would surely be exhilarating." Ha. The man resembled a frenzied demon, his voice akin to a devil's whisper. Guo Mingming closed her eyes tightly, her corners trembling slightly. Yet she remained silent. Though small, she possessed the courage to face life and death. It was the thought of never seeing her parents again, nor being able to fight for her school's honor, that filled her with regret. A single tear slipped from the corner of her eye. "Now that's more like it." The man sneered. Just as he prepared to mar Guo Mingming's delicate face, a thunderous shout erupted from behind. "You vile creature, dare to bully those under my protection." At the sound, Guo Mingming snapped her eyes open, only to behold a colossal golden elephant charging towards her. Glancing at the figure atop the golden giant, Guo Mingming exclaimed in delight, "Qin Laoda." Compared to their last encounter, she noted that Qin Fenglin's war elephant had grown significantly larger. The creature stood like a golden mountain, and as it galloped, the very earth trembled, imparting a tremendous sense of impact. The man, poised to relish tormenting Guo Mingming, was abruptly interrupted, his anger surging. He turned, eyes ablaze with murderous intent, only to be met with the sight of a golden elephant, as massive as a small hill, hurtling towards him. The scene caused his pupils to constrict sharply, a surge of peril erupting within his heart. If he were to be struck, it would mean certain death, or at the very least, a complete shattering of his body. Fortunately, his leopard displayed remarkable reflexes. Just as the collision seemed imminent, it deftly leapt aside, narrowly evading this lethal blow. Once the war elephant came to a halt, the leopard sprang forth as if propelled by springs, extending its sharp claws towards the war beast. Witnessing this, Guo Mingming urgently shouted, "Be careful." Just moments ago, that leopard's single swipe had not only torn through the armor of her dark azure bone bear, but had also shredded the flesh beneath. This was a testament to the razor-sharpness of its claws. She feared that Qin Fenglin might be injured while trying to protect her. At this moment, the young man grinned, displaying a smug smile. He was aware that this golden giant elephant, like his vanishing shadow leopard, was also an elite-level spirit beast. But so what? His mentor, Qin Wei, had spent a fortune customizing a set of steel claws for his vanishing shadow leopard. Capable of slicing through iron like mud, they were extraordinarily sharp. Coupled with the inherent strength of the vanishing shadow leopard, a single strike could unleash immense power. Guo Mingming's dark azure bone bear was a prime example. An ancient-grade ferocious beast, no less, adorned in armor. Yet it was still left grievously injured by just one claw. Thus, he was confident that even among elite-level spirit beasts, his vanishing shadow leopard could easily rend apart its foes. The vanishing shadow leopard moved with astonishing speed, arriving before the war elephant in the blink of an eye. It then unleashed its claws upon the elephant's body, igniting a spark upon contact. The war elephant, however, was not without its own agility. As the leopard attacked, it immediately retaliated, swinging its trunk like a fierce whip that struck the leopard with tremendous force. Although the vanishing shadow leopard was sizable in its own right, it was lean and elongated compared to the robust war elephant, resulting in it being flung several meters away. Nevertheless, it quickly regained its footing, while the young man also steadied himself. Though somewhat disheveled, he wore a sinister smile. How does it feel to receive that blow? However, before he could finish his taunt, he froze in place, his expression shifting dramatically, his eyes nearly bulging out in disbelief. How could this be possible? With the steel claws customized by Teacher Qin, how could it emerge unscathed? He was unwilling to accept this reality. In his mind, even if the attack couldn't shred the flesh of the war elephant, it should have at least compromised its armor. Yet the truth was that the war elephant's flesh remained intact, and even its golden armor was as pristine as before. Were it not for the 5 faint white marks left behind, he might have thought that the vanishing shadow leopard's attack had missed entirely. Observing the young man's astonishment and disbelief, Qin Fenglin sneered. What are you on about? Comparing mere scrap metal to this young master's meteorite gold? Meteorite gold. Upon hearing these words, the young man was taken aback. He had previously inquired at the treasure pavilion about the prices of customized equipment. The disparity in prices for custom gear primarily hinged on the raw materials used. Among all materials, meteorite gold was the most expensive. Compared to meteorite gold, other materials indeed paled in insignificance. A mere fraction of meteorite gold could fetch tens of thousands. Thus, it made perfect sense that after enduring a solid strike from his vanishing shadow leopard, the war elephant remained utterly unscathed, given the value of its armor. The young man finally comprehended, his expression returning to its original state. Yet soon after, he looked toward the war elephant with a newfound intensity. A thought took root in his mind and rapidly blossomed. Could this creature be entirely clad in meteorite gold? Gulp. The mere thought made him swallow hard. The war elephant's massive frame, if entirely forged from meteorite gold, would be worth an astronomical sum. Goodness! The young man's face reflected sheer astonishment, soon replaced by an insatiable greed. If he could obtain this set of meteorite gold armor, he could live in luxury for the rest of his life. With that thought, the young man's greed intensified, his eyes sparkling with ambition. But soon, he regained his composure. He understood that the war elephant, like his vanishing shadow leopard, was also an elite-level spirit beast, not to mention clad in meteorite gold armor. He alone could not slay it. It would require a team battle to bring it down. The young man mused inwardly. Only in a team battle, with 15 elite-level spirit beasts attacking together, could it be vanquished. 15 elite-level spirit beasts were no laughing matter. They could reduce anything to ashes. Even with meteorite gold armor, escape from death would be impossible. With this realization, he suppressed his desires and smirked wickedly. I have pressing matters today, so I shall spare you this time. Tomorrow, I shall return to claim my prize. With that, he patted the head of the vanishing shadow leopard and strode away. If you're going to run, just say so instead of putting on a show in front of me. Qin Fenglin shot him a disdainful glance, unable to restrain his expletives. He did not pursue the young man. Instead, he bent down in front of Guomengmeng, asking, Are you all right? Just moments after escaping death, Guomengmeng was still somewhat dazed. Yet, instinctively, she began to express her gratitude. Thank you, thank you. Thank for what? I already told you, this young master will protect you. Upon hearing this, Guomengmeng recalled the earlier scene. Call me Qin Lauda, and I will shield you during the treasure hunt in the secret realm. In an instant, tears streamed down her face. Chapter 66. We will be the first. 10 hours swiftly passed. In the Yuanyang secret realm, radiant lights flickered beneath everyone's feet. They understood that the time for the team score competition had arrived, and all began to recall their spirit beasts in preparation for teleportation. In the next moment, their figures vanished from the secret realm, reappearing in reality. Ye Lingtian was surrounded by a cacophony of excited voices. Wow, this new secret realm is incredible. I killed so many ferocious beasts. I've really struck it rich. I also took down quite a few. Hee, I'm going to make a fortune and add some new gear. What you have is nothing compared to me. I found several spirit herbs, worth nearly 1 million. Wow, your luck is unbelievable. I'm so envious. I also encountered spirit herbs, but unfortunately, there was a second-grade ferocious beast nearby, and I couldn't handle it. Hearing the discussions around him, Zhou Kai inquired, How many points did you all earn? I killed 13 unranked ferocious beasts, 5 first-grade ferocious beasts, and 1 second-grade ferocious beast, for a total of 53 points. I killed 18 unranked ferocious beasts, 4 first-grade ferocious beasts, and 1 second-grade ferocious beast, totaling 54 points. Wang Yu recounted his accomplishments. As they spoke, both turned to look at Guomengmeng. Seeing their inquiring gazes, Guomengmeng wore an expression of guilt. I'm sorry, I only earned 15 points. The two were taken aback. 15 points? How is that possible? Yeah, your spirit beast is also ancient grade. It's not weak at all. How could you only get 15 points? They could hardly believe that Guomengmeng, who possessed an ancient grade spirit beast, had only accumulated 15 points. Just as Guomengmeng was about to apologize, Qin Fenglin interjected. She encountered someone from Tianqing Spirit Beast Academy. What? She ran into people from Tianqing Academy? Both were startled. The three prominent universities, along with Langia's Spirit University, find themselves in a state of irreconcilable conflict. Encounters within the secret realm have yielded predictably dire consequences. Take Guomengmeng, for instance. How could she have amassed only 15 points? It turns out she crossed paths with individuals from Tianshu Academy. That she managed to emerge alive from such an encounter is nothing short of miraculous. Had it been the two of them in her place, they likely would not have survived. However, to have secured merely 15 points. The situation for their group appears rather dismal. They mentally calculated their combined scores, adding in the contributions of another teammate along with Guomengmeng's, and found themselves with a total of only 122 points. Although they bore no ill will towards Guomengmeng, there lingered an unsettling sensation that they might be just a few points shy of claiming first place. Nevertheless, they refrained from voicing their thoughts. At this juncture, their hopes rested squarely upon the capable shoulders of Ye Lingtian and Qin Fenglin. They could only wish that those two stalwarts were sufficiently robust. Simultaneously, a voice resonated from the stands. Gu Yuanzhou's silence. Next, we shall announce the results of the team points competition. As his words faded, a colossal screen descended from above. This did not come as a surprise to the gathered crowd. They had witnessed such displays during the Secret Realm trials. However, this time, the screen showcased only 120 boxes, each representing one of the 120 universities. Soon, text began to materialize on the screen. In that moment, all present held their breath, riveted by the display. 120th place, Wuji Spirit University, 213 points. With the appearance of the last name, a collective outburst erupted. What the hell? How could our school be in last place? Damn it, we were short on numbers. The reaction was met with gleeful amusement from the crowd. One individual in the stands turned ashen, his expression dark as coal. It was evident that he was a teacher from Wuji Spirit University. Yet, in that moment, all eyes were fixated on the screen, oblivious to his dismay. Meanwhile, upon seeing the name of the last-ranked school, Ye Lingtian couldn't help but smile faintly. Wuji Spirit University was all too familiar to him. After all, it was the institution attended by the notorious Chun Jingyuan, who had attempted to extort him, only to meet a swift and merciless demise. One could argue that the university's position at the bottom of the rankings had much to do with Ye Lingtian's influence. Yet, one could hardly blame him, after all. It was Chun Jingyuan who had willingly offered himself as a target. Thus, it was no surprise that Wuji Spirit University had participated with only 4 individuals. With such scant representation, their last-place finish was hardly astonishing. In contrast to Ye Lingtian's nonchalance, Zhou Kai, Wang Yu, and Guomengmeng exhibited a range of expressions. Particularly Guomengmeng, who, despite maintaining a calm facade, was racked with guilt. She berated herself for scoring a mere 15 points, which was less than half of what Zhou Kai and his companions had achieved. The thought that their failure to secure first place could hinge on her performance tormented her deeply. Sensing her distress, Qin Fenglin jovially remarked, "Little Mengmeng, don't take it too hard. You've got me here, and your points count as mine." His earlier acknowledgement of her and her companions was not mere lip service. "Thank you, big brother Qin," Guomengmeng replied, mustering a smile of gratitude. Yet, even with Qin Fenglin's comforting words, her internal turmoil remained unabated. She could not forgive herself, especially after Gu Yuanzhou had placed such faith in her and had even equipped her for the trials. The outcome of merely 15 points felt like a betrayal of that trust. Observing her distress, Ye Lingtian chimed in with a reassuring smile. "Fear not, classmate Guomengmeng. We shall secure first place." The scene shifted to the exterior of the Yuan Yang secret realm. "Brothers, the results are out." "What the hell, it's really here." "Stop chatting and look." "Damn, last place is Wuji Spirit University, my hometown university. Honestly, I feel a bit embarrassed." "You really shouldn't be saying that in your hometown." The students, having endured 10 long hours, now gazed intently at their phones, each displaying the results of the Secret Realm team points competition, the culmination of their wait. With every rank announced, gasps of astonishment filled the air. The focus shifted to the meeting hall of Langia's Spirit University, where the intricate dark walls displayed the same results. All eyes were glued to the large screen. Chapter 67, A Pledge of Public Nudity. In the stands, Qin Wei and his companions regarded Ye Lingtian and his group with undisguised disdain. They had long conducted their research into the competitors from Langia Spirit University. Aside from Qin Fenglin's formidable spirit beast, which was of a higher caliber, the beasts of the remaining 3 were merely of an ancient grade. As for Ye Lingtian, they considered his spirit beast to be a mere joke. With such a composition, Langia Spirit University appeared to be a team of 1 genius accompanied by 3 lesser talents, and 1 who was incapable. What sort of score could they possibly achieve? Especially when compared to their own fully equipped team. However, at that moment, all attention was fixed on the screen. and no one paid heed to the disdainful glances directed at them. Meanwhile, the speed at which the rankings were being revealed was nothing short of rapid. In the blink of an eye, they reached the 60th position. 60th place, Yanlong Spirit University, 366 points. The sight of this score filled Zhou Kai and Wang Yu with a profound sense of shame, with Guo Mengmeng included. The trio had only managed to accumulate a meager total of 122 points, quite pitiful indeed. Yet, even so, the name of Langya Spirit University had yet to make an appearance, suggesting that the combined scores of Ye Lingtian and Qin Fenglin must surpass 242 points. This implied that their school's absence from the rankings thus far was entirely due to the contributions of these two pillars. Yet, how long could they continue to bear the weight? After all, reaching the 60th position already required 366 points. As the rankings progressed, the requisite scores would only increase, particularly with the three major universities looming ahead like insurmountable mountains. It could be said that Ye Lingtian and Qin Fenglin were carrying them forward under considerable strain. However, one must admit, having such able allies was indeed exhilarating. Meanwhile, in the stands, the expressions of Qin Wei and his companions shifted slightly. The absence of Langya Spirit University from the rankings was unexpected, though they quickly dismissed it, considering Qin Fenglin's prowess. After another 20 seconds, the rankings reached the 40th position. 40th place, Yangyan Spirit University, 400 points. Upon seeing this number, Qin Fenglin felt a flicker of interest. He had scored 278 points. And with Zhou Kai and his companions 122, they totaled exactly 400 points. This meant that from this point onward, everything depended on Ye Lingtian. The number of points he earned would determine their final standing. With this realization, Qin Fenglin cast a furtive glance at Ye Lingtian. Contemplating, this fellow Ye Lingtian performed admirably in the Secret Realm trials. Surely he won't disappoint this time. Despite his reluctance to acknowledge that Ye Lingtian surpassed him in prowess, he found himself secretly wishing that Ye Lingtian might accumulate slightly more points than himself. He had already faced defeat at the hands of Ye Lingtian and had no desire to succumb to anyone else. Meanwhile, the expressions of Qin Wei and his companions shifted once more, though still subtly. After all, aside from Qin Fenglin, the other three were also at the ancient level. And occasional outbursts of exceptional performance were entirely within the realm of normalcy. It remained within their acceptable limits. Another 30 seconds elapsed, and the rankings displayed on the screen reached the 10th position. 10th place, Fenghua Yuling High School, 512 points. Upon realizing that it was still not Langya Yuling High School, the countenance of Qin Wei and his companions darkened considerably. This outcome had already exceeded their expectations. They had anticipated a score ranging from 300 to 500 points. Among them, Qin Fenglin was expected to score the highest, being at the level. They had also conducted inquiries revealing that this young man hailed from a wealthy family, exceedingly affluent indeed. Thus, their estimation was that Qin Fenglin would achieve around 300 points, but never surpass it. As for the remaining trio, Zhou Kai and his companions, they projected that each would secure a maximum of 60 points. While their Yuling beasts were of the ancient level, they were merely of the lowest tier. Regarding Ye Lingtian, they estimated that he would be fortunate to attain 20 points. One should not be misled into thinking that Ye Lingtian could replicate his previous score of 92 points in the Secret Realm competition merely by employing underhanded methods, as he did in the trial. It is crucial to remember that the Secret Realm competition differed considerably from the trial. The Secret Realm employed in the competition was not one that had been artificially modified like the. It was a genuine, where the quantity of first-tier fierce beasts vastly outnumbered those yet to achieve tier status. While Ye Lingtian might have cheated against unranked fierce beasts, in the where first-tier and even second-tier beasts roamed, how could he possibly resort to trickery? Thus, they believed that attributing even 20 points to Ye Lingtian was already an act of undue favor. However, the reality transcended their expectations. Yet, it merely exceeded their anticipations. They did not believe that Ye Lingtian, with his current setup, could surpass them. After all, they were all five formidable individuals. At this moment, confidence still surged within them. As time progressed, the rankings continued to be revealed, quickly reaching the 5th position. 5th place, Shanghai Yuling High School, 581 points. At this juncture, aside from Gu Yuanzhou, Qin Wei, Xia Qingyan, and Zhao Tianxi, the remaining 116 teachers exhibited peculiar expressions. The 5th position was announced, leaving only 3 major high schools and Langya Yuling High School in contention. They had initially assumed that this team point competition would hold no suspense whatsoever, with Langya Yuling High School destined for defeat. However, it appeared that a glimmer of uncertainty had emerged. In this moment, all eyes turned toward Gu Yuanzhou and the trio of Qin Wei. Yet, to their astonishment, Gu Yuanzhou appeared unfazed. while the expressions of Qin Wei and his companions were grim indeed. This unexpected turn of events added an intriguing layer to the proceedings. Meanwhile, outside, the excitement erupted among the students. Wow, folks, it's just our school and the 3 major high schools left. Incredible. Who would have thought we could compete with them? Exclaimed one student. God bless. I'm willing to trade 10 years of my buddy's life for our school to claim first place, shouted another. Shut it. You don't need to sacrifice your own life, retorted a third. I, Li Yuanfang, solemnly vow that if our school triumphs in the, I will run naked through the campus. As they reached the top 5 without their school's name appearing yet, excitement surged among the students. This indicated that their school was at least in the top 4. The dreamlike scenario they had only dared to envision had materialized into reality, igniting their exhilaration. Equally exhilarated were the higher-ups of Langye Yuling High School, seated in the council hall. Although none spoke, their breaths betrayed their emotions. The top 4 were tantalizingly close to first place. However, they still had not secured the top position, allowing them to maintain their composure. Just then, the screen displayed the information for the 4th place. 4th place, Tianshu Yuling High School, 1126 points. What? Tianshu Yuling High School is 4th? How could this be? Am I seeing things? Is Langye Yuling High School truly in the top 3? The revelation of Tianshu Yuling High School as the 4th place bewildered all the students below the stage. It was common knowledge that the 3 major high schools were gunning for Langye Yuling High School in the sending 5 students to do so. The significance of 5 students was not lost on anyone. Yet now they were being told that the Tianshu Yuling High School, boasting 5 such students, ranked 4th. This implied that the school they had publicly vowed to suppress was at least in the top 3. Amidst the astonishment of other students, Zhou Kai and his companions from Langye Yuling High School were genuinely dumbfounded. It was crucial to note that their combined score was merely 122 points. They hadn't even reached a fraction of Tianshu Yuling High School's score. This meant that their key players, Ye Lingtian and Qin Fenglin, must have amassed at least 1,000 points combined. 1,000? How many fierce beasts must one slay to achieve that? For a moment, they found themselves speechless. It was undeniable that this particular leg was exceptionally enticing. While the 3 of them were still in a state of shock, no one noticed the twitch at the corner of Qin Fenglin's mouth. His score of 400 points, when combined with Zhou Kai's trio, indicated that Ye Lingtian had garnered at least 727 points. That was a significant margin. Although he had wasted some time rescuing Guomingming, he was acutely aware that even without that distraction, he would have only achieved around 300 points, certainly not exceeding 400. Yet even 400 points left him far behind Ye Lingtian. Contemplating this, Qin Fenglin cast a glance at Ye Lingtian, only to find him wearing his usual calm smile. How infuriating. Why was it that despite his diligent efforts, he still fell short? The gap seemed to widen. Qin Fenglin was perplexed. His Yuling beast was of the pinnacle of Yuling beasts. His equipment was crafted from pure meteorite gold. Moreover, he considered himself superior to those frivolous second-generation rich kids, embodying charm, wealth, ambition, and diligence. What justified the fact that he could not surpass Ye Lingtian, who was only marginally more handsome than he? On the viewing platform, Qin Wei's complexion darkened considerably. He could not fathom that Tianshu Yuling High School had secured the 4th spot. If Langye Yuling High School achieved 3rd place, it would imply that Tianshu Yuling High School was the least formidable among the 3 major schools. At this moment, he mentally berated the 5 participants repeatedly. They had demanded top-notch equipment prior to the competition, yet managed only a 4th place finish. Though his heart seethed with anger, he could not allow it to surface. Just then, the rankings shifted once more. The 3rd place was revealed. 3rd place, Zixing Yuling High School, 1256 points. Oh my goodness, everyone, the 3rd place has been announced. And it's Zixing Yuling High School, not our school. Oh my goodness, it is indeed the Zixing Yuling High School. This is simply exhilarating. Could it be that our school is truly destined for 1st place? I'm in disbelief. Without further ado, I must inquire, to the brother who just proclaimed he would run naked, are you feeling anxious? Outside the Yuanyang secret realm, exclamations of astonishment echoed continuously. The reason is simple. The 3 major high schools have already been defeated by their institution twice. Such an unprecedented achievement. How could they not exclaim in disbelief? They cannot participate directly. They have come here solely to cheer for the competitors. Meanwhile, within the Yuanyang secret realm, the voices of astonishment were equally abundant, particularly among the students seated below the stands. Though they represented the CRME de la CRME of their respective schools, a stark disparity remained between them and the elite students of the 3 major high schools. This was evident from the substantial point difference between the 5th-ranked Shanghai Yuling High School and the 4th-ranked Tianshu Yuling High School. While they were only 1 rank apart, their scores differed by a considerable margin. This disparity speaks volumes. It is precisely because of this that the triumph of Langye Yuling High School over Tianshu and Zixing has left them utterly astonished. The three major high schools seemed insurmountable, a lofty peak to which they could only aspire. Yet, Langye Yuling High School stands alongside them. Does this suggest that the three major high schools are not as unattainable as once thought? They can indeed be vanquished. However, it is still premature to make such assertions, especially considering the presence of Jinyang Yuling High School. As for Ye Lingtian and his companions, their faces were flushed with excitement. They had secured second place, merely one step away from the pinnacle. Could the two stalwarts still propel them higher? Anticipation surged within them. The results were about to be unveiled. Their breaths quickened, eyes fixated on the grand screen above. Qin Fenglin shared their fervor. Just as the crowd held their breath in anticipation, the leaderboard finally shifted once more. The long-awaited second place was revealed. Second place, Jinyang Yuling High School, 1289 points. As the answer emerged, the entire venue erupted in shock. Incredible! Langye Yuling High School has indeed claimed first place. My goodness, this is astonishing. They have truly toppled the three major high schools. Remarkable. The competitors from Langye Yuling High School are so formidable. They have outperformed all three major schools. The students in the stands could no longer contain their excitement, all marveling at the prowess of Ye Lingtian and his team. Upon hearing the comments, Zhou Kai and his companions felt their faces burn with embarrassment. While others remained oblivious to their team's point tally, they were acutely aware. The combined score of the three of them was a mere 122 points. Their first-place finish was entirely thanks to Ye Lingtian and Qin Fenglin's exceptional performances. Yet, it must be said, the feeling of being complimented in person was simply exhilarating. After indulging in a moment of vanity, Zhou Kai and his companions looked at Ye Lingtian and Qin Fenglin with expressions of admiration, exclaiming, "Brother Ye, Leader Qin, you are truly incredible." Upon hearing their words, Qin Fenglin felt a wave of exasperation. Incredible? It was all Ye Lingtian's doing. Observing Qin Fenglin's expression, the trio felt bewildered. Had they misspoken? At this moment, outside the Yuanyang secret realm, when it was revealed that their school was in first place, everyone went wild. Woohoo! We are number one. Incredible, soul-stirring version. The three major high schools are no big deal. Ha ha ha. To the brave warrior Li Yuanfang who previously vowed to run naked, I have a green fish headgear to lend you. Chapter 69. First place. Langye Yuling High School. Has Langye Yuling High School truly claimed first place? In the stands, the teachers wore expressions of disbelief, their eyes brimming with shock. They had not entirely disregarded this outcome moments ago, but it was swiftly dismissed as too far-fetched. After all, the three major high schools had sent only the top contenders from each city as secret trials, essentially all-star level participants. Yet, three all-star teams had unexpectedly fallen to an obscure squad. At this moment, they finally understood why Gu Yuanzhou had maintained such composure in the face of the three major high schools. All eyes turned to Gu Yuanzhou, who still wore a serene smile. In stark contrast, Qin Wei and his companions were now as furious as a boiled lobster, their expressions contorted in disgust. Witnessing this scene, several individuals struggled to suppress their laughter. It had always been the three major high schools that left others in disarray. No one had ever managed to turn the tables on them. Today was indeed a revelation. Perhaps sensing the gazes upon him, Gu Yuanzhou chuckled softly. What's the rush? It's not over yet. At his words, the teachers were momentarily taken aback. What isn't over? The second place has already been announced. First place must surely belong to Langye Yuling High School. That is indisputable. Nonetheless, despite their skepticism, they lifted their eyes to the grand screen above. At that moment, the team leaderboard finally displayed the first place. First place, Langye Yuling High School, 11,369. In that instant, an eerie silence enveloped the venue. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone wore expressions of sheer astonishment, mouths agape in disbelief. After a prolonged silence, someone finally reacted. Could someone please check if my eyes are malfunctioning? Did I just see over 10,000 points? Please check mine too. I also saw over 10,000 points. Neither of your eyes are broken. The first place, Langye Yuling High School, indeed has over 10,000 points. Gasp. Over 10,000 points. What kind of monstrosities are they? The individual who spoke paused briefly, taking a sharp breath, overwhelmed with astonishment. Zhou Kai and his companions, at this moment, were utterly dumbfounded. 11,369. Even just the last two digits surpassed their combined score by a significant margin. Is this the true worth of a stalwart? However, standing beside them, Qin Fenglin was even more shocked. While Zhou Kai and his companions had assumed that he and Ye Lingtian had jointly amassed over 10,000 points, he was well aware that he had only contributed a mere 278 points. The remaining 10,969 points were solely Ye Lingtian's achievement. Contemplating this, Qin Fenglin cast a complex glance at Ye Lingtian, pondering, what secrets does this lad hold? Observing Ye Lingtian, who remained unfazed and wore a gentle smile. His frustration only grew. Damn. What gives him the right to be so formidable? Langya Yuling High School, Conference Hall. At this moment, the conference hall was enveloped in silence. The school's upper echelons stared at the points displayed on the screen, speechless, their hearts overwhelmed with astonishment. After an indeterminate period, an elder, visibly excited, exclaimed, "Our school has truly produced a dragon. Heaven bless our school, truly heaven bless our school." The others echoed his sentiment. If this scene were witnessed by outsiders, they would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment. It is worth noting that every individual present in this conference hall was a titan among titans. Their ascent to such heights was paved with countless trials and tribulations. They had long mastered the art of concealing their emotions. Yet in this moment, they all lost composure. A rare occurrence indeed. On the spectators' stand, the teachers were rendered utterly speechless, their pupils dilating in shock, as if their feet had rooted themselves to the ground. A staggering 10,000 points. What does this signify? The three prestigious academies are already formidable, boasting a total of 15 formidable individuals from the savage level. Yet, even these illustrious institutions only amassed a mere 3,000 points combined. The chasm to 10,000 remains vast. This stark disparity was the source of their astonishment. However, as the crowd remained in disbelief, a cold snicker suddenly echoed in their ears. Heh, Guyuanzhou, your school certainly knows how to employ cunning tactics. Turning to locate the source of the voice, they found it was none other than Qin Wei, his gaze fixed squarely on Guyuanzhou. Unfazed, Guyuanzhou chuckled lightly. Old Qin, are you insinuating that our school resorted to cheating? Surely not. Humph, it seems you possess a modicum of self-awareness. Qin Wei responded with a disdainful snort. Guyuanzhou smiled slightly, retorting, you are mistaken, old Qin. It is not self-awareness I possess, but rather a profound understanding of you. Do you not revel in accusing others of cheating? Has this slipped your mind so soon? The proclamation left the assembled educators astounded. Was he always this audacious? Yet, upon observing Guyuanzhou's slightly billowing robes, it began to seem rather reasonable. But Qin Wei was a different matter entirely. He was an esteemed instructor at the Tianshu Spirit Academy, akin to an elder of a sect. Who among them would not respectfully address him as Old Qin? Even the prodigious talents who had awakened their savage-level spirit beasts would treat him with utmost reverence. Yet here was Guyuanzhou, this brash youth, showing him such blatant disrespect and daring to call him by his name. At that moment, Qin Wei's expression darkened to the color of coal. Had his glare possessed lethal intent, Guyuanzhou would have perished countless times over. Witnessing Qin Wei's ire, Xia Qingyan displayed a look of disdain. Truly, what a useless old fool. She then coldly remarked, as far as I know, the participants from the Langya Spirit Academy this time include 1 savage level, 3 ancient levels, and 1 below the fierce level. Isn't it evident whether they have cheated by simply examining how many points each of them has earned? Upon hearing her words, the crowd quickly grasped Xia Qingyan's implication. Regardless of the spirit beast level, the rate at which points could be accumulated was inherently limited. For instance, a savage level beast, whether first or second tier, could only gather between 200 to 300 points. It was not that they were incapable of earning more, but rather that time was of the essence. Even the mightiest spirit beasts could not simultaneously vanquish multiple fierce beasts. Furthermore, the search and elimination of these beasts also consumed considerable time. Thus, if they were to ascertain how many points each participant had secured, it would become abundantly clear whether the Langya Spirit Academy had resorted to dishonesty. At this juncture, Zhao Tianxi rose to his feet. Indeed, once we know how many points each individual has earned, it will be apparent to all present whether any cheating has occurred. I believe everyone is quite curious about how Langya Spirit Academy amassed this impressive total of over 10,000 points. Upon Zhao Tianxi's declaration, the gaze of all present shifted to Guyuanzhou. While they recognized that this was part of Xia Qingyan and Zhao Tianxi's concerted effort to scrutinize Guyuanzhou, their curiosity about the origins of those 10,000 points was undeniable. After all, it was utterly astonishing. Guyuanzhou, unfazed, acknowledged the nature of humanity. He too found the points somewhat outrageous. The reason he remained calm was that he had been diligently monitoring Ye Lingtian's daily point accumulation in the Xuanyu secret realm. Indeed, Ye Lingtian had consistently performed exceptionally, rarely earning less than 1,000 points each day. On his best day, he had astonishingly reached 2,000 points. Day in and day out, Guyuanzhou was left in awe. Thus, he was certain that in this team points competition, Ye Lingtian would undoubtedly lead them to victory, even against the 3 major academies. However, while he was aware of Ye Lingtian's prowess, he had never anticipated achieving such a high total. Therefore, he too was curious about the extent of Ye Lingtian's accomplishments. With a smile, Yuanzhou declared. Very well, since everyone is so eager to witness it. Prepare yourselves to see how Langya Spirit Academy claims the top position. With that, he made a phone call, and upon signaling the person on the other end, the large screen above them transformed. The previous leaderboard of the team points competition vanished, replaced by the individual scores of Ye Lingtian and his 4 companions. This change was swiftly noted by the students below. Hey look, what is happening? The leaderboard has changed. Guom Mingming, 15 points, Zhou Kai, 53 points, Wang Yu, 54 points, Qin Fenglin, 278 points, Ye Lingtian, 969 points. Could this possibly be the scores of the 5 from Langya Spirit Academy? It must be. Ye Lingtian, the one who recently gained notoriety for his fiery criticism of the teachers from the 3 major academies, who allegedly obtained 92 points through cheating during the Secret Realm trial. It was said that his scores were subsequently annulled by the united effort of all teachers, and he was ultimately accepted by Langya Spirit Academy. Didn't they claim Ye Lingtian was a cheat? How could a cheat possibly amass 969 points? Surely he must have cheated again? Absolutely impossible. This was a genuine yellow-level secret realm. How could one cheat? If it were possible to cheat, then why hadn't others done so? As they beheld the individual scores of Ye Lingtian and his companions, the stands erupted into a fervor. Naturally, their discussions centered around Ye Lingtian. Prior to this, they had all heard of Ye Lingtian. However, their impressions were far from favorable. They had come to know him as disrespectful to his elders, openly berating teachers, and infamously cheating during the Secret Realm trial, leading to the cancellation of his results. Yet at this moment, it seemed they were discovering a side of Ye Lingtian that diverged from their previous notions. How could someone who amassed over 10,000 points in a yellow-level secret realm possibly be a cheat? With this realization, they began to understand that they had been deceived by those loathsome marketing accounts. In an instant, the crowd began to denounce the marketing accounts vehemently. Meanwhile, Zhou Kai and his companions were left in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Initially, they had assumed that the over 10,000 points were a combined total of Ye Lingtian and Qin Fenglin's scores. They even believed Qin Fenglin's points would surpass Ye Lingtian's, as there was a significant disparity between their spirit beasts. Yet, none could have anticipated such an outcome. They thought Qin Fenglin, who should have had more points, would only have around 200, while Ye Lingtian, whom they had underestimated, had accumulated over 10,000 points. How could they not be astounded? In contrast to Zhou Kai and his companions, Qin Fenglin remained notably composed. He had already known the outcome. At this moment, he was merely curious about how Ye Lingtian had achieved such a feat, however. It was clear that it was impossible for the esteemed young Master Qin to personally inquire of Ye Lingtian. As they gazed at the points information displayed above, Ye Lingtian could not help but smile. It seems that the excitement is palpable now. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Lingtian could easily surmise the situation unfolding in the stands. Undoubtedly, it was Qin Wei and his companions leading the charge to question their results, perhaps even resorting to the accusation of cheating once more. Do not inquire how he came to this conclusion. Despite having only met Qin Wei and his associates once, he had discerned their true natures with clarity. Ye Lingtian let out a cold chuckle. This was merely an appetizer. The true main course lay ahead. The team point competition was but a prelude. It was the life and death battle of teams that would truly awaken them to the essence of shock. At this moment, in the stands, the expressions of all the teachers were a mixture of astonishment. They could hardly believe that the entire bounty of 10,000 points had been amassed solely by Ye Lingtian. Meanwhile, the scores of the others appeared entirely justifiable. How could this be reconciled? Was it to be deemed as cheating by Langya Imperial Spirit Academy, or not? The faces of Qin Wei and his companions darkened to an extreme. Once again, it was Ye Lingtian. Moreover, this time, his statistics were even more outrageous. Most critically, at this juncture, a terrifying thought began to take root in the hearts of the 3. It was highly plausible that Ye Lingtian's spirit beast was indeed of divine caliber. Perhaps from the very beginning, they had been mistaken. Perhaps divinity did not manifest as they had envisioned, towering at 10 meters, ferocious and awe-inspiring. In truth, a divine entity could resemble Ye Lingtian's spirit beast, appearing modest, yet harboring profound mysteries. Was it a play on contrasts? The mere contemplation sent shivers down their spines, for they sensed that this could truly be the case. Otherwise, how could one explain how Ye Lingtian alone could garner such an abundance of points? Cheating? Even they could not convince themselves of that excuse. The points were earned through combat. If cheating were so easily accomplished, why had there been no incidents of it for hundreds of years? Thus, they had essentially arrived at a conclusion, albeit one they were reluctant to accept. To be candid, when they contemplated this conclusion, there flickered a fleeting pang of regret. Regret for having initially viewed others through a lens of prejudice. Had they been devoid of bias? perhaps they would now be the ones in first place. Yet, in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. What has transpired cannot be altered. They had irreparably offended Ye Lingtian, with no hope for reconciliation. Conversely, the realization that Ye Lingtian was indeed divine had ignited their desire to eliminate him. This boy must perish. He could not be allowed to flourish. The murderous intent radiated from the eyes of Qin Wei and his companions. Chapter 71. The Triumphant Warrior. Previously, while they had contemplated eliminating Ye Lingtian, it had been solely due to his audacity to confront and threaten them. Of course, there was also the intention to issue a warning to Langia Imperial Spirit Academy and other institutions. Frankly speaking, in their eyes, Ye Lingtian was but an insignificant ant they could crush with ease. Yet now, the situation had shifted. Their desire to eliminate Ye Lingtian stemmed entirely from the potential he had demonstrated, which instilled a sense of trepidation within them. Should Ye Lingtian be allowed to mature, the repercussions would be unfathomable. Hence, Ye Lingtian must die. At that moment, Gu Yuanzhou's voice pierced the silence of the scene. Everyone, are there doubts regarding cheating? Why the silence? Upon hearing this, the teachers exchanged glances, ultimately directing their gaze towards Xia Qingyan and Zhao Tianxi. It was not they who had initiated the accusations of cheating. They had merely been swept up in curiosity. Faced with the collective scrutiny, a shadow of dismay crossed Xia Qingyan and Zhao Tianxi's faces. Had they known better, they would have refrained from observing. For their failure to catch any cheating had inadvertently bolstered Ye Lingtian's reputation. It was akin to shooting oneself in the foot. Their faces were grim. Yet they had no retort, only able to leave behind a harsh remark. We shall meet in the life and death battle. With that, Xia Qingyan turned to depart. Zhao Tianxi and Qin Wei also took their leave, casting a fierce glare at Gu Yuanzhou before sweeping away. A throng of sycophants associated with the three prestigious academies followed suit. Within moments, only about 30 individuals remained in the stands. They clasped their fists in congratulations to Gu Yuanzhou. Congratulations, Brother Gu. To triumph over the three major academies is truly remarkable. Indeed, securing first place with such a high score, your student Ye Lingtian is truly extraordinary. It is a testament to your discerning eye, Brother Gu. To champion him despite the dissent. If only our own school had a leader like you, we would be in a similar position, but for now, we can only extend our congratulations to you. In response to their accolades, Gu Yuanzhou did not boast, but graciously expressed his gratitude to each individual. He was not a person to act with arrogance. He believed in mutual respect. When one treats him with a foot of respect, he returns it with a yard. When one harms him a grain, he takes away 3 measures. This was his principle of conduct. The crowd was astonished that this fierce man, who dared to verbally confront Qin Wei and his companions, could also exhibit such courtesy. No wonder Gu Yuanzhou, with his impressive physique, often donned elegant robes. Indeed, he embodied both literary and martial prowess. As the crowd marveled, one individual interjected, Brother Gu, you have publicly humiliated Qin Wei and his companions. One fears that tomorrow's life and death battle may be. Although the speaker did not finish his thought, all understood the implication. Today, Gu Yuanzhou had put Qin Wei and his companions in a difficult position, making it impossible for them to save face. Tomorrow's battle would surely see them exacting vengeance. Everyone recognized this, and Gu Yuanzhou was no exception. However, the enmity between him and Qin Wei was not born today. It had been established long before when he had confronted them during the Secret Realm trials. Enrolling Ye Lingtian had only intensified their conflict. Regardless of how he comported himself today, Qin Wei and his associates would seek retribution. Why should he continue to indulge them? As for tomorrow's life and death battle, he had chosen to participate in this Secret Realm competition because he believed in Ye Lingtian. And Ye Lingtian had indeed not disappointed him. Not only had he won the team point competition, but he had done so with remarkable ease. Thus, in the upcoming life and death battle, he firmly believed that Ye Lingtian would once again surprise him. With a smile, Gu Yuanzhou declared, no worries. When soldiers come, we will meet them with arms. When water flows, we shall build dikes. Clearly, Brother Gu has a strategy in place. Congratulations in advance. The crowd echoed their congratulations. Gu Yuanzhou expressed his appreciation to each one. After bidding farewell to the crowd, he approached Ye Lingtian and the others. Upon seeing Gu Yuanzhou, they chorused, Teacher Gu. Well done. Gu Yuanzhou regarded Ye Lingtian and his companions, lavishing them with praise. Especially when he looked at Ye Lingtian, his eyes sparkled with warmth and excitement. Undoubtedly, Ye Lingtian had once again bestowed upon him a tremendous surprise. He was increasingly convinced of the correctness of his initial decision, in comparison to Ye Lingtian. What were the 3 major academies but trifles? Moreover, he saw a glimmer of hope in Ye Lingtian, the hope of toppling the 3 major academies. Upon hearing this, Zhou Kai and the others flushed. No, It is all thanks to Ye Lingtian's remarkable abilities. Were it not for him, we would barely have scraped through at the bottom of the rankings. They felt too bashful to accept Gu Yuanzhou's commendation. Regardless, Gu Yuanzhou continued to extol them. You are all part of a team. Achieving first place in this point competition is a testament to your collective efforts. So you all deserve commendation. Zhou Kai and his companions were willing to risk their lives to participate in this contest for the secret realm, rendering the outcome of lesser importance. As they emerged from the Yuanyang secret realm, they were immediately met with the thunderous cheers of the crowd. Awesome! 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 The sound resonated like a mighty bell, echoing through the skies. Especially after their exit, the cheers grew ever louder, a grand spectacle that was deafening. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that thousands of students had gathered at the entrance of the Yuanyang secret realm, all shouting in unison. Taken aback by this sight, they exchanged bewildered glances. What was happening? How was there such a scene? Observing their confusion, Gu Yuanzhou smiled and said, "Enjoy this moment. It is well deserved." With that, Gu Yuanzhou led them into the throng of spectators. In the heart of the crowd, the cheers became even more pronounced, akin to a tidal wave, shaking the very ground beneath them. All eyes were now fixed upon them. The reactions of Ye Lingtian and his four companions varied. Ye Lingtian remained composed and unruffled. Having witnessed grand spectacles before, he found his skeletal army far more spectacular than this. Moreover, he was not one to seek ostentation or show off. In contrast, Qin Fenglin wore an expression of sheer delight, his vanity thoroughly gratified. He perceived this spectacle as being orchestrated in his honor, relishing the exuberant shouts and applause from the masses. As for Zhou Kai and his two companions, upon feeling the fervent gaze of the crowd and the resounding cheers, their faces flushed with excitement, their blood surging. In that fleeting moment, they felt as if they were ancient warriors returning triumphantly from battle. The people cheering for them were those they had vowed to protect with their lives. Instantly, the true significance of fighting for their school dawned upon them. In that very moment, the three of them clenched their fists, brimming with determination. Vowing not to disappoint the expectations of the crowd, even if it meant facing death, they would fight to the last breath for honor. Chapter 72. The so-called wealth and honor come with risks. At the Junyue Hotel, a glass was shattered violently by Qin Wei's wrath. The five individuals standing before him kept their heads bowed, exchanging uneasy glances. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Qin Wei bellowed, his eyes blazing with fury, seemingly intent on venting the frustrations he had endured at Gu Yuanzhou's hands earlier that day. One brave soul mustered the courage to speak. "Teacher Qin, we can't be blamed for this. Who knew that Ye Lingtian was so formidable, capable of amassing such a staggering number of points?" Upon hearing this, the others quickly seized the opportunity to echo the sentiment. "Indeed, Teacher Qin, Ye Lingtian is too powerful, over 10,000 points. Besides, didn't T Jinyang and Zixing Yuling academies lose as well?" Qin Wei's expression darkened further at their defiance. "How dare you retort? Unbelievable. Very well. Since you wish to compare yourselves to Jinyang and Zixing Yuling academies, I shall grant you that chance. They may have lost, but at least they placed second and third. And you? Do you dare to compare yourselves to them? You have brought shame upon our Tian Shu Yuling Academy, which prides itself as one of the top 3 academies." Fuming, Qin Wei raged. Prior to the competition, they had all clamored for resources and equipment, their words sweet as honey. Yet, here they stood, having produced such a dismal outcome. Whether out of genuine embarrassment or intimidated by Qin Wei's fury, the 5 kept their heads down, too fearful to utter another word. After a lengthy silence, Qin Wei's anger began to subside. "Though you have tarnished the reputation of Tian Shu Yuling Academy, there remains an opportunity for redemption. Tomorrow's team deathmatch is your best chance. If you can eliminate Ye Lingtian, my prior promises will still hold. I hope you will recognize your shame and rise to the occasion, not to disappoint me or the school that has nurtured you." Having feigned anger for so long, Qin Wei finally addressed the crux of the matter. Indeed, his previous fury was merely an act, aimed at motivating the 5 to reclaim their honor. He wanted them to understand that only by defeating Ye Lingtian could they absolve themselves of the disgrace. He could envision their thoughts at this moment, determined to slay Ye Lingtian and wash away their shame. However, just then, one timid voice piped up, "Teacher Qin, may I withdraw from this deathmatch?" Recognizing shame and rising to the occasion. Indeed, Qin Wei initially appeared approving, but quickly his expression shifted to one of disbelief. "What? You wish to withdraw from the deathmatch?" This unexpected response took Qin Wei by surprise. Hadn't they all resolved to eliminate Ye Lingtian and redeem their honor? What had happened to their resolve? What kind of mentality did this generation of students possess? Did they not feel any sense of shame? As Qin Wei was momentarily taken aback, the student explained, "Teacher Qin, if Ye Lingtian could score over 10,000 points in the yellow level secret realm. His spirit beast must be extraordinary, potentially even legendary. I am still young. I do not wish to court death. Upon hearing this, the remaining 4 students displayed expressions of trepidation. Truth be told, they bore no enmity towards Ye Lingtian. Their desire to kill him had merely been driven by the allure of significant rewards. Initially, they had believed Ye Lingtian to be a mere insect they could easily crush, posing no danger while offering substantial gains. However, that perception had shifted dramatically. They now realized that Ye Lingtian was not the incompetent fool Qin Wei had described. Rather, he was vastly superior to them, and their murderous intent began to waver. Being young and newly awakened with the strongest spirit beasts, their bright futures lay ahead, and they were reluctant to throw their lives away foolishly. Of course, one among them differed. This was Bai Yi, who had nearly slain Guomengmeng in the Yuanyang secret realm. He still coveted the fallen gold of the war magic elephant. As Qin Wei's expression darkened upon hearing the students' words, he hadn't anticipated they would deduce the truth about Ye Lingtian's spirit beast being of divine caliber and regard him with such apprehension. This could not be allowed. If they all withdrew from the death match, it would grant Ye Lingtian yet another escape. No, he could not permit Ye Lingtian to continue growing stronger. A sense of urgency surged within Qin Wei. Ye Lingtian had already astonished them once. If he were allowed to develop further, who knew what he might become by their next encounter? Therefore, Ye Lingtian must perish at the earliest opportunity. Due to the existence of the Qianlong guards, he would not act unless absolutely necessary. Thus, the death match presented the optimal opportunity to eliminate Ye Lingtian. With this thought, Qin Wei's gaze turned cold and sinister, and he scoffed disdainfully, "A bunch of worthless fools. Tianshu Yuling Academy does not accept the likes of you." The moment these words escaped his lips, the color drained from the 5 faces. The implication was clear. Were they to be expelled? If expelled, with Tianshu Yuling Academy's influence, they would be shunned by every other academy. Their chances of entering the secret realm again would dwindle significantly. The expressions of the 5 shifted rapidly as Qin Wei recognized the effectiveness of his threat. He maintained his composure and continued. As for whether Ye Lingtian is a deity-level being, let us not delve into that for the moment. Even if he were, what of it? No matter how formidable a deity level exists, can he withstand the assault of 15 primordial-grade spirit beasts and emerge unscathed? Furthermore, apart from those 15 primordial-grade beasts, there are dozens of ancient-grade creatures. No matter how exceptional Ye Lingtian may be, facing such a formidable assembly, can he truly survive? Upon hearing this, the 5 individuals hesitated. If what Qin Wei asserted were indeed true, it appeared that Ye Lingtian was doomed. Yet they remained apprehensive. After all, none of them had ever witnessed what a deity-level being entailed. The risks were still present. Observing their indecision, a gleam of satisfaction crossed Qin Wei's face. The moment they hesitated, it signified a potential opportunity. However, the temptation was not yet sufficiently grand. Thus, Qin Wei proclaimed, "If you are able to slay Ye Lingtian, I can guarantee that you 5 will receive 10% of the resources produced by the Yuanyang secret realm each year." What? Good heavens! 10%. As soon as Qin Wei uttered these words, it was as though thunder had struck, instantly leaving the 5 in shock, their expressions contorted with disbelief. 10% of the resources from the Yuanyang secret realm. How much wealth would that amount to? For them, this was an immense temptation. Their gazes ignited with fervor. Their breaths quickened. The avarice etched upon their faces was unmistakable. Bai Yi was the first to speak. "Teacher Qin, I am willing to go through fire and water for the school. With 10% from the Yuanyang secret realm, how could we possibly lack for top-tier equipment?" Seeing Bai Yi's agreement, the others no longer hesitated, resolutely deciding to take the plunge, for the adage holds true. Fortune favors the bold. Consequently, the 4 echoed in unison, "Teacher Qin, we are willing to go through fire and water for the school." Little did they know, their decision would lead them not to fortune, but to peril. Of course, that is a matter for another time. Upon witnessing their reactions, Qin Wei revealed a satisfied smile. Thinking to himself, "Ye Lingtian, even if you are a deity-level being, what does it matter? Offending me, Qin Wei, spells doom for even the most exalted." As the celebration concluded, evening descended, and the stars began to twinkle. Gu Yuanzhou refrained from burdening them with pressure-laden words, merely encouraging them to give their best. Bearing the weight of their responsibilities, Zhou Kai and the others returned to their dormitory early to recuperate in hopes of excelling the next day. Guomengmeng, on the other hand, was escorted to the school infirmary by Gu Yuanzhou due to her grievous injuries sustained from the Xinqing bone bear. Ye Lingtian, meanwhile, ventured out of the school alone, intending to head to the Wanbao building. The bounty he had amassed today was simply staggering. The Yuanyang secret realm truly lived up to its reputation as a new secret realm. with the number of ferocious beasts far surpassing that of the Yunxiu and Shanyu secret realms. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to accumulate over 10,000 points, even if he dispatched multiple teams. Along the way, Ye Lingtian began to tally his gains from the day. He had acquired 684 first-grade ferocious beasts, 298 second-grade ferocious beasts, 1 third-grade savage beast, 1 second-grade ancient-grade spirit beast, along with 17 purple Enigma Buddha flowers and 11 azure jade bright grasses. He had discovered the azure jade bright grass later. Each plant was valued at approximately 150,000, while it fell short of the purple Enigma Buddha flowers worth. The total value of the 11 plants amounted to 165 million. Ye Lingtian felt quite pleased. Yet, he lamented the fact that the ungraded ferocious beasts bore little value. Otherwise, he could have earned a considerable sum. He had indeed slain many ungraded ferocious beasts, but regrettably, they were not worth much. Otherwise, he could have made a substantial profit. Nevertheless, even with just these, he had amassed a considerable fortune. Ye Lingtian roughly calculated that the total was nearing 70 to 80 million. The thought thrilled him. A mere 2,000 or 3,000 more would allow the Hellbone dragon to manifest. With his mind racing, he soon arrived at the Wanbao building. The affable Lin Fei welcomed him back with open arms. Over the past month, Lin Fei had come to regard Ye Lingtian as his benefactor. After all, Ye Lingtian had consistently delivered ferocious beast carcasses valued in the hundreds of millions. Particularly of late, the influx of beasts from Ye Lingtian had increased exponentially. Were it not for Lin Fei's awareness of Ye Lingtian being merely an ordinary student of the Langus Spirit Beast Academy, he might have mistaken him for an illegitimate child of one of the school's higher-ups. However, Lin Fei was unconcerned with such matters. As long as Ye Lingtian brought him wealth, he was akin to a revered ancestor. As soon as he saw Ye Lingtian, Lin Fei hurried over, his chubby legs moving swiftly. "Ah, brother Ye, you have arrived." Upon hearing this, Ye Lingtian couldn't help but twitch his lips. "Lin Gu, must we be so overly familiar? One might mistakenly think there is something more between us." "Ah, brother Ye, don't say that. Are we not always on such good terms?" Lin Fei replied, beaming, before rubbing his plump hands together and adding, "Let us head inside quickly. The others are eagerly waiting." Ye Lingtian thought to himself, is this what they mean by letting oneself go after becoming familiar? To be honest, Ye Lingtian felt that the current Lin Fei was a far cry from the Lin Fei he had known before. Although somewhat exasperated, he nonetheless followed along. Time was of the essence. If they delayed further, the efficacy of the purple Enigma Buddha flowers would quickly dissipate. Upon reaching the upper floor, Lin Fei inquired, "Shall we return to our usual spot? This time, I fear that won't suffice. We need a larger room," Ye Lingtian replied. Within his interdimensional space, he possessed over 600 first-grade ferocious beast carcasses alone, not to mention nearly 300 second-grade ferocious beasts. The previous room could not accommodate them. Lin Fei paused momentarily. Then his face lit up with delight. "What? We need to change rooms again. Ah, brother Ye, you are truly a cash cow." Seeing Lin Fei's exaggerated demeanor, Ye Lingtian couldn't help but feel a few more lines of annoyance crease his forehead. Goodness, he was so plump, yet still such a nuisance. Were it not for their ongoing collaboration, Ye Lingtian might have been tempted to teach him a lesson about what a true man is. For the sake of profit, he suppressed his desire to give Lin Fei a good thrashing. Lin Fei, understanding the limits of decorum, soon ushered Ye Lingtian into an expansive chamber. "Is this large enough for you, brother Ye?" Lin Fei grinned widely. Little did he know, with that grin, Ye Lingtian could scarcely see his eyes. However, Ye Lingtian's attention was not on Lin Fei's eyes. After surveying the room, Ye Lingtian nodded, "This will suffice." Without further ado, he commenced unloading his haul. With a flurry, the ferocious beast carcasses cascaded down like rain. The previously jovial Lin Fei instantly sobered, entering a fervent counting mode. Within moments, beads of sweat began to form on his brow. 3 minutes later, wiping the perspiration from his forehead, Lin Fei addressed Ye Lingtian. 684 carcasses. Truly impressive, brother Ye. Ye Lingtian shot him a glance of mild annoyance. Observing this, Lin Fei chuckled sheepishly. Hee, but brother Ye, aren't there any second-grade ferocious beasts today? Although the quantity of first-grade ferocious beasts was substantial, they ultimately lacked the value of second-grade ones. Previously, Ye Lingtian had consistently brought him second-grade ferocious beasts. "I did this for your sake, worried you might lose count with so many," Ye Lingtian replied nonchalantly. Naturally, he had second-grade ferocious beasts, but he was concerned that Lin Fei might be overwhelmed counting such a multitude. In truth, it mattered little if Lin Fei got overwhelmed. His primary concern was to ensure that Lin Fei didn't accidentally miscount a few. Upon hearing this, Lin Fei quickly grasped Ye Lingtian's intent. Before he could fully relish his triumph, The corpse of a second-tier ferocious beast had already descended. Lin Fei swiftly shifted into a serious mode. The count was still rapid, 14913. However, the more he counted, the more his heart raced. How could there be so many? This was a second-tier ferocious beast, after all. After more than a minute, Lin Fei finally completed his tally, 298. What a staggering number. Just as Lin Fei began to relax and wipe the sweat from his brow, another ferocious beast fell from the sky. More. Lin Fei was taken aback. Yet, he quickly breathed a sigh of relief. There were only two, not too many. However, in the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, there were two, but one was a third-tier savage beast, and the other was a second-tier ancient-level spirit beast. This was becoming increasingly absurd, but he found it delightful. Haha. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and chuckled. Soon, he began to calculate with his fingers. 684 first-tier ferocious beasts. A staggering 13. 68 million. Ye Lingtian could no longer bear to watch. Lin Fei grinned. That's right. 13. 68 million, plus 298 second-tier ferocious beasts. A total of 59. 6 million. Exiting the Wanbao building, the night had fully enveloped the sky. However, Ye Lingtian's spirit soared. The sale of the reforged stone armored beast brought in 6 million. The Crimson Flame Extreme Fox yielded 2 million. And with the addition of 2 types of spirit herbs, Ye Lingtian's total wealth reached an astonishing 83 million. He couldn't possibly spend it all. Chapter 74. Everyone receives 2 million. With a fortune in hand, Ye Lingtian felt exhilarated throughout the journey. Even upon returning to the dormitory, he remained in a state of elation. The number of undead knights still fell short by 500 to meet the prerequisites for summoning the Hellbone dragon. So he decided to summon 500 undead knights first. Ye Lingtian contemplated this. Initially, he had planned to save up 100 million before summoning 100 Hellbone dragons. However, he suddenly recalled the prerequisite limitation. Even if he had 100 million, he could not summon the Hellbone dragon without reaching 1,000 undead knights. But it mattered little. After all, there was tomorrow's team deathmatch to consider. Such a lucrative opportunity might just enable him to gather enough funds for the Hellbone dragon. With this thought, Ye Lingtian resolved to act decisively. He opened the summoning panel, selected undead knights, and concentrated. Ding. Purchase successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 undead knights. Ding. Purchase successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 undead knights. Ding. Purchase successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 undead knights. As the series of notifications echoed, 50 million swiftly vanished. Ye Lingtian felt a slight sting in his heart. However, when he beheld the 1,000 undead knights standing ready in the otherworldly space, he instantly felt it was worth it. System. Open the personal panel. Host. Ye Lingtian. Spirit beasts. Undead knights. Ancient. 1,000. Skeleton warriors. Savage. 2040. Skeleton soldiers. Fierce. 4680. Little skeleton soldiers. Common. 5,640. Total count. 13,360. Level. Second tier. 32300. The previous panel seemed a bit unreasonable, so Ye Lingtian made some modifications. Indeed, after the improvements, he felt much more comfortable. It appeared concise and straightforward, easily comprehensible at a glance. His mother would no longer need to worry about the dashing readers being unaware of the number of each type of spirit beast. Gazing at the number 1,000 displayed beside the undead knights, Ye Lingtian felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. Lying in bed, he found himself increasingly at ease. Initially, he had only planned to use 200 undead knights to contend with the 15 ancient-level spirit beasts from the 3 major academies in the team deathmatch. Yet, without realizing it, he had amassed 1,000 undead knights. The crucial point was that this was achieved without exerting his full strength. If he had gone all out, he could have summoned an additional 300. However, Ye Lingtian felt there was no longer any need. 1,000 would suffice. The following day, as dawn broke, the sun illuminated the western bridge, and the clouds drifted gently. After a night of pleasant dreams, Ye Lingtian awoke early. His power surge had left him so exhilarated that he had trouble sleeping. Yet, this did nothing to dampen his spirits. On the contrary, excitement shone in his eyes. After such a long wait, the team deathmatch had finally arrived. After a brief wash, Ye Lingtian met up with Qin Feng and Lin, and together they made their way to the school's training ground. The team deathmatch would take place there. At this early hour, the training ground was sparsely populated, with only a few dozen individuals present. Upon seeing the 5 of them, the onlookers' gazes converged on Ye Lingtian, their eyes filled with fervor and greed. Initially, they had no intention of participating in the team deathmatch. The school had merely sent them to participate in the secret realm competition as a formality. allowing them to take advantage of the opportunity to glean some benefits from the Yuanyang secret realm alongside the three major academies. Moreover, the fact that Ye Lingtian had amassed 10,000 points in the Yuanyang secret realm had instilled a sense of trepidation in them, making them even less inclined to risk their lives for the three major academies. However, after last night's team points match, each of them received a message from Qin Wei and the others. If they could kill Ye Lingtian in the team deathmatch, they would be rewarded with a staggering 10 million dragon coins. 10 million. Just how long would they need to toil? How many ferocious beasts would they have to slay to earn such a sum? Now, they merely needed to eliminate Ye Lingtian to claim it. Though they were not bloodthirsty individuals, the prospect of 10 million was enough to tempt them into taking risks. In the game of the brave, the timid would always perish from hunger, while the bold would thrive. Besides, they were accompanied by 15 monstrous ancient-level beings. Thus, they changed their minds. As they gazed at Ye Lingtian with greed and excitement, Zhou Kai and the others frowned tightly. Such looks filled them with disgust and revulsion. Qin Feng glared back without hesitation, muttering, "Damn it, do they really think of me as prey?" Meanwhile, Ye Lingtian maintained a faint smile throughout. He was not angered, rather. He found the scene quite amusing. After all, these individuals represented wealth. As time passed, participants from other academies, led by their respective teachers, gradually arrived at the training ground. Before long, the place was teeming with people. It was at this moment that Ye Lingtian noticed that many still regarded him with avaricious eyes. This piqued his interest. It was worth noting that Xun Jingyuan's Crimson Flame Extreme Fox had sold for the impressive price of 2 million. It seemed that each individual present was at least on par with the Crimson Flame Extreme Fox, all ancient level. Each was worth 2 million. If he could acquire them all. Oh, what a thought! Ye Lingtian mused with a smile. At 2 million each, with so many people present, how much wealth could he amass? With this thought in mind, Ye Lingtian almost hoped that during the team deathmatch, all these individuals would converge to besiege him. This way, he could justifiably claim all their spirit beasts. Unfortunately, he still noticed quite a few rational individuals among the crowd. At least when they gazed upon themselves, there was no glimmer of greed in their eyes, but rather a profound sense of reverence. At this moment, Qin Wei, Xia Qinyan, and Zhao Tianxi arrived with their respective students. The 5 students trailing each of them, upon catching sight of Ye Lingtian, similarly exhibited fervor and avarice in their eyes. Should they manage to eliminate Ye Lingtian, not only would they secure a fortune of 10 million dragon coins, but they would also lay claim to 10% of the Yuanyang secret realm. Thus, in their eyes, Ye Lingtian resembled a colossal cash cow. However, they abruptly sensed that the gaze Ye Lingtian cast upon them was rather peculiar. It was akin to a wolf spotting a sheep, a cat eyeing a mouse, or Ultraman confronting a little monster. Indeed, that was the sentiment. This incited an ominous premonition within their hearts. Yet, this foreboding was quickly dispelled. As Qin Wei and his cohorts had stated, the operation to hunt down Ye Lingtian involved not only their 15 Class A members, but also dozens, if not hundreds, of Class B members. With such numbers, what could Ye Lingtian, even if he were indeed at the divine level, possibly do? Could a divine being truly contend against 100 foes? Chapter 75. The Team Deathmatch commences. Ladies and gentlemen, the Team Deathmatch is a brutal contest, governed by no rules whatsoever. It shall unfold in chaotic melee format, organized into teams of 5, continuing until only one team remains, or until the other teams voluntarily concede defeat. Gu Yuanzhou proclaimed with an impassive expression. As he surveyed the crowd, he solemnly cautioned, according to the regulations of the Academic Alliance, all major institutions are permitted to participate. However, I advise all to refrain from being swayed by others, lest you become mere pawns. Gu Yuanzhou's intent was clear. He sought to dissuade individuals from other institutions from engaging in the conflict between them and the 3 major schools. While he harbored faith in Ye Lingtian, it was indeed beneficial to diminish the number of adversaries. The effectiveness of Gu Yuanzhou's words became apparent as over 10 individuals began to waver upon hearing his counsel. Witnessing this, Ye Lingtian felt a surge of frustration. These were his precious coins. Although he understood Gu Yuanzhou's good intentions, if all these individuals were frightened away, how could he possibly profit? Just as Ye Lingtian lamented this loss, a voice interjected. Gu Yuanzhou, what purpose does your lengthy discourse serve? Participation is a matter of personal choice. Do you intend to contravene the will of the alliance? The speaker, of course, was Qin Wei. He had arduously kindled the greed of these individuals, coaxing them to join forces against Ye Lingtian, and he could not allow Gu Yuanzhou to scare them off. Upon hearing this, Ye Lingtian felt a surge of delight within. It was indeed you. As anticipated, after Qin Wei spoke, the previously uncertain individuals regained their resolve. The allure of 10 million dragon coins was simply too overwhelming. Observing this turn of events, Gu Yuanzhou furrowed his brow, realizing that his efforts to dissuade over a dozen participants were swiftly unraveling. Qin Wei's single utterance had rendered his previous labor futile. Though Qin Wei was indeed detestable, his assertion was not erroneous. Whether each institution chose to partake in the team deathmatch was a decision for them to make, free from external interference. At least, it was not permissible on the surface. Consequently, Gu Yuanzhou found himself powerless to enforce intervention. Fortunately, Ye Lingtian cast him a reassuring glance, allowing him to relax somewhat. The training arena has been activated. All institutions willing to participate in the deathmatch may now enter, Gu Yuanzhou announced as his gaze swept over the assembly. At this juncture, Qin Wei stepped forward once more. Gu Yuanzhou, since the deathmatch is a mortal combat, the arena should also be set to deathmatch mode, should it not? Upon hearing Qin Wei's words, a murmur of confusion rippled through the crowd. What is deathmatch mode? Many of the newcomers had yet to even set foot in the arena, let alone be familiar with the concept of deathmatch mode. However, they were accompanied by their respective teachers, who could clarify the matter for them. You may understand it thus. When the arena is set to deathmatch mode, it effectively transforms into a completely sealed secret realm. Unless all participants are willing to exit the arena, should even one individual refuse to leave, none shall be permitted to depart. Following this explanation, the realization dawned upon everyone. Qin Wei was intent on eradicating the Langius Spirit Academy, leaving no opportunity for mercy. They turned to Gu Yuanzhou, eager to discern his reaction. Gu Yuanzhou's gaze was icy as he retorted, I am well aware. Do I require your reminder? Very well. Qin Wei grinned broadly. He then turned his attention to Ye Lingtian, his smile morphing into something sinister. Once deathmatch mode is initiated, Ye Lingtian is as good as dead. Unbeknownst to him, Ye Lingtian was, at that moment, positively elated. Deathmatch mode was splendid. This way, no one could escape. Just then, Gu Yuanzhou declared, the arena has been set to deathmatch mode. All who wish to participate in the deathmatch may enter. However, I still advise everyone to think carefully and not allow themselves to be used as pawns. As his voice echoed, Ye Lingtian, accompanied by Qin Fenglin and the others, stepped forward. Teacher Gu, we shall enter first. With that, the five of them advanced into the arena. As they watched Ye Lingtian and his companions vanish into the distance, Qin Wei turned to his five students, smiling as he proclaimed, Go, wipe away your shame. Seize your future. Yes, Teacher Qin. The five were filled with excitement. They seemingly beheld 10 million dragon coins and 10% of the Yuanyang secret realm beckoning to them. Likewise, students from other schools were equally exhilarated, eagerly advancing toward the arena. They believed they were marching toward a promising future, yet none realized that they were, in fact, heading toward an unmarked grave. Returning to Ye Lingtian, upon stepping into the arena, darkness enveloped him, reminiscent of the sensation experienced during the transition into the secret realm. As visibility returned, Ye Lingtian discovered they stood upon an expansive stone platform. At that moment, the voices of Zhou Kai and the others rang out. This is the arena? It resembles a fighting stage. It somewhat resembles a map from a childhood game called Square City. This place is quite beautiful. The three gazed around, and upon closer inspection, one could detect a hint of desolation in their eyes, as if they were heroes past their prime. Such expressions ought not to be seen in youths of their age. It was merely because they had come to terms with their fate. They understood that this team deathmatch was destined to be a battle from which they would not emerge alive. Yet, despite this grim knowledge, they resolutely chose to embrace their fate. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, figures appeared before the five. Subsequently, one after another, more figures materialized, hundreds in total. So many. Zhou Kai's pupils constricted slightly. They had anticipated a large turnout for the team deathmatch, but the sheer magnitude surpassed their expectations. Even Qin Fenglin's expression grew grave. 5 individuals facing off against hundreds? How on earth could they contend with that? Qin Fenglin thought to himself, although I am indeed formidable, must they really target me with such overwhelming numbers? He was not afraid of death per se. Rather, he was concerned that if he perished, there would be no one left to inherit the Qin family fortune. Nevertheless, at that moment, none of the 4 displayed even a hint of fear. Only Ye Lingtian could hardly conceal the excitement surging within him at this moment. These were all walking coins. Moreover, their numbers far exceeded his prior estimations. Once the battle for survival concluded, the Hellbone dragon should provide ample funds for his ventures. These several hundred individuals were of the ancient rank, equivalent to hundreds of 2 million coins. Not to mention, there were also 15 of the feral rank. Although Ye Lingtian was uncertain of the value associated with the feral rank, it was undoubtedly not cheaper than that of the ancient rank. 15 feral beings and hundreds of ancient ones. This was an immense profit. Of course, Qin Wei played an indispensable role in this endeavor. Chapter 76 emphasized a strategy of numerical dominance. At this moment, hundreds gathered, a sea of heads, dark and dense. In stark contrast, Ye Lingtian's side was woefully sparse, with only a pitiful 5 individuals, appearing solitary and isolated. Yet, amusingly, not a single one of the hundreds dared to make the first move against Ye Lingtian's 5. Instead, they all stood back, waiting for a brave soul to test the waters first. However, it was evident that none of them were fools. Ye Lingtian's spirit beast was already known to be of divine caliber. Furthermore, he had garnered over 10,000 points single-handedly during the team points competition, instilling a profound sense of trepidation among all of them. They were primarily concerned that if one of them stepped up first, they would become a target for Ye Lingtian, serving merely as an example for others. Why would they willingly dress themselves in a shroud for another's benefit? Thus, no one dared to step up as the vanguard. Damn it! Observing this, Bai cursed inwardly. He had initially intended to let the other schools take the lead, waiting until they had sufficiently depleted Ye Lingtian's spirit beast stamina before he would join in. At that point, it would be effortless for him to claim the heads of Ye Lingtian and his companions. However, he was taken aback to discover that these individuals were just as cowardly, all hoping to wait for others to act first. This resulted in the current situation, where no one was willing to take the initiative. This would not do. At this rate, they might wait for an eternity without resolution. Finally, Bai could no longer restrain himself, addressing the crowd. Everyone, let us not waste time. Let us charge together. After saying this, he noticed that the hundreds around him remained unmoved, their gazes fixed squarely on him, as if silently suggesting he should be the one to test the intensity first. These cowards. Bai was infuriated. Were it not for the necessity of these people to assist in taking down Ye Lingtian, he would have lashed out. Fortunately, at that moment, individuals from the Zixing and Jinyang schools also spoke up. Everyone, those eager to profit should charge together. Those uninterested in profit may continue to observe. With that, they summoned their respective spirit beasts. A massive lion and a gigantic tiger appeared in an instant. Roar. Upon their entrance, they unleashed a deafening roar that reverberated through the air. Witnessing this, others followed suit, summoning their own spirit beasts. In an instant, one after another, enormous ferocious beasts materialized. Particularly striking were the 15 feral spirit beasts at the forefront, their sizes commanding a formidable visual impact and an overwhelming presence. Ye Lingtian gazed at the multitude of enormous spirit beasts before him, and panels began to materialize in his vision. Name: Demon-suppressing Crimson Lion. Rank: Feral Spirit Beast. Level: Grade 2, 8300. Strength: 685. Agility: 196. Defense: 684. Comprehensive Battle Power Assessment: 685. Status: Excellent. Name: Purple Lightning Flame Tiger. Rank: Feral Spirit Beast. Level: Grade 2, 4300. Strength: 686. Agility: 192. Defense: 683. Comprehensive Battle Power Assessment: 684. Status: Excellent. Gazing at the 15 feral spirit beasts, each poised to exceed 700 in battle power, Ye Lingtian couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Feral spirit beasts are indeed impressive. Fortunately, after this life and death battle, he would soon have his own feral spirit beast. Meanwhile, amidst the crowd, someone shouted, "Everyone, with so many of us. Even if Ye Lingtian's spirit beast is indeed of divine rank, our numerical advantage will surely allow us to slay him. Yes, what are we afraid of? Even if it is divine, he has only one spirit beast. We possess hundreds. Why should we fear him? Kill Ye Lingtian." With this rallying cry, the battle was poised to erupt. Hundreds of colossal ferocious beasts charged towards Ye Lingtian and his companions, akin to a raging flood, their momentum overwhelming. Seeing this, Zhou Kai's expression darkened as he declared, "Brothers, it's time to fight." The pressure from the onslaught of hundreds of massive spirit beasts was immense, prompting them to summon their own spirit beasts. Mu. Qin Fenglin's war magic elephant led the charge, emitting a thunderous trumpet that echoed painfully in their ears, its entire form shimmering with blinding golden light. Upon seeing the war magic elephant, Bai Yi's eyes gleamed with greed once more. Aside from the 1,010% of the resources from the Yuanyang secret realm, what he coveted most was the elephant's golden armor. Simultaneously, Zhou Kai's crimson blood fierce tiger, Wang Yu's spirit flying python, and Guo Mingming's Xinqing bone bear were summoned. 1 feral and 3 ancient. This lineup was quite formidable wherever it might be. Yet, compared to the 15 feral and hundreds of ancient beasts across from them, they seemed somewhat overshadowed. Nevertheless, they remained undaunted. "Brothers, it is an honor to fight alongside you. Should there be a next life, let us be brothers once more." With that, Zhou Kai gritted his teeth and, mounting the crimson blood-fierce tiger, charged forward. Me too. Wang Yu and Guo Mengmeng quickly followed suit, even knowing that this might be their last stand. Moo. At that moment, the war magic elephant let out an enraged bellow and began to charge, swiftly overtaking the three. Qin Fenglin glanced at the three and said nonchalantly, I told you, I'll protect you. How could I let you go first? Witnessing this scene, Ye Lingtian was left in disarray. What was the meaning of this? Shouldn't the climax of the plot be initiated by him? He hadn't even had the chance to show off yet. How dare they steal his thunder? Were they seeking death? This was truly excessive. As he beheld the tide of spirit beasts surging toward them, Ye Lingtian grinned. You wish to compete in numbers? I'm sorry, but my strategy revolves around numerical dominance. With that, he raised his arm and pointed forward. My little ones, charge. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a portal to another realm opened, and chilling winds swept through. The four charging forward, Qin Fenglin and his companions, suddenly felt the temperature plummet around them. Before they could react, terrifying figures emerged around them, dense and numerous, in the tens of thousands. What is happening? Zhou Kai was the first to be dumbfounded. Wang Yu and Guo Mengmeng were equally stunned. Why are there so many skeleton soldiers? Even Qin Fenglin was left speechless. Wasn't he this Ye Lingtian's little skeleton army? How could there be so many? Having witnessed Ye Lingtian's little skeleton soldiers several times before, he now realized that they were completely surrounding him. A dense throng that was impossible to count. The once innumerable little skeleton soldiers were now enough to leave him astounded. As he raised his gaze, he was met with a staggering sight. An equally formidable legion of skeletal warriors lay before him, leaving him utterly astounded. Were these the ferocious grade? Qin Fenglin stared in disbelief at the skeletal soldiers ahead. Yet, the spectacle was far from over, for he soon beheld even larger skeletal warriors. Qin Fenglin was once again taken aback. These were the barbaric grade. How could there be over 1,000 of them? At that moment, his entire demeanor resembled a face filled with questions. Chapter 77. Greed suffocates reason, blinded by avarice. Before he could collect himself, 1,000 spectral knights emerged prominently at the forefront. Were all of them ancient grade? The instant he beheld the spectral knights, Qin Fenglin's pupils dilated in shock. He could hardly count the number of skeletal steeds, each bearing a spiked club, but a rough estimate suggested that there were certainly at least 1,000. Thus, he was once more struck with astonishment. Thousands of ferocious and barbaric grade warriors were one thing, but over 1,000 ancient grade spirit beasts? What a jest! For a fleeting moment, Qin Fenglin questioned whether he was ensnared in a dream. It was only when he pinched his own cheek and felt genuine pain that he realized this was not a dream, but an undeniable reality. As for Zhou Kai and his companions, they were already dizzy and utterly lost. Their spirit beasts were merely first-grade ancient ones. Yet now, they were being told that Ye Lingtian could summon a legion of over 1,000 skeletal warriors of the same grade as their beloved spirit beasts with a mere wave of his hand. How could they not be bewildered? Meanwhile, on another front, faced with the sudden emergence of tens of thousands of skeletal warriors, the hundreds poised to charge, relying on their numerical superiority to claim Ye Lingtian's life, were instantaneously stunned by this astonishing sight. What in the world was happening? How had so many skeletal soldiers appeared so suddenly? Had I stumbled into the wrong scene? Am I filming a horror movie? What a horror film. These are all spirit beasts. Good heavens, have we disturbed a nest of skeletons? How could there be so many skeletal spirit beasts all at once? Everyone was utterly flabbergasted. Before their eyes, the figures of Ye Lingtian and his companions had completely vanished, replaced by an overwhelming throng of skeletons. Wherever they looked, there were all manner of skeletal beings. Some wielded long spears, others brandished bone knives, and there were even skeletal warriors riding on skeletal steeds, wielding spiked clubs. The most absurd revelation was that the foremost skeletal warrior, astride a skeletal horse and grasping a hefty spiked club, was of the ancient grade. Just like their own spirit beasts, the sheer number of skeletal soldiers, numbering in the tens of thousands, had already sent shivers down their spines, rendering them unable to suppress their trembling. The emergence of the spectral knights instilled a deep sense of dread within them. This overwhelming fear now gripped their hearts. Even their own spirit beasts trembled in response to the terrifying multitude of skeletal warriors, their emotions becoming increasingly agitated. At that moment, one individual suddenly spoke up. I get it. These are Ye Lingtian's spirit beasts. The moment those words escaped his lips, it was as if thunder had struck the ground. Everyone turned their astonished gazes towards the speaker. He elaborated, I am also a student from Jianghai City, and I have seen Ye Lingtian's spirit beast. It is that one. Following the direction of the man's finger, the crowd beheld a diminutive skeletal warrior, barely over 3 meters tall, clutching a rusted bone knife. Simultaneously, another corroborated, yes, I'm from Jianghai City too. I've seen Ye Lingtian's spirit beast as well. It's that one. Everyone knew about it during the Secret Realm trial. Upon hearing this, no one harbored doubts any longer. However, they were perplexed by the fact that this diminutive skeletal soldier numbered not in thousands, but in the thousands. Could it be that all of these were Ye Lingtian's spirit beasts? Moreover, wasn't it said that Ye Lingtian's spirit beast was divine grade? This tiny skeletal soldier, no matter how they viewed it, seemed far removed from their expectations of a divine grade. As the crowd pondered, another voice chimed in. Do you think it's possible that all these skeletons are Ye Lingtian's spirit beasts? At this proclamation, an uproar ensued. You mean to say that the skeletal army we see before us is entirely composed of Ye Lingtian's spirit beasts? How could that be? Have you read too many novels? Each of us can only awaken one spirit beast in our lifetime. That's an ironclad rule. Indeed, there has never been a single person in history who possessed two spirit beasts. Here, there are at least tens of thousands of skeletal spirit beasts. How could anyone possibly own that many spirit beasts? The crowd was clearly skeptical of this conjecture. Ever since they drew their first breath, they had only ever witnessed or heard of individuals with a single spirit beast. Even throughout the annals of history, no one had ever been documented as possessing multiple spirit beasts simultaneously. Thus, the notion that each person would only ever have one spirit beast was as universally accepted as the sun rising in the east and setting in the west, an undeniable truth. They would never question it. Therefore, without a moment's hesitation, they outright dismissed the man's hypothesis. However, the man persisted. But have you considered that this could very well be a unique ability of divine grade spirit beasts? Upon hearing this, the crowd hesitated to refute him. The mere mention of divine grade spirit beasts commanded their attention. None of them had ever seen what a divine grade spirit beast looked like. Their understanding stemmed solely from the fanciful imaginations of others, devoid of any authenticity. Thus, they could not articulate what a divine grade spirit beast truly was. Perhaps it was as they envisioned, standing 10 meters tall, fierce and imposing, breathtakingly magnificent, and utterly terrifying. Or perhaps, as this individual speculated, a divine grade spirit beast possessed a unique ability that allowed it to command numerous spirit beasts. Prior to this moment, they had been more inclined to the former assertion. After all, even the most formidable feral grade spirit beasts did not exhibit any extraordinary abilities. They were merely stronger, larger, and more intimidating than those of other grades. Yet now, they found themselves gravitating toward the latter explanation, for the evidence lay before their very eyes. Apart from the unique abilities of divine grade spirit beasts, they could conceive of no other reason that could account for Ye Lingtian possessing tens of thousands of spirit beasts. At that instant, they felt as though they had unraveled a mystery that had perplexed the world for years. But just then, another voice broke through. But have you considered that if what he says is true, we are doomed? Upon utterance, every face froze in horror. Subsequently, each countenance transformed into a mask of despair. Good heavens, it's over, we're surely doomed. Ah, indeed, I've been blinded by greed. I truly regret it. You're fortunate. You and Ye Lingtian hail from Jianghai City. Perhaps he will spare you since you're fellow townsfolk, but we are doomed. Books have long warned that greed leads to downfall, yet here I am, my vision clouded by desire. At that moment, despair enveloped their faces, filled with regret. Had they known, they would not have succumbed to greed. But hindsight is always 20/20. Chapter 78. 2 blows to slay an ancient grade spirit beast. And you call this a display? Meanwhile, having overheard the crowd's discussions, the 15 students from the 3 major universities who had awakened feral grade spirit beasts wore visibly grave expressions. Each brow was furrowed deeply, etched with a sense of foreboding. The reason for their trepidation was not solely due to the discussions surrounding them, but rather the overwhelming presence of tens of thousands of skeletal soldiers, akin to an imposing mountain, which inundated them with an unbearable pressure. Particularly, the multitude of undead knights at the forefront instilled a profound sense of unease within them, even evoking a palpable threat of death. It is worth noting that their spirit beasts were all of the desolate tier, a rank superior and more formidable than the ancient tier. Typically, it would be the ancient tier that would feel suppressed and anxious in the presence of desolate tier beings. However, the situation had completely reversed. The sheer number of undead knights was staggering, so much so that they could scarcely count them. As they raised their eyes, they were met almost entirely by the sight of undead knights astride skeletal steeds, wielding spiked clubs. They were acutely aware that, even though their spirit beasts were of the desolate tier, which surpassed the ancient tier in rank, the numerical disparity rendered their advantage almost negligible. Moreover, if their suspicions were correct, and all these skeletons were indeed Ye Lingtian's spirit beasts, their predicament would be dire. Although their spirit beasts were of the desolate tier, Facing tens of thousands of spirit beasts, among which were thousands of ancient tier beasts, would surely spell disaster for them. The only way to survive was to unite everyone in a collective stand against Ye Lingtian's skeletal army. Only through solidarity could they hope to contend with the overwhelming forces of the undead. After all, many who had been lured by their teacher to participate in this life and death battle numbered in the hundreds, all of whom were ancient tier. Furthermore, there were also the 15 of them who were of the desolate tier. If they pooled their strength, they might just carve out a sliver of hope for survival. Thus, their immediate priority was to rally everyone onto their proverbial ship. With this thought, they urgently called out, "Everyone! Since we all know that these skeletons are Ye Lingtian's spirit beasts, we are all in the same boat now. Whether we survive depends on all of us." However, as soon as they finished speaking, someone immediately retorted, "Go to hell. Don't try to manipulate us any further. If it weren't for the deception of your 3 prestigious academies, would we have come here at all? That's right. Go to hell. Even if I have to kneel before Ye Lingtian to beg for mercy, I will never fall for your tricks again. Your 3 academies have led us into a dire situation, and now you want to deceive us again? Not a chance." At this moment, the resentment towards the 3 prestigious academies was palpable among all. Had it not been for the substantial monetary incentives offered by these institutions, they would not find themselves in such perilous circumstances. Hearing this, the representatives from the 3 academies scoffed, kneeling and begging for mercy. Do you truly believe that kneeling before Ye Lingtian will spare your lives? How utterly naive. You surely haven't forgotten the original purpose of your participation in this life and death battle, have you? Would you forgive someone intent on killing you? It is laughable that you would blame your own greed on us. In truth, what they feared most at that moment was that these individuals might rush to Ye Lingtian to apologize. If those individuals fled, their mere 15 desolate tier spirit beasts would stand no chance against Ye Lingtian's skeletal army. To survive, they needed to bind these people to their cause. Thus, they were determined to quash any thoughts of surrender among the others. Upon hearing their words, those who had previously been emboldened and prepared to kneel before Ye Lingtian fell silent. The truth was, they too felt uncertain. After all, if the roles were reversed, they would undoubtedly not spare anyone who wished them harm. Thus, they feared that even if they did kneel and plead for mercy, Ye Lingtian would still choose to eliminate them. Observing the hesitation among the crowd, the representatives from the 3 academies continued, "In any case, death is inevitable. Rather than groveling in submission, it is far better to stand and fight, for there may still be a chance of survival. Besides, these skeletal spirit beasts may appear terrifying, but in reality, they are nothing more than a fade. Moreover, let us not forget that our spirit beasts are of the desolate tier. If we unite our efforts, there may well be a possibility of survival." These words struck a chord with the previously conflicted and wavering crowd, as if they had grasped a lifeline. Indeed, rather than kneeling and apologizing only to face death, it was better to fight. If they succeeded, not only would they survive, but they could also earn 1,000,000 dragon coins. Furthermore, these skeletal soldiers indeed appeared frail and weak, not particularly formidable. Coupled with the 15 desolate tier beasts, they could certainly put up a fight. With this thought, their resolve was renewed, and they prepared to confront Ye Lingtian's skeletal army with renewed vigor. However, just then, they witnessed several undead knights strike down an ancient tier spirit beast with a couple of brutal blows. Although the slain beast was only a low-tier ancient beast, it was still an ancient tier creature. In the absence of divine beings, and with the desolate tier not in play, the ancient tier represented the most formidable existence. Yet, a few undead knights had effortlessly dispatched it. This sight extinguished the fervor that had just ignited within them. Their recently solidified determination was cast aside in an instant. They were, after all, merely a group of students who had only just awakened their spirit beasts. When they observed that the undead knights could so easily annihilate an opponent of equal strength, their composure shattered. It was utterly impossible to maintain a calm demeanor in the face of imminent disaster. They realized that this was not a battle against Ye Lingtian. It was a clear path to their demise. Setting aside the 1,000 undead knights on skeletal steeds wielding spiked clubs, even the remaining fearsome, savage, and smaller skeletal creatures, bolstered by their numbers, would be insurmountable. How could they possibly contend with Ye Lingtian? In that moment, the resolve of the crowd crumbled entirely, and they could no longer hold their composure. "I believe you not at all. 2 brutal blows to take down an ancient tier spirit beast? You dare call this a fade? What does that make us? Useless? I would rather fight your mother-esque cow. Tell me, how do I even begin to contend with this? I should just kneel and beg for mercy. After all, I share roots with Ye Lingtian, and he should spare my life for that reason. Please, take me with you. I'm still young. I do not wish to die." In that moment, their fighting spirit was entirely extinguished. All they desired was to kneel before Ye Lingtian, hoping for mercy. Hearing this, The 15 representatives from the 3 academies turned pale with rage, cursing, "A bunch of worthless cowards." They had initially hoped to leverage the strength of these individuals to combat Ye Lingtian's skeletal army. However, before the battle had even commenced, these individuals had already been struck with paralyzing fear, consumed by the singular desire to kneel and beg for mercy, devoid of any fighting spirit. Although the representatives were indifferent to the courage of these individuals, the issue lay in the overwhelming numbers of Ye Lingtian's skeletal army. Their mere 15 could not hope to contend, not to mention the fact that under the onslaught of the skeletal army, they would be hard-pressed to survive at all. Thus, they felt an urge to curse the ancestors of these individuals. But in that moment, they could afford no more distractions. Ye Lingtian's skeletal army was advancing, with thousands of undead knights charging fiercely. Faced with this, the 15 individuals furrowed their brows. They could not afford to sit idly by. They understood that for their survival, only by huddling together could they find a path forward. Even though their spirit beasts were of the desolate rank, once encircled by the Death Knights, no matter how formidable their strength, they were destined for death. Thus, they were compelled to band together for warmth. Although they would still find themselves surrounded by the Death Knights, at least they could provide mutual support and not fear ambushes from behind. Moreover, with their rank advantage, they could engage the Death Knights for a brief moment. However, if one were to find themselves isolated and surrounded, the situation would be dire. After all, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands, let alone the numerous hands they faced. Consequently, the 15 of them swiftly congregated. At that moment, a multitude of Death Knights rapidly closed in around them. Observing the towering, malevolent figures of the Death Knights from all directions, they furrowed their brows and spoke solemnly. "Brothers, we stand at the precipice of life and death. If any of you possess hidden skills or trump cards, now is the time to unveil them. Yes, let us not hold anything back. We must give it our all. Perhaps we still have a glimmer of hope." Despite these words, their expressions remained grave, for they understood that their chances of victory were slim. After all, they faced over 1,000 Death Knights, each one formidable. In contrast, their spirit beasts, even if powerful among the ancient ranks, were ultimately at risk of being overwhelmed by the Death Knights. At that point, their demise would be inevitable. Yet, even in the face of certain doom, they were determined to resist to the last. They were prodigies awakened with desolate rank spirit beasts, the pride of their parents and homeland. Their resolve stood firm. They would rather die standing than kneel to beg for their lives like others. They had no regrets, for this was the path they chose. It was merely unfortunate luck that the outcome diverged from their expectations. Furthermore, they did not blame Ye Lingtian. In the realm of power, the victor takes all. Had the circumstances favored them, they too would have sought to exchange Ye Lingtian's life for their own benefit. At that moment, the Death Knights commenced their frenzied onslaught. Hundreds of them charged forward, a force as overwhelming as a surging mountain flood, shaking the very ground beneath them. It felt as if they were not facing Death Knights, but rather an immense tidal wave capable of engulfing everything in its path. Witnessing this scene, their pupils constricted, the immense pressure rendering them breathless. Yet, they quickly regained composure, steeling themselves against their fears and preparing their spirit beasts to counterattack. Simultaneously, the remaining skeleton warriors and skeleton soldiers launched their own assaults on the others. Although they were not of the ancient rank, their sheer numbers and innate intelligence allowed them to coordinate seamlessly. Most importantly, these individuals had long since lost their fighting spirit, rendering them even more powerless to resist. Soon, casualties began to mount under the combined assault of the skeleton army. Witnessing this, panic surged through them. They were utterly incapable of fighting back. In a moment of desperation, one cried out, "Ye Lingtian, I was wrong. It was the 3 major academies that threatened me. Please, spare my life. I swear I won't dare to do it again." Upon hearing this, others quickly joined in. "Ye Lingtian, I beg you, spare me. I don't want to die. I was wrong, truly. Just let me off this once. Ye Lingtian, I'm also from Jianghai City. We're fellow townsmen. For the sake of our shared roots, please let me go. Ye Lingtian, it's me, Lu Jiang. We are classmates, do you remember? When we were young, I treated you to spicy strips. You can't kill me." Although they could not see Ye Lingtian, they were certain he could hear their pleas. Thus, the cries for mercy grew louder. In an instant, the entire arena was filled with various voices begging for their lives. They had not misjudged. Ye Lingtian indeed heard their desperate appeals. However, he had no intention of granting them mercy. Everyone understood that entering the arena meant declaring enmity against the Langius Spirit Beast Academy, or more specifically, against Ye Lingtian himself. It was a matter of life or death. Moreover, before the battle commenced, Gu Yuanzhou had repeatedly cautioned them to think carefully and not be swayed by others. Yet, they still chose to appear in the arena, and their choice was clear. Particularly disheartening was the fact that some hailed from Jianghai City, like him, yet they sought to take his life? Lu Zhang's actions were even more egregious. Having grown up alongside Ye Lingtian, they had shared the same classroom since childhood. Though they had scarcely exchanged words, they were essentially childhood companions. Yet, he too made such a choice. It was truly disheartening. Moreover, the most absurd part was that he had treated the entire class to spicy strips, but somehow, in Lu Zhang's words, he became the one who had been treated. It was utterly outrageous. And now, they dared to plead for mercy? Ye Lingtian found it incomprehensible how they could shamelessly utter such words. Were he in their position, he would prefer to find a block of tofu and end it all. Thus, if they sought his life, it was only reasonable that he would not spare them. Furthermore, their spirit beasts were crucial to whether he could summon the Hellbone dragon, making it even less likely for him to show them mercy. Ye Lingtian commanded the skeleton army to eliminate them without exception, leaving no survivors, especially for those who claimed to be fellow townsmen or classmates. Their fate was even grimmer, often met with brutal ends. After this brutal onslaught, the arena fell eerily silent. Those who had pretended to be Ye Lingtian's fellow townsmen quickly covered their mouths. They could not bear the thought of enduring such torment in their final moments. Chapter 80. Ye Lingtian truly has a cheat. Outside the arena, as time passed, the crowd grew increasingly anxious, engaging in hushed discussions. Who do you think will emerge victorious in this life and death battle? The three major academies, or the Langius Spirit Beast Academy? Is there even a need to guess? It's undoubtedly the three major academies. Is it really that certain? You must know, Ye Lingtian amassed over 10,000 points during the team points competition, leading his team to victory. Perhaps he could do the same this time? Exactly. For Ye Lingtian to earn over 10,000 points in the team points competition is a testament to his exceptional prowess. He might just pull it off. Following the previous day's team points competition, many began to favor Ye Lingtian. After all, achieving over 10,000 points in such a competition was unprecedented. However, at that moment, someone exclaimed with excitement, "What does that matter? Take a good look. A total of 54 academies are participating in this life and death battle, amounting to 270 individuals. Excluding the 5 from Langius Spirit Beast Academy, there are still 265 left. It's 5 against 265. Not to mention there are 15 of desolate rank. No matter how impressive Ye Lingtian is, do you truly believe he has a chance of winning?" This statement plunged everyone into contemplation. Upon reflection, it seemed there was merit to the speaker's argument. While Ye Lingtian's accomplishment of over 10,000 points in the team points competition was indeed remarkable and unmatched, he was still but one individual with one spirit beast. How could he possibly contend against 265 opponents? Furthermore, the life and death battle was not the same as the points competition. They would not only face first and second rank ferocious beasts. Among the 265 participants, even the most inferior spirit beasts are of the first grade ancient class. Not to mention, there are also 15 of the rare class. Faced with such a formidable lineup, no matter how impressive or unparalleled Ye Lingtian may be in the team score competition, it would all be futile. He would still be overwhelmed and brought to his demise. In fact, it would not even require others to intervene. The 15 rare class from the 3 prestigious academies alone could eliminate Ye Lingtian and his companions. Thus, at this moment, silence enveloped them all. The initial optimism had transformed into regret. Alas, who could have anticipated that Ye Lingtian would provoke the 3 great academies? Several students felt a pang of remorse. Had they known, they would not have heeded their teacher's advice. If they had also entered the life and death battle, wouldn't they have secured a fortune of 10 million dragon coins? Contemplating this, the students lamented, striking their chests in frustration. Simultaneously, upon overhearing the murmurs around him, Qinwei couldn't help but smirk. Of course, the 3 great academies would emerge victorious. Otherwise, why would he promise each of them 10 million dragon coins? Naturally, he merely made a promise. He never specified when payment would occur. Once Ye Lingtian is dead, he would conveniently forget any promises made. Beside him, Gu Yuanzhou also caught wind of the discussions. At this moment, a flicker of concern crossed his face. Primarily, the number of participants in this life and death battle had far surpassed his expectations. Initially, he believed that excluding the 3 great academies, there would be at most another 20 schools, totaling around 100 participants. Yet, aside from their own academy and the 3 great ones, an astonishing 50 additional schools were involved. That is a staggering 250 individuals, and all of them are of the ancient class. Just the thought of it is enough to instill fear. Thus, he found himself uncertain whether Ye Lingtian could cope with this challenge. Shifting the scene to the combat arena, the skeletal army was wreaking havoc, having already claimed the lives of more than half of the participants from other academies. Yet, the 15 from the 3 great academies continued to resist. This was unexpected for Ye Lingtian. He had assumed the 15 from the 3 great academies would perish first, especially given that they faced 1,000 undead knights. However, to his astonishment, nearly half of the other participants had fallen, and yet they still persevered. Is this the true worth of the rare class? Indeed, remarkable. Fortunately, he had summoned 1,000 undead knights. In truth, Ye Lingtian was unaware that their continued survival was not solely due to their own rare class spirit beasts. Qin Wei and his companions had provided them with even more formidable equipment to ensure their participation in the life and death battle. This was the only reason they could endure for so long against the 1,000 undead knights. Of course, this endurance was merely temporary. Being overwhelmed by the undead knights was merely a matter of time. After a little over 10 minutes, all 250 participants from the other academies were slain. Ye Lingtian, not remaining idle, commenced the grim task of collecting corpses. Meanwhile, Zhou Kai and his companions exchanged bewildered glances, wondering, is it all over? Wei Haventi even made a move. To be honest, they had braced themselves for certain death. They had even prepared their final words. Yet, after merely dazing for a moment in shock, all these individuals lay dead. It was utterly absurd. Naturally, they were relieved not to have perished. However, they could not comprehend how Ye Lingtian possessed such an abundance of spirit beasts. At this moment, Qin Fenglin realized. This fellow Ye Lingtian truly had some kind of cheat. How could he, Qin Fenglin, lose to Ye Lingtian? It turned out Ye Lingtian indeed had an advantage. Otherwise, how could one explain the sheer number of spirit beasts? Meanwhile, Ye Lingtian, engrossed in collecting corpses, remained oblivious to their thoughts. After gathering all the spirit beasts' remains, he still felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. If only he knew their bank card passwords, he could access their otherworldly spaces. He could have made a tidy profit. Ye Lingtian felt a slight regret. These individuals must surely have their own little treasure troves. After all, many of them ranked among the top 10 in their respective city's secret realm trials, enjoying substantial rewards. Moreover, having spent considerable time at the academy, they must have saved a fair amount of money. Alas, he could neither access their otherworldly spaces nor ascertain their bank card passwords. Thus, he could only suffer silently, unknown to Ye Lingtian. However, these individuals were, in fact, quite destitute. The rewards from the secret realm trials had long been spent on various potions. Not everyone was like him, treating the secret realm as a means to stock up. They considered themselves diligent and hardworking if they managed to slay more than 10 fierce beasts in a day. Furthermore, the money earned from slaying beasts was often spent on various potions and equipment. Thus, in reality, they were genuinely impoverished. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so tempted by the prospect of 10 million, willing to risk their lives to participate in the life and death battle. However, all this was unknown to Ye Lingtian. After a brief period of lamentation, Ye Lingtian soon came to terms with his situation. These ancient class spirit beasts were already lucrative enough to fill his coffers. Moreover, there were still those 15 rare class beasts to consider. Chapter 81. 3 Small Goals. Ye Lingtian raised his gaze towards the 15 individuals who were still desperately holding on under the relentless assault of the 1,000 undead knights. Their respective spirit beasts were already battered and bloodied. Their armor and equipment had been reduced to mere scraps of metal, yet they had no time for sorrow. The onslaught of the 1,000 undead knights surged like a tide, each wave more ferocious than the last. At this moment, they were utterly exhausted, incapable of contemplating anything else. Observing their disheveled state, Ye Lingtian slowly remarked, "It's almost over." No sooner had he spoken than a massive wolf-like beast collapsed with a thunderous crash. Its body was riddled with ghastly wounds, its form drenched in crimson blood. Its entire body lay sprawled on the ground, struggling to rise once more. Yet, no matter how it fought, it could not regain its footing. Instead, the blood flowed more freely. In the end, the rare-class giant wolf's gaze became vacant, devoid of spirit. No, please no. Feeling the life force of his spirit beast waning, the wolf's owner fell to his knees, weeping uncontrollably. At that moment, his mind was flooded with memories of the moment he awakened his rare-class spirit beast. Classmates envied him, teachers were astonished, and his parents were proud. He too had been thrilled, believing his life had suddenly taken a turn for the better, and the future, he had thought, would be even brighter. However, unexpectedly, just as his promising life was beginning, it came to an abrupt halt. In an instant, regret surged within him like a tidal wave. Bang! Witnessing his profound regret, the undead knight delivered a merciful blow, sparing him further anguish. Seeing this scene, the remaining 14 could not help but feel a sense of sorrow for the deceased, as if they were gazing into their own futures. Yet they were unwilling to concede defeat. They wished to struggle a bit longer. However, the undead knights would not grant them such an opportunity. The principle of seizing the moment to claim a life was something Ye Lingtian had drilled into them several times. Thus, The Undead Knight's assault not only showed no signs of abating, but became even more relentless. At this moment, they found themselves utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. And with one member missing, the pressure on them surged dramatically. What was once bearable now seemed insurmountable. Boom, boom, boom. Like a chain reaction, colossal beasts fell one after another. The defeat was as swift as an avalanche, leaving the remaining members pallid and filled with despair. The very outcome they had dreaded the most had come to pass. I refuse to accept this. I will not yield. At that moment, one individual screamed in a frenzy. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Ye. His visage was twisted with rage, his face smeared with the blood of the phantom leopard. He could sense that his phantom leopard was nearing its end. Yet, he would not submit. Born an orphan, he had grown up enduring the scorn of others. Labeled as a lowly bastard, subjected to disdain, humiliation, and mockery. In his weakness and insecurity, he had never dared to retaliate during those times of torment. Finally, on the day of his coming of age, he awakened the mightiest of savage spirit beasts. In that moment, everyone regarded him with newfound respect. Even those who had once bullied him offered their apologies. From that day forth, every individual he encountered was benevolent. It was then that he realized he must grow stronger, powerful enough to instill fear in all. I must become formidable. I cannot perish. I demand that all tremble before me. Ye's eyes reddened as he furiously tugged at the fur of the phantom leopard, roaring, "Charge! Annihilate them all. Slay every last one of them. Why do you hesitate? Do you too wish to bully me? Damn it! Those who have wronged me shall perish." With that, Ye inexplicably produced a small dagger, plunging it towards the wound on the phantom leopard's neck. Were it not for the injury, such a small blade would never pierce its skin, but circumstances had changed. Splat! The sound of flesh being pierced echoed, crimson blood gushing forth from the wound. "Die! You shall die!" Drenched in blood, Ye descended into madness. He stabbed repeatedly. Splat! 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 In an instant, blood gushed forth like a torrent. Witnessing Ye's descent into insanity, the others were left in shock. Particularly those from the Tianshu Spirit Beast Academy. They were rendered speechless. This lad is rather deranged. How did we not notice this before? He must have snapped under the pressure. After the initial shock, despair enveloped them. Their numbers had already dwindled significantly, and now with one gone mad, their chances of survival grew ever slimmer. Meanwhile, Ye continued to stab away. The phantom leopard could no longer endure. It felt utterly disheartened. A master who acted thus was unworthy of its loyalty. Perhaps it would be better to be remade. Roar! With a furious bellow, the phantom leopard charged at the Death Knight, taking Ye with it, and both met their demise. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. They had not anticipated the fierce temperament of the phantom leopard. Yet, their ranks diminished further. Their situation grew increasingly dire. At this moment, only 5 individuals remained steadfast. Yet it was evident they could not hold on much longer. Soon, these 5 too fell under the relentless onslaught of the Death Knights. Thus, all 265 members lay defeated. The team's life and death battle had officially reached its conclusion. Ye Lingtian, however, rubbed his hands in excitement. 15 savage spirit beasts. They would fetch a handsome price. After collecting all the carcasses of the savage spirit beasts into his alternate space, Ye Lingtian dispatched the skeletal army back to that realm. Simultaneously, he began to assess his losses. System, display the panel. Host, Ye Lingtian. Spirit beasts, Death Knight, Ancient, 905, Skeleton Warrior, Brute, 1868, Skeleton Soldier, Fierce, 4256. Small Skeleton Soldier, Common, 4865. Total, 11,894. Level, 2nd grade, 128300. 95 Death Knights, 172 Skeleton Warriors, 424 Skeleton Soldiers, and 775 Small Skeleton Soldiers. Hiss, this seems a bit of a loss. Ye Lingtian took a deep breath. The losses appeared to be greater than he had anticipated. However, it was still bearable. After all, he had profited immensely. Although Ye Lingtian had no idea how much a 2nd-grade savage spirit beast could sell for, even without considering these 15 savage spirit beasts, the mere 250 ancient spirit beasts had already filled his coffers. 1 million for each 1st-grade ancient spirit beast, 2 million for each 2nd-grade ancient spirit beast. Ye Lingtian had calculated that among the 250 million ancient spirit beasts, 90 were 2nd grade and 160 were 1st grade. This meant that the 250 ancient spirit beasts could earn him a staggering 3.4 billion. 3.4 billion. Ye Lingtian's breath quickened. He had never seen such wealth in 2 lifetimes. He had never imagined that one day, he, Ye Lingtian, could achieve a small goal. No, 3 small goals. Not to mention the 15 savage ones. Chapter 82. The Revelation of the Traveler's Identity? With this thought, Ye Lingtian could not restrain his laughter. Haha, this is a true ascent. Once he sold all these spirit beast corpses, even the Hellbone dragon would be within his grasp. No one could fathom the excitement coursing through Ye Lingtian at this moment. He finally understood the saying that a horse cannot be fat without night grass, and a person cannot become wealthy without unexpected fortune. Had he continued to struggle in the secret realm, slaying fierce beasts, he might have waited eons to amass such wealth. Alas, since it was unexpected fortune, it was destined to be a one-time deal. Ye Lingtian would not kill indiscriminately for money. Thus, it was a singular transaction. Even so, Ye Lingtian felt immensely satisfied. Just as he was caught up in excitement and elation, Qin Fenglin and the others approached. Noticing the looks of curiosity etched across their faces, Ye Lingtian smiled and said, "I know you have many questions. Feel free to ask, and I shall answer them one by one." After all, they had witnessed everything, and Ye Lingtian could no longer conceal the truth. Moreover, as he continued to acquire spirit beasts, it would only be a matter of time before others discovered it. Unless he kept them hidden indefinitely, which was clearly impossible. "Brother Yi, were those spirit beasts just now all yours?" Guo Mingming was the first to inquire. Although Ye Lingtian did not speak, he nodded slightly. Upon seeing his affirmation, the others recoiled in astonishment. So it was indeed true, though they had surmised as much earlier. The confirmation left them utterly astounded. But why? How could this be? Zhou Kai could not fathom it, feeling as though his worldview had shattered. "Why do I possess so many spirit beasts, you wonder?" Ye Lingtian understood what Zhou Kai was implying. He recognized that this question was likely the one that weighed on everyone's minds. Indeed, after Ye Lingtian finished speaking, Zhou Kai nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. Wang Yu and the others were also fixated on Ye Lingtian, clearly eager for an answer to this burning question. Observing their expressions, Ye Lingtian smiled gently and said, "If I told you my spirit beasts could replicate themselves, would you believe me?" Replicate themselves? What does that mean? A few individuals wore expressions of shock and confusion. They had never before encountered the concept of spirit beast avatars. Ye Lingtian nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is an avatar. Splitting 1 into 2, 2 into 4, and 4 into 8. Naturally, he could not divulge the fact that he had traversed dimensions and possessed a system. He had to fabricate a somewhat plausible explanation instead. The notion of avatars was quite splendid. In truth, this was not entirely a figment of his imagination. It was a fantasy he had entertained in his previous life, dreaming of creating several avatars to assist him with assignments, examinations, and work-related tasks. This would allow his true self to leisurely indulge in idleness. What a delightful prospect. However, if they were merely avatars, shouldn't all the spirit beasts produced be identical? Wang Yu inquired. According to Ye Lingtian's explanation, whether a single one split into 2, 2 into 4, or 4 into 8, they should all appear the same. Yet, the spirit beasts he possessed were evidently diverse, featuring ferocious, barbaric, and even ancient classes. Could it be that avatars could mutate? Ye Lingtian chuckled before responding. Have you ever played synthesis games? 3 1-star entities combine to form a 2-star, and 3 2-stars combine to create a 3-star. I have. I used to play it often in my childhood. Wang Yu replied, furrowing his brow again. But what does playing synthesis games have to do with this? I understand now. Zhou Kai exclaimed, catching on. You mean your spirit beasts can undergo synthesis? 3 smaller ones combine into a larger one, and 3 larger ones into an even grander one? He sensed that Ye Lingtian's words must carry some truth, and connecting the dots led him to this realization. Ye Lingtian smiled and nodded. Correct, precisely so. What a revelation. Guo Mingming declared, utterly astonished. Prior to this moment, she had never heard of spirit beasts being capable of both avatars and synthesis. Yet, the evidence lay before them, and they were willing to trust Ye Lingtian. Seeing that Zhou Kai and the others had become thoroughly convinced, Ye Lingtian felt a slight relief. Thankfully, they had not pressed him on why his spirit beasts could perform avatars and synthesis, as he truly had no satisfactory explanation. However, at that moment, Qin Fenglin, who had been silent thus far, suddenly interjected, "Wait a minute, if spirit beasts can undergo avatars and synthesis, there should have been reports about it by now. Why has there never been any news on this matter?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Kai and the others also realized the validity of his statement. It seemed indeed plausible. If spirit beasts could perform avatars and synthesis, in this age of information explosion, such news would have undoubtedly surfaced by now. Upon hearing this, a multitude of dark lines appeared on Ye Lingtian's forehead. Just moments ago, he had been grateful that Zhou Kai and the others had not asked this question, only for it to be unintentionally raised by Qin Fenglin. How was he to respond? Noticing Ye Lingtian's prolonged silence, Qin Fenglin leaned in closer and queried, "Be honest. Do you have a cheat? Just like in the novels, do you possess a golden finger?" Wow! Ye Lingtian inwardly exclaimed, astonished at Qin Fenglin's unexpected insight. This young master, who typically lacked acumen, had exhibited remarkable perception today. Yet, before he could speak, Zhou Kai and the others chimed in, Qin Laoda. My mother always says that novels are deceptive and should not be trusted. Exactly. There's someone in my neighborhood who became obsessed with novels, claiming he has a mental asylum housing deities and insists on slaying gods. How could that possibly be true? I believe Brother Yi is likely the first person whose spirit beasts can perform avatars and synthesis. Since it never happened before, there are naturally no records. Listening to their conversation, Ye Lingtian took the opportunity to add, Qin De Xiao, are you alright? You actually believe in things from novels? In response, Qin Fenglin pondered silently. Could it be that I am overthinking this? With that thought, he chose to remain silent. To be honest, he himself found it hard to believe. After all, novels often stretched the bounds of reality, filled with fantastical elements. This was the real world. How could there be so many golden fingers? Therefore, he found merit in Guomingming's assertion. Perhaps Ye Lingtian truly was the first individual capable of spirit beast avatars and synthesis. Moreover, the spirit beast Ye Lingtian had awakened was already peculiar in nature, neither ferocious, barbaric, ancient, nor savage. Such an extraordinary spirit beast was unprecedented. Perhaps it was precisely because of this uniqueness that Ye Lingtian was indeed the first individual able to achieve spirit beast avatars and synthesis. With this reasoning, Qin Fenglin's doubts dissipated significantly. It was far more reasonable than attributing it to a novel's golden finger. Seeing Qin Fenglin's skepticism fading, Ye Lingtian finally exhaled in relief. The combination of traversing dimensions and possessing a system constituted his greatest secret, one that had nearly been exposed. Chapter 83. A dog cannot change its habit of eating excrement. Meanwhile, outside the martial arts arena, as time progressed, the expressions of the crowd grew increasingly peculiar, with many beginning to murmur quietly. An hour had passed, yet the team deathmatch had yet to conclude? Exactly. Given the significant disparity in numbers, it should have ended by now, shouldn't it? Could it be that the three major academies have stumbled again? One individual exclaimed, wide-eyed and incredulous. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into silence. The prolonged duration without conclusion seemed to suggest a troubling implication. It was no wonder they thought this way. After all, the team deathmatch had been underway for over an hour, and still, there was no resolution. This was quite absurd. In their view, the disparity in strength and numbers between the two sides was immensely vast. The fact that Ye Lingtian's team had managed to hold out for over 10 minutes was already commendable. Yet now, with more than an hour elapsed, the deathmatch showed no signs of ending. Thus, such thoughts instinctively arose. After all, the three major academies had faltered just the day prior. This had forever altered their perception of the invincibility of these institutions. The mere thought of the three major academies possibly faltering again prompted concern among several teachers. Their worry was not for the three major academies, but for their own students. After all, students from their respective institutions had also participated in this team deathmatch. If the three major academies were to falter, it would inevitably spell trouble for their students as well. Furthermore, the students participating in the Secret Realm competition were the most gifted 5 from their respective cohorts. Should any misfortune arise, how would they justify it upon returning? Thus, anxiety brewed within them. However, upon observing the confident demeanor of Qin Wei and his companions, their worries began to subside. They even comforted themselves internally. The representatives from the three major academies do not appear anxious. They should not falter. After all, they had dispatched 15 formidable individuals. If they were indeed to fail, the losses would undoubtedly be far greater than their own. On the other hand, Qin Wei and his companions, upon overhearing the murmurs from the crowd, wore expressions of utter disdain. Another failure? What a joke. One failure was one thing, but could they possibly fail twice in succession? Do they truly believe the three major academies to be utterly useless? Moreover, with the formidable lineup they had dispatched, what grounds did they have for failure? What could possibly lead to such a downfall? Nevertheless, the trio was disinclined to elaborate. Soon enough, the onlookers would comprehend that the three major academies were still the three major academies, impervious to any attempts at undermining their stature. At that moment, accompanied by a resounding noise, the gates of the martial arts arena finally swung open. In this instant, every gaze converged upon the entrance of the arena. The opening of the gates signified the conclusion of the life and death battle. It was over. Over. At last, it was finished. And yet I had been concerned for my life, fearing that the three prestigious academies might have indeed met their downfall once more. How could that be? I had always maintained that the three esteemed institutions could never falter, but you refused to believe. However, one cannot deny that Ye Lingtian and his companions managed to endure for such a long time, which is indeed commendable. Indeed, had their opponents not been the three esteemed academies, the outcome could have been uncertain against other schools. Although no one had yet emerged from the arena, and speculations about whether the three prestigious academies had once again faltered lingered in their hearts. Everyone was convinced that the victors of this life and death battle were undoubtedly the three esteemed academies. There was no denying the overwhelming disparity in strength between the two sides. Meanwhile, a cold smirk appeared on the faces of Xia Qingyan and Zhao Tianxi. The conclusion of the life and death battle also implied that Ye Lingtian was now deceased. Even if Ye Lingtian were truly the so-called genius, what of it? From this moment forth, he would merely be a corpse, no longer a threat to them. Reflecting upon this, the duo could not help but muse. Ah, Ye Lingtian, we must concede that you are indeed a prodigy. We misjudged you. Yet what does it matter? No matter how brilliant you are now dead. Can a genius, extinguished in the cradle, still be regarded as such? A mere insect remains just that. Meanwhile, the previously anxious group of teachers finally exhaled in relief. Thankfully, there was no catastrophe. They need not worry about failing to return with a satisfactory report. Only Gu Yuanzhou and a few others felt their hearts racing. They were about to emerge. Gu Yuanzhou was incredibly tense. He wondered if, under such overwhelming disadvantage, Ye Lingtian could once again defy the odds and create a miracle. Just then, Qin Wei's voice rang out. It is finally over. Though it took longer than anticipated, it has indeed concluded, and that is commendable. However, it is unfortunate for some. What does it matter if they secured first place in the points competition? They cannot escape death. Upon hearing these words, everyone's gaze shifted toward Gu Yuanzhou. How could they not discern that Qin Wei's words were directed at him? Furthermore, was it not Ye Lingtian and his companions who had claimed the first position in the points competition? Gu Yuanzhou's expression instantly turned cold, and he retorted, "The outcome is not yet determined. Who lives and who dies remains to be seen. Are you not afraid of being proven wrong with such bold claims?" Proven wrong. I have lived for so many years and have never tasted the bitterness of being proven wrong. Qin Wei sneered with a hint of arrogance. Look at you, Gu Yuanzhou. How the tables have turned. Were you not so smug just yesterday? In response, Gu Yuanzhou was equally unyielding, coldly stating, some individuals simply cannot change their nature. Having just been proven wrong yesterday, have you forgotten so quickly? With that, a number of bystanders could not help but chuckle, thinking to themselves how audacious Gu Yuanzhou was to liken Qin Wei to a dog. However, upon reflection, it seemed rather fitting. Did not the three esteemed academies suffer a significant blow just yesterday? Even they had faced humiliation. Gu Yuanzhou's words seemed justified. Hearing this, Qin Wei's face flushed with anger, his eyes flashing with a fierce glint as he huffed. Humph, soon enough, you will not be so smug. Qin Wei was seething. It seemed he could never outmaneuver Gu Yuanzhou in verbal exchanges. He resolved to ignore Gu Yuanzhou, planning to let him know what it truly meant to be proven wrong after the life and death battle concluded. Moments later, a figure finally emerged at the entrance of the martial arts arena. They are coming out. After such a long wait, are they finally emerging? At this moment, everyone was both excited and anxious. However, they soon noticed that only 5 figures appeared at the entrance, which filled them with confusion. Why are there only 5 people? I only see 5 as well. Where are the others? They must be behind. After all, the entrance is only so wide. So it's normal to see only 5 people, someone remarked. Hearing this, they realized the truth. Indeed, the entrance was limited in size. So it was perfectly reasonable that only 5 could be seen. Thus, they dismissed their concerns, assuming the others were merely behind. Just then, a piercing scream shattered the atmosphere. The sudden scream startled everyone. They all frowned involuntarily. In broad daylight, what was the reason for such a loud outcry? Is there a ghost? Look over there. The student who had screamed pointed toward the martial arts arena. Following his gaze, they turned to see. Oh my goodness! Upon realizing, everyone instinctively exclaimed in shock. For what they beheld emerging from the arena were none other than Ye Lingtian and his 4 companions. Oh my heavens, am I hallucinating? How can I possibly see Ye Lingtian and the others? Weren't they supposed to be dead? I see them too. Oh my goodness. Does this mean the 3 prestigious academies truly faced a downfall? How terrifying is this? 15 elite-level beings. 250 ancient-level beings. Such a formidable lineup could really falter? Isn't this a bit too outrageous? Gulp. My goodness, is this what it means to be divine level? Truly, they possess such incredible power. The speaker could not help but swallow hard, his eyes wide with astonishment. The others were no better off, all staring blankly, their expressions dazed, as if they had truly encountered the supernatural. No, this was beyond mere supernatural astonishment. To them, Ye Lingtian's survival was an impossibility. They had believed he was destined for death, with absolutely no chance of survival. Yet again, Ye Lingtian shattered their preconceived notions and created yet another miracle. This time, it was far more significant than simply earning 1,000 points in the team competition. It was crucial to note that Ye Lingtian and his companions had faced an onslaught of 15 elite beings and 250 ancient beings. Thud. At that moment, dozens of individuals suddenly collapsed onto the ground. It's over. They truly have faced a downfall. Were we not told that the Langia Spirit Academy was destined to lose? How could this happen? The faces of these dozens turned pale as they muttered, "It's over." When they beheld Ye Lingtian and his companions emerge from the arena, their mental state shattered. The fact that Ye Lingtian and his companions were still alive signified that the three prestigious academies had indeed met their demise. And their own students were surely perished in the arena. How would they be able to report back now? Yet, at this moment, no one felt any sympathy for them. Instead, some looked on with mockery and disdain. Greed? To seek profit from a tiger? Did they truly believe that the wealth of the three prestigious academies was so easily acquired? Simultaneously, upon witnessing Ye Lingtian and his companions emerge from the arena, Qin Wei and his two companions were left utterly dumbfounded, standing frozen in place, their smiles completely frozen. How is this possible? How could Ye Lingtian still be alive? Out of 265, how does Ye Lingtian have the right to survive? At this moment, Qin Wei and his companions were filled with disbelief, unable to accept that Ye Lingtian was, against all odds, still alive. It is important to note that in their relentless pursuit to eliminate Ye Lingtian, they have spared no expense, equipping their students with a plethora of gear. Furthermore, they lured over 200 students from other universities to partake in a life-or-death battle, all aimed at vanquishing Ye Lingtian. Yet now, to their utter disbelief, they are informed that Ye Lingtian has miraculously survived. How could they possibly accept such a revelation? The stark reality presents itself as Ye Lingtian and his 5 companions emerge from the arena, rather than their own students. Simultaneously, upon catching sight of Ye Lingtian and his entourage, Gu Yuanzhou's exhilaration surged, his fists clenched in triumph. I knew it. I knew it all along. His expression was one of overwhelming excitement, brimming with joy. He was certain that Ye Lingtian would once again bestow upon him a miracle. At that moment, Ye Lingtian and his companions approached Gu Yuanzhou. "Teacher Gu, we have triumphed," exclaimed Zhou Kai and the others in unison, their exhilaration palpable. They had emerged victorious. Although they had not engaged in battle directly, victory was still theirs. They had secured the Yuanyang secret realm and upheld the honor of their school. How could they not feel elated? Witnessing this scene, Gu Yuanzhou was momentarily speechless, and after a long pause, he could only utter a single phrase. Impressive. Though such words seemed unbefitting of his stature as a teacher, at that moment he found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate the depth of his elation. After much contemplation, he could only express it succinctly. Impressive. Once the initial excitement subsided, Gu Yuanzhou raised his gaze, surveying the faces of those around him, and declared with fervor, "Now, I announce that in the team life and death battle, the victors are Langia Spirit University." At that instant, Gu Yuanzhou was brimming with pride, his demeanor radiant. As his gaze swept over Qin Wei and his companions, he noted their ashen faces, akin to that of someone who had just ingested filth. Observing their reaction, Gu Yuanzhou couldn't help but smirk. What of the 3 great universities? What of their underhanded tactics? No matter how many schemes they devised, he would single-handedly dismantle them. Infuriating. Truly infuriating. Watching Gu Yuanzhou's triumphant expression, Qin Wei and his companions were consumed by fury. Once upon a time, who would not show them the utmost respect? How dare Gu Yuanzhou mock and belittle them? It was utterly intolerable. Though they seethed with anger, they found themselves unable to refute his claims. Ye Lingtian, it was all because of Ye Lingtian. They understood that it was he who had turned the tide, without him. How could a mere Langia Spirit University, or a simple Gu Yuanzhou, possess the audacity to challenge them? Contemplating this, they cast fierce glares at Ye Lingtian, their eyes filled with animosity. Yet, a flicker of apprehension soon followed. They had expended such vast resources to eliminate Ye Lingtian, yet they had failed, an inconceivable outcome. They could not fathom the reason behind their failure. How could 15 of the most formidable warriors, along with 250 elite fighters, fail to vanquish Ye Lingtian? Was the divine rank truly so fearsome, so formidable that it could disregard numerical superiority? The thought left them increasingly astounded. The sheer terror of Ye Lingtian's ability to withstand the onslaught of 15 elite warriors and 250 ancient-level fighters was beyond comprehension. It is worth noting that even powerful elite fighters cannot overlook the significance of numbers. When the numbers are sufficiently overwhelming, even the strongest must fall. Yet, how could a divine-level warrior so effortlessly disregard such numerical disparity? Alarmingly, Ye Lingtian was only at the 2nd tier. If he were to ascend to their level, the 7th tier, would it not be akin to slaughtering them as one would pigs or dogs? The mere thought was unfathomable. At that moment, trepidation filled their eyes. No, they absolutely could not allow Ye Lingtian to continue developing. All three of them simultaneously resolved, their gazes turning cold and menacing, the murderous intent within them surging uncontrollably. Chapter 85, The Challenge Issued. Sensing the intensity of Qin Wei's gaze, Ye Lingtian flashed a grin at the trio. Indeed, these three had proven to be quite beneficial to him, considering the recent team life and death battle, had it not been for their unwavering support. How could he have achieved such a remarkable outcome? Regrettably, his current tier was too low, otherwise he would have ensured these three embarked on an extravagant journey to the afterlife. Although Ye Lingtian was unaware of the precise ranks of Qin Wei and his companions, Gu Yuanzhou had previously mentioned that he himself was a 7th-tier spirit master. From this, one could infer that the three of them, also esteemed educators, were likely at least of the same tier, if not potentially 8th tier. Given his current 2nd-tier strength, sending these three to the afterlife indeed posed a significant challenge. Even with an army of countless skeletons at his disposal, he would find it arduous. The disparity in their ranks was simply too vast. Quantity alone could not bridge the gap. It was akin to Ye Lingtian's previous encounter with those three terrifying behemoths on the train. Regardless of the number of skeletons he commanded, even if they were formidable skeleton warriors or ghostly knights, in the face of those creatures, they would be akin to mere ants. With a single stomp, they could obliterate hundreds. Particularly memorable was the brown giant ape wielding a thick iron club. Its blows resonated like an earth-shattering earthquake. In short, when the disparity in rank among spirit beasts is vast, the impact of numbers on the battle diminishes correspondingly. For instance, if Ye Lingtian were to encounter a swarm of ants in the current secret realm, he would require no more than a single ghostly knight to decimate them. Regardless of their numbers, this exemplifies the suppression that comes with rank. The greater the disparity, the more pronounced the suppression. Of course, Ye Lingtian would not underestimate himself. While high-tier spirit beasts are indeed formidable, given time, he too could reach such heights. Moreover, his greatest advantage has never been rank, but rather his sheer numbers. Once he ascends to a higher tier, all of his spirit beasts will likewise elevate, and at that time, Qin Wei and his ilk will be but trifles, destined to meet a grim fate beneath the feet of his skeletal army. Noticing Ye Lingtian's gaze, Gu Yuanzhou similarly turned his attention to Qin Wei and his companions. Observing Qin Wei's sullen countenance, Gu Yuanzhou approached with a smile. "Ha, old Qin, I warned you not to speak too confidently. It makes you liable to be slapped in the face." This moment elicited suppressed laughter from many onlookers. They had not anticipated Gu Yuanzhou's boldness in delivering such a direct insult. Meanwhile, as the target of this mockery, Qin Wei's expression soured drastically. After all, he was a respected elder. How could Gu Yuanzhou show him such blatant disrespect? This was utterly intolerable. Yet, what stung most was that, faced with Gu Yuanzhou's taunts, he found himself unable to retort. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, his expression darkening as if his ancestral grave had been disturbed. At that moment, Gu Yuanzhou continued. "Oh, by the way, old Qin, I suppose you now understand the feeling of being slapped in the face, don't you? Care to share your thoughts on the experience?" At this remark, Qin Wei's face flushed with alternating shades of red and white. "Gu Yuanzhou, do not push your luck," he growled. "There must be limits to such ridicule." Gu Yuanzhou smirked. "Is this pushing my luck? If our roles were reversed, you would likely be even more audacious." Did he not know Qin Wei? Had the individuals emerging from the arena been not Ye Lingtian and his companions, but rather the 15 from the 3 great universities alongside others from various institutions, Qin Wei would have undoubtedly launched into a frenzied tirade against him, and would have certainly been far more insufferable. Upon the utterance of Gu Yuanzhou's words, Qin Wei was rendered speechless, unable to articulate a single syllable. The shadows that had long lingered on Qin Wei's visage culminated in a cold snort as he abruptly turned and departed with a dismissive wave of his hand. Xia Qingyan and Zhao Tianxi exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they silently rejoiced, relieved that they had refrained from accompanying Qin Wei. Otherwise, their fates would likely have mirrored his, if not worse. Nevertheless, they had no intention of lingering any longer. The life and death battle had concluded, and with the 3 prestigious academies suffering total defeat, the ensuing celebration of the Langye Yuling Academy beckoned. What purpose remained for them here? To endure further humiliation? Observing the unfolding scene, Gu Yuanzhou did not intervene, merely stating with a hint of melancholy, "Old Qin, I have heard that your esteemed institution recently uncovered a new secret realm, known as the Qingyuan. Am I correct?" As Qin Wei was nearly out of earshot, Gu Yuanzhou's words made him halt abruptly. Indeed, their academy had recently discovered a new secret realm, classified as Xian level, aptly named Qingyuan. At that moment, Gu Yuanzhou's voice echoed once more. "Rest assured, on the day of the Qingyuan Secret Realm contest, the Langye Yuling Academy will undoubtedly come to extend our congratulations." This proclamation left the onlookers gasping in astonishment, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Was Gu Yuanzhou issuing a challenge to the Tianqiu Yuling Academy? By the heavens! This individual was undeniably audacious, daring to covet the secret realm of Tianqiu Yuling Academy. In my humble opinion, this was quite reasonable, considering that the three major academies had initially targeted the Langye Yuling Academy, even altering the rules of the secret realm contest to do so. However, it was unexpected that they would end up shooting themselves in the foot. Gu Yuanzhou's actions could be deemed no more than a tit-for-tat response. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that the challenge was directed at the Tianqiu Yuling Academy. Do you truly believe they would permit anyone to covet their secret realm? That matter is beyond our concern. We are merely here to observe the spectacle. I can't shake the feeling that a storm is brewing. At this moment, everyone stood in a state of shock. Historically, it had always been the three major academies that coveted the secret realms of others. Never before had any academy dared to lay claim to the secret realms of the three major institutions. To even entertain such thoughts, let alone act upon them, would result in the complete annihilation of any future secret realms within that academy, should the three major academies become aware. There was once a fledgling academy, unafraid of the consequences, that set its sights on the secret realms of the three major academies shortly after its establishment. As a result, it was besieged by a united front from the three major academies, failing to safeguard any of its secret realms. Ultimately, it succumbed to resource scarcity and vanished into the annals of history. Since that time, no academy has dared to covet the secret realms of the three major institutions, much less challenge them in front of their faculty. Gu Yuanzhou could indeed be considered a historical first in this regard. Meanwhile, Qin Wei was seething with rage. How dare Gu Yuanzhou? How dare he covet the secret realm of the Tianqiu Yuling Academy? Turning back, Qin Wei's eyes blazed with fury, his nostrils flaring as he exhaled heated breaths. Very well, I await your arrival, he declared, striding away without a backward glance, teetering on the edge of a violent outburst, yet aware that he must suppress his overwhelming rage within the confines of the Langye Yuling Academy. Chapter 86. The Qingyuan Secret Realm. After Qin Wei and his companions departed, the others gradually followed suit. With the team life and death battle concluded, the dust settled on the competition for the Yuanyang Secret Realm. As the undisputed victors of both the team point competition and the life and death battle, the Langye Yuling Academy rightfully claimed ownership of the Yuanyang Secret Realm. At this moment, in the council hall, did we actually win the bet? Indeed, who could have anticipated this? Those are the three major academies we're speaking of. The younger generation is truly formidable, indeed. It seems we old-timers have grown rather antiquated. In the council hall, a group of dignitaries found themselves at a loss for composure. To speak candidly, when they learned that the 5 individuals led by Ye Lingtian faced off against 15 archaic-level opponents and 250 ancient-level ones, they had already prepared themselves for defeat. Yet, just moments ago, they received the astonishing news from Gu Yuanzhou. The victors of the life and death battle were none other than Ye Lingtian and his companions. How could they not be taken aback? That was a daunting assembly of 15 archaic-level and 250 ancient-level adversaries. While others may not grasp the sheer terror of such a lineup, those who had spent years within the academy certainly understood. Not to mention the 15 archaic-level individuals, even the 250 ancient-level ones, if they matured, could easily form a formidable force. Many of the faculty members at Langye Yuling Academy were also of ancient level. Add to that the 15 archaic-level individuals, and they could altogether establish a powerhouse of an academy. Yet, this overwhelmingly powerful assembly was vanquished by Ye Lingtian and his comrades. They could hardly fathom how it was accomplished. Nevertheless, that was no longer the crux of the matter. What was paramount was that Ye Lingtian and his companions had secured the Yuanyang Secret Realm for their academy. Following this battle, the Langye Yuling Academy would undoubtedly garner immense renown, and Ye Lingtian and his companions were destined to be immortalized in history. In their excitement, the dignitaries launched into a new round of discussions. Ladies and gentlemen, this time, Ye Lingtian and his companions have fearlessly defended our academy's honor and secured the Yuanyang Secret Realm for us. We simply cannot let this go unrecognized. I concur. This contest for the Yuanyang Secret Realm was fraught with peril, and for Ye Lingtian and the others to emerge victorious is truly remarkable. I propose we allocate 10% of the annual revenue from the Yuanyang Secret Realm as a reward for Ye Lingtian and his companions. 10%? That seems rather meager. The danger of this contest for the Yuanyang Secret Realm was unlike any previous Secret Realm competition. I believe it should be at least 20%. However, while 20% would set an unprecedented precedent, Ye Lingtian and his companions certainly deserve it. Despite the unprecedented nature of this reward, all the dignitaries eventually reached consensus. Had it not been for considerations regarding the Academy's future development, they would have eagerly bestowed upon Ye Lingtian and his friends 30%, or even more. However, it was not long before they began to argue over the distribution of this 20%. Another question arises. How should this 20% be allocated? Isn't that simple? Just split it evenly. Each of the 5 can have 4%. That won't do. Gu Yuanzhou has already stated that Ye Lingtian's contributions were indispensable in this secret realm contest. His performance was outstanding, and he single-handedly amassed over 10,000 points during the team point competition. I believe he deserves at least 10%. While that may be true, all 5 of them are heroes of this secret realm contest. I think we should treat them equally to avoid any feelings of resentment. Old Gao, your argument is nonsense. Wouldn't it be more disheartening to ignore merit? If we don't reward based on achievement, who would be motivated to give their all? Everyone would just slack off. You think you're so clever, don't you? Watch your tone. I will maintain this tone. Care to settle this with me? Thus, the dignitaries became increasingly animated and nearly came to blows. Some insisted that the 20% should be distributed equally, with each receiving 4%, while others argued for a merit-based distribution, granting Ye Lingtian 10%, while the remaining 10% would be allocated among the other 4. As the debate continued, a voice finally broke through the clamor. Everyone, enough? This argument is giving me a headache. Isn't this issue straightforward? Just leave it to the 5 of them to decide among themselves. That way, no one will feel slighted. Upon uttering these words, a consensus emerged among the esteemed figures present, who readily concurred. This approach is commendable, indeed feasible. Thus, the disputes gradually subsided, restoring their customary composure and serenity. Meanwhile, on the other side, outside the training grounds, Ye Lingtian turned to Gu Yuanzhou and inquired, Teacher Gu, what is the Qingyuan secret realm? A few days ago, a profound-level secret realm named Qingyuan manifested within the confines of the Tianshu Spirit Academy, Gu Yuanzhou elucidated. Upon hearing this, Ye Lingtian's expression shifted to one of understanding, and he subsequently remarked, then, the Qingyuan secret realm must also host a contest for its coveted treasures, correct? Indeed. Gu Yuanzhou nodded, then shifted the topic. However, the Qingyuan secret realm is of profound caliber, teeming not only with ferocious beasts, but also with more formidable savage beasts. Consequently, the prerequisites for participating in the competition for the Qingyuan secret realm are considerably elevated. How elevated? Ye Lingtian inquired. Gu Yuanzhou paused momentarily, but quickly responded. Approximately at the 3rd or 4th tier. Are you interested? Gu Yuanzhou, observing the eager glint in Ye Lingtian's eyes, added with a smile. In response, Ye Lingtian's face brightened with delight as he nodded slightly. Indeed, the Tianshu Spirit Academy, where the secret realm appeared, naturally piques my interest. The Yuanyang secret realm, after all, was also located within the grounds of their Langya Spirit Academy. Had he not intervened, that secret realm would have undoubtedly belonged to Langya Spirit Academy. However, the Qingyuan secret realm is distinctly different. It resides within the Tianshu Spirit Academy. If, by some twist of fate, it were to ultimately become the territory of Langya Spirit Academy, how intriguing that would be. I knew you would be interested. Gu Yuanzhou beamed with unrestrained joy. His decision to challenge Qin Wei was largely influenced by Ye Lingtian's enthusiasm. He was confident that Ye Lingtian would find it captivating, which is why he boldly issued the challenge. As for the potential repercussions from the 3 major academies, he was not overly concerned. He believed in confronting challenges head-on. As long as Ye Lingtian was present, their chances of success in the contest for the secret realm were assured. Regarding other tactics, over the years, the academies had evolved far beyond their original forms, transforming into entities cloaked in the guise of educational institutions. The rivalry among the various academies had long since become a commonplace affair. The 3 major academies had risen to prominence due to their unique strategies and prowess. Nevertheless, no matter how formidable the 3 major academies may be, they ultimately remained under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom. Minor skirmishes could be overlooked by the official authorities, but any crossing of boundaries would surely invoke a response. After all, this era is no longer one of chaos and turmoil. Chapter 87. Beyond Human Comprehension. The contest for the Qingyuan secret realm is expected to commence within a month, or perhaps even sooner, Gu Yuanzhou informed Ye Lingtian. Ye Lingtian immediately grasped the implication of his words. In other words, I must elevate my rank to the 3rd tier within a month, or even less, to stand a chance in the contest for the Qingyuan secret realm? Precisely. Gu Yuanzhou affirmed with a nod, adding, if possible, achieving the 4th tier would be even better. Although the competition for the profound-level secret realm requires participants to be at the 3rd or 4th tier, theoretically, the 3rd tier suffices for entry. Nonetheless, Gu Yuanzhou believed that attaining the 4th tier would offer a more secure position. After all, the Qingyuan secret realm belonged to the Tianshu Spirit Academy. Moreover, he had publicly issued a challenge to Qin Wei, essentially declaring a contest against the Tianshu Spirit Academy itself. This ensured that the academy could neither afford to lose nor sustain a defeat. Should they falter in the contest for the Qingyuan secret realm, the Tianshu Spirit Academy would be cast down from its pedestal, becoming fodder for gossip. Therefore, whether for consolidating the academy's status or due to their personal grievances, the representatives sent to contest the Qingyuan secret realm would undoubtedly all be of the 4th tier. Hence, he urged Ye Lingtian to strive for a 4th tier elevation. Although he was aware that achieving such a leap from the 2nd to the 4th tier within a month, or an even shorter time frame, was akin to chasing a dream, he had faith in Ye Lingtian's capabilities. After all, every event that had transpired since the commencement of the Secret Realm trials had been nothing short of fantastical. Especially the recent contest for the Yuanyang Secret Realm, which had been nothing less than breathtaking, solidifying his legendary status. In comparison, ascending to the 4th tier seemed less daunting. However, Ye Lingtian held a different perspective. His advancement was contingent upon the quantity and rank of his spirit beasts. The greater the number and higher the rank, the more formidable the challenge of elevation became. With over 10,000 spirit beasts under his command, the difficulty of upgrading was undeniably substantial. Furthermore, once he sold off the corpses of the more than 260 spirit beasts from the otherworldly realm, he would amass a considerable fortune. He might even acquire the Hellbone dragon. Consequently, the challenge of advancement would escalate dramatically, becoming an even more arduous task, unless he refrained from spending the money, which was clearly out of the question. He had long anticipated the Hellbone dragon. Not having the funds was one thing, but being unable to indulge when he did have the means, that was simply intolerable. Moreover, in Ye Lingtian's view, whether he could elevate to the 4th tier by the time of the Qingyuan Secret Realm contest was not of paramount importance. After all, he excelled at overcoming adversaries through sheer numbers. Thus, Ye Lingtian smiled and replied, "I shall do my utmost." As night fell, the moon shone brightly amidst a sparse scattering of stars, casting a silvery veil over the world, adding an air of mystery. In the vault of 10,000 treasures, within a hidden chamber, Lin Fei stared at the multitude of spirit beast corpses before him, his expression one of utter astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. "My goodness! Brother Yi, how many have you slain?" Ye Lingtian responded with a faint smile, 265. "Wow!" Lin Fei gasped, internally lamenting. This is beyond human comprehension. It was essential to recognize that all these were spirit beasts, not merely wild creatures from a secret realm. What astonished him even more was that nearly all of these spirit beasts were of the ancient tier, with over 10 being of the savage tier. What does this signify? A city barely awakens such a quantity of ancient and savage tier beasts in an entire year. It typically takes 2 or 3 cities combined to yield such a number. Yet, Ye Lingtian had managed to slay 265 of these exceedingly rare ancient and savage tier beasts. It was nothing short of shocking. Was this not beyond human comprehension? For the years Lin Fei had spent in the vault of 10,000 treasures, he had neither seen nor even heard of such a feat. Had someone told him of this beforehand, he would undoubtedly have scoffed and accused them of blatant exaggeration. However, today, the evidence lay starkly before him. Even if he were reluctant to believe, he had no choice but to accept the reality. Observing Lin Fei's exhilaration, Ye Lingtian coolly stated, "Hurry up and calculate the total. I am rather pressed for time." Ye Lingtian was eager to acquire the Hellbone dragon. "Oh right." Lin Fei, snapping out of his astonishment, quickly resumed his calculations, still visibly shaken. Yet, the more he calculated, the more astonished he became. 92nd tier ancient beasts, 161st tier ancient beasts, and 15 second tier savage beasts. When the tally was complete, Lin Fei was left utterly speechless. After a long pause, he finally murmured, "This is truly beyond human comprehension." Every time Ye Lingtian arrived, he invariably brought with him a wave of surprises. This time, it is even more astonishing. At this moment, Lin Farron was utterly dazed, struggling to comprehend how Ye Lingtian managed to achieve such a feat. It is important to note that these were not mere low-tier spirit beasts of the ferocious or barbaric classifications, but rather the formidable and rare ancient and wild-tier spirit beasts. Such classifications are coveted by all, regardless of location. Yet, Ye Lingtian nonchalantly produced 265 of them. One might assume he had just emerged from a wholesale market. Nonetheless, despite his astonishment, Lin Farron's professional demeanor swiftly brought him back to reality. He inhaled deeply and declared, "Ancient tier, 1st grade, priced at 1 million each, totaling 160 for a sum of 160 million. Ancient tier, 2nd grade, priced at 2 million each, totaling 90 for a sum of 180 million. Wild tier, 2nd grade, priced at 4 million each, totaling 15 for a sum of 60 million. Altogether, that amounts to 400 million. Gasp. Upon calculating the final price, Lin Farron was once again astounded. 400 million. He could scarcely earn such a sum in several lifetimes. And here was Ye Lingtian, so youthful, yet already capable of amassing such wealth. Truly terrifying. Even Ye Lingtian himself was somewhat taken aback. With 4 small objectives, he could summon 400 Hellbone dragons. The very thought filled him with exhilaration. An hour later, Ye Lingtian emerged from the Wanbao building. The prolonged wait was due to Lin Farron's authority being limited to 100 million. Anything beyond that required higher approval, hence the delay. However, gazing at the balance of 433 million on his phone, Ye Lingtian could not help but feel elated. In high spirits, upon returning to school, Ye Lingtian bypassed the dormitory and headed straight to the Yuanyang secret realm. His eagerness to summon the Hellbone dragons was palpable. The reason for choosing the secret realm was that even the first-grade undead knight had nearly pierced through the roof of his villa. The Hellbone dragon's size would only be greater, and should it cause damage, he would be liable for compensation, a most unwise expenditure. Upon entering the secret realm, Ye Lingtian rubbed his hands together in excitement and eagerly opened the summoning panel. Chapter 88. Come forth, Hellbone dragon. Ding, purchase successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100 undead knights. Ding, purchase successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100 Hellbone dragons. Ding, purchase successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100 Hellbone dragons. As the system's voice echoed in his mind, Ye Lingtian found it increasingly melodious. However, upon witnessing his balance vanish in an instant, he felt an acute pang of regret. Nevertheless, he had at least experienced the lifestyle of a billionaire, albeit for merely a fleeting 10 minutes. That was sufficient. Ye Lingtian shook off any lingering doubts and exclaimed, "Come forth, Hellbone dragon," with a mournful wail. The air around him grew tempestuous, as if echoing the cries of spirits. Soon after, a massive figure materialized before Ye Lingtian. It was a winged bone dragon. Its body was composed of colossal bones, dark as ink, resembling steel, appearing utterly indestructible. Its head bore resemblance to that of a dinosaur, yet was more angular and powerful. Despite its hollow eyes, one could sense an enigmatic power within. Its elongated jaws were lined with sharp teeth, poised to crush anything that dared to obstruct its path. What left Ye Lingtian utterly astounded were its enormous skeletal wings, nearly enveloping its entire body. The wings, also dark as ink, were incredibly sturdy. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern a mysterious luster emanating from them, evoking an impression of unfathomable depth. The tail of the Hellbone dragon was another remarkable feature, long and powerful, ending in sharp bone spines that inspired both awe and trepidation. Most astonishingly, this creature's size surpassed even that of Qin Fenglin's war elephant, which was already considered a paragon among wild-tier spirit beasts, boasting the most substantial dimensions within its rank. Yet, the Hellbone dragon eclipsed the war elephant, leaving Ye Lingtian in disbelief. However, this was undoubtedly a boon. The mightier the Hellbone dragon, the greater his own strength. Therefore, he eagerly welcomed its formidable nature. In the midst of his astonishment, Ye Lingtian accessed the data panel of the Hellbone dragon. Name, Hellbone dragon. Level, wild tier spirit beast. Grade, 2nd, 128300. Strength, 703. Agility, 216. Defense, 709. Overall combat power assessment, 706. Status, excellent. Incredible. Truly incredible. Upon witnessing the Hellbone dragon's statistics, Ye Lingtian could not help but exclaim in astonishment. This Hellbone dragon was indeed excessively powerful. It is worth noting that during the team deathmatch, he had meticulously reviewed the data of all wild-tier spirit beasts, including Qin Fenglin's already second-grade war elephant. However, in all the wild-tier beasts he encountered, none surpassed 700 points in strength or defense, including combat power. Only his Hellbone dragon genuinely exceeded 700 points. Moreover, the Hellbone dragon was the sole wild-tier spirit beast he had seen with agility exceeding 200 points. This clearly indicated that his Hellbone dragon was more formidable than its counterparts. And most crucially, he possessed 400 of these powerful creatures. Coupled with his other spirit beasts, Ye Lingtian's current strength was unfathomably terrifying, even to himself. In other words, as long as he did not encounter high-tier spirit beasts, he was an invincible entity. Should he ascend to the ranks of high-tier beings, he would become truly unmatched. At the Tianshu Spirit Beast Academy, in the council chamber, presently, the atmosphere within the chamber was grave, with expressions of the attendees reflecting extreme distress, and silence enveloped the room. After a prolonged pause, the tense atmosphere was finally disrupted. Ladies and gentlemen, do any of you wish to voice your thoughts? Once spoken, it was as though a dam had burst open. I believe that Qin Wei should bear full responsibility for this matter. Ye Lingtian ought to have been a genius of our Tianshu Spirit Beast Academy. Yet he was forced to the Langius Spirit Beast Academy by Qin Wei. I concur. Qin Wei should indeed be held accountable. As far as I know, Qin Wei has harbored long-standing grievances with Gu Yuanzhou of the Langius Spirit Beast Academy. Thus, this incident surrounding the Yuanyang Secret Realm competition carries the suspicion of personal vendetta. The loss of 5 wild-tier prodigies due to personal grudges warrants punishment for Qin Wei. At this moment, all eyes turned toward Qin Wei. Upon hearing this, a surge of fury ignited within him. These individuals did not express such sentiments initially. Now that they had faced defeat, they shifted all blame onto him. Qin Wei had already endured considerable humiliation at the Langius Spirit Beast Academy, and now he returned only to be scapegoated by this group. His anger was palpable. Just as Qin Wei was about to erupt, the individual seated at the center slowly spoke. Everyone, this is not the time for assigning blame. The development of Tianshu Spirit Beast Academy to this point is attributable to each and every one of you present. Let us not dwell on who is right or wrong. Our focus should now be on how to respond. As the words of this individual fell, the crowd ceased their vehement denunciation of Qin Wei and began to voice their own perspectives. I believe the pressing priority at this moment is to spare no effort in luring Ye Lingtian to our esteemed institution. Indeed, Ye Lingtian's performance in the Yuanyang Secret Realm competition was nothing short of extraordinary, a rarity of the century. He is certainly worth all endeavors to recruit. However, it is easier said than done. Ye Lingtian is already a student at Langius Spirit Master Academy and harbors a conflict with our own Professor Qin Wei. How can we entice him? Is it not a simple matter? In this world, nothing is absolute. The bustling of society is driven by profit, and the tumult is fueled by self-interest. If we cannot entice him, it is merely a reflection of our insufficient inducement. Moreover, our Tianshu Spirit Master Academy is the foremost among the 3 great academies. Which talent would not aspire to join us? Indeed, no talent at Tianshu Spirit Master Academy is indifferent to this prospect. However, I propose that we impose a slight reprimand on Professor Qin Wei to demonstrate our sincerity. Excellent. All of this is for the purpose of attracting talent. I hope Professor Qin Wei can understand. As the voices of the crowd intermingled, Qin Wei's expression grew increasingly somber. This group of individuals, fully aware of his animosity with Ye Lingtian, still insisted on sparing no effort to recruit him. What was even more outrageous was their suggestion to impose a slight punishment on him to signify their sincerity. What a disgraceful affront. As a dedicated instructor at Tianshu Spirit Master Academy, having diligently toiled for many years, with neither accolades nor recognition, he found himself eclipsed by a mere Ye Lingtian. This was nothing short of an insult. A surge of resentment welled within him. To lure Ye Lingtian? I shall not allow you to succeed. Damn it, none shall have their way.